I will kill all of you. You have not prepared properly, and you have already gone out to rob. Is this wrong? Our mistake? While we were fighting alone in the chaos, they already had a plan in place. What good are many people? Not only could not surround them, but also got attacked. Kill in a flash. There was no way to stop those people. My subordinates could have easily killed the Imperial soldiers, but they were crushed under the feet of those martial artists. Yoshiki was furious, shouted orders. There are only 6 of them. Surround them and attack them. He thought to himself, I cannot let the Lord's great plan fail in a place like this, just because. Bastards. That's it. Duong Tung loudly praised. Hey, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so formidable. Did Tien Ven make you practice every day? Tien Ven happily replied. We are all people from the Tien Hung brothel in Trinchao, located in the center of the Martial Arts Alliance. You have to graduate from Goa Long Valley to join it. In other words, I am your senior. Yashiki thought irritably, what should we do? We have overwhelming numbers. Should we suppress and finish them all off, or should we withdraw and prepare? Another plan? Suddenly a pirate came to report to Yashiki. Sir, it's the Imperial Army. Yashiki muttered. Yes, the Imperial Army. He looked at the ships sailing towards him right before his eyes in amazement. Thinking irritably, the southern commander of the Imperial Army has acted. Are we moving yet? We've been stalling for too long. If this continues, they'll. Overwhelming numbers lost. He shouted Yasu's name. If you're still alive, answer quickly. However, Yasu on the other side of the boat was defeated by Zhang Hung Yoshiki immediately. Frowning in thought. Damn, he didn't answer. Is he dead? He continued to shout. Nikamura, can you still move? Nikamura immediately responded. Yes, senior brother. Yashiki told Nikamura that we would abandon the lead boat and switch to Tanaka Ayasa's boat. Nikamura shouted. That means we must use an intact boat to escape. Right at this moment, a man with an axe went to Nikamura and said, You guys are not going anywhere. Lihai threatened in a harsh voice. I will. Stop you guys. Nikamura said to Yoshiki, Senior brother, you go ahead. I'll deal with this bug first. Yashiki heard and immediately ran away. He quickly jumped onto another boat, not forgetting to give instructions. Then I'll be counting on you. Duong Tung saw it and thought. Yoshiki ran away. He finally knew he couldn't do anything here. A moment later, each rope was cut off. Just like that, the pirate ship separated from the other ship. Duong Tung thought. Right now he was upstream. Did he think it would be safer to take advantage of the current and go downstream? And that was also an option. He's the best, but only if I let him go. Just pulled away from. Train of thought. Duong Tung immediately changed. Chasing Yoshi period. He teased him. So funny. Dare to find a way to escape. What? Brother Hong, you're done with him, and now you're abandoning all your subordinates like that? Yoshiki heard such provocative words and laughed out loud. He happily said, Great. What an idiot. I was going to do anything to kill you, but you offered me your body. If I bring your head back, the Lord will definitely forgive me. Duong Tung replied, You want my head? So confident. But then, Duong Tung became silent. He watched him silently. His speech was pirate-like, but his posture was steady and calm. He definitely wasn't. Must be new. This is the basic core strengthening pose that I have seen in foreign books. His sword is in the middle of his body, so I can't attack easily, but he can attack from all directions. This stance allows him to attack and defend at the same time. What a great pose. His sword blade was covered with a sword energy of a higher level than his own, so it was not easily broken. It's also very sharp. Right now, no matter which side I attack him from, he can kill me with just one slash. Sword swings. From what I've read, speed is the most important thing to deal with this stance. Must use a sword to increase speed, then use 2 swords at once. Finished the second breath technique. 2 wolves pounce on the enemy. Yoshiki sensed danger nearby and immediately turned his eyes to the other side. Immediately, the 2 swords clashed. Tung Road continued from the left side, and then he swung his sword straight at Yoshiki's face. But at this moment, he reached out to grab the remaining sword and then he quickly pulled it out to catch it. Tang Tung's sword slash. Tang Tung frowned in thought. He was indeed like that Nikamura guy. Also uses 2 weapons, so 10 Great Demon Soldier for soldiers combined. Eternal Greatsword Power plus 20, Attack Speed plus 10. Eternal Sword Power plus 16, Attack Speed plus 10. Passive Skill Swordsmanship level 13, Proficiency 20%, current efficiency increased by 120%. The attack speed increased 4 times, and so the continuous sword slashes Yoshiki made him fall into defensive position. He was so angry that he yelled a sound. Ah! At that moment, his sword blade seemed to pass through Duong Tung's attack and gradually reached him. Duong Tung thought in panic. With this speed, he can still counterattack? Luckily, how could Duong Tung have raised his head in time to avoid that dangerous attack from Yoshiki? He started using the dual electric current technique. Then he grabbed the end of the sword hilt and revealed a sinister smile. This made Duong Tung a bit surprised. He finally used the Twin Thunder Dragon move. His sword strike went to the left of the swing, forcing him to take his sword. Blocked. However, the wings behind were pierced by the blurry sword lines. Straight ahead, in the blink of an eye, the boom wing was cut into small pieces. The sword energy that can be revealed is of such a power. He must be at least a peak-level expert. His strength is on par with Namkung Sach. His speed can be compared to Duong Nok Ni. Yoshiki laughed nonstop. He fiercely rushed towards Duong Tung to provoke. Where did the fighting spirit fly? Is it over? However, at that moment, a shield suddenly flew straight towards Yoshiki's head, making him frown. With a reflex, shooting as fast as lightning, he dodged in time. Jiang Xiong's shield. Jiang Xiong worriedly called out loudly, Tang Tung. Duong Tung took advantage of this moment to attack. For soldiers, combination, the second, four-ling attack. The four sides of Duong Tung were quickly surrounded by Duong Tung's swords. Around. He angrily shouted a sound. Ah. Just like that, he calmly blocked all of Tang Tung's sword strikes. 1. Duong Tung said bluntly, thinking what kind of terrifying speed is this? With just 2 swords that he can block his attack with? The shield of Zhang Heng suddenly hit a nearby pillar and bounced back. It shot towards Yoshiki, surprising him. He immediately used his sword to knock the shield away. Duong Tung rushed over at this moment, and so he stabbed himself. The life entered Yoshiki's body. He let out a soft groan. Duong Tung stabbed him, causing him to drop one of his swords. Secretly rejoiced. Very good. This time I definitely stabbed his heart. My sword also went through the armor. What a surprise. Instead of piercing through him, his sword stopped at the green armor layers. His sword couldn't penetrate him any further. He thought angrily, what kind of strange armor is that? Even a sword made of 1,000-year-old cold iron can't pierce it. Yoshiki then grabbed the sword with his hand. Of Duong Tung, he cursed him like a bastard, then shouted, I will kill you. With one hand holding the sword remaining, he tried to collided with his sword. He knocked his sword away, making him lose his footing. Duong Tung felt extremely surprised. He glare. Look at him. Surprise mission. Defeat all members of Yoshiki Tanaka's gang that has infiltrated Anhui province. Even weapons made from 10,000-year-old iron, the strongest iron in Central Plains, could not pierce him. Yoshiki quickly raised his sword. He headed straight to Duong Tung's place, full of murderous intent. Duong Tung was not to be outdone. With lightning speed, he immediately blocked Yoshiki's sword. Immediately after, he put force into the bar. The other sword attacked. Just like that, the two of them continuously slashed at each other for a while, and both Yoshiki and Duong Tung gradually had wounds on their bodies. Duong Tung thought to himself, damn it, he can use one sword to block all 4 of my swords. Moreover, I'm the only one who is hurt here. He is fine. What the hell is that shirt? Nakamura put down his broken sword and let out a soft hum. He picked up another sword from the ground and said while picking it up, you think you can beat me? Here, my big brother will be defeated by that guy. Stupid, he said loudly. He will soon be crushed to pieces, because no one here can stop him. Big brother, I'm done. Lai Hai immediately turned his head to look at the melee between Duong Tung and Yoshiki. He confidently replied to Nakamura, you've been defeated once, and you still consider it. Is he like that? Nakamura said smugly. It's because I already know his true strength. He was after that battle. And then Nakamura took advantage of this moment to conveniently pick up another pirate's sword. Was defeated. He rushed towards Li Hai like an arrow, shouting, just like you can't win against me. Nakamura immediately used another ultimate technique, but the lightning was so strong that Li Hai calmly blocked his attack with only an axe and a sword. He glared at him and reminded. Everyone looked down on Duong Tung when they first met him. Like you. He comes from a humble background. His father is just a wanderer. Even though he doesn't come from a high background, Even though he doesn't have power, even though he has no talent, he still defeats every genius and opens a new path for everyone. People, Lihai shouted. Compared to your lord who only knows how to rob and kill, Duong Tung is much more brave. Nakamura heard him say that and immediately fell silent, was silent for a moment. Then he sneered and said, in the end, you just want to be his ally, don't you? I sympathize with you, don't worry. I will take responsibility for sending you and your hero to hell together. Lai Hai said in a harsh voice, it seems you still don't understand. In a flash, he had already advanced towards Sat Nakamura, making him absent-minded. What? He dares to rush towards me, he shouted. Duong Tung had single-handedly overcome all enemies stronger than himself. The thing that only believes in its own strength and robs others will never understand. Nakamura saw Lai Hai raise his head and thought to himself, what is this crazy guy planning to do? What is it? And then, unexpectedly, Lai Hai used his head to smash straight into Nakamura's head. He shouted loudly, I'm talking about his tireless training efforts. Struck by Lai Hai's headbutt, Nakamura could no longer stand and became unsteady. He screamed in pain and swung his sword around continuously. As soon as he stood up, his body leaned backwards and then collapsed in front of Lai Hai. The person was covered in blood on his forehead. Even though the blood was flowing continuously, he still made you think. I know that clearly, so in my heart, Duong Tung is my benefactor. I have practiced more than dozens, hundreds, even thousands of times harder than others. You even shouted, my name is Lai Hai. In terms of effort, I will not lose to anyone. Even the boat owner took up his weapon and rushed out, stabbing Nakamura in the stomach. One shot. He turned to grumble at Lai Hai. That disciple, after defeating the enemy, you must quickly finish him off. He was suddenly stunned and could only say. A loud ah sound was heard. Both Yashiki and Duong Tung, who were fighting, had to stop to observe the situation on the other side. Yashiki shouted loudly, calling Nakamura. Duong Tung thought to himself that this was the first time he heard his name. Me. He smiled softly. You've grown up a lot. That's amazing, Duong Tung. Now you have juniors watching you. Looks like I have to try harder. Meanwhile, Lai Hai shouted happily. Haha, this is the first time I won. The boat owner warned him not to let his guard down. Surprise mission, defeat all members of Yoshiki Tanaka's gang to infiltrate Anhui province. 323/324, Tang Tung pondered. Only one more name left. Obviously this one. For a pirate, he was too strong and cruel, but his strength and endurance were still better. His speed had decreased significantly compared to when they first fought. Yoshiki was panting and cursing. Damn it. Even so, Tang Tung still thought, but the difference in internal energy was another matter. On the surface, this is a battle between two warriors, but in reality, it is just a fight between two people. The winner is the one who is stronger and lasts longer. The more their weapons collided, the further he bounced back, and his movements became clearer. In other words, my endurance is almost limitless. The more we fight, the more we can overwhelm him. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Duong Tung grabbed the peach tree tightly. He started using the 10 great demon soldiers technique. 1 field 6 sections, 1 long 6 short. The third is the combination of 7 streams of water converging into 7 waterfalls. The 7-legged beast. Even though Yoshiki was hit by Duong Tung's trick and left behind, he had a few wounds on him, but he still calmly used his sword to block Duong Tung's attack. Duong Tung was extremely surprised by the possibility of him. Yoshiki's sword then once again passed through his sword strokes and pierced through. He growled, scream. Duong Tung was not convinced. Real combat is indeed different. Just a little deeper, and it would have been a fatal wound. He risked his life and put all his killing intent into it. Attack me. He clicked his tongue softly. I don't remember in my previous life anyone ever fought me and wanted us both to die. It all ended like this. Perhaps I didn't realize it at all and lived recklessly like a young master of the arrogant Orthodox faction. I will risk my life to fight. The 4 combined armies, that is, the 6th, began an air attack. Yoshiki was immediately thrown into the air. 7 ascending fishes become the 7 ascending dragon. Your attack has pushed the enemy into the air. Tang Tung. I was delighted. I finally broke his sturdy stance. 10 soldiers. The 7th combination, 7 wheels. A crazy squirrel spins 7 wheels, only. In an instant, Duong Tung created a whirlpool that blew away everything around him. Everything around him made the people there all looked at him in surprise. As for Duong Tung, he showed a satisfied face, pleased with what he had just done. Unexpected mission. Defeat all members of Yoshiki Tanaka's gang and infiltrate Anhui province. 323/324 right. It would be so boring if it ended like this. Where is he? Suddenly, Yoshiki escaped by swimming in the sea, making Duong Tung a bit confused. Looked on in surprise. Was he confused? Then he thought to himself, damn, just now he was saying he would kill me, and now he's swimming away. Is this a water demon? He didn't hesitate any longer and jumped straight into the sea, shouting, where are you going? Yoshiki angrily shouted, don't chase me. Me too, you bastard. Duong Tung thought as he swam. If he accidentally let him escape now, he wouldn't be able to move for 3 days. You have achieved a certain level of proficiency in continuously swimming underwater. Your swimming skill has leveled up. Your swimming skill has reached level 7. Your skill, passive ability, swimming, level 7 success. 0% proficiency. Even Tang Tung was frowning while swimming. I don't know what a National Reserve swimmer is, but I'm sure of one thing. This bastard Yoshiki is a much better swimmer. I can't close the gap. Damn it. Suddenly he felt something. Huh. Zhang Heng was behind him. Then who? Could it be? But we are still in Anhui province. From afar, the figure of fiery red hair was fluttering. At the speed of light, the person got closer and closer to Yoshiki. He paused for a moment, and suddenly from afar, a fiery ring flew over. It gently sliced Yoshiki's head off his body. He only had time to utter a sound. Ah, mission successful. You have completed it. Surprise mission. Reward will be sent to you. The snake demon treasure battle item has been moved into storage. The bracelet slowly returned to its owner, Ta Suang. She quickly grabbed the bracelet and held it tightly in her arms. Her footsteps stopped on the water. Water splashed onto Duong Tung's face. He gently looked up at her. Ta Suang spoke first. Luckily it was me. Don't be late. Group 13 first meeting. Tien Toai Bao needs horses this time, especially when rescuing hostages. Very cool. Everyone choose one. Zhang Heng quickly climbed onto the saddle and declared, I choose this one. On the other side, Ta Suang firmly pulled the reins. I moved very fast, so I probably didn't need much. Lai Hai still couldn't settle down. How could he get on? Duong Tung silently looked at the horse's unpleasant face and thought to himself, horses, not suitable for martial artists. What a Vo Lam. Ah, Vo Lam martial arts master. He turned to Tien Toai and asked, must we ride a horse? He replied, if we ride a horse it will be quicker to escape. But Duong Tung made an ah sound. I mean I can ride something else. Tien Toai can't help but wonder. What to ride? From. Death appeared right under their feet, causing him to. Must confirm again. This one. Rode. Laughter. Proud. Yes, the horse that was just ugly now was frightened and whinnying. The soft white fur supported Duong Tung's body. The horse riding passive skill has been activated. Passive skill horse riding level 1 proficiency 1% current status. At the opening stage, Tien Toai looked at the scene before him in amazement when Duong Tung Thuan Tuk rode the tiger-shaped dragon in front, leading the whole team to follow. He remembered the middle-aged man that day, Sun Duong. I thought we would never see each other again. Sun Duong was just a provincial inspector, then became an admiral and took over the entire Southern Imperial Army. Tien Toai was his confidant, and also the deputy commander of the Southern Army. I'm not sure what positions the others hold now, but they must have been promoted. It was because of their regression that they were all promoted. Just because of a bandit purge that I participated in, just a small intervention created a snowball effect. Something is strange. He should have benefited the most, but now he is in danger. Suddenly, Ta Suang jumped up beside him and shouted, Duong Tung, you are the only one who knows Admiral Zong's face. Duong Tung just reassured her, don't worry, so he just asked me to do it. While the deputy commander attacked the Japanese enemy camp on Dai Duong Mountain with the help of the Martial Arts Alliance, our team will find and rescue the admiral. Tang Tung looked at the notice board and thought, actually, just Ningong Sa alone could rescue him and destroy the enemy camp. But this mission required saving the admiral. If he succeeded, his proficiency in the jumping skill that he often used would increase. If proficiency increases by 200%, there is a high chance that the skill's current core status was further developed. So Duong Tung was determined to save him. On the wall of a certain barracks, The soldier suddenly noticed movement in the distance. From the forest rose black smoke and a strange figure. Nam Kung Sach drew his sword and calmly advanced. His eyes did not waver at all. Tian Toai, this side shouted, attack. Then the Japanese shouted, there are enemies. From another area, Duong Tung was listening. Watching the situation, a terrified shout came from the enemy camp. Where are they? It's the young devil. They're entering from the front gate. So you said that was the signal. Zhang Heng nodded. Very good. We are ready. The group of them quickly rushed towards their target. Easily jump over the wall of the enemy. The Japanese soldier turned around, saw them, then shouted to the northeast. But before he finished speaking, Ta Song swung the golden ring and cut off the guy's head. The remaining name. Panic again. He groaned in fear, and suddenly a pure white cat belly of Tutu appeared above his head, made him sweat profusely with confusion. Then in a moment the cat transformed into a giant tiger and attacked head-on. Enemy. Jiang Xiong happily exclaimed. Peek Boo, what a great cat. Tang Tung praised. Zizi, well done. Making the cat, exclaimed proudly. The Japanese soldiers began to line up and draw their bows and shoot. Following the command, countless sharp points were pointed towards Nam Kung Sach below, but with just one sword. He completely blocked their attack. Nam Kung Sach jumped up, causing the enemy to. He stammered in panic. He gripped his weapon tightly and unleashed his attack. The blue sky was filled with white light. Swordless. The winding curves pierced through each enemy, taking their lives decisively. The survivors saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, it's really a monster, impossible. But just a few seconds later, a strange object flew through the wind, killing all of them. Remaining. The green bow just released. The arrow was full of power. De Pong Wai steadily continued to prepare to aim and shoot. From behind, Morong Bai Lao jumped up. Give me the gate. He frowned in preparation. More technique from the soles of the feet has been rough and cracked. The fire was crackling. Morong Bai pulled his legs up and used all his strength to put them in, then swung a kick straight into the sturdy city gate. The metal layer just cracked. Then it was crushed by the enemy's screams. Ah, the main gate was broken. On the opposite side, Ta Suang asked as he moved. Shall we go rescue him now? Zhang Heng agreed. Quickly go rescue him. People join now. Duong Tung is again a bit gloomy. I expected it, but the feeling of Deja Raja Vu, that strange feeling never goes away. He told himself, focusing on the task. First, they soon arrived at the place where they found the detention center. Duong Tung took the lead to observe the situation of the Japanese soldiers who were whispering to each other. The main gate was broken. Should they go out to help? No, stay as is. Location. Inside the mountain goat cell. He saw them right away. On the opposite side. Just then, a sword was pulled out of its sheath. Tang Tung felt a violent tremor in his head, causing him to fall down with a loud cry. Ta Song was startled and asked again, Duong Tung, what's wrong? Duong Tung gritted his teeth and struggled to reply. Don't worry, I just have a slight headache. Right at that moment, a powerful attack was unleashed, sending countless of their men flying into the air. If they didn't lose their heads, they would lose their arms or be chopped off. A few half-hearted cries echoed throughout the land. Duong Tung's eyes widened in doubt. This is not Javu. On the other side is a man dressed in black with a sword almost as long as his body. The sudden pressure caused Duong Tung to have a nosebleed. Mr. Bang Hong realized that what he saw today was not a dream. That is my past life memory. The clock ticks continuously. The shortest hand rotates continuously without stopping. Zhang Heng looked at the storm in confusion. Ta Suang's disciples shouted, Did you forget? This is real combat. It's normal for this to happen. Isn't that right, Duong Tung? These words woke him up. Of course we must proceed with the mission immediately. I reassured myself. I don't know who he is and why he is in my past life's memories. But first I have to do something. Finish the mission and dealt with him later. Thinking so, Duong Tung Tru Hon took out the fake bow and gave the order, Zhang Heng and Ta Song. You guys handle the guards. The two of them responded immediately. Isn't it easy? Duong Tung turned around and said, as for Lai Hai, he would open the back door so the group could leave. He immediately obeyed. Then he called his cat. ZZ, you help them get the admiral out. It me out in response. So Duong Tung declared the start. Attack. Ta Suang quickly swung his weapon. As they charged, they coordinated perfectly with each other to approach the cell. Seeing that Lai Hai had successfully opened the gate, Zhang Heng shouted, There's a way out. On this side. Ta Suang supported Sun Duong and announced, "Admiral, your car is here." Seeing this, Duong Tung ordered, "Everyone retreat quickly." He took out one shot. The special name started to stretch while the others took Sun Duong away. Duong Tung aimed his bow and arrow high. As soon as the small object flies away, leaving a long guy sound, Tien Toai heard that, so it was a signal that they had rescued him. He immediately announced, "Mission accomplished, everyone quickly retreat." The man, Lai Men, was still standing. Peace in the midst of battle. He gently lifted, looked around. The back gate had disappeared without a trace. The Tang Tung group successfully brought Sun Duong on the road. Tutu's back. He looked back with guilt. Because of him, so many disciples and soldiers had to die. Notice board appeared. "You have successfully rescued Admiral Sun Duong of the Southern Army. The reward is being sent to you. Proficiency increased by 200%. Skill is disabled. Jumping movement. Level 10 proficiency 45%. The stronger the muscles, the higher the jump." The reinforcements of the Martial Arts Alliance were not ordinary. Not only were they strong, they also overwhelmed the Japanese invasion army. More specifically, Nam Kung Sacha's Group 18. Although men had to admit this, they were truly formidable. The disciples and other soldiers who witnessed their battle thought the same. If it weren't for the retreat order, the Japanese Samling Army's camp would have been destroyed. Except for me. Tang Tung Tennan stood in the middle of the camp. Sun Duong raised his hand to drink wine and smiled. "Ho ho ho, thanks to you, I survived. You grew up so fast, big guy, like a tiger." Tuesday suddenly his eyes showed some cunning. Sun Duong took out a gourd and happily called, "Drink some wine." The cat was excited when he saw that. In response, Tutu happily went to the side to nibble on some delicious food. At this time, Sun Duong just said, "I told you if you pass by the capital, remember to stop by to see me." Duong Tung hesitantly replied, "Ah yes." He wondered, "Then why didn't you come?" Faced with a difficult question, he couldn't help but pause. That matter suddenly came to mind. Remember that there are many cases where martial arts masters were taken advantage of by court officials. First of all, they were even purged, and that matter has nothing to do with their goals. He had no choice but to come up with a good excuse. "I had no reason to go to the capital, but I secretly thought I had become someone who didn't always tell the truth. But I'm not lying. I really have nothing to go to." The capital. Sun Duong comfortably continued, "When you suddenly appeared and wanted to drink with me, I thought, you're weird, but you really are a weirdo. Normally other people would come up with excuses to come. The capital meets me." Hearing that, Duong Tung couldn't help but wonder. What's even more strange is that a martial artist from Vo Lam would use an excuse to get along with a court official, but he still said, "I want to thank you anyway, but I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances. You know things aren't going well now, so let's postpone it until later." Tang Tung secretly agreed in his heart. He's right. Even if the rescue operation is successful, the enemy base on shore will be destroyed. On the other side, Pong Wai said to his teammates arrogantly, "We could have killed them all." Morong Bai also replied, "I know." Seeing them like this, Tang Tung couldn't help but think, for a Wu Lin martial artist, this was both good and bad. But for the military manager Thiat Zhang, this matter was much more complicated. Sun Duong silently listened to the report. "The elite soldiers under my command were all killed." "Already? Just one person?" Duong Tung asked carefully again. "You mean the one who blew up the disciples and soldiers before you were rescued?" He replied, "Li Men, the enemy called him that. You go back and rest. We will do what needs to be done." Duong Tung listened. "Yes," he said and turned to leave. Behind Tien Toai, the admiral was still nagging. "In this campaign our side lost 22 soldiers and 5 disciples." Sun Duong interrupted and said, "This is the temporary command tent at the foot of Daong Mountain. There are still many Japanese troops around Daong Mountain. If we move even a little further south, the Japanese invaders who are ambushing in the canyons and bushes can easily kill us." Looking at the map, the Zhejiang branch of the Martial Arts Alliance is located in Hangzhou. Across the river is their temporary tent at Daong Mountain, and all the way here is the cave. This strange feeling still hasn't gone away. The Japanese troops originally came all the way to the inland area, north like that. It's not like the rescue operation with the help of Nam Kung Sacha's group. It's normal for them to withdraw to the island. But why did they come all the way to the north? Road. Tung uncomfortably hugged his back. Why did the name Lai Min appear in his memory? Ah, his head hurt so much it felt like it was going to split open. Suddenly, a young man hurriedly ran by. He looked and wondered, "Is it you who sent the message?" The young man hurriedly shouted, screamed, alarmed. A feeling of using himself appeared again, followed by a long trail of blood flowing from the nose. In the distance across the forest on the other side is Team 18 and Pong Y talking nonsense. "I don't understand. We are about to. We already won. Why do we have to withdraw?" Murim asked. Again, Pong Y rolled his eyes. "Don't you see that, young master? If you continue, you will be destroyed. We got them all." Murim calmly said. "They are reinforcements from the Martial Arts Alliance. No matter what the orders are, we must obey them." So the archer turned to look for the team leader. "What do you think, young master Namkung?" Namkung Sach glanced back without saying anything. One word. In his mind appeared the image of Lai Min, then replied, "I think the person who used one move to kill countless people. Our side is quite special." Bong Wai heard that and sighed. "Oh, even Nam Kung can block his move. The court soldiers are like turtles hiding their heads. The enemy is probably busy reorganizing their forces. Why don't we take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack?" Murim Bok frowned and stopped him. "Don't take this risk. If things turn bad, you'll only bring shame on yourself." Bong Wai bloomed. Confident smile. "If we lose, then that's it. If we succeed, we can earn bonus points and rewards." The three of them stood there in silence as if probing each other's thoughts. Namkung Sach had not said a word until now, but now just spoke up. "Not necessary." From the side, a strange figure appeared on the opposite side of the trail, startling the whole team. He laughed heartily. "Oh, I didn't expect you to come see me. You guys," they thought in panic. "Japanese? We don't feel. Got him." The Japanese man still kept his hat covering his face and assessed. Unexpectedly, the most formidable young master came all the way here. What a happy event. Fate. What? Tien Toei heard the urgent news and shouted in panic. A large Japanese fleet around Chusan was approaching Hangzhou. "Son," Duong asked seriously, "how many do they have? How many people?" The intelligence officer calculated about more than 100 ships. Tien Toei couldn't help but be startled. If there were more than 100 ships, there would have to be at least 5,000 people. They were planning to attack. "What's wrong?" he said with difficulty. "There's nothing else." Sun Duong was impatient. "Say it. What else is there? More?" He reported, heard that 10,000 Japanese troops were rapidly attacking north outside Nandang Mountain. More than 5,000 soldiers along the sea route through the islands. Zhoushan. More than 10,000 soldiers followed the road through Yandang Mountain. But Zhoushan Island was quite far away. Sun Duong and Tien Toei immediately recognized the mountain of wild geese lying right in front of Dai Duong Mountain. Back on the other side of the forest, the Japanese took off his hat and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Li Ming chatted comfortably. "I heard that the young master looks better after eating his fill than if he hadn't eaten." Bong Wai pulled the bowstring taut. "What nonsense are you talking about? You bastard." Mo Dong, Bok analyzed. "He brought a weapon. He must want to fight." I gritted my teeth. "That's exactly what we wanted, isn't it? Kill him and bring his head back. Go to Dai Duong Mountain." Lai Min now started to put on his clothes properly. "I am very curious about the strength of the young master who once killed Yoshiki died. There. He's not the strongest, but he's not the type to die easily either. Show me." "The sword has." "Leave the bag." Bong Wai glared at the opponent. His own hand, while Lai Min was full, calmly replied. Each name rushed out from the young man's hand, and the sword quickly left its sheath and swung towards him. Confused, Duong Tung recalled the image of the man standing in the rain. His past life's memories were all messed up after that dream, but to him, they were all new memories. It seemed like all the memories of the demon from my previous life had been completely replaced. Whether it was real or a dream, I just wondered if it was really a memory I experienced in my previous life. But now, I know. Duong Tung quickly ran through the forest when he realized. Because an arrow was cut into 3. Because he was nervously watching the watch on his hand. The longest hand shows the time. The larger needle shows the designated target, which is now displaying the name of the Daepong Y. The small needle indicates the degree of deformation of the target. The red space has no letters in the heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, which means death. Li Ming's sword blade had completely left its shell. Then he put his weapon, gas back in, gently close it. Lai Min executed the move without saying a word. My consciousness, blood splattered everywhere. Next to Nam Kung Sach, the Japanese swordsman remained calm as ever. An invisible sword slashed through the air and slashed across Pong Wai's body so deeply that it cut off Kwang Bo Trang's limbs. Duong Tung silently concluded that the history that was already severely deformed was now. It's changed. I finally understand this deformed clock. He analyzed all the members of Group 18 including Nam Kung Sach, Murim Bok, De Yi Kwang, Bo Trang, and Bo were both dead. Because of the loud noise and signs of a fight, it could have been due to martial arts. The Japanese army then launched a large-scale invasion. This is my past life memory. Another past life not like the place where. The existence of the heavenly demon is like when I was reborn. Those two memories existed in my head at the same time. Luckily, the current situation is a little better than the past. Before, different than that. Maybe this watch helped me remember everything. If so, I must change it. First, I must save Nam Kung Sach. When Nam, the strongest among us, Kung Sach, died, all the soldiers and disciples lost their morale and withdrew from Cheekjiang. Thanks to that, the trio of East Sea pirates took over Thiadjiang. Their military force grew rapidly, enough to threaten the entire world. The Central Plains, then history will become as bad as his previous life. A great war that causes countless lives to be lost. I am guilty of a crime that must be punished. I am also responsible for that part of history. I fought harder than anyone, but still had to lose his life at the hands of only one person. Fate was like when the devil killed him. Ta Suang suddenly noticed the movement. She looked at the figure rushing away. Asked Duong Tung. He shouted at them. The enemy attacked suddenly, quickly warned all the disciples and searched the surroundings. Ta Suang said, I will go with Zhang Hong. You blow the horn and go. Lai Hai answered clearly. Yes. The boy took the conch and then he blew out a big breath. The sound of the horn echoed throughout the barracks, making everyone. Were both surprised. Both Sun Duong and Tien Toai all noticed. Tien Toai turned to urgently ask, apart from those 15,000 enemy soldiers, is there anything else? The intelligence officer just replied, according to the report, there are no more major movements. Sun Duong ordered, it is possible that those who were ambushed this morning want to counterattack, so let's look it up. Back in the forest, Bong Wai had already passed away. Morong Bai couldn't help but wonder when he heard the sound. The sound of a horn warning of an enemy attack? Are there other enemy troops appearing elsewhere besides here? Or is it the prison bell rang to warn this guy? Lie, Fate exclaimed. Thinking back, that kid's arrow was quite troublesome for the battle. Our fight. Nam Kung Sach asked carefully, are you aiming at me? I replied jokingly. Today I came to kill the one who seemed to be the strongest. It's really my fault that it's so quiet this time. But if we achieve our original goal, not bad either. Kill the demon. Nam Kung Sach faced the enemy with a serious face. I don't know what you want to say because I don't know Japanese. Then he drew out his sword, raised it high to summon a long, bright lightning bolt. Dazzling. Nam Kung Sach rushed to declare, but I am very happy to send you off. That part. Lai Min smiled confidently. Very well, come. In the middle of the forest, white lightning flashes and runs everywhere. A powerful strike swung up, tearing the air apart. Lai Min took his long sword and pointed it at Nam Kung Sach, who was concentrating on using his moves. One swing of his sword was so powerful that it tore apart the surrounding forest. The two sharp blades collided in an instant. Touch and then bounce. Lai Min shouted. Nam Kung Sach rushed forward without hesitation. Photoelectric focus at the tip of the sword. Attacked forward, but Lai Min gently dodged to the side. Swing arm and slash a line on the side of the leg. By Nam Kung Sach. He lost his balance and fell. Lai Min looked at the burnt marks on his clothes. This is what you call a sword. Chi. Interesting, huh? I must also show off the sword energy of my homeland. With that, he raised his sword high. Nam Kung Sach could not miss this moment. Turn your wrist and hold the weapon. Definitely. Use your moves. Heaven and earth swear. Full of power, but Lai Min still stood still, even though the surrounding rocks had shattered into a deep pit. The tip of his sword trembled as he said, looks like I just learned something new. Nam Kung Sach heard that, but did not. No longer stunned. Lai Min still raised his weapon high above. A halo of light surrounded the blade as the fate continued. Before he could finish his sentence, he swung his sword down, creating a huge pressure on the bodies of Nam Kung Sach's team, causing them to panic. How could you? The power made everyone grit their teeth and cough up blood, their whole body cold. Of Manhwa also got shot. Li Min praised the burst of sword energy and slashed down. The fruit is a good idea. On the other side of Duong Tung saw the smoke and dust flying everywhere, then secretly cheered over there. The lightning just now was definitely from Nam Kung Sach. Hopefully, he wasn't too late. He turned back, said to his teammates, I found it. Just follow this path, and you will see it. Passive skill jump level 10 degrees. 45% proficiency. Looking at the skill system, I thought it was really not good. More than I thought. I didn't expect the last rescue operation to develop so much. Jumping skill. Now I can't underestimate him. He used his jumping skill to dash through the air. Zhang Heng looked on and asked stupidly, since when did that guy know how to look down on people? Ta Suang secretly clicked his tongue, thinking he was caught. He caught up with him. Was the distance between them still that big? Zhang Heng looked at Duong Tung falling down curiously. It seemed like he could only use it once. On the other side of the battlefield, Murim Bai's head was bleeding profusely. I wonder who he is. How can he use the same moves as Nam Kung Sach? Tran Nam Kung Sach asked Imo Dung Bok if he could still move. He hesitantly replied, yes. But then Nam Kung Sach said, run, I will hold him back. Imo Dung Bok immediately wondered, huh? What are you saying? If we unite with him. But when he saw Li Ming's overwhelming pressure, his voice lowered. We have. I will probably win. Nam Kung Sach said again. No, my whole body is screaming. That is impossible. We are too far from the camp. So in order to call upon our allies and inform them of him, you must escape from this place. If I lose, join Tang Tung and plan for the future. Now is the time. Is the only way. Morong Bai immediately objected. Wait, why do I have to join? With him? Nam Kung Sach tilted his head and asked again. So if I die, what are you going to do? Who should I go to? This made him speechless. Li Min beside said, what's wrong? Where did all your fighting spirit go? Nam Kung Sach did not answer but thought. It's simple, man. The weak obey the strong manipulate the weak. This is the rule of this martial arts world. He remembered what he said before. Nam Kung Sach suddenly spoke. If it were me from last year, I would have lost all fighting spirit by now, but I learned how to never give up from someone I fought against. The memory of a determined throw came back to Nam Kung Sach. He had defeated me, and I was much stronger than him. So today I will use all my strength to defeat someone stronger than me, you. Li Min smiled and praised. The pose looks good. Then I will let you go in peace, worthy of your noble honor. So both of them continued to defend. Nam Kung Sach suddenly released a huge amount of energy that enveloped his body, shining brightly. Li Min frowned in concentration, but still admired the strength. That's really strong. But it's a pity he also rushed in with just as much speed and power. If it weren't for this fight, you would have been famous. Li Min's sword tip was pointed straight at Nam Kung Sach's neck, who had not yet had time to react. Just a fingertip away. That's it. Right at that moment, the 8 weapons of the 10 great demon soldiers technique appeared, the 4th combination of 8 soldiers. 8 dragons ascending to the heavens. The emerald green dragon rushed forward and blocked right in front of Nam Kung Sach. He looked blankly at the flying figure, flew past him. Li Min also withdrew his sword to block the sudden attack. It was Duong Tung who appeared in time with determination in his eyes. From afar, I saw that lightning bolt. Duong Tung secretly called Nam Kung Sach. This position definitely means he's overdoing it. Must stop him quickly. Thinking so, Duong Tung immediately turned towards Li Min, who was raising his sword high. He told himself not to be late. Absorb the 10 great demon vases of Yin and Yang technique. 8 arms grasp each weapon, spinning into a hurricane. The 8 soldiers combine. The 4th, 8 dragons ascending to heaven. Li Min could not help but be surprised by this attack. He quickly backed away from the pressure. The person was still bleeding from the nose due to the pressure of the flow. Time. 8 dragons incarnations of 8 weapons opened their mouths wide, wanting to rush in, bit and tore at Li Min, but he neatly cut them all off. Made Duong Tung startled when he saw the weapon on the table. My hand was severed. Ta Suang appeared and shouted, backing away. Duong Tung na fong hoa. The fire butterfly wheel, 2 rings surrounded by flames, flies towards it like wings. The butterfly flew straight at Li. Fate forces him to constantly turn, sword to defend. On this side, Zhang Heng tightly holds his shield against the giant mountain. The pressure was so great that it overwhelmed Lai Min and weighed heavily, pressed on him, causing dust to fly. Misty. Duong Tung breathed a sigh of relief. Nam Kung Sech asked coldly, "Are you guys here to help me?" Duong Tung replied, "I did not come to help you because I don't like you." But he still secretly thought, really, he didn't expect to run madly here to save one of the 5 ghosts of Bing Wang. If the owner of the 5 ghosts' body dies, the Yin Yang sage will. It's so much fun to watch. In the end, he still came back to add a few more ideas. Whether you live or die is not important. I saved you only because I thought it was not your time to die yet. Okay, Nam Kung Sach hesitantly said. How would I know? Just listen. Something's wrong. On this side, Zhang Heng gathered his strength after his crushing performance. But now the shield is up and there is nothing. Failed. He thought in panic. Did he fail? Where is it? A figure rushed through the dust. Zhang Heng realized the movement, immediately turned around, grabbed the shell tightly, outside his shield, and threw it towards. Before. There, a sword slash rose, cutting across the tough outer shell. Then Lai Min appeared from nowhere with weapons ready. In hand. Zhang Heng quickly turned around and raised his shield to block. Lai Min smacked his lips. Tongue. Well, that's quite impressive. Your shield is also quite good. But the endurance. Having said that, he quickly moved on. Move steps. Turned sword swing towards Zhang Heng's exposed side, often accompanied by weakness. He was so surprised that he could only give. He raised his hand to block, but the sword strike on Zhang Heng's glove did nothing. It's okay. Li Ming immediately recognized that thing was made of the same material as the shield. Zhang Heng quickly jumped back, thinking his arm was about to be cut off. I am no match for him. He is too fast. He is as strong as he said. Zhang Heng quickly rushed out of the place where the smoke and dust were still thick. He signaled with his eyes. Road. Tung nodded immediately, as if he understood. He jumped away, without forgetting to call the Nam Kung Sach gang. We have to get out of here. Follow me. Lai Min had just stepped out when he saw the children running away. Form. He wondered. They did not turn. Back to the barracks. Well, maybe we should join in. Follow them. Then Lai Min also left. In a blink of an eye. Nam Kung Sach warned. With his speed, he would quickly catch up with us. Duong Tung. In response. I know, but this place isn't suitable to fight him. I just want to. Let's change location. Above their heads, Lai Min appeared right behind them. This seemed to be beyond Tang Tung's expectations. You realize you've caught up? This way. Has stopped feet. Nam Kung Sach gripped the sword in his hand. Sword energy crackled around. He frowned, full of determination. In the heart, in Lai Min's eyes reflected bright white light rushing towards him. Yet he was struck by Nam Kung Sach's true Hone's lightning strike. Duong Tung hurriedly shouted. Here's your chance. Speed up. We're almost there. But up there, Lai Min was still safe and sound with his sword emitting lightning. Nam Kung Sach was shocked to realize. My sword energy was sucked in. What the hell is that sword? Tung continued to lead the crowd to cheer. It's almost here. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. This was his only chance to kill him. In his memory, this was the only time he was alone. In the valleys of the great ocean mountain. Although there was no escape, this was the most deserted place. Morongbai looked around and wondered. What's this? Why did you force everyone into this dead end? Tang Tung ignored him. Leave him alone and give orders. Stand still. One line go, we will fight. He's here. They looked towards their only enemy, Li Mingyong Rong, who had the lightness skill, with words on the tip of his tongue. Phew, I thought I was being played. Duong Tung rummaged through his pocket and took out 2. Amulet. Message. It's time, he whispered, said while lighting it. On this side, Sun Duong and Tian Toai had received the news. The admiral immediately ordered, everyone, prepare to attack. Tang Tung summarized everything. We have a large number of soldiers led by the commander, Zhejiang Branch, Group 18 of Nangong Se. The elite disciples of the 1st Division of the Martial Arts Academy were full of spirit from the recent campaign. From within the mountain ranges are countless disciples holding tightly, weapon in hand. Lai Min scratched his face, looking troubled. Well, it seems I've fallen into a trap. In that special terrain, countless soldiers and disciples stood around them, ready with bows and arrows and weapons in hand, aiming at a single person. Tang Tung determinedly thought, we must definitely kill Li Ming. The total number of disciples of the 1st branch of the Martial Arts Alliance was 76 people, plus the 2,000 soldiers of the Zhejiang branch. The preparation for the counterattack was complete. 15 minutes before Duong Tung was still going to Lai Min and Nam Kung Sach's group. He burned some talismans to send messages. Du Zong, the name of the raider this time, is Lai Min. Sun Duong heard that and couldn't help but wonder. Can we talk? Tien Toai replied. No, he's too far away so I can't transmit. Sound is okay. Duong Tung continued to give information, judging by his plus sign, for 100 meters from the barracks. He came to a small valley with a waterfall near the command camp. Please arrange for soldiers to lie in ambush there. That within 30 minutes. No, with his strength 30 minutes is too difficult. Please do it within 15 minutes. They panicked. Soul thought, 10 minutes? In 15 minutes, he had to arrange 1,000 soldiers to ambush in a place 150 meters away. Tien Toai hesitantly said, this is a bit. It's too late. But Sun Duong firmly said not to hesitate. Act quickly. The enemy is Lai Min. He is the one who killed many of our elite soldiers. Sun Duong grabbed the hilt of his sword with determination. If he really went alone, we have reinforcements from the Martial Arts Alliance on our side. We must kill him. The system announces that the boss mission has appeared. Defeat Li Ming. The duration is 30 days, and the reward if successful is unknown combat equipment. The penalty if failed is Zhongyuan. War broke out. The massiveness of the battlefield, Tang Tung Tam shouted, wonderful. Even though he lives nearby, I didn't expect him to be able to command this many soldiers within 15 minutes. He is very advantageous. It's worse than I thought. Maybe without me, he wouldn't have been able to get to this position. Current position. But this position is really suitable for him. Countless soldiers. Was stringing the bowstring. One of the guys frowned. You in your anger. You Japanese bastards. You killed our whole village. Die. Go. Without waiting for the command, he let go of his hand and let the arrow fly, aiming straight at Lai Min's side. But he had already caught its movement. The slashes seemed invisible. The sword blade was swinging to shatter the arrow. Then he conveniently cut off the other archer's hands. The leaders immediately increased their vigilance. Duong Tung secretly clicked tongue. His sword energy was so fast, I couldn't see anything. Lai Min gently withdrew his move. So Sun Duong shouted the order to shoot. Countless arrows fly out, like rain, concentrated towards a single person. Lai Min smiled without any hesitation. At times like this, will that kid use a sword like this? Mister, I can easily destroy tens of thousands of arrows with just one swing of my hand. Lai Min stood in the middle of the broken wooden trunk of the nose. Name then smiled and said, looks like this method also works on land. Nam Kung Sach immediately realized something. Duong Tung thought to himself, that was a trick. Nam Kung Sach's order. The other side of the broken sky gave another order. The Martial Arts Alliance's reinforcements attacked. Immediately, countless disciples rushed down the cliff. They came from many directions and rushed towards the center of the battle. However, not yet. In the blink of an eye, the disciples received a clean and decisive slash from Lai Min. Nam Kung Sach spoke. He changed direction. He was going to run. Having said that, he rushed away. Duong Tung secretly commented, Nam Kung Sach patiently. More than usual. He used magic to create 6 more arms, making his speed faster. The attack's speed multiplied by 8, and then directly charged forward with Nam Kung Sach leading. Lai Min quickly ran in another direction, but there were already many people blocking him. His way. Several disciples rushed out and asked like punches, where are you going? Japanese? Lai Min also realized that behind him, someone rushed over. Nam Kung Sach swung his sword with the move of heaven and earth oath. Lai Min was not prepared and got caught. This attack was led by the leader. Several disciples also quickly attacked. Huashan Shirshu. Third move. Lan Mai opened the move. He easily leaned back to avoid the sword. Just raised his head. Someone above wanted to give him a slash. The demonic sword form. The whole space. Must be calm. Nam Kung Sach continued to use his move. Wei Lam's White Sky Sword. The second move. The Huashan disciples also quickly got into an attacking stance. Huashan's 14 forms. The ninth move. White Tooth. Ascension to Heaven. Ngumai Tram. Duong Tung behind watched 2 streams of white and pink power mixed together to attack Lai Min. He couldn't help but widen his eyes when he noticed something. From within the enveloping air current, Lai Min turned around and used the Du Tien Ma Kim. The twin swords flew and cut in half the surrounding disciples, even Nam Kung. The book was also hit. He gritted his teeth and retreated. while the others turned pale as they watched their lower bodies being severed. Duong Tung quickly joined the war. The 10 great demon soldiers and 8 soldiers were united. Valid. Monday. The 8 wolf weapons continued to transform into 8 wolves, fiercely rushed forward. But Lai Min not only continued to easily neutralize the attack, but also conveniently chopped off his head. Duong Tung hurriedly pulled back, causing. Lai Min was surprised. He gasped for breath to save his head. He was too fast. Even though I equipped 8 swords to increase my speed, I still couldn't keep up with him. Lai Min carefully observed Duong Tung in front of him. Was it you? The demon who killed Yashiki. That guy must be nothing. Duong Tung secretly wondered, did he come for Yashiki? On the outside, he replied firmly, why do you want to take back this outfit? I exclaimed with delight. Oh, you can still talk. Japanese, that's right. Yoshiki's shirt is a treasure created to block my sword. It's very durable, but even so, he still can't beat me. No matter how durable it is, there are still weaknesses in places. Can't cover it up. What about you? Young devil, you defeated Yoshiki even though he was wearing it, so I hope you're strong enough to overcome that weakness. Duong Tung replied seriously, I don't care who is strong or weak. I just want to stop you bastards from invading this land. That is justice and fairness. My reason. Lai Min said, then you must kill me. Suddenly, Duong Tung corrected that it was not me who killed him. Yoshiki was the one who rushed from behind Ta Suang with Fong Huoluan on. 2 golden rings in his hands swirled together to create fire. Tien Feng Tuet my Tien Feng martial arts combined with Nacha Fong. Fire wheel. Flowers bloom on the melting snow and connect with the sky. The lotus flower meditation is like a thick layer of heavy snow rushing over the steep mountainside towards Lai Min. Crushed him. But then the blade gracefully controlled the snow flow. He swung his sword in his hand. Ta could not help but be shocked by his own attack. Lai Min exclaimed, he didn't expect this girl to kill Yoshiki. But no matter how strong that flower is, it's still very easy to uproot. Or, Lai Min looked at the faraway place on that rock outcrop. Let's start with the easy part. His sword was pointed at the wounded soldiers gathered together. Just a single strike caused shock to Ta Suang, Tien Toai, and countless others standing on the cliff. Sun Duong looked at Mo Dung in surprise. Bak and Zhang Heng were filled with astonishment. Duong Tung opened his mouth wide at this scene. He clenched his teeth in thought. Ta Suang. Duong Tung gritted his teeth when he saw her being bullied. Knocked away, so immediately rushed to catch it. The cliff suffered aftershocks and was shattered to pieces. Countless soldiers fell into helpless situations. Same chaos. Zhang Heng saw that and exclaimed, that rock was just like paper. Duong Tung held the person in his arms cautiously. Moving away, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Ta Suang held his head and said, thank you. That hit just now made me a bit dizzy. Duong, thinking back, I remember the moment when I saw Ta Suang's body. In my previous life, when I died, he is still alive, but in his second previous life, he died before me. This life, I will definitely not let that happen. Ta Suang swallowed his saliva and said to himself, Min is very grateful. But that gaze looked so pressured. Facing her right now was Duong Tung's puppy face full of regret, suffering, and determination for her. Murim tensed all his facial muscles and scolded. He dared to look. Usually us. Then rush out, launching fiery kicks from the air. He shouted as if to gain courage. But Lai Min had time to jump back to avoid the attack. He slid on the ground. The surviving soldiers started cursing. That bastard archer. The arrow shot out as if to vent anger. Bo, stop immediately. You fool. No order. Then don't shoot. The movement caught Li Ming's attention. Behind him, Zhang Heng rushed forward with his shield. He used all his strength to break Li Ming's posture. But before I could continue, these arrows were aimed at me again. Zhang Heng hurriedly raised his shield to block, conveniently scolding. Hey, be careful. Huh? The soldiers above shouted. Said. Sorry, the disciples rushed over again. Where is he? He took advantage of the dust to hide. There, find it quickly. I will not let you guys invade the Central Plains. Lai Min did not waver at all. He walked past and chopped off the heads of 2 disciples as if it was just a casual act. Sun Duong ordered, don't let him sneak into the bushes. The lazy soldier responded immediately. Countless arrows followed Li Ming, preventing him from finding a place to hide. After Duong Tung brought Ta Suang to a safe place, he observed the situation. It was really troublesome. Morale was affected. Some were afraid, others were angry. But no matter how peaceful one lives, no matter how long it takes, the more than 2,000 people in this place are being overwhelmed by just one person. Above all, despite the huge difference in numbers, he remained extremely calm. He was truly a monster. Duong Tung gritted his teeth with determination. So we must destroy him. We must do it. How do you review the quest system to find a solution? How do you know what level he is at? Can anything else be done? The index of the Tang dynasty appeared spread out before his eyes. Suddenly he remembered the demon bow weapon, a strange bow with demon head patterns, unknown data, bow or two-handed weapon type, level limit 50. Tang Tung immediately summoned it. I'm level 50 now, I can use the devil bow. The system immediately notified, you have equipped the devil bow. The accuracy rate increased by 20%. On the other hand, he grabbed another bow. He had made many weapons from eternal iron, but had only used one bow and arrow. He never expected to use a bow and arrow as a main weapon. I can increase the maximum accuracy rate to 40% thanks to the skill. Passive archery and reuse the weapons of the soldiers he killed earlier to increase the critical rate. Having to use both hands to shoot the bow, it was a bit difficult to use the 10 great demon soldiers. If I didn't absorb the yin-yang technique, it would take a long time for me to use the 5 soldiers together. On the ground remained crooked arrows. One intact tree was taken away. Duong Tung stretched it on the devil's bow. A black aura in the shape of a devil's head immediately surrounded it. He silently prayed that this bow would work. Use. As soon as he let go, the arrow shot out like a gray, ghostly gas, accompanied by a shrill sound. Even Lai Min was slightly stunned by it. Just turned around. He saw the arrow pointing towards him. Duong Tung saw that and whispered, "Damn, just fly. Why are you screaming while flying? Lai Min, calm down. Turn around." Sword blade goes sideways. Intercepted that arrow. But strangely enough, each name pierced the blade as if it is just an illusion. It just keeps coming. In the shock of Lai Min, the group of disciples of the Vo Lam Alliance saw it and were shocked, surprised, and excited. Lai Min received a blow to the shoulder. The scene was extremely spectacular. Duong Tung, the one who made the move, could not believe his eyes. He hit it. Suddenly white streams of air rushed over. He immediately recognized the sword energy. The sword path attacks without stopping into Duong Tung's body. He quickly held on tight. Body then rushed towards the arrow that was still intact on the other side. Thanks to the demon snake treasure, I was able to withstand his long-distance sword energy. The important thing was that I had just successfully shot him. Duong Tung changed his weapon from a staff to a chief jade sword. Critical rate minus 10%, accuracy plus 20%. He grabbed the arrow, pulled it out of land, then enjoy the bow and arrow. Lai Min aside. He quickly dodged to the side, but suddenly the arrow turned. The sudden turn startled him. The arrow bent by itself. Li Ming could only stare as it charged. The fatal arrow was just a few centimeters from the middle of his forehead, but did not have time to pass through Lai Min's disappeared figure. Duong Tung pursed his lips. Lips thought, teleport? With his speed, it would be strange if he couldn't do it. Lai Min jumped up high out of reach of them. He said with amusement, "Little, the battle is so intense that we have to return. What a pity. My time with my friend is almost up, and it seems I have achieved what I needed to do." With that, Lai Min jumped up high again. Before blending into the misty smoke, he left a promise. "Next time we'll decide the winner." The disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance immediately shouted. He hid in the dust to escape, chasing after him. Duong Tung still, fumbling around. No more arrows? Damn, they're all broken. Above the cliff, the soldiers continued to aim their bows in chaos. "We are wasting arrows. Stop shooting. At least one arrow will hit." "No, our allies are charging into the dust. Stop quickly." Limited visibility made the situation even more confusing. He was here, quickly catch him. Duong Tung was extremely anxious. If this continued, he will escape. Don't waste this opportunity, we must catch him. The system has updated the description of the Demon Palace. He immediately decided to use the Demon Palace's attributes. Duong Tung was so determined that the veins on his face showed. Today, he must catch him. Including the 20% accuracy rate of the Chief Jade weapon, the total will be 80% accuracy rate. If the Chief's Jade weapon is replaced with a short stick, accuracy will be up to 300%. If you use long sticks instead of arrows, you can increase the efficiency of the combined 7 soldiers to the maximum. each stick carrying a blow. Critical. In the 10 great demon soldiers, this is the only suitable method. The bowstring is pulled taut with the arrow being a wooden stick in preparation for the 10 great demonic vase technique. The second combination of the 5 armies. He followed the system's displayed name to find the destiny. Duong Tung focused on grasping it. Bowstring then resolutely let go. From the scattered level, the stick immediately shot through the air, transforming into a stream of power, swirling together through the misty smoke. Towards Lai Min, who was running away. He looked back at the trees. The stick was aimed at him. The noises echoed in the bones, making it unclear what had happened. After the final attack, the search for Lai Min continued until the sun set. Somewhere the sound of disciples whispering to each other. Found it yet? Not yet. He was found. They escaped. The only way out was the same way they came here. So the soldiers, they lay in ambush there. But by sunrise, they still hadn't found Li Ming. Jiang Xiong wondered. Did he grow wings and fly away, or dive into the ground? How could he? Can you disappear? Duong Tung looked at the notice board in front of him. His mission was still the same. He still couldn't kill him. Lai Min. Most of the soldiers were glad they didn't have to face him head-on. Even though he was alone, he was too strong. Even Nam Kung Sach, the strongest person in the first group, was defeated by him. Zhang Heng walked beside him and asked, "Are you okay?" Murong Bak carried the monkey on his back and replied, "He's too fast. I have to take him to the medical tent first." Duong Tung miscalculated. A total of 100 disciples and soldiers were killed by him. After the battle, in the last battle, everyone felt he was a monster. At the mountain of the Japanese army camp, Nag looked over. See, the silhouette of a person approaching. Then he said, "Here it is." But when he saw clearly that it was Lai Min, covered in injuries, slowly walking towards him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Na Ji exclaimed, "You look so miserable, more than I thought." Lai Min chuckled and replied, "Yeah, I was ambushed. I didn't expect to be surrounded and attacked by those kids. Like that. Don't worry, Rajan of Nandang Mountain can't appear in this period of time. Where's this room?" Nay wondered, "You can't kill him? Or can't you dare to go down?" Han. Lai Min didn't even look back, but just sang, "I just said I was trapped, and there were 2,000 of them. You know what? I'm back already. It's amazing." Nay couldn't help but be suspicious. I didn't expect that Lai Min, leading thousands of samurai, couldn't kill him. A brat. You don't want to kill him, huh? I know you like talented people and strong people who can fight you, but remember that we are on the battlefield. If we can't kill the demon, we can't unify the world. What Yoshiki wanted. Lai Min was silent for a moment, then he said, "We think back to the story when editing. A small boat was waiting at the shore, and Yoshiki called out, 'Do you want to escape?' Lai." The man took the rope and replied, "I'm not in the army, so there's no reason for me to intervene in this war. We just go together to enjoy the Central Plains." "Stop it." Yoshiki clenched his fist and asked, "Didn't you come to witness his wish come true?" Li Min said yes, but didn't let him finish. He gritted his teeth. "Master will definitely do it. As his friend, you must stay and see until the end." Lai Min shrugged and accepted that his goal was no longer our ideal. Ever pursued again. Yoshiki repeated furiously. "Ideal, that's why I hate you so much. Even though you can swallow the whole world, you only think about your vain ideals. Go away. Don't appear before the master again. If you dare to come back, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, Lai Min turned back and smiled. "Then don't die before then. Let's see how strong you will be by then." Back to the cruel reality. Lai Min said nothing and continued walking into the camp. Hayoshi did not. No wonder. "This trip is for your friend. Is it okay?" Nei reassured him. "Sir Ava, don't worry, it will be okay. Wait a little longer, and you will see the death of Yoshiki is the key to victory that the gods have given us." Heavy drops of water fell down. Zhang Heng pouted. "Damn it, is it raining?" Duong Tung remembered what he said earlier. It would be crazy if it rained at this time. He couldn't help but reflect on his own harsh words. Whether Nam Kung Sach died or not, this guy kept groaning. It was probably because he couldn't kill Lai Min. Zhang Heng judged that it was probably a shower. Duong Tung chewed the cake and said, "Maybe it's time. The day after tomorrow." Zhang Heng asked again, "The day after tomorrow? You also know how to forecast the weather?" He just asked back, "So what?" But he still secretly thought about the day Nam Kong. The Book of Death until the day Lai Min killed him. It rained like a little water. Even though it was just a drizzle and not a shower, but using the rain to recall memories of the previous life. Not bad. Every time I look at them, memories of my past life come back. The front rushed back. That guy was stabbed to death by a spear. Duong Tung looked at Lai Hai on the opposite side. He wasn't sure if he was writing about him or just writing a diary, but while he was writing, he was beheaded. Zhang Heng was cut into two halves. At this moment, he was telling himself, he will definitely come back. Ta Suang suggested, we can't fight him. Let's contact the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Duong Tung also remembered Ta Suang losing consciousness and then dying. Because Lai Min was still alive, those nightmares kept appearing in his head. Damn it, at the foot of the road at this moment is Tutu wriggling. Looking at the cat, he became even more worried. Maybe because it was a spirit beast or it was an animal's instinct. It must have sensed my discomfort. Well, this brat was always like that. No matter how much blood was shed, he was the only one who was with me until the last moment, and I couldn't do anything for him. When I appear, Duong Tung looked up. Above, secretly sighed. Everything was as gloomy as this sky. Damn the way of heaven. What did I do wrong to be treated like this by you? Is that how you treat me? Suddenly, Ta Suang appeared in his sight and asked, is Duong Tung okay? The guy stopped. Remembering her image from her previous life, she said comforting words, everything will be okay. Even if it's not okay, it's okay too. Should be fine. Duong Tung pursed his lips slightly. Ta Suang smiled proudly and said, I know you will do your best. If you can't do it, no one can. I can do it all. Thinking of that, salty tears welled up in the corners of Duong Tung's eyes. You have to ask yourself, it's not over yet, right? Blood is splattered everywhere, but only in illusion. Of Duong Tung. Seeing their friend silent, Zhang Heng and Ta Suang can't leave it alone. What's wrong with Duong Tung? He suddenly muttered. I hope so. She, suspicious, ask again. Huh? Zhang Heng teased. Rainwater got into your eyes? You look like you're crying. Duong Tung held his head and recalled. He had said the same thing before he died. That must be it. The Jiang Xiong in Tang Tung's memory was extremely devastated, but still smiled reassuringly. Did something get in your eyes? Why are you crying? That's not like you at all. What? I'm just sleeping. It's okay. I'm just sleeping like usual, just a little longer this time. At that time, the figure of the young man beside him urged Duong Tung. Get up. Luke Min, who was also covered in injuries, said, if you just sit there, you will only suffer more misfortune. Duong Tung remembered, that's right. When Zhang Heng died, Luke Min was also there with me. Duong Tung replied that it was not a grand occasion. So why would it be unfortunate? Luke Min calmly said that means he will die. Tang Tung thought vaguely, why was he with me at that time? Oh right. He was assigned when we withdrew from Jing when the war broke out. All the strategies and arrangements he suggested were very useful. I wish we had met sooner. Suddenly Duong Tung realized a key point. That's right. Every time he speaks there are hidden, unexpected messages. Now, I need. The Taijiang army must have received intelligence that 15,000 enemy troops were advancing from Yinding Mountain and Zhoushan Island. The command camp was contemplating whether to withdraw or not. Currently, Nam Kung Sach is not dead yet, although the deformation is still happening in the army tent. You came to ask how he is? The doctor confirmed that he is no longer in critical condition. Xieshiu stopped talking. There's still some cake left, but Tang Tung is still immersed in his analysis. Right now, I don't see any more memories, which means the clock hasn't pointed to the new deformation point yet. In my previous life, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find the answer, but he was different. Tang Tung recalled what Lu Ming had said. I can answer everything except girls' problems. He also seemed to be listening again when Ta Suang said, I don't know what it is, but let's do it together. We are friends. Duong Tung suddenly realized. That's right. Even if it's difficult, we should still do it together. He is also the smartest one among his friends. That guy is quite formidable. Luke Min had also admitted to him before. I am a god of pushing. How many times have I said it? Duong Tung stood up resolutely, telling himself, if he was alone, everything would repeat exactly the same. I have to ask Luke Min. There must be a way that I still haven't been able to find. He looked back at his team leader title. You can form a group of 5 people. The title can be further developed. Current members. At Tung Street. Ta Suang, Zhang Heng Lai. Hi, Luke Min 5 out of 5. Luckily I haven't kicked Luke Min out of the group yet. I can transmit my voice to him without using a charm. The system confirms the request. You want to send a whisper to member Luke Min. Zhang Heng saw Duong Tung turn away and wondered, "Where are you going?" But he didn't reply but focused on the conversation in his head. "Hey Luke Min, can you hear me?" But there were mumbling sounds that made Duong Tung impatient. "Then done, what are you doing? If you are there, answer me quickly." There were more groans, making him wonder. Where was he? Duong Tung remembered that grunting sound again and wondering, sounds like, "You're leaving." Finally, there was some response from Luke Min. "I'm trying to tell you." He immediately shouted, "Wait, it's more urgent on my side." He immediately scolded, "I'm going to poop." "You bastard, what's more urgent?" "I was dealing with sadness." Duong Tung had to, helplessly said, "Just listen and tell me, because this matter is probably as simple as that for you. Just weaving baskets." Luke Min sat in his room with difficulty relieving his boredom and transmitted his voice. "Right now, my problem is more important than your bastard's problem. I will try a little harder." 15 minutes. In just 15 minutes, I told Luke Min the current situation and possible future events. In a nutshell, the most concise. His explanation was like a puzzle, so he had to give the answer. If I tell the truth, he definitely won't believe it. Suddenly, Luke Min replied, "Words. Maybe." Duong Tung was startled. "Listen." He analyzed that there were many monks in the past who could predict the future and tried to change history considering the current situation in the area. If Nam Kung Sach died, something would definitely happen. But if your mother said that the other person's appearance was the cause of the war that originally did not exist, then in your mother's previous life, Nam Kung Sach defeated the trio of East Sea pirates and became a hero. After that, everything ended peacefully. But why did you remember all those memories and come here? Change everything? Duong Tung was confused. Of course, he had already abandoned the story about Tian Ma because it was not very relevant. This god's name is scary, but he's actually very powerful. He was able to immediately understand the situation and ask the question that he had been deliberately avoiding. So Tang Tung had no choice but to say, "There are still many stories about my previous life that I have not told, if you want to hear," but Luke Min interrupted. "All right, if it's not related to the matter in Zhujiang, then there's no need to say anything." The guy changed his mind so quickly that Duong Tung could only blankly hum, just for show. Suddenly Luke Min asked, "What about other people?" He didn't understand. He asked again, "Huh? What are you doing?" He was silent. "I should ask my question. How did I die?" Hearing this, Tang Tung broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Ming on the other side continued to resolutely find the answer. "You said you died twice, so I also died twice." Duong Tung forced a smile on his face, sweat pouring down like rain. Then Luke Min chuckled and teased, "Don't panic. You're too serious, so I was just asking for fun." Listen to him. So panicked, it seems, I guess. That's right. Duong Tung pursed his lips and cursed inwardly. What a joke. It's not funny at all. "You brat." I'll change the topic and ask, "So what about the answer to my question?" Luke Min calmly replied, "This is a mission, impossible mission." Hearing that, Duong Tung couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Even he couldn't do anything, probably because he didn't witness it directly. But Luke Min continued to transmit his voice. "You motherfucker said that was impossible. You said the biggest reason was because of the other person's appearance, but people think different that." Tang Tung Bang Hong. Luke Min began to analyze the situation at this time. Even though Lai Min was very strong, was the war just because of him? I don't think so. If it was in the past, fighting against the evil cult would still be possible. Now, there are so many powerful forces across the Central Plains that the evil cult has been tightly controlled. The Martial Arts Alliance is a collection of the Eastern Sea region's 9 great sects, 5 great clans, the alliance of unorthodox sects, the evil cult, and Korea. In other words, the Eastern Sea pirate trio cannot cause a great war, just because that person is fine. Duong Tung couldn't help but agree with these words. That's right. Even though he was strong, he couldn't fight the entire martial arts alliance alone. It can be seen from the last battle that even though he was strong enough to fight us, he still chose to run away instead of fighting head-on. But history was distorted because of him, just like what happened when the Demon King appeared. The 5 great clans had just lost Nam Kung Sach, and the 9 great sects, including the Master, had turned a blind eye to the trio of East Sea pirates who invaded Zhujiang and blamed for each other. Meanwhile, after the economic potential of the East Sea pirate trio increased thanks to Zhujiang silk and their power began to overwhelm the neighboring regions, they began to challenge the martial arts alliance in Central Plains. In the end, because of the civil war, the Jiang River was left open, just like when the heavenly demon appeared. Luke Min seriously concluded, in short, people thought that the three pirates of the East Sea is the reason. The reason they were able to do so was because Nan Gongsa was not there to stop them from taking over Jiang. Then the answer is simple. Whether it's the previous life or this life, the pirate trio, the East is still the same. Just like Nam Kung Sach did, we just need to destroy them and protect Thiat Jiang. Duong Tung opened his eyes wide after listening to each and every word. Luke Min's words, then he continued to talk about another case. On the contrary, even though Nam Kung Sach was very strong, he still could not fight against the trio of East Sea pirates alone. If he really became a hero for stopping them, then he must have. Help has been received. Tang Tung couldn't help but wonder. Help? We have soldiers from the Zhujiang branch, and also disciples from the first group. Luke Min helplessly interrupted his ship. Damn it. He said the East Sea pirate trio had 15,000 men. Soldier. Duong Tung raised his eyebrows. Not understanding, he replied, if all the people of the Martial Arts Alliance in Zhujiang were gathered, there would be less than 7,000 people. Is your mother's head full of dirt? One sentence too. The sentence was cursed at, causing Duong Tung to threaten in resentment. Do you want to die? So what should we do? Besides those 7,000 people, who else do we have? Luke Min laughed and said, use your stupid head. Think about it. There are many masters and sects hidden in the Central Plains. It is highly likely that in his previous life, Nam Kung Sach fought after gathering those powerful experts and forces. Hearing that, Tang Tung hesitated. A powerful force? Is there one in Zhujiang? We are close to the alliance of unorthodox sects, so most of them have been destroyed or suppressed. Now there are only medium and small sects left. Because the Nangong clan is located in Anhui, close to Zhujiang province, Nangong should know the strong forces in Zhujiang. Furthermore, since Zhujiang was well protected from the alliance of unorthodox sects, this was a good opportunity to use a strong force to confront them. Luke Min lowered his eyes and recounted, not long ago, when the principal and the bespectacled alliance leader were teaching me together, I heard a question from a rookie of the 8th Division asked the alliance leader. She said that no new disciples from the South Sea Eagle sect had come. After hearing this, Zhuge Chong responded to his daughter. The South Sea Eagle sect had almost closed down, so not many people paid attention. If they didn't send any disciples, the Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't have known. She wanted to continue with her question, but Zhuge Liang interrupted and called, Zhuge and I'm glad you're interested in the situation, but your father is busy teaching, so let's talk about that later. Zhuge Liang frowned in resentment. Father intended to postpone it. Until when? I've already entered the Martial Arts Academy in the Wulong Valley, yet you still treat me like a child. You're leaving now. Luke Min exclaimed. Wow, that's the daughter of the alliance leader? Di Jia helplessly replied. Yeah, I was planning to introduce the two of you to each other, but I guess I can't do it today. Luke Min continued to tell Duong Tong. At that time, I was very curious, so I looked through the records about Nam Hyung Phuong sect. Although they have many secrets, they value their honor very much. They stand on the neutral side of the 9 great sects and are the enemies of the 5 great clans, so they still regularly send disciples to the Martial Arts Alliance. Listening to what your mother told me today, I have a strong and glorious belief that this matter is related to the Dong Sam pirate trio. Occupied Zhujiang. Duong Tung asked again in confusion. What is the strong belief of Hui Hong? Strong? Luke Min happily teased the guy. People emphasized it a bit, but everyone understood. Only your mother. The land is just not understood. Duong Tung's face. The scarred man cried out in pain. But he did not hesitate to say, indeed, if you split his head open, everything will be fine. It will be over soon. Duong Tung curled his lips in disdain. He was assembling words into some unknown words. What did he say just now? What? Smart person? Then he had no choice but to return to the main topic. If what happened in Zhujiang and the South Sea Eagle trading sect were really related, as he said, Luke Min continued, it is highly likely that the South Sea Eagle sect is located in Zhujiang. Tang Tung is not. Repeated suspicion. South Sea Eagle sect in Zhujiang? Lu Ming smiled and gave a suggestion. The only place in Zhujiang that, called South Sea. Duong Tung's eyes widened as if he had recognized the South Sea of Zhujiang. He immediately turned his head to look towards the distance. High-altitude view. The only place that can be considered the South Sea in Thietjong is the intersection between the sea and the east, where the pirate trio occupied and built their largest base. The place Nam Kung Sach must go to destroy the trio of East Sea pirates. Both of them had the answer in their hearts. The South Island of Taijiang was the first one. As the words, "Oh," Min said, "if you think broadly, endless paths and unimaginable possibilities will open up before your eyes." It is rumored that Nam Kung Sach and the 18 group usually works by itself. If it was Nam Kung Sach and his ideals, this would definitely happen. After the settlement, the soldiers of the East Sea pirate trio spread all over Thietjong. Nam Kung Sach attacked the head cave, which was originally at the very end, first, then gradually moved up to kill the East Sea pirate trio along with Group 18 and the South Sea Eagle trading sect. The biggest evidence is that Zhou Xian, the successor leader of the South Sea Eagle trading sect, married Murim Bai. Murim Bai and Group 18 with Nam Kung Sach arrived at the cave and met Chu Hien for the first time, because there is no stronger bond than that of comrades who have been through life and death together. Although it was not clearly stated, based on the notes of Nguvong Bin Nan, they met each other for the first time, first on the battlefield in the South China Sea. At the same time, Nam Kung Sach joined the Demon Extermination Army after graduating. The South Sea Eagle sect has also become the second largest sect in the South. Of course, they can only think about that now. Somewhere in the many islands in the cave, there is a force strong enough to support us. More importantly, my treasure map also shows the neighboring islands. Luke Min saw that it was too quiet, so he asked, "Where the hell are you? Why aren't you talking? What is it?" Duong Tung told me to go. I self-examined myself. Yes, I'm too obsessed with Lai Min, because he reminds me of Tian Ma, but Tian Ma is the devil, and what happened in Zhujiang was just an intervening event related to the trio of East Sea pirates. Li Ming must be the biggest obstacle in this matter. I must get over him. Even though the memories of 66 years rushed into my head, the things I did and the things I learned spun around like a whirlwind. What I need to do now is becoming clearer than ever. Tang Tung gave his objective. I have to go and shake his head, whether it works or not. I have to go. I have to complete all the missions and surprise missions on this river. Looking back at the notice board, he was confident. 30 days. Perhaps because he spent a lot of time in the library and fought against many strong opponents, his rank increased rapidly. Just in a week. I can still increase a lot more. Even if it's playing hide and seek, I have to try my best, must definitely put all my strength into ending this. I will use these hands to correct that distorted part of history. Duong Tung carried a determined attitude as he pursued his great goal. Accordingly, the sound transmission talisman in Luke Min's hand also went out. The young man silently praised. It seemed like he had already relieved all his worries. Thanks to you. People have new worries. People were in a hurry to poop, and now they're all gone. There was a knocking sound outside the door, but Luke Min continued to monologue as if Duong Tung was standing in front of him. Sitting for half an hour made his legs numb. Thanks to you, I can't get out of the anxiety center. There's a long line of people waiting in the hallway, and there's yelling. How long are you going to sit there? Hurry up and shit. Why isn't it coming out yet? Fuck, I'm shitting my pants. General Tsang here is the third commander in Zhujiang. He just arrived at Dai Duong Mountain this morning and started questioning me. He wants to bring the troops that were just gathered in Zhujiang to protect Hang. Chow. That's absurd. The enemy's force must be more than 15,000 N. We must attack before they regroup. Road. Tung immediately retorted. The army that went to Nandang Mountain was the main force. Even though we had just taken down a few people, the main force was still a big threat to us. On the other side, General Lai, the commander of the 3rd Division, went with General Tsang to squeeze in. Then let's turn back to the northeast and attack the 5,000 troops advancing on Zhoushan Island. All of the Japanese warships are pirates and cargo ships. If we use boats, we can stop them, but Tang Tung had a different opinion. The main force's target was Hangzhou. Capturing Hangzhou was no different from capturing Jiangxi. Therefore, those 10,000 troops moved very quickly. An empty Hangzhou could stop 10,000 soldiers, while the Zhujiang army was blocking 5,000 soldiers. The enemy army? On the other side, Lu Ming had gone through a very embarrassing situation, but in the end he still rolled around hugging his knees and saying nothing to Tang Song. So it was better to gather all the forces in Hangzhou and defend. He was careful. Thinking back, I said exactly what Luke Min said about the campaign. His words definitely made sense. Considering our troops and the situation, attacking both land and sea was really too difficult. Song immediately turned to Sun Duong and shouted, "General, even though we don't understand martial arts, how can we believe the words of a kid who isn't even 20 yet?" Duong Tung thought helplessly. "So you intend to leave Zhang to die? Really? I knew it. You always look down on people. Look after the children." Suddenly, Sun Duong slammed the table and scolded. He was the one who single-handedly killed the entire Japanese army, and also the one who helped us get back here safely. Isn't that enough? When you guys is not here, he is extremely useful. People who are more proactive than you. I will open my mouth, and those who dare disobey me will be punished immediately. The command tent was silent. Duong Tungtram thought, I knew he was a drunkard, but who would have thought he would have this overwhelming side? Thanks to him, I could express my opinion. Even if we were to discuss the plan together, this was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. I didn't expect him to be so willing to listen to my opinion. Of course, even Luke Min, the one who advocated it all, was extremely formidable. Tang Tung recalled what Lu Ming had said, that this was the best way right now, but he continued to sigh. Even though he said this was the best way to protect Zhejiang with the current number of soldiers, with 15,000 looking at the invading enemy, it was truly the top of the mountain. Sun Duong spoke again. So from now on our army will go to Hangzhou and focus on defense. Is that what you mean? Duong Tung nodded and replied immediately. Yes, Po silent. It is reasonable to observe. He also said, I agree with Tang Tung's opinion. Hearing that, Song was surprised and called out, just, Hui Ban Hai, but Po did not hesitate to express his opinion. It would be safer to withdraw to Hangzhou and defend to deal with the 10,000 Japanese troops advancing to Nandang Mountain to expand their troops, at the same time waiting for reinforcements from the court and the martial arts alliance. They were also just a disciple. Is that possible? Sun Duong nodded and replied, Okay, we can stand here talking thanks to you, that young disciple. To us you are like the gates of heaven, you weaklings, defending and helping the army while the enemy is right in front of us. What is that? Who immediately said, Analyze the situation. Currently the enemy wants us to attack first. The enemy is occupying Yindang Mountain and observing the surrounding area. Attacking them now would be like rushing to death. Staying at Dai Duong Mountain is not a good idea either. The enemy ships have 5,000 soldiers. They will definitely turn around and counterattack. But if we attack first, the 10,000 soldiers from Nandang Mountain will advance to Hangzhou. Even so, Song still cried out, doing so is too cowardly. Another commander also joined in. We are about to win. If we withdraw from Hangzhou now, the court will reprimand us. Just wait and see. Duong Tung thinks that with Hang Chao's support, we will be able to overcome it. It's not like we have bows and arrows. Thiet Dan. Song glared at him and said, This is the face of the entire army. If you do that, the central command might not. Where's the support for us? Hearing this, Tang Tung couldn't help but wonder. Should we just stay here and wait for the aid we are sure of, and then watch the Japanese army take over Zhejiang? I don't plan to wait for the aid of the central command, but for the aid of Zhejiang. Hearing this, they were all surprised. Zhejiang. According to, as Luke Min instructed, Duong Tung continued to convince them. First of all, whether the 5,000 enemy troops joined the 10,000 troops on Nandang Mountain or not, they still needed supplies. Please send a request for Lin Mai Vien Vo Lam's military aid to raid the different supply areas. Song immediately asked back, Supply area? Are you planning to attack all of their supply routes? He explained, before they were together, the troops were a bit difficult, but now they are easy to find, since they must have gathered. The geese are already scattered on the mountain. The commander's tent returned, fell into deep thought. General Lai wondered, I understand your plan, but you just said that in Zhejiang there are still. What do you mean by remorseful aid? Duong Tung revealed his trump card. Yes, the place where all the supplies of the 3 EC pirates were gathered when they first arrived here was the head cave of the Nam Hyung Thuong sect, located. Hearing the strange names, they couldn't help but wonder. Nam Hai, what? Shake your head. Bu asked back in surprise. Not their main camp, located at the cave head? Tang Tung nodded. Yes, This is also the starting point of the enemy's supply chain. General Tsang folded his arms and sighed. He really couldn't listen to the words of a young man in the martial arts alliance. The person beside him also exclaimed, "We still don't know who that Nam Hyung Thuong sect is. What kind of thing is that?" He just retorted, "It might be unfamiliar to the army, but to the martial arts alliance in Thiatjong it was very. That's familiar." Bu looked hesitant. That place had been occupied by the enemy for a long time. That sect must have been destroyed. It should be, but Duong Tung still firmly said we can do it, otherwise we have to do it. Sun Duong clasped his hands behind his back and thought. Then he made a decision. Okay, then try it. General Tsang panicked and shouted, "Admiral." He immediately firmly said, "We are Zhejiang soldiers. Our duty is to protect Zhejiang. What other excuse do you want to make? Moreover, if the solution lies in Zhejiang, then there is no reason to hesitate." Sun Duong gently lowered his eyes and continued. "However, even if we can cut off the enemy's supply chain and attack Qin from behind, I'm afraid that without you guys, we won't be able to stop Li Ming and 15,000 men when they reach Hangzhou." Tang Tung confidently reassured, "Sir, it's okay. There's still another relief team on the way to Zhejiang. You guys just go ahead. Entrust them." Sun Duong could not help but be surprised. There is still another group that has not. To Deathjiang? You just mentioned it briefly. You must have met them before when you destroyed the bandits. They are as strong as Nam Kong. That book. At this time at Dang Luke Dien, Fong Sun Hoa, Min Chi and his group climbed up the cliff, breathless, and asked, "Here?" Morongba replied, "Yes." Sin Bok was waiting and secretly cursing. "Damn, if I knew. Why didn't I follow him and call him? Why did I have to come all the way here? What a bunch of idiots with developed limbs." Up to Min Chi, he knocked on the door of the room, but there was no one there. Who pays? Words. He immediately observed the surroundings. There is also the messenger bird of the martial arts alliance here. He must have known we were coming. I thought he was blind, believe it or not. Duong Nok Ni said loudly, "You guys are late." He kicked away the door from the side and then bluntly ordered, "Let's go to Hangzhou." Min Chi asked again, "Hangzhou?" "No, we will pass by there, so we have to go to Dai Mountain." "Young, let's call roll. Our destination is a little further east of Hangzhou." Duong Nok Ni didn't want to say much, so she called her teammates. "Morongba, our group will go to Hangzhou." So Min Chi tilted his head and called back, Hey, Yong, you're the group leader. I haven't heard anything about having to go to Hangzhou. I don't know your reasons, but you better listen to me first. Go." Seeing that, Duong Nok Ni stopped. He did not answer immediately, but remembered what happened earlier. A familiar voice rang out in his mind. "Duong Nok Ni, can you hear me? You are in isolated training, so I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. If you are participating in the first group's external mission this time, come to Hangzhou immediately." Yang Yuer immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Tang Tung and his brother continued to transmit the sound. The Zhejiang army also came to Hangzhou to prepare for the defensive battle. "I will wait for you there too. Our matter is not resolved yet anyway. It's done." Duong Nok Ni cursed secretly. "I don't know how that bastard transmits sound, but he's pretty good. I didn't expect him to be able to transmit sound. One side already." He turned to ask Min Chi, "Who decides?" He was stunned and said, "Huh?" Duong Nok Ni turned around and repeated, "I asked who is the decision maker?" Footsteps of him. "Go forward and stop first." Min Chi Duong Nok Ni glared at the person in front of her. "You are the group leader?" Min Chi asked himself, replied, "Of course it is me." So he said in the first group, the group leader is always the strongest, but sometimes Tin Noang will have conflicts, because the idiots only know they are the best. Min Chi also did not hesitate to exclaim, "Wow, sounds like you." Morongba nervously watched the situation, both white and purple. Same. Duong Nok Ni breathed a sigh of relief. After witnessing all the first batch idiots groping around doing their missions, seeing someone like this was pretty cool. Min Chi immediately replied, "That's because you're famous. You know the taste of wine." "No." The mountain stones rolled on the floor as Duong Nok Ni replied, "I may not know the taste of wine, but I know the taste of blood well." He gripped the sword hilt on his belt. For people in the martial arts world, the sword is the most basic weapon. When making a sword, one must constantly strike the iron to create durability and sharpness. I have trained the sword energy inside my body to make it harder and sharper. When the sword and sword energy are in harmony, The combination becomes sharper and harder than any other common material. Normally, Quang Mai's opening inspection is also based on the same principle. When I concentrate my strength and sword energy and concentrate my thoughts on killing him, my sword begins to glow. My Kai's energy, which was originally very difficult to control, is now stable in my sword. But the day I can reveal the holy spirit of the Huashan sect, my sword was broken again just because of one of his moves. Yang Yuer recalled the shape of the jade green sword and axe because of that weapon. A weapon that was not hardened by the sword energy, but became more flexible. Hard minerals could be melted by the sword energy and transformed into the desired shape. I remember reading somewhere before, precious minerals can blend with a person's energy. Jade is shining. How could he? Did you get it? But I'm still curious. With his internal energy, he can't break my sword energy. With such a flexible weapon, it is impossible. However, Yang Yuer looked at the sword placed before her and thought. The weapon passed down to Mount Hua's strongest swordsman, my Kai, might not be suitable for me. This sword was not from the time when Guangjin ruled, but from when my Kai was peacefully dispersed. In order to assimilate it with the holy energy of the Huashan sect, I have periodically infused my energy into this sword. Although both I and the sword still have a long way to go before we can use the power of light. Mai opened her sword, but that was probably enough. A tremor rang out from the middle of the canyon. Terrible movement. Two people standing on the bridge. Looking down, Duong Nok Ni was still standing strong in the dust. He put the sword back in its sheath and calmly returned it to its sheath. Iron don't. So sad. Min Shi was beaten to death by Ha Du and rolled on the cliff in front of Duong Nok Ni when he said, there was originally no reason at all for the food chain in Trung Nguyen. Min Chi tried to looked up at him, couldn't help but think with interest, such a person, I've wanted to meet him for a long time. Duong Nok Ni stepped forward and gave the order, now we will. To Hangzhou. Min Chi secretly sighed. The strong can make me feel the smell, the taste of the world. He stood up and dusted himself off. I guess I can't win. From now on, you will be the group leader, Duong Nok Ni. Min Chi recalled, according to what Master Vo Tin and the sect leader said. He is one of the people to watch out for, a righteous man and also one that I cannot lose. Moreover, he must be one of the strongest, but I lost, under his hand. Now I understand why he is in the top ranks. Min Chi too took the flask and sighed. Unexpectedly, he was the youngest. TSK, he exclaimed cheerfully. What do you mean by more bitter? You must be thirsty too, right? Yong, team leader. Duong Nok Ni was not sad, turned around and replied, I'm fine. If you're recovered, then go quickly. Min Chi, who said to himself, it's worth it. Then he observed the person in front of him. There was a strange wind that kept swirling around him. Is that it? I've heard of it before, but I don't know what else he thought about. So he decided. Determined, shelf. Keep talking. Min Chi quickly spoke. Young, when you hit me, I thought you were going to kill me. You probably don't intend to kill me, right? Duong Nok Ni did not answer directly but asked. Min Chi, I heard that you possess an invincible body. He replied, yes. So he admitted, so I can fight as I please, of course with killing intent. Min Chi heard that and looked dumbfounded. But Duong Nok Ni started to giggle. You are a very wonderful training opponent. Thanks to you, I can use the full potential of the Quang my sword. Min Chi cursed inwardly. You little devil. Back to where the ocean mountains sparkle in the sunlight. It seems like the sky. It's clearer now. That's a good sign. Duong Tung opened the system panel and pondered. He had decided to start the first few missions. Even though he was heading south, he still had to set priorities. Mission: help the Southern Commander suppress the East Sea Pirate Trio in Zhejiang Province 0/3. Deadline before the end of the current semester. Reward: if successful, you will unlock a secondary title. Penalty: if failed, the mission will be cancelled. The body had to endure the poisoning for 10 days. He decided that he could gradually proceed with this task when, go to the head cave. Go to the next one. The boss appears. Defeat the fate within 30 days. The reward if successful, you will receive unknown combat equipment. After reading the information, Duong Tung thought that he could gradually proceed with this mission when he reached the head cave, which was also the most difficult and dangerous mission. He looked at the last one, the mission to defeat Yang Yuer once again. The 1-year deadline now had 3 months left. The reward if successful, you would receive a class mission. The penalty if failed, you would have to endure the abnormal gas for 30 days, and this mission would be completed. Take this opportunity to complete the other mission. Because I had already provoked him and told him to wait in Hangzhou. The class quest would definitely be useful when dealing with Li Ming. But the problem was that I didn't know how strong Yang Yuer was already. Before that, I had to quickly go and fight her, find the South Sea Eagle sect and the treasure, and increase your agility and rank by dealing with the remaining Japanese swarm. But there is one thing that needs to be given top priority at the beginning of the cave, is the third opportunity mentioned in the book Ngu Vong Bin Then. Duong Tung remembered what Murim Bok said. The reason I died was not like the treasure map. Based on what Murim Bok said in the book, I can use it to increase my strength. Nam Hyung Thuong sect is also in the cave, so they must be related. A little bit. Suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone was busy preparing to leave. What are you doing sitting here? Duong Tung wondered. Why are you here? Ta Suong immediately asked back. Shouldn't I be here? Okay. You intend to go alone again? Nom. He was silent and did not answer immediately, but reconsidered his decision. The trip, this is very dangerous. It's better to go alone. I'm used to it. Then Tang Tung said, last time it was because of the snow, this time it's because of the rain. I have to go to the south. I also have something I need. Must take more. Ta Suong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The rain stopped a long time ago. Duong Tung replied, full of hidden meaning. It will rain again soon. Okay. She asked doubtfully. How can you be so sure, right? He timidly exclaimed. A girl's intuition is really scary. Even though he wasn't sure, Xie Chong must have noticed it. Look at that worried expression and you'll know. So Tang Tung made an excuse to live so long. My knees started to ache when it rained. It was really cold. This rain was not to be taken lightly. Hearing that, Ta Suong sighed and sang, live long shit. Duong Tung said it as if he was joking. How would you know? I might be a 60-year-old man. Ta Suongtram sat down and replied. If you were an old man, so I'm an old lady? You're laughing, that's all you know? So Ta. The bone shouted loudly. The son-in-law conveniently raised his hand to punch the guy, making him scream in pain. He fell down. He was moved. In my heart, this peaceful life is about to end, but I'm still very happy. At least I can still relax like this and still have enough time. Thanks. Bones hugged his knees and wondered, because his knees were cold, he guessed it was raining? What kind of reason was that? Is that so? Duong Tung shrugged and jokingly replied, I am a master of capturing cosmic messages. I understand both heaven and earth. So predicting the future is as easy as pie. It's porridge. Ta Suong clenched his fist and threatened. Then you have to eat 10 every 2 days. Just woke up at night. Dawn wanted to tease her again. Oh, so if I say it's because I've lived a very long time. So what? Ta Suong Luong Lu glanced at him hesitantly. The two people sat next to each other by the wall. She frowned and asked, which one is real? Duong Tung didn't even turn his head. Which one? In his heart, he gave himself an answer. Each one was half true and half false. He looked at the expression of Ta Suong, then calmly said, both. She questioned again, lying but also the truth. Huh. Duong Tung looked indifferent. If you don't believe me, what can I do? She lowered her eyes and thought that right from the beginning. You don't even know if I believe you. You or not. Duong Tung sat looking at the rushing waterfall. Because Luke Min is my friend, I have to say because he just helped me. But I always think it's better to go alone to dangerous places where I'm not sure what will happen. Just like the snowfall that night after the Dragon and Phoenix exams ended. Maybe because it's daytime now? Then suddenly Ta Suong spoke. I believe you. This time we are not going together. Is that okay? Duong Tung tilted his head slightly to look at her, his heart in turmoil. Before, he always tried to solve everything by himself, but still couldn't stop. Even though he won the battle, he still couldn't stop. Lai Min and his friends fell one by one before his eyes. As if they had tried. Try to protect yourself. Zhang Heng's back appeared in his memory when I said, I believe you. Ta Suong smiled gently and comforted. You have done your best. If you can't, no one can. Now Duong Tung realized that he only realized that before he died. He stood up to reassure Ta Suong. Don't worry. On the other side are Zhang Heng Lai Hai and Mo Dung Bok waiting for them to know that they are not alone. He extended his hand, came out to her, and said, this time I will. Don't go alone. Let's go together, we are friends. Duong Tung secretly wished, together, we can make a difference. In the future, where countless things can happen. Ta Song held San's hand, no less relieved than she was. He finally understood. In the forest, a family is walking along the road. Suddenly they stopped and looked around. From where did the huge death come and pass through them? Feeling. They looked up as a large figure passed by. Eyes looked up. Tutu rushed forward so quickly that in the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. Only the remains remained. The remainder of the leaves. The wife asked if she saw it. The husband also wondered and asked back, "What is that?" The old man behind whispered, replied, "It might be a bear." They heard this and repeated, "Bear." The old man explained, "It must be because of recent events that even bears have learned to fly." In another place, Tutu was being given wine by someone. The person said, "Have some wine." Ta Suang had just arrived, so he was still sweating profusely. Seeing Tutu, he praised, "Such a big size, but he runs so fast, faster than." "Of course we will." Tang Tung also agreed. "Yeah. Thanks to that we can rest on Zijio's back and run all the way across Zhejiang in less than 2 days." Lai Hai sat on its back feeling grateful. "I owe Tutu the most." Zhang hung below teased, "That's right. It's because of you. Slow as a turtle, hurt by self-esteem. Why are you talking so loudly? I will practice harder." Duong Tung reminded, "Time is very important, so we must go as fast as possible. Even if it is beyond our ability, we must endure." For a new disciple, this kind of difficulty is inevitable. Lai Hai clearly, the RAC declared, "Puffed. Thanks for your concern. I will definitely practice hard from now on. Work hard." Duong Tung looked down at his arm thoughtfully. This can also be considered training. In order to defeat Lai Men, we must take advantage of our free time to practice. Practice. He affirmed, "We certainly will see him again." After that, Duong Tung let out a breath, thinking to himself, if it was back when he was still in the Vo Lam Academy, he would have thought that this would be too much for him. But through the shirt, Duong Tung's whole body was full of strength and spirit. He continued his train of thought. His whole body was burning with anger. Skin and muscles have sensation, stinging. Duong Tung still stared at the cloth-bound arm. However, there was nothing he could do because it was happening. He had experienced the feeling of numbness or stiffness countless times, but this was the first time he felt a stinging sensation. But the extreme pain of running non-stop is the best way to increase agility and vitality. The notification panel shows that the vitality of the body is enhanced at stage 199.2%. The agility of the stage 199 is 45.8%. In addition to vitality, my agility is about to increase. He's already in stage 2. His eyes were looking into the distance. The problem was that if he wanted to level up, he had to train harder and endure more pain, then ridicule himself. I laughed like an electric shock. Duong Tung lowered his head and smiled lightly. "With this kind of play, I will surpass all human limits with my own strength. Just mine." A glint of joy appeared on his face, his fists clenched in determination. "Limit? I'll confirm it later. How could there be such a thing?" Seeing Duong Tung staring at the person, Zhang Heng looked at him, causing him to cough a few times. Mo Dung Bok also looked at him in confusion. "Hey, your team leader is a stranger." Duong Tung stopped his thoughts and turned around. Again. "Oh, never mind." Then asked Moro, "Are you used to it yet?" He replied matter-of-factly, "What else can I do? I could have joined any group, but since I owe you, I will follow you." Then announced again, "But as soon as Nam Kung Sach recovers, I will return. Come back." Duong Tung heard that and agreed. "Okay, but don't think you owe me any more. The more talented people you have by your side, the better." Murong Bai turned away, sighed, and his voice gradually became smaller. "I don't understand why I'm going with you guys either." Murong Bai's mind was in a daze at this moment. He could only speak, probably because Nam Kung Sach said so. Speaking casually, suddenly Murong Bai focused his attention forward. He looked at the crowd in the distance and said, "Hey, the Japanese are leading. The women are gone." The others heard this and immediately recited it again. Duong Tung was surprised, exclaimed, "What?" According to the situation before his eyes, the person who was holding the women seemed to be from Central Plains, and 2 out of 3 of them were Japanese. One of the men took the sword in his hand and hit the woman on the head and shouted, "Hurry up." Look, seeing that scene, Zhang Heng couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. "Yeah, how dare they?" Duong Tung said beside him. "It seems they are slave traders, taking advantage of the war to make money." Ta Suong. According to that, judging by their clothes, The people who were arrested were just civilians. They must have been captured from a nearby village. Speaking up to here, she couldn't help but let out a hiss. These bastards. Duong Tung thought of an idea. Follow the Japanese and the merchants. Maybe we will discover their base. If we are lucky, we can even find. The first wave is coming. The notice board pops up. Surprise mission. Defeat the slave traders. Guards and Japanese troops on the first wave above 102. Time limit 30 minutes after the match starts. Team agility bonus increased by 30. Penalty. If failed, the mission will be cancelled. You cannot move within 1 hour. Tang Tung's eyes became serious, secretly happy in his heart. The mission appeared at the right time. Immediately mobilize all. People left. In the blink of an eye, they were gone without a trace. 2 hours later, south of Zhejiang, the Japanese supply station. The human traffickers had led the women back to the gate of the designated area. Street. This way, 2 guards are helping in the kitchen to enjoy the delicacies of the world. Wow, this soup is really good. Is the best. They stand there chatting, you know. If there were other watchtowers, we wouldn't have been able to see them, let alone get a sniff. Lucky. Someone down below saw it and pointed up and said, I want it. The guard looked down at the group of women and exclaimed, Ah, she was sold. Duong Tung appeared from behind him and raised his voice. What's wrong? Are you sad? The guard who was busy talking immediately replied. Why? It's been a long time since I've had a chance to relax. Seeing something is unusual, he turned around and asked, But why is your voice suddenly strange? He stood next to the guard he had dealt with and said in a low voice, I thought I could rest now. But no. He was startled when he saw the enemy. He pulled his tongue out of the other guy's head, then turned to him. The bulletin board. The notice appears, a surprise mission. Defeat the slave traders and the Japanese army on December 2nd. Time limit. 30 minutes after the start of the match. The agility team reward increases by 30. Penalty. If you fail, the mission will be cancelled. You cannot move for 1 hour immediately. Duong Tung immediately dealt with the remaining soldier. The notification board appears. Title. The team leader just finished him off. Tang Tung turned around and smiled. The enemy's northern guard has been resolved. The Sleeping Dragon Valley of the Martial Arts Academy. Team 13 is carrying out an external mission. Let's go big. Tang Tung's group rushed in from outside with great enthusiasm and shouted loudly. Xiechong looked up at Jiang Xiong with delight. He immediately said, Here, give us some of the things you took from a La Luke men. Mo Dung Bok and Lai Hai were still focused on the battle. In a corner of the human trafficking station, an old woman knelt down in misery. Please, sir, she pleaded miserably. I will do anything you ask. Please spare my daughter, I beg you. The traffickers mercilessly kicked the old woman. She's such a talkative person. Move aside. The bald-headed man turned to the man with the ponytail and said, Hey, interpreter, say something. He was even more cruel than the one who strangled the old lady earlier. Tell him to say something I can understand. Then he threw her on the ground. The daughter sitting on the ground worriedly shouted, Mom. Hey. The hairless man looked down with contempt. What is there to translate? You woman, this guy is going crazy. The bald guy's already inhuman face became even more ugly. He started to take off his clothes and lick around his mouth. After this, he's really going crazy. The scared girl could only say one word no. The old woman now lay on the ground helplessly. Who is it? She was gradually losing strength and had difficulty speaking. Help! The long-haired human trafficker saw this and scoffed. Who is that? What an idiot. Is anyone there? The scene before their eyes was complete chaos. 2 human traffickers were stripping off their clothes and doing depraved things while the little girl tried to hold on to her mother. The guy in the group didn't join in, but he stood outside the house and teased her. You bastards, do whatever you want quickly. It's raining. Meanwhile, the sugar on the lamppost is creating a thunderstorm. He startled and glanced back, but there was no one on the lamppost. While he was still focusing on the lamppost, Duong Tung had already charged down towards him. The 10 great demon soldiers and 4 soldiers combined. He did not understand the situation, just exclaimed. A sound. Duong Tung's sharp eyes looked at the person in front of Tung Chiu, awake. Monday. 2 sword marks appeared in the air. The human trafficker was cut into 4. Bald head was undressing. Heard a strange noise, so turned around. Long hair also turned back to look, wondering. What's the matter? As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tung blinked and gave him a slap in the face. The remaining guy still looked on, not understanding what was happening. After being dealt with by Duong Tung, Tutu immediately appeared and bit his head. Seeing Zijio's fierce appearance, he poked his head and shouted, "Tiger!" But he immediately calmed down. Look at Tang Tung before him with a sigh of relief. No, tiger, that is human. As soon as he finished speaking, a snake came out of nowhere and quickly bit his Peter Pan. Peter's head hurt so much that he hugged him and cried. In fact, it was not a snake, but Tang Tung's knife that was piercing through the leather pants. He immediately criticized, "Your friend just died right next to you, and yet you are happy because I am not a fox? You are so funny," he muttered, still not having recovered. This time, this is a snake. Duong Tung pretended to think and tease him. What now? Ah, snake. I'll go with you. While the pokehead was still standing there in a daze, Tutu appeared behind him. It roared loudly, making him scream in fear. There's a tiger. Duong Tung coldly said. Long spoke up. I want to ask for directions. The pokehead was now at a dead end, only knowing how to obediently answer. Please ask, sir. Duong Tung immediately raised a piece of paper in front of him and gave him an order, pointing, his head still in a daze. Yes, this time you. No more joking around. His voice grew harsh. I say you show me the location of the stronghold of the Eastern Sea Pirates Supply Station. Current location on the poke map. Obediently guide. They are on the rock island in the middle. Achieve the goal. Tang Tung praised. Very good, he asked politely. So what is your name, sir? Duong Tung did not like it, so he cursed. Your name is the piece of shit. Then he changed his perspective. Looking in the other direction, there was the old woman and her daughter. The girl was crying miserably. Mom, Mom, please wake up. Unable to bear it any longer, Duong Tung used his hands. Cut off his head. Duong Tung's eyes looked coldly forward. I'm just a die-hard fan of Hugo Review, bastards. Duong Tung sat down and gently took the old woman's pulse. That reminded him of his previous life, when he tried to take her pulse many times, but it took a long time. Very much. Then immediately informed the girl. She is still alive. Her meridians are fine, so you don't need to worry. The notification board showed 6012. Duong Tung secretly calculated. There were still 42 more. Duong Tung turned his head to look at the soldiers and thought carefully. Except for the slave traders who couldn't fight back, there were about 30 more. His group would take care of the rest. He just needed to defeat the ones here, and it would be done. On the other side, the soldiers saw him and shouted. On this side, Duong Tung immediately took out his weapon and prepared to fight. Tang Tung begins his attack. The 10 great demon soldiers. For soldiers combined, one man fights alone. With the guards, they rushed up like the hungry fox. Duong Tung immediately used his third move. He put all his strength into the axe and threw it at a guy's head, knocking him out. Go forever. The other hand skillfully used the sword and threw it up high. Duong Tung ran over that group of people, headed straight towards front. The saber beside him was swung around, and the stick on the other side was also combined. One attack from Duong Tung caused many soldiers to be defeated. The sword was hit hard and turned high in the air. He then slammed his stick down on the ground. Use force to prepare to throw out. The quick foot also quickly combined the sword kick just above the egg. It rushed forward and then again, shot straight at a soldier. Tang Tung's entire body now radiated a murderous aura. Powerful air. Not ending there, he continued to attack with all 4 limbs. On the vast land, the guards were now. Almost all of them were defeated. One of them was surprised. He defeated the weak ones in the blink of an eye. The angry man turned towards Duong Tung and cursed. Damn it. However, the sand sword that passed through his body disappeared like a ghost. Duong Tung quickly jumped up and ran towards him. The men below stood in a circle surrounding Duong Tung and shouted, Attack! They're still so arrogant. You think you can avoid it by jumping into the air? Huh. Seeing the danger ahead, the girl shouted a warning. Be careful. The board notification pops up. Passive skill. Jump level 10. Proficiency 45%. The stronger your leg muscles, the higher your jump. Increases jump speed by 100%. Current state is immortal. Immortality. After the first jump, you can jump again. Again. They simultaneously threw knives at Duong Tung, but he was in time. Jump. Duong Tung quickly launched the next move, the 6th. He jumped down from above, holding the sticks, ivory nails, then flew down and stabbed several soldiers at the same time. 2. The spear descended to earth. The saber pierced through their bodies, creating a shocking scene. The arrogant who had been standing firm earlier pulled the saber out of his body, not letting him finish. The line immediately jumped onto him, his eyes, filled, murderous intent, slowly walked towards the remaining men. They were scared and scattered. Run, you're a master. Duong Tung immediately waved his hand several times. They were running with their heads flying off their bodies. Ta Song ran from afar to Tan Duong, dealt with the shrimps, and used his weapon. You're the best. She gave a gentle smile. Easy. Almost done. Duong Tung looked down at the ground and calculated. There were still 4 more. Ta Suong asked again. 4? Suddenly she looked to the side. In the nearby river, 4 human traffickers were fleeing by boat. Ta Suong looked at them. Maybe the others? They hurriedly. We were so happy before anything happened. There was no more ship. We were alive. That's right. They couldn't have swum all the way here. Tang Tung remained still without making any move. I can swim to you guys. But the notification board popped up. Tang Tung thought. With that distance, 2 jumps. The system announced the passive skill, jump, leg muscles jump. Active skill, flash level 5, 12% proficiency. The twin-bladed attack immediately jumped high, catching them off guard. 1 more teleport would be enough. The human traffickers all stared, up waiting for the results. Duong Tung jumped into a boat, causing 2 men inside. That flew away. He looked very handsome now, looking at the 2 remaining men. Your name too. Ta Song also jumped up, blinked and cut off a guy's head. Duong Tung saw this and thought, Tisk, he's really fast. Kill 1 more, and the first surprise mission will be easily completed. The remaining one was now screaming in panic. You bastards! How dare you treat our Shangshu merchant group like this? If I die, the remaining guards of the Shangshu merchant team will return to kill all of you. Throw the corpses to feed the fish. Notice board. Surprise mission to defeat the 4-6 merchant caravan around the cave and rescue all the 034 slaves being held. Time limit, 6 hours from now. Reward. If successful, you will receive 3 years of spiritual power as punishment. If failed, the mission will be cancelled. You cannot move. Within 2 hours, even though he was in a weak position, the remaining guy still spoke loudly. If you let me go, I will forgive you. In Tang Tung's mind, he felt troubled. Letting go of this piece of shit would only add to the problem. Yes, but his face looked calm. Forgiveness? Sounds good. He heard this and continued to boast. Right? You commoners must have heard of the great name of the merchant group minister, right? Duong Tung let out a sigh of disdain. Who cares about that stupid name? Huh? The coward's smile gradually faded. When he saw the axe blade, Duong Tung threatened. Tell me the slave's location. I will forgive you by sending you to heaven with 1 slash. Otherwise, I will forgive you. I'll make you feel guilty by cutting off your hair. Hearing this, not only did he sweat, but his nose also ran down. Duong Tung curled his lips, then conveniently brought you to have your head fucked. The rain was even worse. More and more. Big. Meanwhile, in the long valley of Zhengzhou, in the room, Luke Min was sitting and reading a book. Lam Dat walked in from outside. Luke Min, I heard Yuzong contacted you? He smiled and replied. Yeah, something big happened so he contacted someone. Lam Dat's curiosity arose and he asked, what did he say? Is he familiar with the first class? Luke Min replied, if we have to ask someone, then surely. Not easy. What a pain. Lam Dat sighed sympathetically. All this time he had been reading books, and now he had to go to war. It was really difficult. He sat down on the bed and praised. But he's still very formidable. After entering the martial arts academy, I was still very scared. Practical battle. Remembering the books in Lam Dat's hand, he spoke up. Oh, I have the books you wanted to borrow. Everything about the Japanese army, from weapons to records about. After the battles, ask again to verify. Is it really okay not to tell the principal about the current situation? Lu Ming leisurely said. No need, you. Interpretation. People do not think that the Vo Lam alliance and the principal do not know the situation. They just do not understand why it is so quiet here. The strong, resounding belief of the people tells us that something is about to happen here. For example, Luke Min thought of a problem, a matter that resembled a tug of war between the Council of Elders and the principal of the Martial Arts Academy. Lam. Hearing this, Lam Dat also spoke up. Everyone knew that Dian Deep Kui, who was in charge of handling missions for the Vo Lam Alliance, had a deep relationship with the Council. Elder. He added, I heard that the Council of Elders sent disciples from the first group there if they didn't want to handle the affairs themselves. but that's just a rumor. Here the conversation fell apart. In the silence, the fear in Lam Dat's heart still remained. Young will be fine. Where is it? Luke Min immediately used a metaphor with a game. In the West, there is a game. The game is called domino. Whether the dominoes are arranged in order or not, as long as you knock down the first domino and all the remaining dominoes fall one by one, you win. You have to think about the position, direction, and connection between the dominoes so that they can fall. Without careful thinking, it is impossible to succeed. Luke Min linked to the current situation in Zhejiang as well as that game. If they failed, war would break out. Lam Dat retorted. War? You're exaggerating. He took his hand, pushed up his glasses, believing that the current martial arts alliance was the strongest force, without any power in Central Plains, can fight back. Luke Min replied in a low voice, his indifference. All the alliances that were overthrown by outside forces once thought they were the strongest. Perhaps people were just as careless. You used the game again as an example, because I didn't arrange the dominoes carefully. If you miss a piece in the middle, you still have to start over, and you can't even do it again. There it is again. Luke Min seriously decided, to avoid that from happening, we must help them. Hearing this, Lam Dat was confused. Us. His face revealed, puzzled look, tilted head wondering. How? Luke Min looked towards the box is open before the eyes. Inside it seems to contain a great secret. It is a book. Old Brown. 3 people were standing in front of a building under repair, voices raised. Die that your family, said. The 3rd and 8th people, we just left without reporting anything? Luke Min explained. In the worst-case scenario, we'll be expelled. He asked again, not aloud. What? She lifted her glasses. Said no. Just thinking about going to Zhejiang makes me crazy. Here it is. She wondered as she walked. But why me? Luke Min said bluntly. Because she was the daughter of the leader of the alliance, which made Lam Dat surprised. Her smirk means you guys are going to take advantage of me? Okay, but for what purpose? You explain. Likes to be thorough. If this person and Bui Lam Dat go, the elders of the martial arts alliance will ignore it. But if the daughter of the alliance leader goes with them, things will be different. You understand the problem. That is, if I go, the alliance leader will appear himself? She said bluntly. So you do not understand my father. My father always put the martial arts alliance first. You know that the imperial court and the martial arts alliance do not interfere in each other's affairs, right? Only disciples of the martial arts academy are allowed to receive missions and accompany the imperial court, unless you intend to become a court soldier in the future. If you do not interfere in the affairs of both sides, it will be considered an invasion. Zhuge Liang added. My father also knows that the Council of Elders is paying attention to him. Will my father take action? Lam Dat vaguely replied. It probably depends. This is not intervention, just protection, just Central Plains. Luke Min looked straight at her and asked, what if there was a valid reason? Jia, hearing that, Katmi shouted, wait, we're not going to jump to our deaths, are we? Really? Lam Dat hesitantly replied. We are going to the battlefield, so it is natural that we will meet enemies. She immediately said bluntly, I just wanted to find some information about the Nam Hyung Thuong sect. I didn't plan to fight. Immediately, she realized she had just revealed her intention. Her eyes avoided. Let's keep it a secret. Lam Dat agreed. Yes, we are just helping our friends. We are not fighting. Luke Min asked, why are you interested in the Nam Hyung Thuong sect? She hesitantly replied, words, that, I like beautiful people. Turned around and looked shy. Maybe because I'm not as beautiful as them? She also added, but we don't know their location. The more secret it is, the more curious I am. I want to know everything in this world. Lam Dat also asked, but how do you know that the Nam Hyung Thuong sect is in Zhejiang? Turned around, smiled and replied, that thing. Rumors of the dead beauty Jiang spread throughout the continent. But, she described, heard they have white hair. It is also said that the head of the South Sea Eagle trading sect has had gray hair since he was young, and the current head's daughter also inherited it. The Jiang River is in such turmoil. Why didn't the South Sea Eagle trading sect send a disciple? This matter needs to be, was clarified. After hearing that, the two of them fell silent. She pushed up her glasses. You guys still don't know much? Lam Dat immediately said, in short, you found out that the Nam Hyung Thuong sect is having trouble in Zhejiang, and that beauty will become the next sect leader? Hearing that, Luke Min was a little surprised and exclaimed. She turned her back. You have to listen to the news. But most people only remember the things that make them happy. There are rumors elsewhere. You must be from Hainan, so it's the first time you've seen snow in Zhengzhou. It's supposed to be warmer. This year seems to be special. What do you know? Last year, it snowed so much in Hainan that the mountains collapsed. Even when they heard the news, she went to ask, but the girl replied, "The beauty died. Why are you looking for her?" Zhugami explained, "She will become the next sect master of the South Sea Eagle sect, but I haven't seen her anywhere. How many people remember her in the end?" She said, "By synthesizing the concerns and events, we can obtain important information." Turning back, he said, "The power to do it is wisdom," then shouted loudly, "Taja!" Zhang stopped, making the two people behind stand. "I'm stunned," Lam Dat said awkwardly, as expected of the daughter of the leader of the alliance. Meanwhile, it was raining on the roadside. It was pouring. Ta Suang looked up at the sky and thought it was happening. It was really raining heavily. Suddenly, a battle broke out between the Tang Dynasty army and the Japanese army at the northern pier of the cave. Notice appears. Surprise mission. Defeat. Merchant crew. Mission completed. You have completed the surprise mission. The reward is being sent to you. Your spiritual power will increase by 3 years. Duong Tung stood looking around, while Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Done already? He coldly replied, "Not yet." When seeing the notice board, who would think of 3 years of spiritual energy? Even if you regulate your spiritual energy every day, it will still take 3 months. And when I finished the task to the point of shaking my head, he said he was still. One guy left. Mo Dung Bok suddenly appeared from a nearby house, kicked the Japanese guy straight in the face, making him flew away. A few teeth. The notification board appears. Mission completed. You have completed the surprise mission. The reward is being sent to you. Your vitality increased by 20. His hair immediately stood up like a super building stone. The reward is worthy. Vitality body enhancement phase 220. Murim knocked that guy down and laughed happily. Just this one, and it's done. We killed more than 100 enemies within just 2 days of arriving at the cave. I have made great progress compared to the 2-month training last year. Furthermore, I have broken through the second limit to achieve body enhancement. Stage 2. Maybe that's why I don't feel tired even though I'm a bit exhausted. He smiled and said, "Don't exaggerate. Just moving my head, and I'm already tired." Hearing that, Zhang Heng felt a little itchy and wanted to make a bet. "I'm still strong enough to fight him. What do you want? It's been a long time since we fought, right?" Ta Suang stepped in between to stop their fight. "Are you two done yet?" She immediately, preaching. "They do all the hard work. Be grateful. Without them, no matter how strong we are, we can't do anything." The weather was so bad. The commanding soldier heard that and said, "Thanks to you guys, we survived, so let's do it." Suddenly the name came and clasped his hands. "We thought all the sects nearby were attacked. Luckily everyone is fine." The captured people clasped their hands together, but did not dare. As martial artists, we should have fought for justice, but we could not even save our own lives. Duong Tung stood behind and observed everything. These martial artists had been imprisoned before. Indeed, there were still other sects around besides Nam Hyung Thuong sect. If they die, we will suffer great losses. We saved them, so they will help us kill the Japanese. Even in the future, they will be very useful. Even though there are still people in Zhejiang who need saving, it is righteous to save them. Everyone will promise to save each other. Justice. Du Sun once asked me what justice and righteousness are. I realized that justice and righteousness are things that I have learned and experienced. The fragments of memories from before returned. He remembered what Kim Hak said. Remember that although we can't save everyone, we will try our best to save as many people as possible. Bastard, if the number 1 in the world surrenders, who else will dare to stand up and fight? Damn it. Besides, that are the teachings of the game Kim, Trung Nam. Becoming the best in the world is just a way, not the end point. Do you know when it will be destroyed? Make an effort. Like you said, you have to try your best to, not to be betrayed by his own efforts, even if it means facing the collapse of the entire Central Plains. Irresponsible. That's what a coward would do. Once this world ends, neither friends nor family will matter. Justice and reason were contained in those words. The people who were saved bowed their heads and thanked them in unison. Thank you. Thank you, young heroes. Thank you, everyone. Tang Tung smiled. I will act accordingly. Suddenly, there was a loud thunderclap across the sky. He thought to himself, in this weird weather, exhausted again. The notice board suddenly appeared: a mission to defeat all Japanese aid troops, No/250, within 1 hour from the start of the match. Reward if successful: willpower increases by 10, agility increases by 5, spiritual power increases by 5. The penalty if the mission fails will be cancelled. You cannot move. Within 2 hours. No matter how arduous the process, reinforcements came in droves. No matter how our limits were tested, how many times did they stand firm waiting for the enemy to come to their aid? The Japanese army kept shouting, "Over there, kill them all. Them, kill." Like what Dad said, work hard. Hard work will not betray you. Work hard and work hard. Don't. It depends on luck too. Even if you pray for luck, work hard first. The harder you work, the luckier you will be. Don't give up. Try your best until the last minute. He immediately jumped onto Zijio's back. The notice board appeared again. He patted Zizi's head and gently said, "Zizi, let's go together this time." Jiang Xiong got into a laughing stance. "I will never lose to Zijio." Xiechong agreed. "Me too." The person from before also wound up his spirit. "No matter how many enemies there were, I would fight to the end." Finally, those who were saved also helped. One hand, we also put all our strength to fight. He turned back to convey his determination to everyone. Justice is nothing special. To live, we will fight together and not give up. The fight to the last minute. If all available, ready, Group 13. All disciples sent to the Martial Arts Academy's death row. Then he shouted to attack. As soon as he finished, his army advanced to engage the reinforcements. The screams and clashing swords made the cave noisy. A group starts at the head cave, as Yusoan hoped. No, it's a prediction. Those who are saved will go on to save others, who will then go on to save others. And so a giant force will form in the place of death. This riot broke out. And the news also reached the ears of the 10,000-strong Japanese army at Nandang Mountain. Who did Lyman ask? Flag. A subordinate reported. One of the attackers had many. Hand. Love wormwood. Immediately he thought. To Duong Tong. He sighed. Interesting. How interesting. Li Ming laughed and said, "Our side has suffered a heavy blow this time. But I also know why myself. Don't want to leave anymore." At Nandang Mountain, it's raining heavily and there's no sign of. The signal stopped. Ganeshineg wondered. Not only the head and supply posts were also affected. Are there any demons attacking? Idagawa Hayashi showed a worried expression. No wonder the supplies haven't arrived yet. What a hassle. There's not much food left. If this continues, we won't last long. He suggested dividing troops to the supply stations to protect the food, so that Mr. Mayam. Ganeshineg looked at the smoky sky over there and said, "No matter how large the army is, it cannot be divided. Let me ask Miaoma to escort the supplies to Hangzhou before it is too late to make a move. Let the lightning archer Wai to take care of it." Scene changes to Tang Tung's place. The defeated Japanese army lies scattered. Everyone was so tired that they were out of breath. Out of breath. Murim collapsed with his hands on the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, done. Okay, I'm so tired, but that guy still looks normal. Turning to look at Duong Tong, he was still full of energy. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was really unbelievable. Moreover, it felt like he had become much stronger. His face was dirty. His body was covered in mud. If it was spiritual power, then no one could win against him. The people who were rescued earlier came to clasp their hands in gratitude. "We will go find people from the sect around Zhujiang. Thank you all." The young hero helped. Before they left, he asked me if I had something to ask. "Do you know where the Nam Hyung Fuang sect is?" "No." The old man replied. "Ingshang sect. You mean one of the 10 supervisors of the cave head?" He was a little bewildered. "The massacre of the cave head. Other people," explains. "The assassination of the cave head is the oldest sect in the area located around the first movement. But after the East Sea pirate trio arrived, they were scattered all over place." He immediately thought, even the royal court and the surrounding civilians were robbed, so the sects could not escape, but he was sure they were still safe. Then he looked towards Murongbei, who was standing there thinking. His memory was not part of Murongbei's diary. The diary of the 5 kings Bingshun was proof that in the future, Zhou Xian of the Nanhai Shang sect would become Murongbei's wife. Murongbei will become the 5 kings of Bingshun by chance meeting her. The old man added, "The South Sea Eagle sect is the famous sect of the 10 supervisors of the cave. They are the ones defending the area around here, so they must have fallen prey to the Japanese army. I don't know who they are. Still alive or not? A voice rose from behind. The Yingshang sect was still safe. Makes everyone turn around to look. The sound of that person's footsteps going up the stairs became clearer. The old woman who appeared added, although the sect master has been killed, but his daughter and the force of 10 cave supervisors are still alive. The girl beside introduced, we were once servants of the Eagle Spear sect. The sect was mostly destroyed by the enemy, but the remaining martial artists managed to escape and are hiding in the mountains and valleys. Like eggs, stone fighting. So, Xiechong quickly went to support the two of them. She expressed her opinion. The Japanese army just arrived in Zhujiang's inland a few days ago. This is a big crisis for Zhujiang, but also a great opportunity to make a move. The old woman began to tell about the attack plan of the Eagle Trading sect. Early this morning, Chu Xian, the daughter of the head of the Eagle Trading sect, gathered the remaining forces of the 18 cave supervisors and the general, attacked the province of Diandong Dao, but the Japanese discovered the cave where we were hiding and captured us. Everyone was surprised. Early this morning, the scene changed to another place. The rain poured down like a waterfall. Thunder and lightning echoed throughout the sky. The previous electricity of the cave head, Chu Hien, she ran while panting. Her father's words kept ringing in her head. When you reach the cliff with no way back, there will be two cases. Either the ground beneath your feet will rise, or you will grow wings to fly high. She pursed her lips when she remembered that sentence. Behind her, thousands of arrows were shot, causing many people on her side to die. Chu Hien blamed himself for being too careless. It turned out this was a trap. Thousands of arrows were shot down from above. She had difficulty dodging them. While dodging she had to. Ordered everyone. Split up, she hit. A place to rest. The main force is not here, but our side also cannot enter the provincial palace. They know we will attack them. Chu Hien hid behind the wall, panting. Only had a little force left to enter there. I thought I would win this time. But being cornered on a cliff with no way out, and then attacked by archers, this place must have a good strategist. Battle strategy. The martial artist beside him asked anxiously. Sect leader, what should we do? If this continues, we will be completely destroyed. Or should we withdraw our troops? The official cursed. Damn it, they dare to trick us. Suddenly arrows flew through the rock where the official was hiding. Blood started flowing. Splashed. She shouted, Mr. Bookkeeper. Very few people in the martial arts world can stop a rain of arrows. If the arrow is stronger and faster than a person's strength, that person will surely must die. But the leader of the 18 cave supervisors, Quan Sach, is a master. At least he won't be killed by an arrow. Contrary to that statement is the image of the official lying on top with arrows piercing his body. But I don't know. Maybe they have an archery expert on their side, someone who shoots an arrow from that tall tower. The smoke gradually cleared. The figure of that guy disappeared. She was surprised. He disappeared. The masked man rubbed his chin and said with a smile, the new head of the Eagle Trading sect. That guy is standing on the roof. The house she is hiding in. The face is more beautiful. What strength! That person is none other than Yak Kagawa. He laughed eerily and said, what a pity, but I knew you would come. Her eyes widened in surprise. Since when? He clicked his tongue. I didn't expect you to attack the entire pier. You have some pretty good people on your side. Chu Hien wondered, what did he say? Suddenly he laughed loudly and shouted, not bad. If they were strong enough to destroy the coastal forces, you would have brought them along. She could hear some of what he said. Some of it was cursed under her breath. Strong? His general tone was so harsh that she couldn't understand everything. But one thing was for sure. She immediately ordered all her troops. Run, get out of here quickly. There is no time to wait around anymore. The official is dead. I have to take responsibility for the people here. She immediately used the Eagle Spear technique of the Eagle Spear sect to buy time for. Her army escaped. Father's words appeared once again. When you reach the cliff with no other way out, two things will happen. Either the ground under your feet will rise, or you will grow more wings to fly high. She immediately used the sky ascending technique. She used all her strength. Straight to where Yak Kagawa was sitting. She immediately flew up high to observe. Itak Kagawa also looked up at her and smiled. Laugh creepy, made her shiver. A series of arrows were shot towards her. However, she deflected the arrow. Suddenly an arrow grazed her shoulder. Blood splattered. Indeed, his arrow was extremely fast and powerful. The arrow just now belonged to none other than Itak Kagawa. She blamed herself for being distracted by the other normal arrows. He was aiming at her. He grimaced and told her to get down quickly. She turned the spear a few times thinking she should buy time for the fellow. The team escaped. Chu Hien used his strength to rush straight towards the archers. She was determined to kill the archers first. Itak Kagawa has words of praise for her. This girl is interesting. She knows I'm aiming at her. Huh. He stood behind thinking, what should I do? I love hunting eagles. Loaded. It aimed straight at Chu Hien's figure flying in the sky. The Japanese soldier pulled the trigger. Gun. His gun can't shoot bullets. Everyone else has already fired. Chu Hien looked at them uneasily. She quickly used her spear to block the bullets. To laugh. Big oh no. He looked at her nimble figure. I forgot that rifles don't work very well in the rain. He smiled wickedly. I want to catch such a beautiful bird, but it must rain? It's hard to catch it alive. He looked towards the distant battlefield, thinking. Thought for a moment. His ugly face appeared under the demon mask. Lightning struck. The shouts of the Japanese soldiers echoed through the sky. Hit it. Catch it over there. He narrowed his eyes and drew his bow and arrow from behind. I have a good idea. The pouring rain showed no signs of stopping. Chu Hien was beaten and slammed into the room. Inside, she rolled around and jumped. Jump up and dodge the arrow aimed at you. Her body slammed into the wall behind her. She crouched down, holding her head and screaming. Chu Hien panicked and gasped. How many people were targeting him? 100. Huh. She huddled herself against a corner of the wall, thinking uneasily. No, there might be more than 500 of them. Where did they come from? She wondered if everyone had escaped yet. Sigh, silently praying in my heart. Please, please, please. Because the enemy army is so numerous, I don't know how many times I have to repeat this word tonight. Right now, I've been able to enter the province's main palace, but I'm alone, and I'm being chased. Chu Hien's eyes showed fatigue and exhaustion. She was having difficulty breathing. Her purple hand was still holding the spear. She didn't have much strength left. Even holding the spear was difficult. A loud bang caught her attention. She clenched the spear in her hand. Y2's henchmen rushed in. They quickly rushed towards her. Chu Hien, standing cape. She got up and used all her strength to fight back. She swung her spear and cut it in half. A henchman then reversed and stabbed straight into the one standing next to him. His sword fell down. Chu Hien trembled. She kept panting nonstop. Stop it, please. Chu Hien sat down, lay on the ground. Outside, Wida was already waiting. Hearing the noise inside, he and his soldiers jumped in. He, proud, entered. Chu Hien now no longer had the strength to resist. She opened her mouth, eyes looking at him. He took off his mask. Seeing his face, she was so scared she couldn't speak. She backed away. Was that why? The reason he forced her here was because he wanted to wait until he was exhausted. His face distorted with a malicious smile. That's right. Look at this despair and uselessness. She panicked and tortured herself without having to resort to physical violence. No form. Chu Hien tried to reach out to grab the spear. When you reach the cliff with no other way to retreat, two things will happen. Either the ground under your feet will rise, or you will grow more wings to fly high. The spear was right before her eyes. She tremblingly reached for it. Her wings were broken, but Chu Hien collapsed, exhausted. I tried to hold on, but I couldn't fall. She reached the spear. The noise outside caught Y2's attention. Duong Tung rushed inside and laughed smugly. CUC tickle. The three people from outside rushed in, surprising him. He looked at them in panic and grimaced. Chu Hien knew suddenly looked towards the three people. He punched him hard in the face. The blow caused his body to lose balance and fall down. Murim caught him and kicked him hard. At Y2's feet, Ta Song also blocked in front. Chu Hien's face. She used Luan Sa to throw. On his side, Wida was not willing. He immediately pulled out an arrow stuck in the floor, quickly threw it towards the two people. The arrow collided with the chakra, blocking its trajectory. Ta Song's eyes widened in surprise. He could throw an arrow to block his Fong Hoa Luan while falling down. He quickly, landing. Safe. Angry roar. Are you the ones who appeared at the shore and blocked Yak Kagawa's way? Duong Tung reminded. Remind her. Junior sister, protect Zhou Xian. Okay. Ta Swang replied. I know, focus. Go at him. Ita gripped the sword. He growled. You fools, I didn't expect you to come here. Morongbai, fire gathering. Gas. He quickly used bow and arrow. Blocked his throat. The bow and arrow stuck in his neck, interrupting Murongbai's internal energy. His sword also blocked Tang Tung's attack. Both of them fell into a dilemma. The balance is hanging by a thread. Morong Bai is chained. His neck was so tight that he could hardly breathe. A scream from below reached his ears. He was confused. Sound. What is it? Duong Tung was pleased. Oh, that. It was what Minota collected on his way here. Outside, Japanese soldiers were lying everywhere. The Imperial Army entered. Hung Dung shouted loudly. Kill them all. Send all the Japanese away. Let's go. He was confused. Domino, I don't know what that thing is. He shouted. Crazy. But okay, after I finish off the remnants here, I'll join the army. At Nandang Mountain. He frowned, listening well. There, little too is hard to understand. Huh. You provoke. Then join that mountain of geese. I will kill you. Then, his body gradually transformed into 6 arms, and his body also became larger, causing Wida to panic. He growled, It's the turn of the East Sea Pirate Trio. The rest. He put all his strength into his feet and rushed out to chase Yo in the sunlight. After the rain, Chu Hian panicked. What happened? The ground rose. I've been waiting for this, but I didn't expect it to actually happen. From outside the city, the royal army rushed in and killed Japanese soldiers. She looked at the scene before her eyes in amazement. Not only were there members of the supervisor moving their heads, but there were also other warriors that she had not seen before, never met. Looking at their clothes, the people using spears to break the entrance of the provincial palace must be from Thiat Truong Kong. The warriors fighting on the stairs were from Duk Ko sect and Van Sun Siu Bao sect. The people using crescent-shaped blades on the roof of the communal house are from Mbai Din, and many other martial artists that I didn't expect to come. And also, there was also a tiger. It felt like just by hearing its roar, I could distinguish friend and foe and kill all the Japanese soldiers. To bit the head of a soldier, they were terrified. It was truly a monster that could not be stabbed. They are all here. All the martial arts people around the cave that I haven't seen for months are here and killing the enemies. What I thought was impossible is happening before my eyes. Why is that? Is it because of that person? Duong Tung grew 6 arms and continuously fought with Y2. He has gathered everyone. Duong Tung slammed his fist on the ground. Can he launch such an attack? This height, even the user is allowed to throw the weapon as he is likely to be seriously injured if he is not agile enough. But he didn't seem to care much. The weapon in his hand must be extremely heavy, but he can move very comfortably. Duong Tung continuously attacks, causing Wida to continuously retreat. Resisted again. She was shocked. Such a top expert was here. Chu Hian, as if suddenly realizing something. She couldn't close her mouth. Oh, she noticed the uniform he was wearing, the uniform of Ngoa Long. Those who went with him, he also wore the same. They were disciples of the Ngoa Long Valley of the Vo Lam Academy. Chu Hian was stunned and stood there frozen. I understand, but they are just wrong. I'm only your age. She doesn't understand. Why are they so strong? Ta Suang approached and asked, Are you okay? She replied confusedly. Oh yeah. She wondered why the people with him were wearing Ngoa Long uniforms. So he must be. Thank you, Suang replied. Yes. I am also a disciple of Ngoa Long Valley of Vo Lam Academy. Due to some personal reasons, I joined. Entering Putua Temple, Chu Xian bowed respectfully. Hello, senior. I am Chu Xian, who just passed this year's Dragon and Phoenix exam. Was a successful candidate this year, and also won the championship of the Dragon and Phoenix exam. At that time, I was very proud and confident. Ta Song smiled. I'm Ta Song. Let's say hello later. You just stay here and rest. I'll go down there to take care of the family. Join them. Xiechong finished speaking and jumped up and down on the battlefield. Chu Xian Pang Huang stood there, but after greeting his senior for the first time, he felt embarrassed because of his previous body. She trembled. Because of herself, because of her confidence, no, her arrogance. While the Nam Hyung Thuong sect was on the brink of destruction, her tears fell. A hand silently struggled on the roof. He crawled to gasp for breath, grimacing and cursing. Nonsense, you troublemaker. He jumped up and drew his sword. If it wasn't for you, we would have killed all of you and left. Morong Bai appeared behind. He rushed to where she was standing, fiercely attacking. He kicked the Japanese soldier hard. Don't forget to turn back to ask her. No, what? She panicked. Sorry, I was just looking down. He landed, smiled and winked at her. Just the thing to do. Chu Hian was bewildered. Thank you. He gave her a pill and instructed her. Your wound is quite deep. Crush this and apply it to the wound. She held a pill in her hand that was mysteriously a healing medicine. Huh. Morongbei was confused as he remembered that before the attack, Tang Tung told him to give this to Zhou Xian. He remembered that he had told him to give this to her after saving her. He didn't understand at that time. He blushed, confused face, but now I understand. He bowed his head proudly. Thank you, team leader. You made me look at you in a different light. Chu Xian bowed his head politely. Such a precious thing, really. Thank you very much, brother. Remember, don't eat it. You have to grind it and apply it to the wound. Chu Hian thought confusedly. In this day and age, who doesn't know how to use medicine anymore? But she still gently replied, yes. She looked at the pill in the palm of her hand. Fighting all night, so her wound was also quite deep. With this pill, I will recover quickly. But let me, is it really okay to use something so precious? What about it? Moreover, if they fight and suffer a fatal wound, so it's better to use it then. Morongbei saw that Miss Tran Tru was not using it for a long time, so he comforted her. Miss, don't worry, since we arrived here, not a single Japanese enemy has been able to catch, block, or avoid our attacks. He was too embarrassed to stop walking, so that pill was unnecessary. Don't worry about it, just take it. His mind and body were in turmoil right now, saying that made him look cool. Chu Hien fell into deep thought. On the way here, they must have risked their lives many times to fight the Japanese army, especially that senior. Although, is there excess or bile in the internal air? Long-winded language. One move to kill or one. Perfect weapons are not important to. Chu Hien looked down where Duong Tung was fighting desperately. Move fast like an animal, react accordingly. Instinct. Every attack carries deadly strength, quick response to situations, and real combat experience. As if he had been through thousands of battles. The battle. He is using very effective moves. It must be said to be extremely perfect. I dare not guess the path he has chosen or the training method. His training. But if there is a natural genius in this world, so it must be him, right? I also want to become stronger, just like him. I know. Like that person, if I want to keep up with his teammates. Even if it's just, even a little bit. We are not allowed to depend on others or blame others. For anyone. Chu Hien crushed the pill and sprinkled it on his wound. The wound healed in a flash. Must do it herself. She gripped the spear and stood tall, acting, believing in her comrades, team, and himself. Chu Hien stepped onto the railing. He had to move forward. He was not allowed to give up. Moron, Bach stammered looking at her. Miss, you should rest. Let us handle it. She replied softly. Thanks to your medicine, not only is my wound healed, but my strength has also recovered. I am truly grateful, but I cannot just stand still and do nothing. She turned back, looking at him confidently. This is a fight. If the head of the South Sea Eagle trading sect, who is also a member of the 10 supervisors, were to stand still and wait for someone else to handle it. Problem protection, she smiled confidently. Then who will protect the cave head? Dung Bok was struck by love at first sight, his eyes filled with tears. Looking away from her, she told herself that Chu Hien would use this spear to advance on his own, forward to rebuild the South Sea Eagle Commerce sect. For the new dawn of the first cave, Duong Tung was fighting desperately. Suddenly he felt so excited. Maybe it's because of the long and arduous road ahead that I have. Choose. He frowned and charged forward to fight Yo alone. I have become strong enough to fight. As for him, thanks to the second stage of physical enhancement, he was able to use the infantry combined with his current physical condition. Absorbing yin and yang magic also helps you recover your internal energy after a battle. A long time. To others, I must look like a genius. Duong Tung smiled smugly. His pupils appeared. A white circle appeared. All of Ito's information appeared before level 64 Itagawa's eyes. I didn't expect to be able to overwhelm someone of that level. Of course I expected it. When I accidentally saw this bastard Kagawa, I knew his fighting style. The Thunder Palace Demon King of the East Sea, he broke his oath. Damn it, he continuously shot arrows at him. The Storm Captain of the East Sea Pirates Trio, Itak Kagawa, a man who can shoot arrows like a demon and move as fast as lightning. His fighting style focuses on distance, far beyond close combat. Even though he knew some martial arts and fighting skills, the most basic trick that people like him used to create distance to shoot arrows. He panicked and started to raise his hands. If he and I fought barehanded, then, what the hell? After to Huyet flute sound, Duong Tung became more certain of his thoughts. He would use his subordinates to stall for time and widen the distance. A group of ninjas ran along the wall. On the other side, Japanese soldiers also surrounded Duong Tong. He pulled out 3 arrows and aimed them towards. Brother, farewell, was shot. Darts and rifles were fired at the same time. Duong Tong sat, collapsed. The system panel appeared. The title of Duck Master has been equipped. Passive skill jump level 10. Proficiency 45%. Duong Tong jumped into the air. He was startled, his eyes. He was full of determination. This guy had lost to Nam Kung Sach in the beginning, which meant I could also defeat him. He rushed to attack Yo head-on, and he immediately used weapons to block. The enemy troops together. The time surrounded him. He smiled smugly. What a powerful way to hold a weapon, that you didn't feel anything on the way here. Huh, you don't understand. He continued. We're leaving soon. We've taken all the supplies offshore. I'm sure. I'm staying. The person who said he would join the team. The army on Nandang Mountain. You think that is the entire supply in the province of electricity? Hearing this, Duong Tong was stunned. He added boldly. They are also placed on every floor of the main hall. That too. Duong Tong was annoyed. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. His face darkened. Our plan is to lure all of you into this provincial palace. And when we get bored, we will set off fireworks. The whole gang was devastated. He thought angrily. Fireworks? But it's raining, so we have to postpone it a bit. He smiled maliciously. With the crowd you brought, I think the fireworks display can start now. The guards immediately threw darts at him. He used his weapon to block their attack. A man threw a cannon at Y2. He caught it and tied it to the name. Y to Duong Palace aimed towards the main hall, which is filled with explosives in every corner. He aimed straight for the top floor. Panic. Wait. He smiled smugly, witnessing the moment your friend shines. He let go of the bowstring. Each arrow flies in a precise trajectory. Like sword chi and Dao chi, bows and arrows can also absorb spiritual energy. Day Pion HV demonstrated it last year. His bow and arrows were filled with spiritual power like cannons. Even from a long distance, they had terrifying power. Duong Tong looked up in panic. If that pile of fireworks really exploded like he said, that arrow would pierce through the building and detonate the explosive. The battle is still going on in the main hall. Be persistent. I have to stop it. Back to my friends, my teammates. A spear shot down like the wind. Chu Hien held the spear and shouted. The Eagle Spear sect, the icy Eagle Spear. The spearhead aimed straight at the arrow that was tying the cannon. That is, the first. The two sides collided with each other, emitting a dazzling beam of light. Ta Suang and Zhang Heng suddenly looked back. Saint, Bai Bing Cheng. The entire main hall was covered in ice. Duong Tong happily looked up in contrast to his face. Y2's panic. Each name was closed. The ice was firmly pinned there. Chu Xian stood up on the ice and declared strongly, even though you played a trick on me tonight, at least I know that you have arranged these things. What's around this place? She shouted. You think I'll let you detonate that pile of that cannon? It gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. These damn dogs. Brother, draw your weapon to kill the opportunity. It was at this moment that he launched his attack towards him. The weapon just touched his body. Instant change. Lost. He panicked and disappeared. The battle bow was hidden, and he used transformation techniques. The gunpowder tubes fell down. Gunpowder? How did he turn into gunpowder? Tang Tung Ru realized something. His expression darkened. Ah, it wasn't him who transformed. He had been fighting with this gunpowder from the very beginning. He transferred spiritual power into the gunpowder too. Fool me. Brother Yin was angry, using tricks to prolong the distance. When did Wida widen the distance? He jumped up in the air, up there. He held the cannon tightly in his hand and said proudly, I told you, that building isn't the only place that stores gunpowder. We have placed in every corner. The cannon tube fell down. Duong Tong panicked. Wait, then what if people? The cannonball will also touch the ground. Immediately detonated. A large area of fire exploded. Everyone is unforeseen. I got this. Ta Suang shouted. The road. Tung. It jumped onto the roof of the citadel. With a big laugh, he said provocatively, even if you are lucky enough to escape death, your skin will still be severely burned. Every time you look in the mirror, you will remember me. Your face will be just like mine. Voice. He rang, like we're the flag. He paused. Huh. He looked up. The injured man on the road growled. Ah, damn it. Even though he's fireproof, still in pain to the point of death. Thanks to being immersed in fire, your body's resistance has been enhanced, fire resistance reaching level 5. You are uncomfortable. In your head there is. Can you distinguish between friend and foe? His shirt was almost torn, his body, full of wounds. He grabbed his outer shirt tightly, proudly tearing it off before his eyes. Although he wasn't burned thanks to his fire resistance technique, if it weren't for the snake treasure blocking the debris, he would have been fatally injured. That Tahak was stunned. This guy also surprised me. I didn't expect him to end like that. Now that he has put some distance between us, he definitely won't miss out. No chance. Duong Tung draws his bow. He tenses. Aim the rope at him. Then I will hit him too. Long distance. That was startled. Bow and arrow? Where did he get it from? From nothing. What the hell is this? He, looking at his bow, wondering, what kind of bow is that? He shot an arrow from above, and it immediately flew towards Y2. He laughed loudly and provocatively. What is this? It's like a child shooting a bow. You want to fight me with that bow and arrows? He pulled out another arrow, raised his bow, and aimed towards Duong Tung. This is the arrow of an adult. He let go of the rope. The arrow immediately shot out. Open your eyes and learn. Two arrows on the same trajectory are about to collide. Each of Tang Tung's names strongly pierced through his name. Little panic. Through. Always. The arrow pierced straight into his chest. Duong Tung dodged his arrow. He gritted his teeth and thought. His sword energy was much faster and more terrifying than Day Pion's. Luckily, he aimed at the arrow. Otherwise, I will have enough. He pulled out another arrow, determined to shoot the man before him. He continuously jumped to avoid Duong Tung's arrows. He bit his lip in anger until it bled. I can lose in a long-distance fight? No way. Little Su Ru remembered something. His eyes widened. I heard a few days ago that you were injured by those arrows. It must be him. Look, line. In the distance, there was also that set of clothes, clearly belonging to Yoshiki, the guard of Konishi. He seemed to realize something. Now I understand why he survived the incident. It exploded. Just like the 10 treasures in the Central Plains, the EC also had special weapons called the 10 Great Treasures. One of them was the strongest armor in the East Sea, the Snake Demon Robe, woven by monsters using their own flesh and blood. Unexpectedly, he already took it back. This guy must be the one who killed Yoshiki. In Manhua, he gritted his teeth in anger, and he shot another arrow, which he immediately jumped to avoid. He felt, sigh, really good at dodging. Looking at the pile of bows and arrows in his hand, he was confused. He was still collecting his arrows. Why not use it now? He thought through his teeth, planning to collect enough and run away at once. He had just enough arrows, but if he kept wasting them like this, he would run out. Many other bows and arrows appear in your hand. You must increase your accuracy with the bows and arrows borrowed from the Zhejiang army. You have equipped a bow and arrow. The accuracy rate increases by 20%. Passive skill archery level 5, degree, 68% proficiency. Brother Duong's bow and arrow aim and shoot, 100% accuracy rate. The arrow is like imbued with internal energy. Arrows can be shot. Run like the wind, love fire. Few bowls of dancing. Go up and avoid. Dodged. The arrow seemed to have a mind of its own and changed direction to aim at him. He panicked. What? He staggered and fell down, cursing under his breath. Damn this bastard. He panicked, looking at the arrows before his eyes. How the hell could he avoid these arrows? Is this the invincible weapon? The arrows, just stick it straight into him. He dares. Screaming. Dog. Wida struggled to answer. He suddenly looked at him. He stopped. Pop out. Already. Demon Bow level 50 limit continuous effect. Demon arrow is shot from the bow. This arrow can temporarily ignore physical attacks and penetration defense. It's called temporary, but the penetration ability disappears in a blink of an eye. He denied it, just about. Just 1 second. His face darkened and smiled evilly. It seemed like he had discovered it. Oh well, it seems it's not impossible. Defeated, huh? His eyes were cold, strange, so annoying. His voice was hoarse. Laughing strangely, he shouted, I discovered the secret of that bow. Your time has come, and I have collected enough arrows. I swear on my honor as the Thunder Bow Demon King of the East Sea. Hyang aimed his bow at you. I will kill you and take your bow and arrows. The same outfit. Each one is unavoidable. But the arrow is as heavy as a cannon, so it is difficult to deflect. We have the East Sea too. This Akagawa will show you his ultimate move. Of the Thunder Palace Demon King of the East Sea. He let go. The moment it reappeared in the central plains where it could never have happened. The arrows tore. The wind blew towards him. A wave of arrows. Those arrows then split into multi-piece. 2 waves of arrows. They split into tiny pieces. The speed is also faster. 3 waves of arrows. The arrows now like a storm pouring down, like 300 willow leaves cutting through the sky, like lightning. He looked at the series in panic. The guy in front of him. From the start, he had planned to use this move. He cursed. Mother body. This life. Duong Tung thought to himself. Nam Kung Sach must face it and overcome it. Me too. Brother. Suddenly stopped. A move inspired by the enhanced spiritual power of Nam Kung, a Nam Kung Sach Vin Bin Din. But this move can only block the copper arrow. Even if I use all the spiritual power I gathered from absorbing yin-yang technique, I can only use it once. If I use it once to defend, so what about next time? He might just collect more arrows while avoiding attacks. My click. Then use absorption, on my OG only. Another mind split by spiritual energy. He tightened his grip on the bow and arrow. I will put that spiritual power into it. This arrow. When I shoot another arrow, I will use the combined infantry to attack him. Some other cells are stronger than yourself. What do you mean? Instead of panicking like me, I can calm down. Assess the situation. He tightened the tree. Bow, brother. Knock the arrow. Raise the bow high. 1 accurate shot. He panicked. What? Crying chance effect. 20% chance to distract enemy's attention. Activate probability effect. Enemy targets within a 30 m radius of the demon bow's firing line will fall into a state of distracted attention, absorbing yin-yang magic and dividing mind heat. The enhanced skills overlap each other. Passive skill level 13, manual skill 5% proficiency when holding the 10 great demon axe. Combined infantry and infantry 10th title, permanent. The arrows turned into a hurricane that shattered Yo's willow arrow storm. He thought to himself that he had 60 years of combat experience. But because his talent was not enough and he had not learned enough, even though he had not, enlightenment. Like a bean in a dry place, it only takes time for those experiences to come alive and bear fruit to result in enlightenment for a blockhead like me. He laughed loudly, and one day that enlightenment would come to him. Just me. A method I have never seen or tried before. An arrow like piercing the wind aimed at the crowd of people. Japanese soldiers were shocked. Others were happy, others surprised. Why to panic? A method I have never seen or tried before. Using the eternal peak of the 10 great demon soldiers combined with absorbing the yin-yang technique and the ghost palace, the arrow was stuck straight into his head. He was helpless until his last breath. Why? Another line spoke up. You see it and still ask? Just a few bowls and you'll be fine. Cut the head into pieces. The system panel appears. The mission is to help the Southern Commander suppress the East Sea Pirate Trio in Zhejiang Province 1/3. Duration is 1 year. Duong Tung raised his bow and arrow in his hand and shouted. Kagawa was killed. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. The enemy general was dead. Tang Tung won. The battle ended in victory. Both the Japanese rear support troops and the rebels at the front line were defeated. Was destroyed. Most importantly, Itak Kagawa, one of the 3 leaders of the East Sea Pirate Trio, was killed. Head has been taken back. The 10 cave supervisors finally have a chance to rest before cleaning up. Tang Tung walked over and waved at everyone. Everyone did well. It's natural to be exhausted. After all, they had been fighting non-stop since the Japanese army took over, and everyone who looked at him was filled with joy. Thank you, Tang Thu Heap. Thank you. Above all, this victory had returned their sense of pride, the feeling of freedom. Of course, so did our group. They hadn't slept for many days. Zhang Heng waved at him. Are you here? To prepare for the battles ahead, we must rest. He smiled. Everyone worked hard. Bored. Notice. Appeared again, he pondered. 1/3, ah? So this proves that this mission does not apply to all the East Sea pirates, but only to their 3 leaders. In other words, I have to kill all 3 to complete the mission. He sighed. This battle not only helped me grow up and realize many things, but also gave me the opportunity to think back on my past life. The gentle breeze caressed the wound. It felt so pleasant. Duong Tung looked. On the other side, the storm on this side has passed, but the other side is still very strong. Mold. His face was determined. Even though it was slow, there would definitely be changes to his body, his martial arts, to Dongtu, and even the entire Zhejiang. He looked at the removed watch and thought. When he left Dai Duong Mountain, He had already removed the mutant watch. I can easily check the mutation results when wearing it, but the fatigue of facing another past life was too terrible. But I don't have time for that now. He gripped the watch. His eyes were determined. I already knew what to do next. Murim shyly handed Zhou Xian a lunchbox. I made some rice balls. She was surprised. Thank you. Chu Hien's face was bewildered. Huh? Duong Tung frowned and looked at her meaningfully. Was she just going to thank him? Caressed Tutu and looked at her. Since there was no way to thank her, there had to be something more practical, right? She was confused and thought for a moment, then blushed. Face down. So what do you want? He raised his eyebrows and asked thoughtfully. Very good. What can she give me? The Yingshang sect is currently in dire need of financial and manpower support to be able to rebuild the cave. And sect. He closed his eyes and pondered, but he didn't need those two things. He looked towards her. Forget it. Now you are the head of the Yingshang sect, right? Chu Xian stammered in reply. Yes. In the King's Song of Songs, Murim said that he had met a chance encounter where he and Zhou Xian were engaged in a marriage. The problem was that the place was not specifically mentioned. I can't. He bowed his head. I can't sit and wait for the two of us to be together. But she is the sect master, so she must know that place and why she needs that position. He opened his mouth. You have. Can you take me to the place where the seniors of the Nam Hyung Thuong sect are holding a wedding? Chu Hien is confused. She blushed and stammered. What? Are you confused? Is there a problem? Is this request too much? Chu, red sage, face. She was embarrassed. Do you really want that? He affirmed. Yes, I have confirmed the location of the treasure on the map. It would be beneficial to find the opportunity in Guvong Bin first. And Chu Hien wants to thank him. So I will take advantage of it. This chance always. She sighed. Well, I understand. She turned around and walked away, reminding him. Then please come on time. We will take a boat there. He softly replied, yes. Everyone together to support the collection. Clean up the mess. On the other side, Xiechong shouted. What? Are you going alone again? Tang Tung put his hands on his hips. We still have a lot to fight, so you guys should take the opportunity to rest. He smiled. Do you remember what I said back at Dai Duong Mountain? I have to go find it. Tasu was doubtful. That thing is in the south. Did you move your head? He said firmly. Yes, she was confused. But why can't we go together? Each other? Duong Tung only replied. This time I will go alone. She wondered if she was alone. He seemed to remember. What? There. He smiled. Chu Hien knew this place well, so she would show me the way. He raised his eyebrows teasingly. Why are you worried? Ta Swang provoked. What are you worried about? Take it easy. That's all. The two fell into silence. She spoke. So, please say, go. Are you surprised? She continued. Words that everything will be okay. Say it. Duong Tung paused for a moment. He sighed and said, it'll be okay. He smiled. Okay. Yet. Ta Song was also somewhat relieved. That's enough. Chu Hien. Boom. Up. Tang Tung quickly jumped into the boat. He waved to Ta Suong. She sighed and watched the boat gradually fade away. Ruhai breathlessly climbed the boat. Ta Suong looked down, confused as to why her face was red. Is that so? Zhang Heng walked over doubtfully. He's really going? He looked at them expectantly. What's with those two? Going on a date. Huh. Ta Suong frowned. What did you say? No. You don't understand. How would you know? She replied. Of course I know more than your stupid bear. Zhang Heng smiled meaningfully. Then this stupid bear also knows you are worried. Ta Suong fell into deep thought. Moron Bak walked over and asked, where did the group leader go, leaving us alone? Zhang Heng turned back to look at him suspiciously. Why do you look as upset as Ta Suong? Why don't we answer? He pointed into the distance and shouted. Those two people went to that island. Just the two of them. What if the tide comes in and they can't come back? What? Zhang Heng crossed his arms. Ta Suong said their relationship was not like that, so don't worry. Her voice rang out softly. I'm just a little worried. Because of you. She is pretty. Beautiful. Not like me, she. Really beautiful. That's why I'm worried. Moronbai also nodded in agreement. Beautiful? She is indeed very beautiful. A person standing from afar watching this scene, helpless, speechless. He thought to himself, Senior Tang is indeed different. Not only Senior Xiechong, but also charming everyone. The daughter is different. The boat is climbed out to sea. Chu Hien looked into the distance. We're almost there. Duong Tung raised his head. A stone pillar clearly inscribed with the word Ai Nam. Ai Nam. That sure is the word high, the rest. It must be cracked. Hainan Eagle Trading Sect, surrounded by floating broken stone pillars. He thought to himself, he didn't expect the sect to be in. Almost. How lucky. Chu Xian began to recount. Our clan originated from the North Sea, the Ice Palace, but we came to the Southern Seas about 6. Previous generation. That's why we specialize in Korean attribute martial arts. Tang Tung listened as he climbed the boat. He realized that that's why the Northern Sea Ice Palace was so strong. According to, it is recorded that cold attribute martial arts cause a person to gradually lose their emotions as their strength increases. As a result, many generations of ancestors became cold towards their closest relatives. However, my direct ancestor loved his wife very much and did not want to lose his feelings. So he took her away from the North Sea into the sea. Male. Since then, we have been on a path where emotions are balanced. Although the Ice Palace regards us as traitors, the righteous faction has recognized us and allowed us to join the martial alliance. However, because the new approach to ice martial arts was too weak, we had to find another way to protect ourselves. Cold is the cause of losing emotions, so we transmitted martial arts through weapons instead of the body. That is how we developed our powerful ice martial arts while still maintaining the feeling that Han Yingshang became the treasure of our sect. He wondered if his sect should have applied that power to other weapons as well. It would have been useful against the trio of EC pirates. Chu Hian also agree. That's right. But using martial arts through weapons is difficult, more than direct use. Do you know how much time it takes for a person to practice to control his internal force? Maybe a lifetime. Compared to that, controlling the chi in a weapon is even more difficult. Unless the person is a genius, some people will even go crazy and attack their allies if anything happens. That's a mistake. I agree. That's right. The more powerful the weapon, the harder it is to control. Although my weapons are special, they are not too difficult to use. Sometimes the weapon made from the Jade of Light is one of the 10 great weapons. It is not on the same level as the 10 great treasures. The Demon Bow is probably also a weapon that can be compared to them, because it has a level limit. The Demon Bow plays a big role in the fight with Yo. He aimed. Eyes calm, except that, though, is Chu Hian, who comes from a family of emotional people, eventually betrays the martial arts alliance and becomes one of the Wang Bingshun. Zhou Xianru noticed something. He wondered, was it because of her martial arts? Or was it because of her husband? Murong Bai's climbing roof is still going downhill. Following the sea current, she called out to remind, we're almost there. Duong Tung suddenly. Pause. Nam Ai. That must be the word high. The rest is probably cracked. Nam Hai Eagle Trading Sect. I didn't expect the sect to be so close. How lucky. He summoned the system map. According to the map, the treasure must be hidden. Right here. 2 people stopped on an island. He smiled smugly. If he did well, he could receive both the treasure and the opportunity. Is this fate? Chu Hian goes first, Duong Tung followed. Looking at her back, he thought to himself, this girl's footsteps were heavy even before she left. It seemed like she was sad about something. No, it's only natural to be sad. She just lost her father, her family, everything now she realizes. She was all alone in this world. He blamed himself for not knowing what her situation was like now, but she had definitely lost everything, and he even made Chu Hian bring him here before he could adjust his emotions. He thought, thinking for a while. It seemed that after being reborn and being pressured by time, I had become less sensitive to the things I should pay attention to. Tu suddenly jumped out of Space Warehouse. He looked serious, no matter who it was. Everyone had feelings and one life to live. He reminded himself, he should be more careful. ZZ, I'm glad you're coming with me this time. Let's find it together. Let's go. He looked around. Although the backyard of the Yingshang sect had some damage, it was quite well preserved. He suddenly exclaimed, it was more beautiful than he thought. She looked back at him, then withdrew his gaze again. He wondered, even so, why is it so big? He mused, I thought I would find what I wanted right away. Seems like it should be. It's a waste of time. She spoke up. I know who would want to build such a large place. This. Duong Tung suddenly froze. He scratched his head and sighed. I should be careful with my words. The 2 people walked to a large building. Chu Hian put the spear outside. She took off her shirt. Down? Shyly asked. Can you put that thing away for a while? He was confused. That thing. He looked at Tu as if to acknowledge something. I wonder why the sentence. Are you afraid it will grow big? She blushed. No, just a little scared. What if someone is watching? He pointed at ZZ and replied, Observer. What observer? Would it be better to tell him to leave? Z. The friendly dog made a sound. He petted it, and his name is ZZ, no? That's it. She bowed her head trembling. Yes, I understand. As you wish, my benefactor. She trembled as she walked to the middle of the floor, muttering to herself. It's just an animal. Who cares, right? He raised an eyebrow. Are you looking down on him? ZZ is very skilled. You know that. He suddenly paused, only to see Chu Hien. Taking off his clothes, he quickly grabbed her clothes up, put them back on her confused. Are you kidding? What are you doing? He aimed, red-faced, chop eyes. I am a principled person. Bring the shirt back quickly. What's so hard to understand? He panicked, waiting to adjust her clothes before. Turn back. He turned away confused. What do you mean by that? I'm not a despicable bastard. I just want you to take me here, nothing more. She was flustered. Excuse me, but I'm sure I heard you talking about promised marriage. He shouted. Who told you I wanted to do that? I just wanted you to take me here. I'm upset. We haven't talked much yet, so this feels like a joke. Are you serious? I feel guilty. With her, too. He sighed and reminded her. Don't take off your clothes in front of anyone. You're lucky I'm a gentleman. If it were anyone else, especially him, you know. That Mr. Murim. If it were him, both of you today would definitely. Something will happen. Chu Hien blushed. You suddenly remembered something. And now not interested in her at all. I was interested. He suddenly jumped into the lake. His body felt around. He raised his hand high, make a fist and punch down hard. This is a water area that is splashed up. Murim Bai's splattering in his notes. The Five Kings Pledge. A part of Murim Bai's history is described in the school. This is a direct descendant of the Murim family. He is destined to become a master. However, at the place where he married Chu Hien, Bitch Siu got lost in a mysterious place and coincidentally encountered the relic of Ice King Peng Dong Ho, who ruled over the areas outside of Central Plains 700 years ago. With that coincidence, he improved the Murim clan's footwork from firefighting footwork to fire-destroying footwork, and it became even stronger. Duong Tung continuously lowered his head many times. Punch, she was confused. What are you doing? So, I don't understand. What else should I do? Suddenly cracked. A large array. He smiled. I'm treasure hunting. Ryuhai was puzzled. Treasure hunting? She frowned. Look down. Are you sure there's something here? Is that why you asked me about the family's engagement place? She reminded him. There's nothing here. I've lived here for 17 years. He smiled. Smile look. She suddenly hesitated and then asked, Do you need my help? He raised his eyebrows. I would be very grateful for that. Chu Hien picked up her spear and rushed down. Below happily said, Don't forget that I will charge you for destroying our sect's backyard. He smiled. Just don't freeze me. Death is fine. She rushed down to make a zone. The water exploded. Long Ho was drilled into a big hole by Chu Hien. She spoke up. Hey, Tang Tung is suspicious. Come on. The stream of water flowing down revealed a large cave. No matter how I thought about it, I still didn't understand. He replied that he didn't understand what was going on. She was confused. He said, I'm sure there's something here. But Tang Tung replied curtly. But she was skeptical. I have lived here for 17 years and I didn't even know this place existed. My family doesn't even have records of it, even though they came here from the North Sea a long time ago. The two of them went down deep underground. She continued. So how? You know about it? Tang Tung simply replied. I heard there is treasure here. Although I don't know what it is, I think if it's not above ground, it must be below. He thought pensively. Because the clan was destroyed, the only place where Murim Bai could have fallen must be is a pond. However, who knew it was so deep? He spoke up. The best place to hide things is in the open, right? She was confused. In a place where everyone can see? Is that what you mean? Duong Tung was lost in his thoughts, wondering how Murim Bai got this place. She raised her voice. Let's make one thing clear first. I'm the one who found this place. He paused. Yes, we dug down here easily because Chu Hien froze the water surface. On Thong replied. But I'm the one who told you about this. She smiled. I'm the leader of that clan, so let's divide the warehouse. This treasure is out. Duong Tung considered for a moment. It makes sense. After all, she also needs something to rebuild the Eagle trading sect. He spoke up. Fine, let's go. Duong Tung grabbed a rock. He threw it aside. Chu Xian asked with satisfaction. Good. How far do we have to go? He reminded her, huffing in silence for a moment. He listened silently to the sound of stone, looked down into the abyss. He mused, it seems we are almost at the bottom. He smiled slyly. By the way, if she wanted to get off, she had to jump. Road. Without saying much, Tung pushed her down. Below. She screamed, this crazy bastard. Tutu also very consciously flew down. It immediately grew big and happily supported Chu Hien. Duong Tung also jumped down. Chu Hien lay on its back screaming as if he was very wronged. He happily looked at Tutu and thought. Tutu seemed to understand what he meant even though he didn't say anything. Her scream made him unable to bear it any longer. He covered his ears, shouted, that's enough. He reminded her, we've reached the bottom. She was surprised. He cursed inwardly. You ass. Was that all she could say after yelling into someone else's ear? Reach out. There is nothing here to let me feel the surroundings. Groping about. All the senses except the ears were useless. That darkness was all there was. When people realized that they could not see anything because there was no light, they were sure. We'll talk about that place. Usually when you get used to the darkness, you can see a little bit, and that is the problem here. No matter how long you wait, it is still pitch black. Why? Chu Xian stopped making noise and stuck closer to me. Chu Xian took his arm, probably because we couldn't hear or see anything. Even so, why didn't she hesitate at all? So annoying. Don't come so close to me. Can't you tell which is my body? Chu Hien trembled. Please forgive me. Whose fault is it that I ended up in this situation? He frowned. You mean it's my fault? She replied obviously. Of course. Who was it that said to divide the treasure equally? You say? She was confused. I won't give up on that. He pushed her away. Do your job and help me find my way. Stay away from me. She grabbed. He took his hand and shouted. But I was afraid. He was difficult to understand. I'm afraid of your head. I remember you used to slash people without blinking an eye. Anyway, this place is really dark. If it's this dark, no one will know even if they take off their clothes. Chu Hien's scream rang out again. Where did he touch? He was confused. I didn't do anything. She screamed again. Again, you're upset I told you I didn't do anything. A dark shadow stuck to her. She panicked. You liar, stop it. He grabbed her hand and growled. It's not me. Why are you acting like that when you're the one groping me? Me first, she yelled in annoyance. Then who is it? It's just you and me here. He frowned. No, there was one more person. Tutu rubbed against Chu Hien's body. He spoke up to defend himself. My body may be strong, but it doesn't have hair. She was embarrassed. I'm sorry. He looked at their stats and sighed. Level 25, Chu Xian. Level 44, ZZ. I wonder when the third eye will open. Now I can still see the information on top of my head. Of Tuesday. Thanks to that. I know he acts cute around Chu Hien. Chu Hien suddenly slipped and died. Balance. Fell down. Duong Tung turned back. He grabbed her spear and started. Take her. Chu Xian coughed. What the hell is this place? It's completely dark, and there's even a deep puddle of water. She said with difficulty. Are we trapped here? He looked around and muttered. Now, then it must be so. He thought to himself. Here is a dark patch appearing before the eyes. You deep puddle. Chu Hien was puzzled. Why are you so leisurely? He smiled awkwardly. You're being too noisy. Didn't I just save you? She replied. Maybe you want to take advantage of me when pulled me out of the water. His face showed helplessness and shamelessness. Oh, I'm speechless. She stood up confused. What should we do? Didn't you know everything about this place before coming here? He calmly replied. No, I didn't come here knowing everything. Both were silent, looking at the deep puddle. Tutu continuously licked Chu Hien. She was confused. Hey, stop. She pointed at it. I said stop. The perverted cat. A puddle of water suddenly emerged into the foam. A puddle of water. Murim described it as a well in the darkness. He turned to ask her if she was swimming well. She raised her hand. No, not at all. He was doubtful. How could she call herself an islander and a martial artist when she couldn't swim? So, he started his body. Okay, I'll go down alone. You and Zijia wait. Here. He sighed. I can't breathe underwater, but this is the only way. Let's deal with it as it comes. Water bubbles. The air rippled again, and his hearing immediately felt that the lake was quite stuffy, but he could smell the smell of rotten eggs. What is that burning smell that Murim mentioned? He jumped up and rushed straight down. Puddle. Chu Hien was shocked. He dived deep down as he wished. Wait, this well is unusually deep. It's like an abyss. I can't see anything in front of me, and it's over 31 m deep, so it took me days to get to the bottom. That's just Murim by standard. For me, this is too easy. My swimming skills are already high level. I'm not sure what the 3 crowns mean, but whether it was diving or swimming, there was no one in the Central Plains who was worthy of being his opponent. He dove deeper and deeper. A small gap, a shadow floats. Strange atmosphere. You glared at me, table. His hand, reaching out, he touched the water bubble. The bubble immediately covered him. He suddenly looked down and exclaimed, "Gate." After saying that, he suddenly realized, wait a minute, how can I say I'm underwater? Duong Tung was surprised. The light from the gate flickered. It was opening. So that means the moment the door opened, I could speak and breathe underwater. Although Nguvong Bin then did not describe this absurd phenomenon in detail, one thing was clear. The Ice King's relic is in here. Tang Tung is here. Get out of the puddle. Let's go. Chu Hien looked at him warily. Is it you? I can't see anything. Where are we going anyway? He replied, into the water. She panicked. Sorry, I didn't say I didn't know. You swam? He thought to himself. Yes, if it was normal water, it would be natural for her not to know how to swim. But this was not normal water. He comforted her. It's okay, it'll be fine. He ordered the suicide squad to take her with him. It bit her shirt. Chu Hien panicked and shouted, Why are you doing this? She was dragged away by it. The cat turned into a prince. Both of them rushed into the deep water. From the dead, Chu Hien swam along the stream. She yelled frantically, Hey you bastard, I told you I can't swim. I can't. He replied, Yeah, I know it's impossible. But why can you talk in water? She screamed, Yeah, you bastard. Chu Hien was stunned. People. Hey, that's right. Normally no one can breathe underwater, yell loudly, and be rude to their seniors, right? He calmly replied, Am I wrong? No. She looked at the light before her eyes in panic. What is this again? Duong Tung, calm down, I don't know. They swam towards the light. He said, Well, we can find out ourselves. Duong Tung entered the front gate, followed by Zijiao and Zhou Xian. She was surprised. Oh, I can feel the atmosphere. He landed on the ground, wondering what the ground was made of. I'm not even sure if this place is naturally white or if it's white because it's so bright. Chu Hien landed and was unfortunately hit. Slip. He reminded, so maybe a bit bumpy and slippery due to the moisture. Be careful with me. She was embarrassed. Yes, I understand. He looked around. This pure white space was like the space inside the yin-yang absorption technique. Are we inside the barrier created by the owner of the book? No. She took a breath. What is this smell? He replied, Lu Huang, I think so. She wondered, Lu Huang. So there is a mountain, fire nearby. He squinted. Who knows? Chu Hien happily moved forward, shouted, Let's go. Looking at her back, he sighed at the interesting girl who had just been scared by the water and the action a few minutes ago. Death's Cave. He looked down at the system map. He couldn't get closer because he was already standing at that position. Does the location of the treasure on the treasure map coincide with the third chance? If the treasure that the map leads to is the relic of the Fire King, he was helpless, so wouldn't the treasure map be meaningless? Damn it. I don't know if this coincidence is a coincidence because the cave is made up of many special islands. But there's no way a body of water with another coincidence would fall in. What a coincidence. He walked carefully, thinking pensively. How long has this thing been hidden? Looking at the way she didn't know anything. It must have been here since before the Yingshang sect was established. They walked to a white mansion. She stammered. This place. She stepped up and muttered. It seemed different, but there was no doubt about it. He was puzzled. Huh? What are you talking about? She turned back. This place is similar to the place where we dug our heads down. The manner of the Yingshang sect. I also realized something. All right. So, he wondered. But isn't it a little empty? She replied, I know. There's a bunch of construction here and there. It's different from what we have now, she muttered. It's just like what the Eagle sect looked like in the past. A figure appeared before the two of them. I agree. From the Northern Sea, I am here. I am the eldest daughter of the Bung family, a descendant of the Fire King. Chu Xian spoke. Corn. Ancestors, I'm surprised. Ancestors. Huh. She said. I've seen him in portraits. Even though he looks younger, that person is definitely the ancestor. My first. The first person to set foot on this land. So that woman must be my great-great-grandmother. She led him, walking around. This is the place where two people get married. He was puzzled. So that's how this place became the place where members of the sect get married? He looked around doubtfully. He never thought there would be a descendant of the Fire Lord left. She was even an ancestor, the immortal of the Eagle sect. Because we have passed through the mysterious door with the key. Indefinite lock. He and she approached the two people that Chu Hien said were ancestors and saw that each of them was holding a book. He secretly wondered. Question: two books. The invisible in the visible, the infinite and the immortal. Like a hatter stumbling on the road. We searched all over the world and found it at last. Mr. Bang Hong is the owner of the book and the one who sealed them. But why? Mr. Confusing. If that woman had a book, why didn't she use it? Suddenly the woman dropped book. The 8 trigrams formation surrounded the tower in the middle of the lake, causing it to shake. Strong. He was shocked. It was a form of magical matrix that he had never seen before. He didn't think that the descendants of the Fire King had such great power. Water bubbles rise, male ball, multiply, hand, flower-shaped formation. Snow appeared. In any case, perhaps they wanted to leave the books for their children, descendants, and hope that if their descendants find this place, they will find a way to live in harmony without depending on, belongs to the power. He panicked. The afterimage was disappearing. This is the appearance, the origin of this place. A barren land appeared before the two people's eyes. However, according to the chapter about Murim Bai and the 5 kings Bing Shun, all he obtained was the martial arts of the Fire King. Then why are there 2 books? Chu Hien climbed out and poked at the book. So this was the secret of ancestors left behind. You're helpless, you bastard. So that's how it is. They lived while hiding this dirty secret. Forget it. One side already. If I continue here, I feel like my clothes will burn and my skin will melt. I didn't expect this secret to remain intact for so long. It's really an unbelievable secret. He picked up the book, his mind racing. Normally, he would be excited to find out something like this, but surprisingly, he was quite calm. In his previous life, he had only studied the 3 origin technique until he died. So why wasn't he excited now when he saw this legendary method of cultivating internal energy? Is it because of absorbing the yin-yang technique? Or is it because I really don't care at all about what I can gain from it? On the book is the word Fire King, Shang-Chi. The notification board appeared again. Mission completed. You have completed the mission and the reward will be announced. He suddenly noticed that the system had learned the passive skill Fire Magic. You have found the 2nd relic of the Northern Wilderness treasure of the Fire King upper banner. He was puzzled. This thing was one of the relics of the 4 demons of the Northern Wilderness. Additional quests linked to the 4 demons will be unlocked. Quests linked to the relics of the 4 wildernesses. North. He looked down at the tattered book, so it turned out. Murim Bai had received this, but thinking about how he had gotten another unexpected opportunity. Here. However, my question is deeper. He looked towards Chu Hien. She was holding the frozen book on hand. That book, the treasure is shown in the treasure map. If they found it together like that, then they would have mentioned it. However, this is not even mentioned in the chapter on Chu Hien. The only chance she mentioned in the 5 kings of Bingshan was Han Shang, whom she inherited from her family. Could it be that she couldn't find the book? 2 parts. That was removed from the 5 kings of Bin, then for some reason. Some people believe that if books about the future existed, it would be easy to become the richest person in Central Plains or become a powerful martial arts master or do. The emperor is fine. Really want to show them the 5 kings of Bingshan so they know how history is distorted. He was helpless and turned out to be just 2 swindlers. Ordinary mind. Duong Tung sighed as he looked at the book. Well, now he had Murim Bai's chance. His priority was completed. He had obtained fire magic. Muttered, fire elemental damage. I still don't know what it is. However, there is one thing I am sure of. This technique plays an important role in the power of the Fire King's supreme technique. He pondered, wondering if he should read it once. A moment. He turned the book, page. The book is blank. He is confused. Enchanted already? He smirked smugly. His passive skill of translating was so advanced that he was fluent in all languages and characters. Can be decoded. Suddenly the green air. It was so hot. He was surprised by the strange thing himself. This place itself. Was the panic also created by Fire King Peng Dong-ho? Chu Hien walked over. That book wasn't empty, right? She raised the book. I forced a smile on my face. This book has nothing to do with it. No matter what I do, I still can't. Could see. He stopped. Again, she was puzzled. Forgive me, he reminded her. Leave here first. Don't stand too close to the wall. Slowly turn around and leave. Go. She turned pale. Why are you threatening me? Is that so? He warned her there was something. It's scary here. Tutu bristled and growled. Looking around, she was confused. Are you talking about that cat? You're panicking. Isn't it something really scary? He looked towards Tutu, wondering who it was. What? She looked up. He also reflexively looked in her direction. Only saw long legs on the ceiling of the cave. A strange face appeared. A friendly human-headed monster is looking at. They stared. Deep in an area. In the forest of Zhujiang, Lin Da's group crossed the forest together. He looked at Lu Ming in confusion. Why are you staring at an empty book? He replied, It's not empty. This book is written with air. His eyes lit up. A book written with chi, huh? If the author is good enough to write it with internal energy, he must be a great martial arts master. Besides, there are only a few people who can neutralize the author's internal energy. The author was not able to read it. Jiak Mi also spoke, so there were many cases where it was ignored and thrown away, or there were also cases where people wrote over it. Depending on the amount of internal force used, there were books created to prevent. Stop that. Eventually, the Martial Arts Alliance established a rule that books found in historical sites would be kept intact even if they were empty. Luke Min held out the wrinkled book. Pinch, she was confused. Of course how the books are managed depends on the librarian. But, Lamdat wondered, then how do you know this is written with internal energy? He replied, this is the book that motherfucker Tang read before going to bed every day. Although I don't know why he didn't bring it with him when he left Zhujiang. He was puzzled. Every day? He had never seen Tang Tung read a book more than twice. He must have. I know it by heart. Zhuge Liang enters. Ah, if our senior brother can read it, then we can too. If we give him internal energy, is it mine? The three people gathered together to transfer internal energy to Luke Min. He tried to force himself to read the contents of the book. Zhuge Mi was exhausted and uncomfortable. You still don't see anything? I've used up all my internal force already. Lamdat is uncomfortable. This is also my limit. More than, the two men collapsed exhausted. Luke Min, confused, said, not a word seen. She was surprised that it was impossible. How could she not see a single word, even though she had used all her internal energy? Zhuge Mi wondered, had that senior brother tricked her? Are you lying to us? Mr. Tan Min, although that Mother Tang is not very good, he is not a liar. He told too that this book belongs to one of the devil bags of the wilderness. She was surprised. Devil's bag, the wilderness. Lamdat wondered. The book of the 4 demons of the wilderness. What are they? She explained simply. They refer to the 4 secret books of the world that lie beyond the central plains. More precisely, they are legendary martial arts from the 4 regions of East, West, South, North. Something that cannot be found in the central plains. If this book is one of those books, then it is understandable that we cannot read it. The fact that senior brother Tang can read this thing is an even bigger mystery. Lamdat knew, thought of something, and spoke up. Azura weapon technique, is it? It is definitely not a martial art of the Central Plains. Luke Min reminded him. The correct name is 10 Great Demon Soldiers. He chimed in. Ah, you're right. Jia, Kemi was surprised. The 10 Great Demon Soldiers. I have heard something similar before. She continued. Dong Kui, a madman. He must be the one who wrote the book. Lamdat was confused. Oh, she knew about it? She took. The mysterious half-faced fan said. The Zhuge family has wanted to possess them for a long time. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that the thing my family was looking for would be in the hands of senior brother Tang. Lu Ming wondered. However, there was no mention of the 4 demons of the wilderness anywhere. So how did she know about it? She was confused. Of course I know the great Zhuge family came up with that term. I just told you, didn't I? That was our wish from a long time ago. A long time ago. Luke Min exclaimed, it was true. Zhuge Liang's family. Linda wondered, no matter what, why did he bring such a precious book? He softly replied, because it's still a mystery, I don't know its true value. However, since that Mother Tang became stronger after reading the book, I also want to. What's the point of being stronger, reading more, understanding more, and memorizing more books when I'm still so weak? I want to be useful. The two fell into silence. Lamdat muttered, feeling like I also have responsibility. Distant noise attracts attention. Zhuge Mi's idea. She reminded, someone. We must hide. The 3 of them hurriedly crawled inside. Nearby bushes. After a while, they finally calmed down. A figure passed by, according to, then others. Ji Kami noticed their clothes. She muttered, "Those people are Lamb." Dat spoke up, senior of the first group. She was puzzled. "Are they on a mission?" Luke Min muttered, "It seems so." She had an idea. "Just follow them." She smiled as she looked at the other two. If he wanted to be strong enough to help, he would need a lot of first-hand experience. She quickly rushed away. Lamdat panicked. "Hey, wait, you two are helpless." He sighed. "That girl, didn't she say to stay away from battles?" Luke Min nodded in agreement. One person signaled the group of 5 to surround them in a triangle shape. "Name," the big boy shouted. "Today I can be full." One person reminded, "Big brother, don't go overboard and finish them all off again. We should leave a few for the army, the death squad." Linot panicked. "Those devils are here. Those bastards are surrounding us." No, a soldier panicked. These bastards were right in only targeting the supply section. The other one loudly ordered, "The reinforcements will come this time." Just stalling for time until then. He gritted his teeth and thought, reinforcements are useless. How can we trust them when no supply mission has ever returned even once? He looked at a man who had just been beheaded in panic. Even if reinforcements come, they will come when we are all dead. A man swooped towards him. He shouted loudly, "Go to the next life and apologize to the people you killed in this land. This time it's really over." He closed his eyes in fear. It was the name. Damn it. Miyamoto rushed over. He immediately withdrew. A bar, sword, slashed hard at the boy, cutting him into 2 halves. Blood splattered. Full face. Mr. Everyone looked at him in panic. "It's that bastard." The big man brandished the iron ball and growled, "You damn bastard. How dare you kill my brother?" The iron ball of light came towards him. The ball collided. Touch hard. To the ground. He swung the string. Adjust the rhythm of the rope. The rope is wrapped around Miyamoto's leg. He was suddenly held back. He shouted, "We got him." Team leader immediately signaled, and the whole group rushed in. The 8 directions of the storm, Linot screamed in fear. He pulled hard on the chain. There was no way he could come out unscathed after being hit by it. But the gas was pulled out. The chain was cut. A beautiful mark. Miyamu jumped into the air. The whole crowd panicked. He used the iron bridge to smash him to pieces. He aimed at her. The girl beside her gritted her teeth. Before she could make a move, he chopped off her head. He looked back. Behind, then raised his leg and kicked the iron bridge high to hit the group leader's head. He screamed, "Pain." He pressed closer to remind. On the battlefield, a moment of hesitation could be the end of life. Immediately, a long cut appeared on his neck. His head fell off. His body fell heavily. Miyamoto gently put his sword back. The crowd. The Japanese soldiers were happy. "We are still alive. Who would have thought that the reinforcements would be you?" Miyamoto. Thank God, they were happy. He killed them instantly. That's great. The sword is in its sheath. They bowed politely. "Mr. Miyamoto, thank you. We were able to protect the goods. Thank you for saving my life." Our subordinates. "All of you." Zhuge Liang hide in the bushes. She swallowed, panicked, and asked, "Did you see?" It was over quickly. He avoided everything in the air and killed all 3 of our senior brothers and sisters. Lambda muttered, "Did you see?" "I didn't even see what happened. He was too fast." Lukman said, "I think he is Lai Min, the name that the mother-in-law mentioned." Lamdat stammered, "Henry, what the hell are you asking for help?" Zhugami whispered, "Even if we want to help, we definitely can't fight against someone like him." He panicked, lowering her voice. Miyamoto glanced towards the bushes. They, confused and hiding. He cautiously signaled, for belonging, fell silent. The 3 of them awkwardly bowed their heads. Damn it. He was looking this way because of her. "What should we do?" "We can still." "What are you doing?" Mayam Imo quickly walked over. Their place. Lamdat saw his leg trying to cover his mouth. He panicked, fear of looking up. Looking up, Miyamoto's cold eyes looked down at them. He raised his eyebrows at these mice. Mr. Van rubbed 2 swords on his hips. "What should I do?" Looking at the panicked eyes of the children, "Should I leave and pretend I never saw them?" He smiled evilly. "We should cut them open and use them as a food source. Eat them or cut them open and use them as a food reserve." Before him is a white rabbit. It looked at him intently. He was not afraid to face it either. 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other in silence. Miyamoto sighed and turned away. Suddenly, he stopped, again, glanced at the branch. It was planted right there. He thought to himself, it looked like someone had placed the branch there. Was it the demons? Maybe they did it to mark our supply route. He turned around and walked away, because all the supplies on this route had already been moved, so it was no longer important. Should leave it there, then cause confusion maybe. Would be better. He asked the soldiers, "Is this cart enough for a week?" They replied, "No, sir. There have been many attacks from the demons, so our subordinates have been moving in small groups. This cart of food will only last for 2 days." He thought for a while and said, "I see. There is a rabbit over there. Should we catch it?" They replied, "A rabbit, but it won't be enough for everyone." Okay. The branches was built up. Gradually it falls back down. As soon as they touched the ground, the silhouettes of 3 people appeared. Lambda was confused. Are they gone yet? Zhuge Liang breathed heavily. All 3, tired, fall down, shout loudly. Alive, she lamented. I have never felt so close to death as I do now. Lambda gasped. That's what I was going to say. I thought I was about to die. He turned to Luke Min enthusiastically. Luke Min, if it weren't for you setting up the formation, we would all be watching naked chickens. He forced a smile. I think if it weren't for that rabbit, we would all have been caught. Zhuge Liang gave a thumbs up. I agree with you too. He was tired. Although everyone is alive now, who knows what the future holds? Zhuge Mi jumped up in fear. What are you saying? Lu Ming continued. If their plan to cut off their supply line was hindered like this, it will be more difficult to defend Hangzhou. Hangzhou is an important brick in the defense structure of the trestle. If the surrounding bricks leading to Hangzhou disappear, even if Mother Tang gathers the martial arts forces of Zhujiang, it will be too late. The 3 fell into silence. Zhuge Liang, Mi spoke up. But isn't young Master Yong in Hangzhou now? All we need is a brick big enough to replace the broken one. She, enthusiastic. Young Master, you have been recognized by the elders, big enough to overshadow all of them. Suddenly a familiar voice called out, Hey, you nerd. Tang Tung panted as he spoke to the burning talisman. I only have a few talismans you gave me left, so I'll speak quickly. The spider leg kept attacking him. He ran at a moderate pace, constantly dodging. Duong Tung said into the talisman, the ghost-faced Chu, a hideous monster that shatters rocks and earth. Tell me what do you know about it? Luke Min stood up in the astonishment of the 2 people. He rummaged on the body. On the road, he was running for his life to avoid being chased. Of the spider. He cursed under his breath. Fuck. Damn it. How could a lowly giant spider have such beautiful hair? Like that? It opened its mouth wide. I screamed. He and Chu Hien hurriedly avoided it. And there was no treasure map. It was just a map that led to the place. The monster's abode. He was angry. It tricked him to the place where the disgusting monster was. This giant bastard. Seeing its claws about to reach Chu Hien, he quickly pulled her out of danger. Looking at the net. Spider silk. At first, both were panicking. Stop. The 2 of them moved together to the cliff to avoid Ma's sight. Chu Xian was confused. The human head was on the spider's body. Was it the ghost Chu? A creature from a legend or a fairy tale? Ghost Chu kept looking around, searching for his figure. 2 people. Tang Tung immediately reminded her. Don't ask such obvious questions. We are in an urgent situation. Was she embarrassed? But I asked because I was really curious. She asked curiously, What were you doing just now? We were running in front of the spider, but now we're behind it. He looked at her helplessly. You're still curious about that right now? She was confused. I just wanted to thank you. For some reason, having you here makes me feel less worried. Senior. He looked at him doubtfully. She then turned away and reminded. That's enough. Let's think about what to do with this from now on. We're getting further and further away from the entrance. The monster suddenly roared. It releases green smoke that covers the surroundings. He frowned in caution and quickly covered his nose with his hand. It's highly toxic. Don't inhale it. He quickly took out the things from his bag. Luckily, he had prepared these. Divine medicine, antidote, and 2-hour poison resistance that increased vitality. He threw away This pill reminds you. Eat this, and you will be immune to poison for 2 hours. Brother Niveen Dan instructed Chu Hien, while I'm attracting its attention, aim for its head. Got it. She quickly replied. Again. Clear. The 2 separated from each other. He quickly jumped down. Duong Tung smiled, laughed and called. It's time for battle, 2-2. ZZ transformed from a small cat into a big tiger. Which weapon did you draw, and which spider? The 10 great demons and 10 soldiers combined the 7th form. A form of a lower level than the 10 revolutions Mad Pine Rat Tiger. Towards the spider, he used 10 turns. Crazy pine tree. The storm broke it. Both weapons. The spider opened its mouth to swallow. When he saw him, Tutu immediately rushed forward to bite him. Into its neck. He jumped up high. The opportunity came. Chu Hien also from behind stopped condensing ice energy and shot towards it. The ice spear pierced straight into the spider's neck. It screamed in pain. He exclaimed, "Good," as expected of one of the strongest female martial artists of the righteous sect in future. He smiled. There was no way he would miss this golden opportunity. Fire King Peng Deng's internal energy of the fire attribute was all being stimulated from his lower dantian, burning all the blood vessels in his body. Fire King, the great master, charged straight towards Ma Chu. The flames coiled around him like snakes. This was the converging of the four flames. The flames burned the spider's mouth. The combination attack of the three of them, Cho and Zi, seemed like it had been practiced for a long time. The spider fell down. He quickly dodged. The three of them happily shouted, "We did it. It's over." Tutu also shouted, a voice to join in the fun. The child is still as agile as ever. The life force raised its head and spat out a mouthful of liquid, then slowly stood up in shock. Of all three are wild and untamed. Its poisonous fluid flows down and punctures. Hole in the ground. It opened its mouth and screamed loudly. He gritted his teeth in fear and didn't hurt it at all. It only made the human-faced ghost Chu even angrier. He didn't have enough firepower to use fire magic anymore. Chu Xian was worried. What should he do now? Attacking the head didn't work. Does that mean it has no weak points? He wondered. What do you mean? There's only one thing you can do at times like this. This. She was confused. What was a thing? He darkened his face and ran at full speed. Luke Min burned a talisman. The three of them sat down to look for Ma Chu's weak points, and were shocked to realize that Ma Chu's weak points did not exist. Duong Tong. Panic. No weakness, so the monster is perfect? Does that make sense? He frowned and sent a message back. How about burning it with fire? Although my fire control ability is still weak, if I can find a nearby volcano to increase the fire power, we still have a chance. Lu Ming replied, "It's no use. It might sting a little, but it won't kill you. Even the one called the Fire Lord can't kill it. Just lock him up, right?" He glanced at the spider affirmatively. "Yes, that's why he came. It's still alive now." Tang Tung thought of a way. What if he froze it? Lu Ming immediately asked, "Do you have any ice masters around?" Tang Tung thought for a while. "Well, it will take another 30 years for Chu Hien to have the ability. It's worth it. Try it." "You're confused? Say you can go." Luke Min gently denied. "That's not possible. The freezing poison isn't very good. If this 10,000-year-old human-faced demon Chu poured the poison into his heart and circulated it throughout his body, it would. Don't freeze to death." "What about poison?" he wondered. "Use a stronger poison. Does it have buttons?" Luke Min was surprised. "Oh, you're carrying poison with you. What are you doing?" He was happy. As expected, using poison to cure poison is best. Luke Min smiled and advised him. "Even if it's a snake, that spider's sting is more effective than the strongest poison." Duong Tung was angry. "Do you want to die?" Luke Min thought for a while. "Even though there is still a way. You seem to have caught the moment." He immediately threatened. "Do you want to die now?" He was confused. I still didn't say anything. But he narrowed his eyes, and he said again, "Just some nonsense. You're being ambiguous. I'm angry. Don't joke around and speak quickly. Go ahead." "Seriously, I don't know how many ghosts there are in the world, but there is one in the West. Nam 1,200 years ago. This is how that old story begins. Just one. With one. The humanoid demon Chu, who was known as the king of 10,000 people, saw the poisonous alliance of the southern barbarian tribes on the verge of extinction. The number of people who died from it is countless. Every piece of land the king touched became dead land due to years of declining soil fertility. It was literally a disaster. Lived. Then one day, the ghost-faced Chu creature that caused destruction wherever it went disappeared from the southern lands of Barbarian. After that, the survivors began to build a palace for the Soul King using the debris it left behind. That's what I... Listen. He was angry. That guy focus on the main point a bit. So how to kill him? Seriously, always explain long why when there is no time now. Luke Min smiled. Yeah. He frowned. Then how to kill the demon face? Where is Chu? He wondered. Why kill it? He was puzzled. Why kill it? What a silly question. There are hundreds of reasons. Do not kill it. Luke Min smiled and pleaded. Please don't kill it. He wondered, why are you repeating yourself? You motherfucker can't kill it. It's not that we can't kill it. It's that we shouldn't kill it. What did this guy say again? He was suspicious. He must have some idea. Those weird language jokes, he was always the one. Create surprise. He wondered, so you tell the story about the ghost-faced Manchu. What is that for? Luke Min calmly replied, just to say that he could kill it, but it should not be stopped. That history is the main thing. Is a lesson, he suddenly said, a lesson. Learning based on history. He seemed to realize something. Don't tell me, Chu Hien spoke up. Have you found a solution yet? I'm at my wit's end. Although, what is your doubt? He awkwardly pointed at it and said, I will lead that monster to Japan. This sentence made her bewildered. Then suddenly she shouted, what? You mean we release this monster outside? Outside. The monster heard the noise, immediately turned around. It screamed and rushed towards the two people. Why do you blame her for screaming? He found us, Ms. Tan Min, because you said some nonsense. If Jiang is released, many people will have to die. He fights, for a moment, then clutched his chest. Chu Hien was right. Is it right to release this cursed monster to kill the Japanese? What if there was a victim like me in my past life because of the cause? The thought made me feel like my blood was flowing backwards. He bit his lip. That feeling was against his natural thoughts and actions. He recalled Lu Ming's words. Bad history could be a lesson in itself. However, like he said, if things go like this, Central Plains will become a battlefield because of the Japanese army and thousands of people will die. Or thousands of people will die because of the ghost face. If the thousands of dead were Japanese soldiers instead of civilians, Central Plains would be safe. That was Luke Min's plan. If he could take advantage of this spider, it would be a huge force. This method is extremely effective, but it is also terrible because we cannot guarantee that the Ma Chu identity will be completely on our side. There is a very high possibility that Zhujiang will be devastated like the southern barbarian lands. Of course, Luke Min already knew that. He must have thought about whether we should kill the Ma Chu's face or seal it. Because that guy always thinks in directions we don't think of, but the idea of killing the Japanese soldiers who would kill thousands of our people with creatures that could also kill thousands. Coupled with that unique expression, he makes me feel quite used. I was there from the beginning. Luke Min whispered, the number of Japanese soldiers in Hangchan now was approximately 10,000 in or more. That guy Lai Min was also there. Thousands of people and even a monster that even the Fire King couldn't kill fell into the pit together. That wouldn't be enough to satisfy the evil's conditions. When he heard these words, he thought that this guy's voice was wavering, unlike usual. A big brick to replace what Li Ming broke. He smiled. This was exactly fighting fire with fire. To become cruel, he had to change his thinking. The demon Chu wreaks havoc everywhere. Chu Hien spoke up. Actually, it's not that. There is no way. Are you confused? The two of them ran away from Ma Chu at full speed. What are you asking again? She bit her lip. I mean, there is another way to make Ma Chu's identity attack the Japanese army. Duong Tung. After listening, she paused and continued. The book was left by my ancestors. After thinking carefully about what this book is, an idea came to me. Exchange, soul-body technique. I doubt. Soul exchange divine art. She frowned, explaining. Yes. As the name suggests, it is a soul exchange martial art, is a technique that allows his soul to leave his body and he can observe his opponent from the air or to possess a target and control their body. You caught the keyword possess, I understand. The reason why Murong Bai and Zhou Xian were able to leave safely after finding this place. They possessed the 10,000-year-old demon spider humanoid, stopped its movements, and then went out. He was skeptical, but how could they read it without having translation skills like him? No matter how strong they were in their previous lives, they wouldn't have enough internal strength to read it. He closed his eyes, full of doubt, to his question. What was vague became even more vague thanks to the Five Kings signature. He looked towards Chu Hien's side. Now has been answered. By Chu Xian. She hesitated. Do you remember the time I said that ice magic makes us lose our emotions? Soul-changing magic is an ancient technique of the North Sea Ice Palace and the beginning of the South Sea Eagle Martial Arts School. My ancestor's father was so immersed in that martial art that his soul could not return within the time limit and it was lost. Although he was eventually able to return his soul to his body, after that accident, he became a cold-blooded person without any emotions. He slaughtered those around him without hesitation. It is said that he even went mad and killed my ancestor's mother. My ancestor, You can also use the soul summoning divine art to decide to stop your father, but he is the only one, the oldest survivor. After that accident, while writing the soul transformation technique, my ancestors also sought a solution for this martial art. Later, he met my great-grandmother's great-grandmother, and they got married, which is how we came to the cave from the South Sea. Chu Xian's eyes were firm. I believe that the reason why the ancestors hid the clan's power was because of the memories of his father. You have become cold-blooded even towards your own family. Soul-calling magic or ice magic, he will never use it again. That story is told to warn our future generations. She looked down at the book she was keeping in her shirt. I can't believe that this martial art wasn't destroyed but buried here. Perhaps it was the decision of the ancestor after marrying the descendant of the Fire King. After all, it was also the ancestor's relic, so he decided to bury the book in my own grave. She awkwardly avoided Ma Chu's face. Even so, even with the book, I still don't know how to use that power. This book is so anti-empty. The road. Tongue interrupted her and gave me the book. That. She doubted. Excuse me. He replied, the book, I can read it. She panicked. Seriously? She gave the book. Here it is for you, brother. Tang Tongue touched it. A system notification suddenly appeared. You have found the third artifact of the 4 demons of the wilderness, the Soul Exchange Divine Artifact. Brother suddenly completed the mission. You have completed the mission. The reward will be sent. You learn the passive skill, Ice Magic. Level 1 passive skill, Ice Magic proficiency 0%. Ice attribute damage is added to the attack. Current state 10% low chance the enemy will be frozen. Brother hurried. Quickly open the book. This is also one of the relics of the wilderness devil bag. Well, there is no time to think anymore. His hands kept turning the pages one by one. Chu Hien was surprised. What? You can read it. How? He smiled smugly. Of course it reads well. It's different. She was startled. Are you kidding? Ma Chu's face still seemed tireless. The wind killed them. She shouted loudly. Even if there are words in it, how can one understand it while not reading it with all their heart? That martial art is very dangerous if used incorrectly. He frowned. What do you mean? Not wholeheartedly. He braked. He looked at the human-faced demon Chu in front of him with satisfaction. If I use the soul swap divine technique now, do you believe me? Chu Hien panicked. Wait a minute. I just told you how dangerous this martial art is, right? This book, whether it's fake or not, if you use it recklessly, you'll be dead. Before he could finish speaking, he chanted the spell. The ghost-like figure Chu jumped back. The 2 people. She panicked. His hand radiated energy. He replied, we must return in time. I told you I read that. His eyes glowed. The ghost-faced Chu opened his toothy mouth wide. Soul delaying magic, the path of casting spells towards it. At Hangzhou capital, the capital of Zhejiang, if there is paradise in heaven, then there is Hangzhou on earth. And Suzhou, the Hangzhou Yinping area, is like a famous proverb praising the advantages of 2 cities in Zhejiang and Jiangsu provinces. Its geographical location on the important maritime shipping route of the South Sea is a city of scholars and artisans famous for silk and tea. Longjing. However, the Japanese often conducted trade through Korea as a transit point, using the sea route from Korea and the land route through Yunnan passing through the imperial capital in the direction of Nam Viet. Therefore, they did not need to take the sea route of Zhejiang. Since trade was active in the areas around Shandong and Yunnan, it is unquestionable that those places were heavily guarded by powerful troops. Therefore, the peaceful land of Zhejiang, where no major incidents had ever occurred, became a blind spot for the army and the imperial court. And because of that, although the admiral of the Royal Army's Southern Command that protected this area was a powerful person, his job was only to stop small-scale pirates, resulting in the real power of the court being handed over to a person with less power. So to put it bluntly, Sun Duong, who became the admiral of the Southern Command this time, was actually pushed away. Although he was a rising star who had just begun to climb the ladder of power in the imperial court, he was unable to prevent others from controlling him due to his weak influence. He of course knew. It was clear to him that the one who pushed him to this point was the opposition. However, although he was not very happy about becoming the admiral of the Southern Command, he thought that if he could safely protect Zhejiang for a few years, he would be able to return to the imperial court. However, he was quite unlucky. The day he received the order to become an admiral was the day the Japanese army began to invade. That's right, an invasion on a scale much larger than that of the humble Japanese pirates. From a network of canals and waterways with transportation on all sides, and fertile plains, silk, wine and tea, this land has become a place of great development. If Hangzhou falls and the entire Dijiang is occupied, the trio of pirates of the East Sea will have not only the means of self-sufficiency, but also a sea route of transportation, a strong base of attack and defense. If the Southern Command were defeated, it would lead to a large-scale crisis for the first time in centuries. However, Sun Duong and the Imperial Army Southern Command could not come up with any plan. They had very few elite soldiers, and the majority of the army was made up of hastily recruited peasants. Therefore, the ability to confront the Japanese was enhanced by actual combat and strict discipline. Almost impossible. In the end, they asked for help from the Martial Arts Alliance. In the distance, a column of smoke rose. The battle had become more fierce than ever. Sun Duong and his army stood on top of the observation tower and said, "The eastern harbor has been captured. If this continues, even the eastern wall will be lost, will be broken." Shanyang asked, "Have the people from outside been evacuated into the castle?" Tian Shao replied, "Sir, all food and supplies have also been brought in." According to the messenger, a small number of Japanese elite troops and their high-ranking forces are attacking the port east of the castle wall. He heard this, solemnly ordered, "Begin the counterattack. From now on, mobilize Group 6 to the city walls and harbor." Min Chi grabbed the heads of 2 Japanese soldiers. They screamed in pain, "Save us!" They, seeing his comrade being attacked, he immediately shouted to each other to surround that bastard. He calmly glanced at the Japanese soldiers who were aiming their bows at him. They simultaneously shot arrows at him. The arrows flew but did not cause any damage. No harm done. "Be calm, you poor people. Amitba. Your strength gradually increases." Was increased. The outside attacks seemed to have no effect on him. A panicked man gave an order. The monster quickly called the shock troops. The servant immediately replied, "Yes." He had not yet run away when an object flew straight into his face. Volam's people continuously used sticks to hit Lynot. "Panic. Back off, another bastard. He is too big." Morongba raised his hand high, hand then slammed on the ground. Manhwa Tin Hoa Truong. The Japanese soldiers also followed. "That is the snake that flies out. Born white strengthens." Himself, using the swallow technique to beat. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed past, causing them to cry out in pain. He laughed. "Mockery, you people are slow as snails." They shouted angrily, "Are you guys going to let these brats kill the vanguard without any resistance? War, let's fight." A loud noise from behind made them panic even more. "What is it this time?" The observatory kept emitting loud noises. Someone shouted, "There was a young devil in there." Inside, Duong Nakni's figure appeared from above. They panicked. "What? How did it get in?" One of them replied, "It was simply because it was too fast." He looked down from above. They were all shouting, "Is that him? Our siege weapon was destroyed by such a weakling." Duong Nakni, looking at him with contempt, he said, "You lowly insects," then looked around at the chaos beside him, thought to himself, "They didn't bring many siege weapons, and they were all destroyed. Did they send these gunners to check the situation?" Duong Nakni looked them over. Their outfits were too casual for a regular army. A green hawk was flying in the sky. He looked. "It's confusing. A blue hawk." Raise your hand. Out. The hawk understood and stopped on his arm. He was suspicious, but it was too precious to be used in the army. He pulled out an envelope from his leg. The hawk. Duong Nakni glanced at it wonderingly. It was a message from the admiral of Zhejiang. He thought for a while, let the hawk fly away, and then gently jumped down. Lynot was alert. He jumped down. Then, the bastard, he transmitted the letter's content to leave the matter here to the army. Let's. Arrived at the port. Min Chi sneered. "Good. I'm starting to get bored too." Mo Dungba and Sin Bok also received the message. Similar. A sword-wielding man growled, "Where are you looking? You bastard." He stopped in midair, the sword unable to touch Duong Nakni. The other guy angrily shouted, "Why are you just standing there? You idiot. Stupid." He panicked. "My sword, I can't move it." He was angry. Angrily shouted, "Seriously? What do you mean? Let me do it all." Then he swung his sword towards Duong Nakni, but the sword could not touch him. The soldier, confusing, "Hey, what's this?" Seeing Duong Nakni calmly walking away, he said, "Hey, stop there." The two swords suddenly moved on their own and stabbed the guy. He's panicking, huh? Why would I? Name. The Japanese soldier trembled. Our weapon. Moved by themselves. They dropped their weapons. Blood splattered from the wound. Duong Nok Ni still calmly walked away. I don't have time to play with insects that don't know their place. At the mountain watchtower, the hawk flapped its wings and flew back to find its master. Tien Toai carefully. The careful report of the 18 groups currently blocking the enemy's supply routes. The subordinate has yet to receive any news from the 5th group. Sun Duong. Panic. Does that mean the communication line between us and Group 5 is cut off? What about the whereabouts? The person who came to attack. He hasn't contacted us yet. Me? Tien Toai bowed his head. Yes, sir. We haven't received any news from him yet. And following the first movement, it seems that the Japanese army has taken over the other side of Hangzhou port as their base. Urgent reports say that they are using the people who cannot escape to build it. Sun Duong exclaimed as expected. These Japanese bastards are really inhumane. The broken silence is the fault of the subordinates for not evacuating all the people in time. Shanyang frowned. It wasn't just that they were too fast. Now I understand why their superior forces turned their attention to the port. They probably wanted to engage in a battle of attrition using the rivers and seas before Hangzhou as their supply routes. So this time they will be determined to protect the port they have captured. Tien Toai is worried. Will Group 6 be okay? Sun Duong hesitated. If the kids went there, it would be difficult. However, that port was also our supply route. If things went wrong, our supplies would be cut off. Broken. The disaster is imminent. I will lead troops to support the port immediately. Please allow your subordinate to mobilize the army. Sun Duong silently mumbled. He planned to turn back. I will give you 2,000 troops and bring Group 18 from the Martial Arts Alliance with you. Tien, confused. Group 18, Sun Duong track. Nich Phi, father of De member of Group 18 has arrived. Mr. Panic, can you believe it? He hit strong down the railing. No matter what, believe it or not, these kids are our hope. Each one of them can take on 100 enemies. His face turned serious. If we cannot stop the enemy, but he immediately denied. No, if we can win, I even dare to go against the will of heaven. Nan Gong bowed his head respectfully. You have come. Father looked at him fondly. Young Master Nam Kung, my son has talked a lot about you in his letter. Are you feeling okay now? He was silent, a little, then bowed politely. I have nothing to say for failing to fulfill my responsibilities as a team leader. Do you object? He patted Nam Kung's shoulder to comfort him. You've tried your best, because of the lack of. It's just my son's remains. Nam Kung was silent and didn't say anything. He walked up the stairs, then spoke up. But from now on my child will shine even brighter. Tears streamed down his face, but he still forced a smile. Please fight together with my son, the one who outshone everyone until the very end. I know it's a shameful request, but it's all I want. I'll let it be. Give it back to you. Nam Kung looked at him confusedly. He bowed his head and said softly, Yes, sir. He entered the palace, walked over to where his son was lying, and was stunned for a moment before sitting down. He remembered his words, once advised, Dodoi, have you passed many realms and begun to enter the realm of perfection? When our Hainan sword sect gains a position among the 9 sects of Japan, you must let the whole world know of your achievements. He mused, My child, you have never once hesitated. Even when I told you to stop, you continued to fight and prove what you believe is right. He pressed lightly on his chest. I am proud of you. He muttered, This is power, and only those who have reached the realm of perfection can use it. The candle was still burning, not knowing how much time had passed. It's tight. Turn it off. He spoke. I will not stop you anymore. De was helpless, lying on the bed. De, my wonderful child, open your eyes and let your enemies know the horror of the realm of perfection. Multiply. I was blind. My eyes were white and full, steadfast. Broken boats floated on the sea. Min Chi's voice rang out. So, instead of occupying the harbor, they destroyed them again. It seems they did not intend to take advantage of this port. At the eastern harbor of the cave, Duong Nok Ni's group observed the surrounding situation. He continued, Are they doing this because they want to die with our side? Sinbok sneered. Or maybe because they wanted a little anger, because all the people that those bastards wanted to enslave had already entered the castle with their luggage, so there was nothing left to plunder. Min Chi, rebuttal. In war everything is resolved by tactics, so don't judge by appearance alone. Outside. He provoked. What is the strategy? When it's still raining. Could be the strategy of the gods. Min Chi silently evaluated him. The trump card of the Central South faction. The more he understood about him, the more disappointed he became. Although rain is not a product of a tactic, taking advantage of it when visibility is limited is also a street strategy. Changes in war. Silent feet walking in the rain. Duong Nok Ni was alert to an ambush and was confused. Yes, boy. We grumbled. What are you talking about? I can't even see anyone. Min Chi glanced around. I could feel their presence. 20 of them. At least 30 of them. Duong Nok Ni. The voice is 55. I don't understand why you. Are we sure? Don't tell me that from the ruined houses, a group of vigilant Japanese soldiers were hiding and observing them. The crowd. Hiding everywhere. The mind is in deep shock. Young Master Yong has reached the realm of seeing. Get the gas. Duong Nok Ni continued. We will attack before they have time. Turn around. He glanced at him and ordered. Min Chi, you take care of the right wing, and I'll aim at that building. Looking at his figure, suddenly disappeared, he panicked. Wait, but it's too late. Min Chi smiled awkwardly. I can't know the exact location by looking at the gas like you. His eyes glanced to the side. But that's fine, because I also realized their presence came from somewhere. From the right wing. Duong Nok Ni's figure flashed over the enemy's heads. He looked down at the ruins below, his voice full of sarcasm. What's the point of lying in ambush when you can't even hide your murderous intent? He drew his sword, the 14 plum blossom sword style. The 9th, the sword was immediately surrounded by a halo of light, with 5 colorful flowers. The sword energy was like a tornado stabbing straight down. The ambushers were terrified. They found me. Duong Nok Ni. He spun around, and the move also spread, sending the enemies flying. They cursed in pain. Damn it. He gently, landing. Cold eyes. The other soldiers from afar saw Duong Nok Ni's destructive power and shouted to each other. Damn it. Have we been discovered? Charge. Let's attack. Before we could act, Min Chi jumped from below, making them unable to. In time to react. He smiled smugly and provocatively. Morong Ba and Sin Bok watched from below. Sin Bok was pleased. Everyone hide. Lai Min saw from afar that his army was being swept away by the two of them. Sweeping helplessly, he sighed to himself. Oh my God, the ambush has completely failed. He frowned. I mean, how could these guys be capable of fighting against this crowd? There? Li Min recalled Ganeshinag. He stood right behind him and said, Sorry for asking this when you just returned from the mission. We will immediately occupy the eastern harbor of the cave. Mister, it's hard to understand. The eastern port there is empty, so there's nothing to collect. He probably said jokingly. That's right. But that place is also an important location that serves as a supply route for the enemy in case of emergency. Is a perfect place to divert the castle lord's attention. He wondered. Then I need to capture the harbor with my forces? He immediately denied. No, your role is behind the scenes. There is a group of demons in the castle right now. While you were protecting the supply line, they wiped out 3 platoons of our vanguard soldiers. Now our forces are nothing more than lowly pirate groups. We have no choice but to move the main force. Li Min stood up and sheathed his sword. Nag continued. Can you hold those demons at the harbor? Then I will lead the main force and attack the castle immediately. His face was thoughtful and interrupted. Now gee. He frowned. If those demons are that strong, we can't let them continue to act freely like this. Okay. He was confused. You mean kill them all this time? Back to battle, he thought to himself. If that was so, then too good. He drew the magic sword from its sheath. Duong Nok Ni and Min Chi immediately became alert. Both of them had the same thought. Murderous intent. Looking at Lai Min Hien's figure standing defiantly in the rain, he was confused. What was wrong with that bastard? Duong Nok Ni. Over the corpses, his eyes never left the figure. He wondered if that was the guy called Lai Min. The two faced each other. He secretly assessed that the aura he was emitting was unusual. He jumped towards Lai Min. Duong Nok Ni clenched her sword, ready to charge. But he was just a common Japanese bastard who needed to be killed. He smiled at Duong Nok Ni. Among the young demons, you were the first to attack me. Lai Min swung his sword to block his attack. His fighting spirit was truly admirable. Duong Nok Ni spun around in the air. My Hoa 14 sword styles, my Tien Nan. The flower circle and the storm kept surrounding him, suppressing Lai Min. He quickly used his sword to block one attack after another. His sword blade passed through his face. Duong Nok Ni quickly dodged away. He replied, "Down the roof. Opposite tile." Lai Min secretly evaluated him in his heart. Even though he was very young, he was able to use such a high-level sword technique. The agile movements and elegant swordsmanship move like a whirlwind. The swordsmanship is like a storm. He remembered the Nam Kung you fought before. If the boy you fought before was like a thunder god, then this name sounds like the wind god. He clenched his fists, sword in hand, excitedly said, as expected of the martial arts culture of Central Plains. Lai Min swung his sword back. On Duong Nok Ni's side, he raised his sword and jumped up. Duong Nok Ni was surprised when one of his slashes could cut off the entire house. Home. He rolled his eyes. He took the opportunity to fly over. Suddenly he stopped. The debris seemed to have a gravitational pull towards him. He swung his sword and defeated them. Duong Nok Ni's sword was covered with a halo again. He charged towards Lai Min. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He noticed that the sword he had just thrown out, the house, immediately split in half. It slowly falls down. He said loudly, "You're quite good at controlling sword energy." However, he flew straight to Duong Nok Ni, used his knee to kick him hard in the face, and said, "You put too much internal energy into your dantian." Duong Nok Ni, pain, fell down. His body was thrown quite a distance. Morong Ba and Min Chi shouted in shock. Duong Nok Ni, team leader, Min Chi, quickly run here. I will be there. You two take care of this place. Lai Min discovered the movement. He took his sword and quickly swung it. Towards Min Chi, the sword energy passed through his body, but left no trace of strength, which, he was shocked, his sword energy was. Stop it. Min Chi stopped. He looked up, eyes filled with fear. The sword energy was really powerful. I'm quite hesitant to use this move while receiving an attack like that. He raised his hand to form the 18 bodhisattvas of compassion. Li Ming also prepared his stance. Both of them used the same move. At one point, the surrounding houses were all destroyed by them. The destiny appeared right after Min Chi. The immortal Buddha in the 5 demon bodies. He is the one who possesses the indestructible diamond body. Those who possess it are born with the strength of an adult, and that strength circulates through their blood, muscles, and every fiber of their being. While most others had to train to develop their internal energy and spend their entire lives using it freely, they were born with it. Thanks to that, Min Chi's physical body was as hard as metal since he was born, was still young. As he grew older, his internal energy increased. He also trained his muscles and developed his physical abilities. His physical body became even stronger. However, in the vast world of martial arts, even if he would not lose, being tough alone would not be enough to defeat his opponent. Therefore, to make a name for yourself in the martial arts world, you still need a suitable attack. It so happened that when he was young, his parents sent him to the nearby Shaolin Temple to learn all kinds of boxing and kicking techniques. That is where he received the love of the Shaolin elder. He recognized his talent and taught him how to make good use of the power of the flesh. The 18th elder bow, slap of compassion, that is the martial art that suits you best. You start walking on the path to becoming the strongest. However, because the 18 bodhisattvas of compassion is a martial art with enormous destructive power, it uses the amount of energy dispersed throughout the user's body to temporarily weaken. Weak defense. Even so, in that brief moment of 1/10 of a second, no one was able to attack him. Except for a light sword slash across his waist, the man was called Lai Min. Min Chi painfully hugged the bleeding wound. Li Min secretly thought that he aimed for the moment he exerted his strength, but the cut was shallower than he thought. Even in his hometown, he had never fought someone with a body of that level. He turned back to look at him in panic. Cannot use the 18 great bodhisattvas of compassion in front of this man. His body and mind rang out a warning. He clenched his blood-stained hands. Use all your strength to attack Lai Min. He gently took his wrist. The other hand used a sword to control Min Chi's body. He immediately wrestled him to the ground. His body collided heavily with the ground, causing him to feel sharp pain. He was pleased that the boy's body was as hard as steel, so doing so would probably be possible. Thinking about the fact that there is someone possessing a physical body that even my Murim Azure Mirror can cut down monsters that cannot be cut. Isn't it true that the people of Central Plains call the body yang and the soul sound? Murim is a mirror made from the blood and flesh of monsters that live in our homeland. I have killed countless humans and monsters with this sword throughout my life. Countless vengeful spirits have climbed upon it, and the sword shines brightest on cold, winter-like moonlit nights. If I had to put it into words, it represents rumble. He looked into his sword. On the other hand, the Masan sword is the best in the East Sea, made by a blacksmith from his country. He devoted his whole life to it. Every time I use it, I am possessed by something I cannot control. How to say this? Courage, confidence, power. Lai Min drew the remaining sword from its sheath. I mean the positive energy that people in Central Plains often talk about. I want to test whether Masaman can cut through your tough body. Minchi looked at him helplessly. Too dangerous. Duong Nok Ni's footsteps appeared under the rain. He gritted his teeth. People say that you are the strongest person in the region. East Sea. He staggered onto the shore. But is this your ability? You only hit me once. Lie. Unexpected fate. Around that boy. Debris flew around Duong Nok Ni. He angrily shouted. Don't be so arrogant. If you are the strongest in the East Sea. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and said each word. Then I am the strongest person. World. The fragments were thus. He controlled them. They rushed straight towards him. He used both swords to block those pieces. Min Chi stopped his strength to hold his leg tightly. Sword in hand, Lai Men paused. Duong Nok Ni took over. The opportunity to charge forward, Plum Blossom 14 sword styles. The third, Plum Blossom Cold Dew. Lai Min quickly turned the situation around. He used his armpit to block his attack and quickly counterattacked. Duong Nok Ni immediately jumped up to avoid it. He thought to himself, I didn't think he was stupid enough to block my sword with his armpit. I would. Cut off that arm. Lai Min used the hilt of his sword to hit his sword hard. He was pushed out by inertia. Duong Nok Ni immediately somersaulted and attacked, turned back towards him. He was about to strike the finishing blow. Lai Min simply used his sword to block it. His sword was broken. Pair. He panicked. The sword's halo changed. Lost. He was bewildered. What the hell? My sword energy is passing through my body. That man. Li Ming's sword was now covered in a halo. He swung his sword towards Yang Yuer. The two people's eyes met. He immediately used another sword to attack him. Time seemed to stop. Min Chi Bat. The white-haired man who suspected of being born a white-haired man Morongba. Pale. Looking at them, he saw Lai Min Xian thrust his sword straight through Duong's body. Nok Ni, he said in a low voice. I don't understand anything, but there is one thing I know. The strongest in the world, Duong Nok Ni spat out a mouthful of blood. He had the talent and ability to do it. Who knew he was so strong when he wasn't even 20 yet? However, there is still a long way to go before you become the strongest. Young man. His hand that was holding the sword suddenly trembled. The broken half of the sword fell down. He continued, there are countless strong people in the world, this world, and have many weapons worthy of their power. Experience more, and if you want to become the strongest in the world, come find me. If you promise to do so, I will spare your life. What do you think? Duong Nok Ni squeezed tightly. Banana sword. He gritted his teeth. He was pleased. Although he is strong, he also, just a child. He angrily shouted, don't mock me. The hand holding the sword raised to attack Lai Min. I sighed. What a pity. He tightened his grip. The sword swung at him, but something appeared to block it. Both are all. He looked over and saw that the staff had been cut in half. Duong Nok Ni was stunned. Mo Dung Ba was standing there blocking his way. Fatal blow. Lai Min Bang Hong. Duong Nok Ni's eyes showed disbelief. Duong Nok Ni gave the book Hoa Sun Khan Fab to Mo Dung Ba and said, read it. This book has been in the warehouse for too long. Morong Ba looked up at him, then looked back. Look at the book. Duong Nok Ni advises. With it you can turn weaknesses into strengths. As she was about to leave, Duong Nok Ni turned back and added, you and I are both the future of Hoa Sun. How can we be defeated so easily? But Morong Ba thinks differently. Duong Nok Ni, I don't think I'm the future of Hoa Sun, and I secretly affirm, only, just you. Duong Nok Ni strictly urged your training. With this situation, I can't train with you anymore. Mo Dung Ba, you have to quickly catch up with me. You're too far behind. Morong Ba looked at him. The pink-haired youth who always practiced hard believed. Young Yuer, I think only you are the future of the sect. Our Hoa Sun. He smiled lightly, suddenly remembered the past. Remembered the time when Kim Hak placed his hand on Mo Dung Ba's shoulder, asking him to guide Duong Nok Ni. Mo Dung Ba understood that although Master Kim Hak asked me to guide him, I did not have that kind of ability. Pride for me. You are perfect, and I also realize that the person who can help you grow up in the future is not. It should be me, but someone else. Then he looked back at Duong Tung's room. Remember the confident face of. You will also know that I see a future bigger than Duong Nok Ni. Mo Dung Ba smiled firmly, and you must be in that world. You must become. Should be even stronger. The moment Murim Ba was slashed through the body, everyone seemed to stop for a moment, surrounded by wasteland, destruction, birth, white despair, flower. The mountain has collapsed. Looking at Murim Ba and Duong Nok Ni fall to the ground, Sin Bok did not expect the mountain to seem impossible, was knocked down, always lying on the central south side, lying on the ground after an attack by a Japanese swordsman. A guy that no one had ever heard of before. Born. I seemed to not believe his eyes. His body started to tremble and sweat poured out. He couldn't believe it. Even if his teammates were still alive, they wouldn't have the ability to fight. Those guys' pride was also high. They were determined no matter what. Death. For a moment, Sin Bok wanted to retreat, but he still wanted to live. Sin Bok gritted his teeth and struggled internally. He had to get out of here at any cost. At any cost. But another thought flashed through his mind. But if he escaped like that, he would become a disgrace to the martial arts world, because the comrades he left behind were from the Hua Shan and Shaolin Temple sects. No matter how he thought about it, running away was impossible. More importantly, could he survive and escape from this monster? I can't move while he's looking at me like that. If I move, he'll kill me immediately. His face was very cat-like right now. Lai Min stood from afar, not paying attention to him, but was confused about what was flying towards him from the sky. What's that? Looking closely, it's a... The arrow was piercing through the air, cutting off all surrounding sounds, and it was about to aim straight at Lai Min, tearing space apart. It flew over. Lai Min held the sword and ran towards the arrow. Instantly, the arrow and the sword collided. He made the arrow deviate, crash straight into a nearby wall. This power surprised even Lai Min. He realized that Ron could not rob the air of that arrow. Its energy. Li Ming looked up at the sky and analyzed. The direction the arrow flew from was also very strange, because it shouldn't have been shot from the sky. This kind of angle. Thinking for a moment, he changed his target. Li Ming moved very quickly, thinking that if he left it like that, it would continue to hinder him. He had to eliminate it first. Lai Min took the momentum and jumped towards Sin Bok's side, making him extremely panic and scream in vain. Don't come near. I've stopped using martial arts. Don't tell me you're planning to kill a surrendered kid. He passed through life as he passed through life. Each other makes him not understand anything. Reason. Fate does not stop. Jump from the roof, down to the ground, then jump to another roof. Another arrow that had been flying towards him for a long time, but was still blocked by Lai. The fate was blocked. This made him more and more confused. The distance was not close at all. Where the hell were these arrows shot from? The arrows. Another one rushed in. He had to fight the arrows using the process of elimination. Judging from the direction of the arrows, they must have come from that mountain, but it was too far away. There was no way to shoot from there. The arrows were increasing, so he had to speed up his thinking. Besides, if the archers could see him, he would be as small as a fly. But even so, the arrows were aimed at him. There is no way humans could do that. Seeing the sky had become quiet again, he was even more vigilant. Also detected the dark energy in the distance. The enemy was using bows and arrows. Lyman thought, don't tell me the person who shot it wasn't human. At this moment he thought very carefully. If he was an enemy, he would not. Easy to approach. Looked around for a while. Still couldn't find any clues. He decided to give up, then had no choice but to stall for time and give up the pursuit. He took shelter under a roof, because his goal was to keep the martial arts people here. Suddenly, there was a swordsman using the white sky blue sword. The sword of no return. The fifth, the oath of heaven and earth. A powerful force came down. The weight was suppressed, making Lyman struggle. This technique is he tries to open his eyes to see who is using this technique. Appearing before him was the god of thunder. Nam Kung Sach held the sword and rushed towards Lyman. At Moron Ba's side, Min Chi called two people, got up to ask about Duong Nakni's condition. Hey team leader, are you okay? Duong Nakni replied softly. I can't move. Body transfer. Min Chi guessed that it was probably because he had exhausted his internal energy. The psychic power you used is the one the god of war used to split Mount Lu in half. The supreme aura, right? If so, then you really. Very impressive. but don't forget to criticize. However, at this age, if you abuse it, you will not only lost all internal energy, and in the worst-case scenario you might even go crazy, so use it carefully. Duong Nok Ni looked towards Mo Dung Ba and asked thoughtfully, "How is Murim Ba?" Mingji Guan, close to one. At that moment, looking at the wounds all over his hand and the sword slashes on his body, he replied, "To stop that sword from reaching you, he used his entire body to block it. And the fact that he succeeded in blocking that guy's sword energy without being cut in half was also very good." But seeing Murim Ba lying there gasping for breath, Min Chi continued, "Unfortunately, he doesn't look very well." Duong Nok Ni looked at Mo Dung Ba for a while. The once bright and smiling face is now just a pitiful, lifeless face. Duong Nok Ni lay there recounting the past. "I came to Hoa Sun when I was young, and because I was the youngest, I lived among the senior monks. Old. At that time, the only person my age from the Hmong clan, Murim Ba, Myung Jin, lived his whole life being compared to me. I find it quite funny, because in my opinion, that guy looks better than the seniors who said that. Normally the face is gloomy, but when meeting Duong Nok Ni, Mo Dung Ba always waved and smiled foolishly. Or any descendant or elder, which of the Mayan clan. Those guys only judged Murim Ba based on their own standards of sword usage, because I was better at using a sword than them. They had no choice but to blame their incompetence on that little title, just because he was the same age as me. When those lowly people stopped talking about me, I went to find Murim Ba, and I reminded him of what he was good at, and I said I would make sure that loser never set foot in Manhwa again." His eyes were still on the person, Murim Ba. I also asked him to complete it with me, because I think it would be okay if it was him. Now, Murim Ba was like a leaf lying in the rain. Duong Nok Ni looked over, unable to contain her emotions. "My friend, then look away." When closing your eyes, tears fell unconsciously. Two teammates lay next to each other. Long ago, Duong Nok Ni had affirmed in her heart that because he was her friend, my only one. Min Chi looked at this scene and couldn't help but ponder. Even though I just met him, but I also think he is a really great friend. Great. My condolences. The three of them continued like that, in the rain. Suddenly Min Chi heard sound, looked over and saw a light shoot up into the sky, exploding into red. Signal flare. Min Chi analyzed that the red emergency signal was not coming from our ally, but from the completely opposite direction to Hangzhou. Is it from the enemy's main force? Has the enemy's main force already started attacking? How is that possible? From a distance, he saw a strange creature. Its giant shadow is attacking something. He tried to look. Something. What is that? A spider. And it is none other than Ma Chu. 2 hours before the south gate of Hangzhou, the two imperial soldiers were still chatting leisurely. One of them spoke. "I heard that the eastern Bao Tuong citadel is in great chaos. Fortunately, our southern gate is still safe." The other person also chimed in. "I also saw that no one in our force was injured, all thanks to the martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance." He smiled leisurely. "I knew from the moment I saw them fighting. That person was suspicious, but they were all outside the palace." Right. He was suspicious. Why? Are you worried about them? The other replied. "Of course, if the Japanese attack now, wouldn't we be in trouble?" He smiled. "Don't worry. Aren't they out to kill those bastards?" The other person walked towards the observation deck. "Yes, I guess they are also hunting those Japanese now. I just hope they come back. Come back safely." That person seemed to see something and said, "Look." Question. Humph. Both of them looked into the distance. What's going on? In the yard, drums are beating loudly. Sirens are wailing loudly. A whole Japanese army marched bravely to the citadel. They were as panicked as a whole division. The enemy division is heading here. The Japanese pulled out weapons of terror. From javelin launchers, archery, to the cannons, all heading towards the castle. A majestic horseman came, the lord of the Agami territory, the vice commander of the army. Japan Adagawa Hyoshi leads 10,000 soldiers to attack the south gate. His face exudes majesty. Escape from the Japanese base number 1 in the highlands, east of Hangzhou. A majestic general shouted loudly. The Central Plains people call this fighting poison with poison. He walked through the rows of soldiers. The weapon that the barbarians of Central Plains were proud of would be used against them. He shouted loudly, "And today Hangzhou will be yours." They responded together with a golden shout. The Zhugami trio watched from the distant mountaintop. She worriedly asked, Are you sure they will come here? Looking down, the army was in a panic. Everything would be meaningless if they came after those people had left. Lamdat reassured her, if he said to come, he would definitely come. And even if the army left, he would free the captured prisoners to help them build the barracks. This is enough. She looked at the two of them in confusion. Why were they wearing raincoats anyway? Lamdat happily replied. He said it was going to rain, to protect himself from the rain. This coat is the best. Jugami was puzzled. Rain? Who said so? Although it was a bit cloudy, was it raining so hard that we needed to wear raincoats? Lamdat smiled. Duong Tung said so. He said there will be a storm soon. He said with complete confidence. She helplessly looked at him. I'm sure if the senior called Duong Tung told him to die, he would do it. Suddenly a drop of rain fell on her glasses. She looked up in panic. Seriously? It's really raining. A huge figure suddenly covered her. Luke. Min looked over happily. Damn, you're late. A giant leg blocks the way. Japanese army. The general looked up. On it, the golden eyes of the ghost-faced Chu reflected his figure. It opened its fanged mouth. He stammered in panic. What the hell is this? It used one of its legs to charge at them, killing a large group of soldiers and destroying their weapons. The Japanese army ran away in all directions. Zhuge Liang looked at this scene and gasped. Linda and Luke Min rejoiced again. The Japanese soldiers were frightened and backed away, shouting, "A monster!" It immediately used its feet to kill them. The screams were endless. The sound stopped. The monster roared. The soldiers panicked. Oh God, there is nowhere to run. It bent down and bit the head of a soldier with the ghost-faced Chu. The whole group of Japanese soldiers was like a sumptuous meal. Its composition. Then, it spits out the poisonous gas. Luke Min looked down in confusion. He wondered if something was strange. Lamdat was confused. What? He was worried. If the motherfucker chose to possess that thing because she didn't want to sacrifice civilians, there's no way he would release that poisonous cloud in a place where many prisoners like this. Lamdat wondered. Did you tell him there were prisoners here? He immediately replied, yes. Jiang Xiong shouted. Lamdat looked down at the source of the joyful sound. Oh, Jiang Xiong. He jumped up to where the three of them were sitting and urged. He said there are prisoners here, right? Quickly evacuate them. He looked towards Zhugami. Yes. Zhugami blushed and looked at him blankly. Senior brother, that is father's direct disciple. Look at his body proportions. Jiang Xiong pointed at her wondering. I've never seen her before. Lamdat looked at his hand and explained. Ah, she didn't finish her sentence. Jia Katmi quickly replied. I'm a freshman of class 8. My name is Jia Katmi. Zhang Heng was stunned. He muttered, Zhugazong. So he must be the alliance leader's plum wine. Why is she here? Take it back. Spirit. Well, anyway, let's rescue the prisoners first and quickly bring them. Get out of this place. Luke Min wondered. That monster was not the mother. Tang. He explained. It had been. But on the way we went to the cave. There was a problem, and then remembered as the group ran fast on the road. Ta Suang ran while continuously checking Duong Tung's body temperature. She screamed in panic. Tang Tung's body is as cold as ice. Are you sure he's okay? Chu Xian warned. Of course not. His soul must return before his body gets any colder. Xie Chong shouted loudly at the demon-faced man in front. Did you hear that? Tang Tung, you have to go back. The group of people riding on knees back tried to cling to the Ma Chu's humanoid body and shouted. Great. Hurry up and let us off. I didn't even get seasick, but I felt like I was going to die if I continued riding this thing. Tang Tung in the human body chuckled. We can split up if you want. A notice board appeared beside him. Current group leader title, Duong Tung, Zhang Heng, Ta Suang, Chu Hien. He used his Shikigami to remind them. Does everyone understand the plan? There are currently 2 Japanese military units surrounding Hangzhou. If what Lu Ming said is true, they will attack Hangzhou soon. I will take this Ma Chu humanoid straight to the enemy's headquarters and liberate it there. As for you guys, please target the remaining unit along with my comrades from Zhujiang. They seriously agreed. Okay. And Jiang Xiong, you will go with Ma Zhu's identity and rescue the prisoners held by the Japanese. This guy will definitely go crazy if I free him. Lu Ming and the others are there, so meet up with them. Jiang Heng smiled. Leave it to me. All the people on the back of the humanoid jumped out. Chu Xian below shouted anxiously. Senior, you must return to your main body now. You're stubborn. It's not working yet. We're still in the middle of Zhujiang. There will be a few villages here. I think I can lead it straight to the headquarters. Chu Hien screamed in despair. Senior. Xiechong closed his eyes in frustration. Huh. I really don't know what she's worried about, because I don't know about magic. That possession, so frustrating. She, frowning, Chu Xian shouted again. Senior. Ta Suong angrily shouted. Hey Duong Tong, if you have any plans, don't hesitate anymore and do it quickly. Her voice made Chu Hian surprised. Suspicious. She shouted. Don't make others worry about you anymore. Duong Tong, puzzled, why is she so mad? Close your eyes and calm down. Wait a moment, because this is also the first time I use it. The art of possession. He silently moved his inner. The force in his body, his eyes opened brightly. With my dual mind, I will use the Fire King Supreme technique on the frozen body. This is possible thanks to absorbing yin and yang magic. I can also assimilate both fire and ice techniques, two completely opposite martial arts at the same time. This is the moment when the two sages' 2.19 million years of hard work shines. Chu Hian suddenly looked over. Ta Suong spoke. His body warmed up. She was confused how. Although his fire control ability was not profound enough to block all the cold air, but advancing to the enemy's main force in Hangzhou was no problem at all. Zhang Heng helped each of the villagers out, while explaining to Luke Min, well, that's all. As soon as he arrived here, Duong Tong had already escaped from that spider's body. That's why we're just scratching the surface. Dispersed prisoners. Luke Min looked towards the gradually collapsing Japanese stronghold. He wondered, so where is Tang's mother now, already? Jiang Xiong hesitated. Well, as expected, he went straight to Hangzhou. Why? Hangzhou, Japanese troops continuously attacked the citadel. They shot one. A series of stone cannons shot up. A large stone hit the citadel, causing it to sink. Other treasures fell like meteorites into the city. People fled in panic. Their attacks were spreading to the inner palace. They carried rocks and signaled each other to light them. Hey, shoot from this side. On the other side, they kept firing the cannon. Fire. Another guy holding the cannon suddenly stopped. Hey, what are you doing? Load the cannon. The line of the song jumps down from above. Passive martial skill ice magic. Level 1 mastery adds attribute damage to the attack. The Japanese soldiers were a terrible enemy. Grounded, the surrounding area was immediately destroyed. Freeze. Tang Tung said, I came to stop this battle. Hyosi gritted his teeth and cursed. It was just as he thought. Ganeshi and his ability to coordinate attacks was not good at all. No, to say it's bad is an understatement, no matter how much sympathy I have for the cause and the religion. If I respect him, why the hell should I retreat now? When glory is right here. Ganeshi nagged within reach. What the hell is going on with you that you have to fire an emergency flare like this? As the name suggests, the emergency flare is a signal decided in advance by the East Sea Pirate Trio. As the name suggests, if it is seen in the sky, something urgent has happened. Out. However, before the word urgent, there is always absolute modifier. In other words, at the location where the emergency flare was fired, the East Sea Pirate Trio must absolutely stop everything they were doing and start moving towards that location. It was like an emergency announcement in the air defense system. Automatic defense like that. So, even though Adagawa's army was in the upper hand, he had to lead his troops there. The two leaders in green and gold armor rushed to report. Lord, the young demons have appeared immediately and are attacking our siege soldiers from behind. Hyosi shouted. What? He judged. Could it be that the demons blocking our supply route have returned? Even if that were the case, why would the emergency flare, which was only supposed to be fired 3 times, be fired continuously like that? Nana, Yoshi, Nakamura, the other two replied. Yes, my lord. He gave, ordered. You lead the Celestial Army and the Imperial Army to march east as quickly as possible. The Celestial Army leader Nana Yoshi wondered, is it to support frontline? Yoshi nodded. Yes, let's show that idiot Ganeshi the power of the Heavenly Army and the Imperial Army. Then he turned. Sang called, said, Kazu, you will lead the cavalry with me and stop the young demons attacking from behind. The chief of the territory, Kanzuya, complied. Yes, my lord, I will prepare. Immediately, Hyosi gripped his sword tightly, thinking to himself, although he really wanted to eliminate the culprit who caused Ganeshi to fire the emergency flare, he couldn't let the caught fish jump out of the basket and bite. Sneak up from behind. There's no way we're retreating now. Today we'll definitely capture Hangzhou. Return to where Lai Min is fighting. He also noticed the movement on the other side. The emergency flare, That was the direction of Ganasai's camp. Could it be that they had turned Ganasai's plan to draw the young demons out of the castle to buy time into isolating themselves? So, Lai Min praised. That move was excellent. But it seems Nam Kung didn't understand anything. He was even more surprised when Lai Min suddenly rushed away. From afar, Tien Toai led his soldiers and shouted loudly, "Don't chase him." But Nam Kung was still secretly wondering, what did he just say, right? Tien Toai continued to explain. Our goal is to withdraw Team 6. We need to make sure the children are safe first. Already, in the distance, he had lowered his bow. Lai Min, who was hurriedly leaving, also looked back and saw many soldiers gathered behind the child. Sending so many soldiers to Hangzhou might be an important decision, but considering the fact that they are here, it seems like they came here to support other children because of me. Then what could push the main force of 10,000 troops into an emergency situation where they had to continuously fire signal flares like that? So, meanwhile, Duong Tung reviewed the entire battlefield. Currently, Li Ming is moving to the first camp where he released the demonic beast. In Zhujiang at this time, Nan Gongsa's Group 18 and Yang Yuer's Group 6 are gathering at the port. Li Ming is going from there to the first camp of Japan, which is also the base of the Japanese army and is being occupied by the demonic beast of 10,000 years. Jiang Xiong and Lu Ming's groups are moving to the second camp of the Japanese army, which is under siege. Tang Song's Group 13 and the 10 supervisors at the first cave in Zhujiang are also heading there. Jiang Xiong had met up with Lu Ming's group, and they were heading straight to the gate, south. And in the meantime, we will attack from behind the second camp. Commander Tang Ho Hao, there is no need to fight all the soldiers here. We must destroy their siege weapons first. Then, once destroyed, quickly move on and aim for the others. Very soon, the enemy army will be in chaos. Their screams will be heard everywhere. How can we get over that wall now? How the hell did those demons appear here? No, we have to stop them. Duong Tung again. Analysis. And with no more siege weapons, the castle soldiers would take care of the remaining 10,000 troops. The Japanese bugs fought back and shouted, "Those bastards are using artillery. We're completely surrounded. If this continues, we will all die." Luke Min and Lam Dat opened their eyes wide when they heard those words. Lam Dat, enthusiastically praised, "Really amazing. Duong Tung is truly a perfect commander." Luke Min could not help but sigh. Based on the information and the current situation, that Mother Tang has come up with a better plan. Compared to the Great Me, who only learned from books, that Mother Tang is really different. It was as if he had been through countless battles. His judgment was like that of a seasoned veteran. That's how it was. Zhang Heng smiled and said, "Even before joining the Vo Lam Academy, he was always like that. That's why we always trust him." In the barracks, Yosi rode a horse and scolded, "Damn it. They slinked around like rats while focusing on siege weapons." The U-Tree reports, "The density of surprise attacks is more than we expected. Let's set targets and take care of each one." "My lord." Before he could do anything, another soldier ran up and shouted, "My lord, the attackers from behind us are wearing the uniforms of the 10 warlords." Hyosi frowned and asked what? What is the cave surveillance team leader doing? Then he thought, to one. In that case, could it be that Wida was killed by the lack of funds attacking the cave? Yo's vanguard of 5,000 men set out first, joined his own troops in Ganasai, but nothing was heard of the rest afterwards. That's the question. How was he defeated by that motley group of martial artists from the dead? This Zhang is fine. Damn it. Things got complicated because he couldn't complete it, his work. Then the other soldier reported more. However, it was not over yet. Hyosi asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" He immediately reported, "It seems that all the enemies are martial artists, while the one in the front row is a master. My lord, all 5 members of the heavenly squad were beheaded and fell off their horses together, at once." Hyosi couldn't help but be stunned. What? In the Heavenly Earth Blue Emperor team, the Heavenly team gathered all the strongest members. Yet they were cut down, at the same time. But he thought, since they were the ones who eliminated the leader of the Wind Squad, there was a possibility that the leader of the Celestial Squad would also die in their hands. If this continued, we would have no choice but to retreat. What? A landing sound rang out. Then a tiger flew over their heads. Everyone looked up. Mouths agape. Hyosi bites. The guard followed. Duong Tung rode his horse and stopped right in front of him. The soldier fell down in fear and cried out, That man is the one I told you about just now. Duong Tung held the sword tightly in Ni's hand, and while everyone was carrying out his plan, he would aim at the general. Enemy side. He grinned and said, "Find. I saw you." Hyosi recognized that name immediately. He is carrying the snake demon and that fox. He must be the tiger rider who rescued the admiral of Zhujiang. You were captured by us. Locked up. In other words, that child was the one who killed Yashiki and caused the incident in our plan at Mount Yendang. Duong Tung curled his lips provocatively. You are Adagawa Hyosi, right? Hearing that, he whispered in surprise. He can speak Japanese. On the other side, Tang Tung is still talking to himself. It's written above your head. That's also the reason why I found Adagawa and Nakamura, making Hyosi suspicious. However, I don't understand what he's talking about. He continued to destroy them. Usually they were only recorded as Japanese soldiers 1 and 2. So the ones whose names were written on top means obviously is the name of the culprit behind the battle. This, Hyosi judged, except for his own name. He also knew the names of the leader of Tien and the royal team. Could it be that he killed too? Who are they? Tang Tung frowned and asked. Even so, I still wonder about a few things. How the hell do you have so many ears and eyes? So, hearing this, he was a bit surprised and then replied. The question is so obvious. It's all about money. You see, Duong Tung could not help but feel indignant at those words. I confirm your intention to pay for your work. Is taking a pair of ears and eyes more valuable than a human life? Hyosi laughed. Giggle. Stupid bastard. We should at least do that to give them a reason to fight to the death. Duong Tung was so angry that he was speechless as he glared at him. Hyosi was trembling under his crushing aura. The overwhelming pressure. What is this? This mouse is at most 20 years old. In the 20 years he has lived, this is definitely the first battle he has participated in. He growled. How dare you? Hyosi was extremely confident in himself. On the other hand, wasn't he a veteran who had participated and survived twice that number on the battlefield? Furthermore, my soldiers had surrounded him while we were talking, so there was no way he could escape from here. So he pointed his sword at his opponent and shouted, I will show you what happens when a stupid mouse dares to attack a tiger. Tung calmly asked, What happened? Flag. He replied, Of course it's down to earth. I'm in jail. He braced himself and said, Hell. Hyosi couldn't help but sweat profusely. What? Various weapons covered in firelight appeared? Tang Tung, standing on ZZ's back, holding each weapon firmly, said, I'm sure there are several people just like me down there. Also want to defeat that old bastard like you. Hyosi was startled and immediately shouted to the soldiers, Attack. Tang Tung is not. To give him a chance to activate the title of Master Duck. Jump up and rush towards the opponent causing. Hyosi did not have time to react. He rushed over with a wide smile. Resolute eyes without any wavering wave of hand. Hyosi's armor flies up. In the sky, on the wall of Sun Duong, he observed several columns of fire rising. 1. The soldier shouted, The enemy is fleeing. But he realized one thing. That sword was what the enemy commander was carrying. The others heard that and asked again, Excuse me. Sun Duong pointed to the Japanese sword Duong Tung was holding. Then he loudly announced, Duong Tung has killed the general. Their leader, the enemy now has no commanding officer. The time has come. Follow me immediately and kill all the fleeing enemies. The cavalry just led. The group he just thought, this is a golden opportunity to reduce the huge number of troops of the enemy. In the middle of the mountain road, a group of soldiers was supporting their commander that few walked away. The soldier cheered the Lord. Keep it up. Behind them, the ghost-faced Chu is still acting up. Now Ghastly secretly asked himself, What the hell is that? There are countless hideous monsters in the eastern seas, but I've never seen one of that size. He weakly asked, How many people died? The soldier behind reported, could not calculate the specific number, but about 5,000 people died. Nate angrily shouted, 5,000. Are you kidding me? Has it been 15 days since that bastard appeared? Or has it been a whole month and 5,000 people are dead? This happened only half a day ago. The soldiers were still alive and divided. He was about to say something, but before he could finish speaking, he started coughing, causing the soldier who was supporting him to call out in panic. Lord Nay, damn it. Why is there still no news from Adagawa? The new soldier said, if he moved after seeing the emergency flare, he would have seen this spider by now, he sighed. Is that so? That's a relief. No matter how aggressive and poisonous this spider is, it is alone. No matter how big it is, it cannot fight against my huge numbers. He held regret in his heart. If only his mighty army of 10,000 men were here, then that lowly monster. If it weren't for the guards outside, we would have been left watching the monster charge into the main camp and helpless to fight back. We would have been too careless with our defenses. Who would have thought that the source of our first chaos in Central Plains would be a giant spider that was over 12 meters tall? It was a disaster, mobile disaster, despite losses in troops. The soldiers were extremely miserable, but the pain was also. It was no use. Suddenly he saw. There was something out there that made Nei open her eyes wide. He immediately recognized the boats. It is Kagawa's ship. It must be reinforcements from the first cave. Nei shouted, "Our soldiers have returned." A soldier stopped him. "Lord, there is something strange. Those boats are moving in an irregular pattern." But Nei had interrupted him, laughing excitedly. "Don't worry, you have to see him to know. A person like him doesn't think about, where's the template?" They quickly waited. On the nearby beach, Neige waved his arms and shouted, "Kagawa, I never thought seeing you again would be this much fun." But not fun. Happy to be. How long? An arrow flew straight into his chest. Only then did he realize in shock that this was not an arrow from our army. Could it be that he would be attacked if he moved his head? Seeing now, C fell down. The soldiers ran to him in panic. "Lord, Lord," from above. Our ship cheered. "Right on target. Looks like you hit the enemy general." Those who moved ahead must have succeeded in attacking them. Quickly went ashore and dealt with the remaining soldiers. "What's left?" A step slowly forward. Li Ming Bing Jing called. "Here you are. I've been looking for you for a long time." The Japanese soldiers saw him and excitedly shouted, "Mr. Lai Min, Mr. Lai Min." The people on the boat saw that and were extremely hurried. "It's that bastard. Turn the ship around. Hurry up. We are not his match. Let's leave this place." But no, before they could do anything, Lai Min drew his sword. The train was slashed horizontally and torn into pieces. The screams, the sound of the ship sinking. Naogi lay on the ground struggling. "Lai Min, you come." Before he could finish, Li Min interrupted to tell the story. "I saw Idagawa's army running in disarray on the road. Idagawa wasn't there, but the soldiers of Central Plains were chasing them. Unlike me, I didn't think Idagawa would have the possibility of coming here." He coughed and asked again, "What? What do you mean? Where is he?" "Leaving the soldiers behind." "Huh." Li Min replied, "No matter how many soldiers there are, they will all be lost without their commander. Your journey in the Central Plains has ended here. I have left a messenger behind. Why don't we take the remaining soldiers and back home?" Now coughed up a mouthful of blood. He firmly said, "There are still many soldiers scattered and not dead. If we gather them all, we can plan for the future." Li Ming, helpless advice. "But the situation, Your Majesty," the soldier beside him reported. "He has inhaled too much toxic gas." He heard that and repeated, "Poison gas is the work of that thing." Lai Min turned towards the human face of Ma Chu, who was also looking at them. Somewhere a soldier's answer rang out. "Yes, the wormwood letter." The monster cried out with its mouth drooling. Li Ming glared at it. "Of course, as many monsters as there are in our homeland, there are more in Central Plains. Still, it's hard to believe even though I'm staring at it. How could the people of Central China take advantage of something like that?" Lai Min turned to ask, "Can you guys get on the boat yourself?" "One," the soldier replied. "Okay, if there is no child." "That monster," he ordered. "Then take the remaining soldiers and leave this place immediately for Ganasai. Leave him behind." "I will. Protect him." So the soldiers quickly left. Only one man remained, still trembling, hugging Naosei. Lai Min suddenly noticed a spear stuck beside him. Beside, he stepped forward, pulled it out, held it up high and took it. "Weapons is new," then smiled and scolded. "Come here, you damn monster." The ghost face Chu immediately rushed straight towards Lai Min's side. The sky is starting to brighten. Sunlight is shining everywhere. The raindrops fell gently, as if washing away the traces of brutal war, returning peace to the people. People here. Along with that is blood and destruction. Remnants of the battle. The machine system announces mission completed. You have completed the mission. The reward is being sent. You have unlocked the title. Today is the day we painfully fight to. Recaptured Hangzhou. After our forces were wiped out at Yending Mountain and Hangzhou was captured, this is where I ended my life by Lai Min. Finally, I have completed the first mission. Tang Tung was somewhat proud of himself as he read the words before him. The mission of helping the southern commander of the Imperial Army defeat the trio of East Sea pirates in Zhejiang completed 3. Since I already beheaded Ito Kagawa and Idagawa Hayoshi, there's no need to check again. The remnant is Ganeshi, but no need to deal with him. Mission to defeat the East Sea pirate trio also completed. However, there is still one question. Is he able to survive? What? The mission condition is to defeat him. It would be best if he died. But the condition can be satisfied even if he doesn't die. In other words, he successfully escaped from Taijiang. In that case, is he dead or escape? I'm not sure anymore. However, I'm sure that the 10,000-year-old Ma Chu's identity has faithfully completed the mission. The case went as planned. Whether Ganeshi Ne died or escaped was no longer important. If that was the case, then there was no need to think about this matter any further, at least. At this moment, a voice rang out, behind Tang Tung. Hey, Mr. Fortune Teller, why don't you come back now? Hearing that, he couldn't help but be startled and smiled at his teammates behind him. Ah, is everyone okay? Zhang Heng propped himself up on his hands and replied, Okay, not everything is okay yet, you know. Ta Suang smiled, said, Let's go, everyone is waiting. You there? Duong Tung. He tilted his head to show. Wondering look, spears raised high, soldiers lined up in 2 rows in front of the city gate. This scene made Duong Tung wonder. What is this? On the other side, Sun Duong nodded. There you are. Chu Hien sighed, stating his first thoughts. Everyone had their own thoughts, thought of giving up. The situation was so bad, everyone thought that not only would they move their heads, but the entire Zhejiang would be completely surrounded by Japanese military ships, and it would be very difficult to retake them. I was so embarrassed until you showed up and solved our problem in just a few days. Senior, you saved so many people. Those who were sold into slavery, eliminated the slave traders and Kagawa's army, rescued the cave head-on, and even attacked Idagawa's army from behind. Saved the entire southern army of the imperial court in just a brief moment. Although we didn't think that you would bring the 10,000-year demon spider's identity, your plan was successful, and we were able to keep casualties to a minimum. Shanyang also added a few words. While we were attacking the fleeing Japanese soldiers, we discovered a berserk spider outside the castle, and we saw that spider had swept through Japanese soldiers. Thanks to you, the miracle came to us. Chu Hien grabbed Duong Tung's wrist, raised high as a way to celebrate victory. Cheers of delight rang out everywhere shouting a name. Duong Tung made the guy bewildered. Chu Xian beside chuckled. I feel like everyone wants to be like that, like this. Duong Tung couldn't help but wonder, does everyone want it? Cheers rang out, the waves and arms reaching out as if wanting to touch me just once. The smile on, face exhausted, for the first time in a while, my heart was pounding. The system starts to notify urgently. Your heart rate exceeds the limit. Increase the speed slightly. The speed increases by 10%. Health will be restored. Tang Tung said to himself, Now I understand. This feeling, this emotion, this atmosphere means that somewhere there are still system lines appearing. Your heartbeat exceeds the limit. Increase agility. Agility increases by 10%. Health will be restored. He concluded, his ambition was noble. These people recognized him as a hero. What he had done was amazing enough to make them believe in him unconditionally in such a short period of time. He didn't know, but one thing was for sure, he would never now forget this feeling. This is not what I want. But because I am a man, it is not easy to calm down. Suddenly, Duong Tung tried to control himself. No, not yet, still, not finished yet. The real problem has just begun. The identity of the 10,000-year-old Ma Chu is still there. Here. Ah, he looked at the red sparkling mission board again. Attacked the boss. Defeated Li Ming. Time limit 10 days. Successful mission reward received mysterious combat equipment. In the distance is a man panting heavily. Cough. Li meant he is still alive. The sky was bright at the same time that the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon Chu fell backwards on the cliff, officially defeated by Li Men's sword. They say a good start is half the success, but it's all nonsense. Just look at the number of people who give up after just starting and how many things fail. You will not be fooled by such sweet sayings. The beginning is just the beginning, and everything is finished when it ends. In front of Duong Nak Ni now is a stone tablet engraved with red characters. This is the tomb of Murim Ba, the son of one of the 3 great clans of the Hoa Sun sect. You defended Hangzhou when the Japanese invaded and Zhejiang was in chaos. On the other side, Tang Tung was reviewing his stats. He was thinking, after taking off the deformed watch, there were a few things he was determined to achieve. Power Manifestation Stage 2, Vitality Enhancement Stage 2. I have to raise it with the limited time left. Currently, countless corpses of Japanese soldiers and a giant spider are found on the road from outside the castle near Hangzhou to the riverbank. The scouts saw the ghost-faced Chu and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a giant spider! What the hell is that?" Duong Tung nodded and thought. In the end, the ghost-faced Chu was still killed by Lai Min, but it still helped us eliminate the trio of East Sea pirates like those. What, Luke? Min said. First, we do only what is necessary, and then we do what is possible. That is how we overcome the seemingly impossible mountain. Suddenly, Chu Hien hugged Tu and went to comfort him. Senior, you should relax your facial muscles and lift your shoulders. This Tang Tung hesitated. What's wrong with my face? I'm happy now. A lot. You know that. Chu Hien commented awkwardly. Better than before, I guess. Now please give me a few strands of hair from your head, so I can make a charm. Before she could get his consent, she had already made her move. Made Duong Tung rub his head and shout. What the hell? Why are you pulling my hair? Are you also the leader of a religious sect? Something like that. Chu Hien smiled gently and said, You know, I'm still trying not to pull all of your hair out. The guy suddenly, Force asked, What does this mean? Chu Hien said, Hey, why not? Duong Tung couldn't help but use himself. The truth was the way she spoke scared him, so he wondered what was wrong with this. What? Chu Hien calmly replied. Usually the hair of the spirit animal makes a good talisman. These words made Duong Tung extremely skeptical. Am I a spirit? As for Chu Hien, he focused on the cat in his hand. Oh, how can you be so stupid like that? Then she kept struggling to let go of her hand, and then landed on a mascot that brought her. Tung's miracle didn't bother to answer, but admired her confidence as a person. Others were speechless. She put the cat down before speaking. You know, it hasn't been long since I've seen you. But even now if you say feces are used to ferment soy sauce, everyone will believe it. Road. Tung raised his eyebrows. She meant soybeans. Chu Hien jumped up and said, It's just for emphasis. I think it's a bit poor to use that for emphasis. So she exclaimed, Whatever. Then Duong Tung wondered, What about you? If I said I used feces to ferment soy sauce, would you believe me? Chu Hien innocently replied, No. Even if you say you eat soybeans to excrete fermented soy sauce, Duong Tung also smiled awkwardly and secretly thought. If he had to compare, she was like a version of Luke Min's female version. Then he joked, So you intend to take my hair without? Give me something back? Chu Hien looked uncomfortable and put his hand in his shirt to search for something. If that's what you want, then sir, bring miracles. Since I don't have money, I'll give you this piece of dried squid. Duong Tung looked at her. She tore the food to ask for food. Don't you have any dried meat? Chu Hien ate the dried meat deliciously and replied, We in the South Seas eat this instead of dried beef, because during the war there were no more merchants. Anyway, it's better than the tough beef jerky he's been carrying around all this time. And the squid is good too. I give it to you because you are my benefactor, not just anyone. You must really crave the barrel because you are hungry, right? Duong Tung did not reply but only wondered, My beef is tough, huh? Chu Hien criticized again. Eat it and go take a bath. Do you know you sweat a lot? You should rest after we return to Hangzhou. Why are you practicing right away? Duong Tung hurriedly. He tried to avoid the issue. I took a bath 3 days ago, that's enough. This is no time for a bath, you know. During wartime, taking a bath every 3 days is considered good luck. Hearing that, she screamed in panic. What? Then you have to take a bath right away because 3 days have passed. We're on day 4. Now you're no different from a squid. Duong Tung waved his hand, showing that he didn't care. Because I really am a squid. Will a squid change into something else if you wash it? Chu Hien covered. Nose showed disgust. But now he was more like a stinking squid. He was not only ugly but also disgusting. These words made Tang Tung frown. Just because I made a joke of myself once doesn't mean I'm starting a journey of insulting me. Seriously, but he didn't say anything and gave in to her. Fine, I get it. Then why don't you take a break? In a flash, Chu Hien flew to sit at the same table as Lai Hai and his group, making him blush. And this was the most ideal location. The seat next to the gentleman brought. Miracle. Duong Tung propped his hands on his hips and said, "Okay, then just sit there and be ready to welcome your seniors when they arrive." Chu Hian wondered, "Senior, are the others here?" He nodded. "Yes, don't just label me as Mr. Miracle. Think about the effort, their strength too." Duong Tung thought as he looked at the crowd of people walking in. He said that to distract himself. After all, no one could ignore the contributions of those people in the war. It is common to see casualties in war. The more people there are, the more casualties there are, especially in the case of martial artists. But that reason did not overshadow the sadness of those left behind for the deceased, their remorse and anger in that final battle, because they feel like it's all their fault. While forgetting the real cause of war, they are swallowed up by their overwhelming emotions, and even though it is inevitable that some people will also pour their emotions in one direction, went completely different. Duong Nok Ni turned her head to look at Duong Tung when she realized his presence. Looking at this pink-haired boy reminded Duong Tung of how he poured all his anger on the world when he was killed by Tien Mak. Duong Nok Ni slowly walked towards Duong Tung. He just glared at her. Eyes look. Him. Chu Hian quietly leaned into the frame. She looked at Duong Nok Ni with wide eyes and asked softly. That person turned everyone around into ink, not only in the amount of aura he emitted, but also in his extraordinary fighting spirit. Who is that, senior? So, Duong Tung just replied. Duong Nok Ni. She exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it's that person, the person known as the future of Hoa-san. Is Tang Tung thinking about the future? Yes, he really is the future. No matter what sins he committed, it won't change the fact that he is the future of the Huashan sect. Even though this isn't what I wanted, in the end I have to face it. Duong Nok Ni. He lowered his eyes and asked if you were still alive. Duong Tung. While we were apart, you seemed to be doing quite well. Your activities were beyond the imagination of people like us, just carrying out missions. Is that okay? During that time, he still conveniently transmitted a message to the Tang dynasty to blame, and Murong Ba's death was all thanks to your outstanding efforts. That just makes it clearer. You bastard, you are no different from those low-level martial artists who just want to attract attention. Young, Nakni spoke, really impressive. He still secretly threatened him, but keep this in mind. No matter how hard you try, you can become a martial arts master of a famous sect. You and I live in different places, stand in different positions, and see different perspectives. We look different. Most importantly, our blood is different. Duong Tung cooperated with him to act tongue and giggled. Thanks, as expected from someone who is recognized by everyone. I secretly think I'm trying to be mean and show as little sympathy as it suits you. There. Duong Nok Ni. He smiled wickedly, thinking about this only makes me feel better about crushing you. You are the one who destroyed my strength, pushed me into despair, and made me unable to rise up. What do you want to do now? Chu Hian stood beside them, looking at the two of them, and couldn't help but wonder. What's the situation? At that moment, only then did Duong Tung speak. I've changed a lot, right? Duong Nok Ni. No answer. Even if he just secretly analyzed it, this place would be completely different from the front yard of the 9 great sects, the Alliance called Martial Arts Academy. Yes, this bastard had completely changed. It was hard to imagine that he was once someone who couldn't even use the 3 origin sword technique. However, that never affected. Enjoy me. What I care about is the previous battle, the final battle where he not only proved his strength, but also saved everyone. So what about us? The most famous team? Where did the story of us destroying the Japanese at the front line and protecting the Imperial commander in the south go? The only story from that battle was that Murong Bo died and his team was defeated. This place has turned into an enchanted land. A land enchanted by the genius mage Tang Tung. In a situation where no matter what we do on the front lines, it will be meaningless. And there is only one way to change this situation. So Duong Nok Ni spoke up. You know the enemy of light. What is it? Duong Tung tilted his head and asked again. What is it? Around there is the close monitoring of Nam Kung Sacha's group, and Zhang Heng and Chu Hian are still wondering what's going on with them? Min Chi then, indifferent, looking out, everyone was whispering. Duong Nok Ni waved her hand, thinking, isn't this the best time? Far away, there were soldiers who noticed the movement in. The sword sheath automatically opened on his back. Out of the strap, fly straight to the side. This and is held tightly by Duong Nok Ni, who is determined to completely rob the bastard of his light. The enemy of light is a brighter light. That lowly darkness could never be the enemy of light. He drew his sword and swung his arm forward. Duong Tung opened his eyes wide in shock. You summoned the yin and yang technique to form 3 more arms to analyze the object transfer? But Duong Nok Ni was not shaken, still rushed forward. And then in Duong Tung's shock, the weapon in his hand suddenly flew out of his grasp, also turned back to attack, making Duong Tung hurried. Block with the sword. Duong Nok Ni used her hand to press hard on the sword hilt, thinking of a brighter light. That is the real enemy of light. The road. Tung gritted his teeth, while Ta Suong glared at the match. Jiang Xiong and Lu Ming were both stunned, watching Can Duong Nok Ni stab her sword straight in the middle of Tang Tung's chest. Tang Tung couldn't understand. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Found that strange. Even though he had many wives, Duong Nok Ni continued to show his debauchery by having other women by his side. He considered himself the center and became arrogant, thinking too much about himself and looking down on those who were inferior. With a guy like him, dozens of women would line up because they were interested in his wealth, status, and outward appearance instead of his heart. His heart. During that time, he tried to find something he never can be found. Like Murim Ba, a Zhui person and extremely comfortable when he is around, a friend. Duong Nok Ni's sword tip was pointed straight at him. He gritted his teeth and endured. He made you uncomfortable. I still don't think you're that great. You're just like that evil martial art you call a Jura weapon art. Duong Tung, hold tight. Sword. He swung his sword to deflect his sword. That is your own lame argument. He waved his hand, full of anger. When you bastard win, you say it's fair, but when you lose, you spout nonsense and label my martial arts as demonic. The kite and the sword collided with each other, neither of them willing to give in. Duong Nok Ni was still stubborn. The nature of your 2 weapons martial arts is already demonic. To add on, you also use 4 and 6 different weapons. Duong Tung kicked the stick he used. Leg lift. It jumped up and kicked straight towards Duong Nok Ni, but he avoided it in time. He took the opportunity to kick him. The blow was painful. Even though she used her sword to block it, Duong Nok Ni still cried out in pain. The stick fell down, he quickly caught it. He uses many weapons at once. Calmly replied, well, let's say so. He looked at him provocatively, because the loser is always the one who is wrong. Isn't that right? Looking at Duong Nok Ni and Duong Tung fighting each other in the middle of the field, I was so bored. It was those 2 people again. He was confused. Even though the rain had passed and all the Japanese soldiers were killed, what were these 2 bastards doing when Li Ming was still alive? Murongbai hesitated when he heard this, but finally spoke. Uncle, I heard about what happened. Are you okay? Your father? He was confused. How can I be okay? My father, who is still alive, was imprisoned and jailed for breaking the taboo. And for someone who should have died, I still lived by becoming a monster like this. Once the mission to Dai Zhang ended, I would also be sealed. There was only one thing left for me to do in this world. This world. He growled. That is to drag that guy Lai Min to hell with me. Murongbai frowned. Yes, he had become a completely different person. Duong Tung glanced at the 2 of them. De, the one who seemed dead, continues to live. Can I really say? Is he alive? The unnecessary objects in the distorted clock are moving just like what I saw before, showing that he is dead and time has been distorted from his previous life. On the contrary, Murongba's clock showed that everything was on time. This meant that compared to his previous life, there was no time distortion. Because originally, Murongba died during the mission to deal with the trio. The East Sea Pirates happened. He looked at Duong Nok Ni sarcastically. Well, does that mean there is no woman who can compare to your childhood friend? I didn't expect this to be the beginning of my resentment towards that bastard. Smiled provocatively. Stop complaining about magic or whatever and just become. Be real with me, you just hate it, right? No. You hate yourself for not being able to protect your friend from someone. Strong revenge. Duong Nok Ni heard this and felt like falling into an ice cave. He was angry, rushed to cover his mouth. He smirked at him. Anyway, he had to finish this, beat him, and try changing his profession while doing this. Fine. Go in and make a living. He squeezed, chopping down his weapon. Duong Tung growled. You think I'll let you take my weapon again? The 10 great demon soldiers, the 4 soldiers combined in the 4th form, the 4 releases convergence. He angrily replied. Your provocation is as disgusting as your martial art. The Plum Blossom 10 Deadly Sword style is the 7th, the Heavenly Snow Plum Blossom. Chu Xian worriedly looked towards Zhang Heng, examining the current situation. Shouldn't a match with real weapons like this be stopped? Zhang Heng called out. Luke Min. Zhang Heng immediately asked, do you know what martial arts that eunuch is using? Use it right. Luke Min affirmed. Yes, it is known as the martial art of the strongest bastard in the history of martial arts in Central Plains. Chu Xian behind him panicked. Senior, you don't understand this thing. Like the wind. You are confused. Isn't it similar to using qi to control things? Luke Min explained. Using qi to control objects is originally a martial art that uses internal energy to control objects in the air. However, this is a martial art that uses not only internal force, but also natural energy emitted in the form of waves. If you can sense the range of this energy, you can control anything from anywhere, so it is not at all has limits. She was puzzled. That technique allowed him to make the sand grains float like. Is that so? Luke Min smiled. Yes. Sand riding is one of the strongest martial arts. In the Central Plains, Master Xia was skeptical. Really? If it weren't for the use of qi to control objects, it would be impossible to move all those sand grains. The range of his use would be. That's a bit old. Jiang Xiong wondered. Doesn't that mean the martial arts are the strongest? Has the thing that has been dormant for so long appeared in the eunuch Yong, our potential enemy? Tang Tung Lin. Duong Nok Ni's custom of avoiding blows. Luke. The Great Desert. He looked over in panic. He immediately took his weapon every time. I loosen my grip. Holding onto too many weapons is harder than holding onto one. He aim at its exact point. However, using qi to control objects cannot create this kind of power. The weapons flew into the sky as if they had their own egos. With my power, I can still use it anyway. The 4 soldiers combined. Duong Nok Ni rushed straight towards him. You should feel honor. You must have heard the story of the god of war, right? A folk tale mentions that Lai Sun Mountain was split in 2, forming East and West Lai Sun. I will prove that it is not a legend or a story. Zhugami was puzzled. If you were talking about the strongest martial artist in Central Plains, who are you talking about? Zhang Heng wondered. What do you mean? Jia. Katmi blushed and stammered. It was because there were not just 1 but 2 people who were often mentioned when talking about the strongest person in Central Plains. Lamdat suddenly remembered and added. That's right. You mean Dong Thatch and Sin Mac, right? She agreed. You're right. Zhang Heng was surprised. The 2 main characters of heroic stories that any martial artist has heard of, the Godless Stone and the Saint, the guardian of the Sheng Mo. The first one was Dong Shi, the hero who saved the Central Plains by slaying countless zombies, including the Heavenly Slayer, on the final day long ago. The next one was Sheng Mo, the great warrior who single-handedly defeated Qin Shi Huang, who had been resurrected during the Shi Huang Rebellion, along with hundreds of little demons. They are 2 people that we have all heard of, even if it is just a rumor. However, because there is a 1,000-year barrier between the 2, the question of which of the 2 is stronger is still a topic of discussion among many martial artists. It is a topic that cannot be concluded unless both of them appear together. Luke Min. Question. Is it necessary to compare the 2? What are you doing? He continued speaking naturally. When Mo was born as Dong Shi's disciple, everyone around suddenly spoke up. What? Lamdat laughed. That was the funniest joke he ever told. Nerd. Luke Min just smiled and said nothing. Zhang Heng is puzzled. That martial art is really. What is it? He glanced at Zhang Heng then, looking back at the Battle of Fishing, the Supreme Abyss, and the Central Plains. This has been conquered by it. His face. Serious. Twice. Jiang Xiong hesitated. Whether it was the supreme aura or vinegar mixed with soy sauce, it was quite difficult to approach Eunuch Yong. Because of that wind, Tang Tung still rushed into that stupid name. Ta Suang smiled, thinking that now he knew that name clearly, right? She looked at them seriously. He was simply enjoying this match. Tang Tung's face showed obvious joy. When his opponent was stronger, it was also an opportunity for him to test how much stronger he had become. Chu Xianyi, shy. She. Rebuttal. It's just a thought. Of the seniors only. She continued. I believe that no matter how strong the opponent is, the seniors will also show people he is stronger. The battle between the 2 of them still did not stop. Tang Tung laughed strangely. All right. It seems you learned the legendary martial arts somewhere. But I also learned some cool stuff on that remote island. He raised his hand high. raised his weapon and slashed down towards Duong Nok Ni. And now was the time for it. Burst into flames. Duong Nok Ni's hand suddenly froze. He was so surprised that he couldn't react. He was pleased. There it is. Skill system panel appears. Level 2 proficiency 81%. Ice attribute damage is added to the attack. Current status 10%. Low chance of enemy. Will be frozen. He looked at his frozen arm doubtfully. Ice magic. Tang Tung's eyes burned. Fire King. The high-ranking officer raised his staff, which was covered in firelight, and looked down proudly. Duong Nok Ni gritted her teeth in panic. The boat just. The ground exploded and exploded. Smoke filled the air. Duong Nok Ni used the sword covered in halo to block the attack. His hit. He used all his strength. Emitted ice gas to suppress Duong Nok Ni. He was surprised. He uses both fire and ice magic at the same time. He has two. Heart. He gritted his teeth and concentrated. Shout loudly and push the road away. The strong wind he created blew the entire arena. The path of the shot. Grounding. He jumped up again. Duong Nok Ni flipped in the air and rushed towards him. He tightened his grip on the sword. Quang. Hui Manhwa sword technique 7th form. He rushed towards him, surrounded by a powerful and oppressive pink aura. Light. The night fireworm. Its move was like a powerful tornado, moving straight into its path. Duong Nok Ni thought to herself, actually I owe you a lot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to perfect this move or find the ultimate aura in Lai Sun. Looking at Duong Tung, who was vigorously fighting back, he wondered, it's as if heaven sent someone to earth. The land is given to me. Duong Nok Ni pondered, the will of heaven. I always think of that opportunity this way. Because of the existence of you bastard Duong Tung. Because of being controlled by that bastard. Usually that cave can be found during seclusion training in Lai Sun Mountain. You see, the match between you and me at that time is a draw, but for me, that was the second time I failed. After much effort and struggle, I finally reached the realm of no fragrance, but I still can't win. Duong Nok Ni walked out of the arena with an angry face. Moreover, it seems like the more I fight you, the more skillful you bastard become. To the point where I feel like you are an old general who has been through countless battlefields for decades and has become young again and learned new martial arts while retaining your battle experience. Otherwise, we are like a squirrel struggling on a treadmill. If that is not failure, then what is failure? That is when we realize the reason why we come to Lai Sun Mountain to practice in seclusion. There are two ways to get to that place of practice. One is the easy way of stairs, and the other is to climb the cliff. The name Quan Keep Tang will choose the cliff path. Duong Nok Ni looked up. If I want to surpass you, then I must also go that way. The cliff is extremely high and rugged. There is no place to step. No one has ever tried to go up there. By this cliff, Duong Nok Ni's figure struggled to hold on to the cliff. He suddenly slipped and fell straight down. The abyss below. I never thought that I would die in vain like this without even making that guy kneel. Pillow in front of him. He clung to it. A tree branch. He breathed heavily, tired when escaped death's door. He looked up at the tree trunk. A plum tree is fate. I survived thanks to the lone plum tree in between the cliffs. Duong Nok Ni noticed something in the distance. That place is a cave hidden on the cliff. That is where I found my destiny. Who would have thought there would be a secret cave in this place? Buried here is an extraordinary destiny, a supreme aura. He concentrated his strength, pressed towards the line. The bricks were. His power burst forth, and these are the bricks that were lifted, suspended in the air. The power of it. The stones hurtled towards the road and slammed him into the wall. He screamed, pain. Zhang Heng stepped out. He went up. That's enough. Min Chi held his hand tightly. He glared at him angrily. What the hell? You're not going to let me go. Out, he advised. At this time you are not the one who can stop peeing. Where is Master Yong again? He was confused. Eunuch Yong was stronger than Tang Tung. Wasn't that what that kid wanted? He had already done it. Okay, Min Chi, doubt. It was quite difficult to stop him when he used both the supreme aura and the glorious plum blossom sword. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be easy to stop him. What was he planning to do? The unyielding tower. He jerked his hand back. Not people's business. He stepped closer. Zhang Heng then spoke. No. Before that, let's see if you can beat me or not. Zhang Xiong looked at him uncomfortably. Fine. We still have an unpaid debt. Let's end it today. Chu Hien stopped the two people, but they stopped. Then, both of them. She shouted to Min Chi. Young Master Yong was the one who attacked senior brother Tang first. Now that guy wants to kill him too. Not him. Should we stop? We can go together. Each other stop him. Duong Nakni walked towards him. I told you so. He looked at him and calmly said, this place is not the front yard of Not Mon. 9 clans. He approached the path. He looked up to face him. He muttered, but why didn't those guys help you? Hero, when I was the one who suddenly attacked you, and you did nothing wrong. Zhuge Liang spoke up. What are you guys doing? Aren't you going to stop those 2 senior brothers? All fell silent. One person bowed. Her face was full of dissatisfaction. My brothers and comrades died because of that plan. She, puzzled, why do you blame that plan? Isn't it because that Japanese guy appeared so suddenly? I already saw everything. Sin Bak also followed suit. He created that plan because he wanted to avoid facing that monster. The others saw that and joined in. That's right. He made us fight that monster ourselves. Even though we didn't encounter him, we might have. In trouble. Chu Xian was puzzled. What are you guys talking about? Brother Tang's plan saved the entire Zhujiang region. They immediately argued that the imperial court benefited because Zhujiang was saved, not the martial arts world. Our lives were hanging on the cliff. Do you know? We should have refused the mission. This case from the beginning. They loudly agreed with each other. That's right. This mission is also very risky. Are our lives being bet? My dream of success is almost over in this Zhujiang region. How the hell am I betting my life on this outside mission? Zhugami, Chu Hian, and his group did not expect this. They were shocked. These were the words that the first board members of Ngoa Long Valley, the strong among the strong of the Vo Lam Academy, should say. Duong Nak Ni spoke with a serious face full of sarcasm, looking closely at those bastards who respected him, the names hiding behind the brave people who sacrificed their lives in battle to be able to survive. Version. The true nature of those who honor you as a hero is that they are weak and cowardly people who do not know how to save yourself. You are nothing but a martial artist like us. Tang Tung's face darkened. Xie Changwan, impatient from afar. Hurry up, quickly show him the way. He smirked and faced him provocatively. That's what it means to be a hero. You idiot. Duong Nakni stepped back, looking at him uncomfortably. What the hell is that expression again? I felt that again. His figure suddenly disappeared before my eyes. Should I teach you again? One more time? Duong Nakni looked around warily. And I was also wondering why you didn't use that special technique of yours. He appeared right behind him. Hero is a word that refers to someone who is able to do things that ordinary people cannot. He immediately swung his sword behind him. He spoke from behind his sword. Obviously, he was angry and shouted from behind. You can't defeat me with a shape-shifting like last time again. Tuet, apricot blossoms, your figure appears. Right above his head, he glanced up. This time it wasn't a transposition. Duong Nakni was suspicious. Did he just really jump? He laughed mockingly. Do you know what those heroes are called? The system panel appeared right next to him. Passive skill jump level 10, proficiency 45%. He disappeared into thin air. The work. Down towards him. Is martial arts. Dual demon soldier third form. One hand. 2 waterfalls. Duong Nakni quickly dodged it. He was startled. He was strong, grounded, and continued. Those who do things that normal people can't do. He quickly rushed towards him again. He panicked. His supreme aura still couldn't catch up with his speed. He punched him hard in the face, screaming, that's what real martial artists are. Everyone did not expect Duong Nakni. He was punched away by him. Chu Hian was happy. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth in surprise. He growled, just now you said heaven sent me down here, right? Is the whip that heaven sent down to punish unreasonable losers like you with a lesson. The system panel shows bright red, passive skills. Copper body turns into iron. Tang Tung's iron body surpasses even copper. A skill he forged by completing all the missions against bandits and the Japanese army. Level 8 active skill Taishan suppression. 81% proficiency is Taishan suppression shop. Close to level 10. And with the ability to stack the titles he got as a reward for completing the East Sea Pirate Trio quest, he is currently level 60. Tang Tung was able to possess both the title of Master Duck Walker and the title of Champion of the Longfang examination at the same time. He was almost a monster compared to his peers, even though he had no weapons. However, because his opponent was Duong Nakni, even though his fire control ability was limited, he still decided to use the Fire King Peng Dung Ho's unique technique, Fire King's Supreme Technique, and punched Duong Nakni with all his strength. adding the fire attribute to the attack. Duong Tung accurately swung a punch at Duong Nakni's face, sending him flying. He thought to himself, a punch like this would surely be something he would never forget for the rest of his life. He slammed into the wall behind the broken wall, and the smoke and dust. The surrounding area was filled with dust, and a corner immediately collapsed into ruins. He looked at it thoughtfully. After all, who would have thought he could punch him? Thanks to the supreme aura, that bastard's Huashan swordplay became more flashy and powerful. More importantly, his strength depended on speed and mobility. However, it felt like he couldn't take advantage of those, and even became slow. Why is that? He looked up, stunned. Duong Nakni's sword fell among the rubble. On the ground were drops of blood falling. Duong Nakni stood in the middle of the dust and smoke, his hands tightly holding his wound, his face grimacing in pain. Fresh red blood stained a patch of his shirt. Duong Tung secretly assessed, was his wound torn open? That was serious. You rushed into me without knowing the situation. Mine? He clicked his tongue. He was still standing there watching. Suddenly, Duong Nakni rushed straight at him. I don't need your pity, you bastard. The sword on the ground shook violently, then automatically flew towards its owner. He swung his sword hard, but he was already sharp and able to block. Duong Tung was doubtful. You were defeated by Lime Man, right? No. He shouted shut up and used up all. He swung his arm with all his might, dodged, and then added another powerful kick to the stomach of him. Duong Nakni painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at him indignantly. Duong Tung uncomfortably faced Duong Nakni's gaze. He secretly mocked. You can't even move at that speed. The degree is as usual. He jumped up high, holding the cold sword firmly. I told you to shut up. The voice was heard. He felt every change in his emotions. His heart couldn't help but sarcastically say, so similar, from actions to voice. Until that uncontrollable outburst of emotion, that expression of despair. So this bastard also knows how to make that kind of expression. That face was full of malice, but I could also feel some indescribable emotion, sadness, anger, resentment. He remembered himself in his previous life. That was exactly the expression he had when he was defeated by the Demon King. The expression he had when he couldn't control his emotions because death was near. Is the youngest Manhwa swordsman. He is praised by the martial arts world as a supreme genius that no one can compare to. Possessing not only talent but also a straight nose, white skin, a deep and warm voice. Every time he appears he makes others jealous. However, he is not a hero. Despite being born with all those perfect features, despite being the youngest person to be honored in the top 10 martial arts masters in the martial arts world, this bastard was still strong enough to be the opponent of Nam Kung Sach, the greatest hero, the strongest man. But he could not become a hero of the martial arts world. Duong Tung appeared right behind him, making Duong Nakni shocked, because he had destroyed another martial art that controlled the martial arts of Hoasan. He probably killed Tien Ma after his death and became the greatest hero. He tightly grasped Duong Nakni's hand that was holding the sword, but at least in his memory, no one called Duong Nakni a hero, a wound that had not yet healed. It was understandable that he was so crazy, but he didn't know that the wound he had when he lost Murim Ba Duong Tung threw his weapon aside. He concluded that it could be worse, because you are just a lowly person like me. He tightened his grip, wrapping his arms around his neck to control him. Duong Nakni struggled uncomfortably. Let me go. He used all his strength to punch his body continuously. Let go. I told you to let go. He shouted threateningly. Stop. I've got you. If you don't want your arm broken, then stop for me. He glanced. If he wanted to break it, he would try to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, he used force to pull. Duong Tung followed him. Duong Tung was caught in Duong Nakni's sword energy tornado. Nam Kung Sach looked up and said, It's over. Morong Bai was puzzled. It's over. You mean young Master Yong? One. He denied it. On the contrary, it was true. Only by carefully considering Tang Tung's unparalleled advantages would young Master Yong have a chance to win. Otherwise, what awaited him was defeat. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The advantage was unmatched. He continued to say that vitality is enduring. Looking at the storm before his eyes, he explained, If we continue to waste our internal energy like this, in the end, the winner will be Duong Tung. The surging internal energy cut into his face. He hugged Duong Nak tightly from behind. Control him. Duong Tung used his elbow to hit him hard on the head. The other hand held tightly to the handle of his sword. Duong Tung used force to twist his wrist, causing the sword to fall from Duong Nakni's hand. He was in pain. Duong Nakni frowned. "You're not going to let me go now?" Growl. "Oh no." He looked at her face in shock. The ground before their eyes. Both of them hit the ground hard. The ground cracked open, pushing the onlookers away. He was uncomfortable, and his body kept shaking. "Stop it. Go, that's enough." Duong Nakni was controlled, still stubbornly kept quiet. Duong Tung reminded him. "Didn't you say the enemy of light is a brighter light? However, for the two of us, it's not true. You're far away." His face darkened. He said each word with gritted teeth. "Because I am not the light." He thought to himself. He knew better than anyone else the feeling of losing someone. "What is a friend?" His voice trembled. "I lost not only my friends, but also my comrades who trusted me and followed me, and even the person I loved. No matter how many people I try to protect or save now, those memories will always remain in this heart." He thought to himself. Even though he had done everything he could to save and protect the people who had died in his previous life, the memories. It was my fault. It was my incompetence. It was like a scar that remained even after the wound had healed. He choked. "That's why? How can I make light? I can't. Must be light." Duong Nakni glanced at him. He stopped struggling. He continued speaking. "But the shadow of death. The one who killed your companion is still alive and well in this world. We're all after that guy, even if you." "That's disgusting," he shouted. "But wouldn't they win if they worked together? Those you call lowly have friends too. Family." Duong Nakni silently listened, listening to his every word. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tung's words. "They and the people we will save in the future have the same pain. You and everyone in. Same here, so I understand your loss. We all do." He shouted. "So open up, even if just for a moment, and let's work together too." Defeated Lai Men. Duong Nakni fell silent. His clenched hand gradually relaxed. Duong Tung was also surprised. The familiar bright red notification board appeared again. "Mission completed. Rewards are being sent. Class mission. You're opened." Duong Nakni's voice rang out. "Get up. Let go." He whistled and pushed the sugar away from him. "I understand. Let me go? You're surprised. Humph. Okay." He walked away with 2 bags. Suddenly, Duong Nakni stopped. "This time you again. When?" Tang Song. He glanced at him. "But your glory will only come when we kill Li Ming. After that, I will never lose to you again. Remember that." He stepped forward. Near Min Chi, he held him and sighed. He tortured himself too much. Duong Tung looked at Duong Nakni's figure going away and sighed. He looked up at the sky. "Our fateful relationship in our previous life all originated from this young bastard's childish actions. And it was also because that woman left first. I have no reason to feel regret anymore." He wondered, could this be heaven's will? It wants me to understand my enemy from my past life like this, huh? He smiled mockingly. That bastard called heaven was so ridiculous. It was like he had been completely freed from that tragic relationship. That's the play. Now it seems I can fight you properly. As a martial artist, to a martial artist, never be mean to a good person and never die, sacrificing a bad person. I'm only letting you go this time because that bastard is still alive. That's it. He clenched his fists. "Until we kill Lai Men, then you will still be spared from being beaten, because I am no longer overwhelmed by you no matter when or where we meet. And I will continue to strive and grow so that I can continue to win. So just you wait." Duong Nakni. Tang Tung suddenly looked at the system notice board. The first job change mission. Please complete the mission by satisfying the corresponding conditions. A branching diagram appeared before his eyes. Blue is the chivalrous warrior. Green is an evil sex apostle. Blood red is a demonic cultivator. The 3 professions are all linked together. What caught his eye was the display board. Occupation. Chivalrous warrior. A chivalrous warrior walks the path of justice and can belong to any righteous faction. He can learn everything from single to wide area attack skills. Next is the evil sect apostle profession. An evil sect apostle belongs to an evil sect. He does not need to join any sect and is equipped with skills. Wide area attack. Demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator is a member of the demonic path, suitable to be a martial artist of any demonic sect. What religion? He wondered. I rarely get rewarded with things like this, but it always surprises me. What the hell are these professions? Obviously, he hesitated to choose the chivalrous warrior, but since it was his choice, he might as well think about something else. The current situation is clear. I must choose the most suitable one to deal with the fate, the one who even defeated the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon Chu. If you think about it like that, then one-on-one magician is the most attractive and powerful profession now. Tang Tung did not hesitate to click on the Demon Cultivator panel. If the martial art below was upgraded to level 5, the conditions to become a Demon Cultivator would be met. The active skill had a conditional continuous slash, level 1 proficiency 0%. The more blood people saw, the crazier they became. Looking at the conditions, he thought to himself that his stats would increase by 1% every time he hit an enemy. This was truly a demonic skill. It's quite interesting. Thinking back to the battle with the Japanese soldiers, he secretly regretted that if he had this thing a few days ago, it would have been this good at level 1, and he would have been able to fight Li Ming. The problem is that if you use it recklessly, your temperament will turn into a wild beast that loves to kill, and you will be seen as a murderer like most demon practitioners. Moreover, both the requirements and martial arts of the evil sex apostle are not bad. Passive skills unleash potential for those who may encounter danger at any time. They are capable of sacrificing everything, as long as they survive. Potential contains the latent power of a martial artist. Tang Tung Tran True. Moreover, the requirement is also met even if I use it only once. Although 10% of my internal energy will be lost permanently, I can increase it again, so this profession is not a bad choice. More importantly, becoming an evil sect apostle might suit me since I have learned both fire and ice magic. Tang Tung clicked on the chivalrous warrior display box. Finally, if the martial arts below are increased to level 10, the condition to become a chivalrous warrior will be met. He pondered the conditions to become a chivalrous warrior. Passive skill, righteous cultivation technique. Level 1. 0% proficiency in righteous cultivation techniques. Accumulate knowledge of a large number of righteous sects. I think this skill probably takes the longest to level up to 10. Somehow it's quite easy for me since I can use it from now on thanks to the absorption. Yin-Yang technique. Duong Tung thought to himself. Duong Nok Ni had gotten him into trouble, but luckily he had this. Before facing Lai Man, he uncomfortably touched the wound. Even though he was punched, it still hurt like hell. His body was aching all over. But luckily, looking at the crowd, the people gathered before him, he sighed. The other students of the first group must have felt it too. Just because they were on the stronger side did not mean everything would go their way. They will probably feel quite confused because they have to completely overturn the worldview they have known for themselves. Until now, Duong Tung Tone stepped forward. Of course, this was also an opportunity for him to realize the truth that we must work together, not against each other. Individually, like this gallant warrior, he must be very strong when he has teammates by my side. One day I will have to build enough trust for people to follow my path. One day like Nam Kung Sach. He stopped in front of Nam Kung. The two faced each other, face to face. Nam Kung spoke in confusion. What's going on? Duong Tung bin calmly. Answer. Go ahead. Ta Swang and Zhang Hung heard that and immediately got angry. The people on Murim Bai's side were equally surprised. His face was serious and there was no joking intention. Nam Kung Nium Gi looked at him. The two fell into silence. Murim Bai advised. Hey, did Master Yong hit you on the head or something just now? He repeated. I said fight me. Nam Kung calmly replied. Why should I do that? He calmly explained. I want you to back me up before the battle. What happens next? Nam Kung was confused. Is that all? Duong Tung continued. And those behind you? I think someday. The problem is that day has to be today. Numbers don't matter in war, but there's no question that more is better. If I can defeat Nam Kung Sach and have his help and his followers fight on my side, wouldn't it be better to get better results? Even if it's not a relationship built on trust. Nam Kung sighed. Fine, if that's the case. What you want? Duong Tung frowned. Should we move to another place? Because he also needs to use the sword. Nam Kung interrupted him. No, fight each other. Let's do it later. Consider this time I lost. The people who follow me will also support me. Help me. Duong Tung Du's face was stunned. Why? Nam Kung calmly replied. I lost, brother. Stunned. What kind of reaction is that? Nam Kung continued. Since you helped me last time, consider this as my way of repaying you. Tung muttered. Last time. He asked, don't you remember? After a while, Nam Kung's group left one by one. Duong Tung watched them die on the spot. It turned out that Nam Kung Sach was the one who had dealt with the trio of pirates from the East Sea. That was the beginning of his legend, the most wonderful person in the world. I wonder what he thinks. Does he know I'm stronger? Or sense my despair, whatever it is? He smiles. Also thank Nam Kung Sach. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Even though he will become the leader of the Five Kings Bing then in the future, there is still one thing that I wonder about. The Nam Kung Sach that I have come into contact with up until now is a strong person, full of pride, and extremely flexible. Seriously, the other members of the Five Kings Bing Shun aren't too bad. I wonder what changed them. Zhang Heng waved at him from behind. Duong Tung told himself that there was no need to look into that matter now. Time would tell. Answer all. Anyway, thanks to Nam Kung Sach, Min became the leader of approximately 50 students of Ngoa Long Valley with this number. A soldier's call interrupted his train of thought. The man smiled. He smiled awkwardly. Because of the commotion just now, the admiral called him. He was confused. Me? Was he looking for just me? He, secretly puzzled and serious. Why the hell do I always get called because of being related to Duong Nok Ni? Zhang Heng behind him curled his lips. He was summoned. The sunlight shines on. Admiral's office. In the study, Sun Duong sternly scolded. This brat, you don't know that if you fight like that in wartime, you will be ordered to stay. Punishment? Duong Tung stood there resignedly. He had a lot to say, but 60 years of experience said it was time. Hey, I'm going to be quiet. He gritted his teeth. I know. I guess you have nothing to say. No matter how much you contribute, you must know that you will be punished with 100 lashes if you oppose. Military orders. He fell into contemplation. I don't know where I was hit. It still hurts. Duong Tung closed his eyes. Fine. Consider it as practicing my skill of killing with copper. Sun's voice, Yang said firmly. However, I will give you the worst punishment. Tang Tung was stunned. His face darkened with panic. What? You're drawing your sword right now. He, sweating in panic. You just pulled out your sword? Isn't that a bit too much? You placed the sword on his shoulder and announced his appointment as commander of the Southern Imperial Army. Duong Tung Dan's face was full of anger. What the hell is he talking about? Sun Duong Thursday Kim. Since the commander of the 8th Division was killed in the previous battle, you will be the new commander of the 8th Division and support me until the end of the mission to destroy the invading Japanese army. He froze, his head still not finished downloading. He looked at him suspiciously. Why didn't he answer? It was true that 100 lashes would be enough. Duong Tung bowed properly and said loudly, As you command, Admiral. He smiled with satisfaction at the reply. Your reply? According to intelligence, the enemy is stationed at our outpost, at Mount Yindang. Although perhaps not exactly accurate, the remnants of Ganasai's army, Idagawa's fleeing troops, and even Ito's fleeing troops are said to have gathered together and brought the total number to 10,000. And the center of those people is Li Ming. The preparations for this final battle had already begun. Even before I was appointed as commander, the new weapons created by Gatmi, you have been closely observing the Japanese army and Lamdat. The knowledgeable person about weapons, a farmer held up the new weapon. Lamdat proudly said, I will use this to counter those long weapons of the Japanese. It doesn't cost much iron and even farmers can use it easily. And Luke Min, who played an important role in the recent campaign, also planned the most effective formation to fight the Japanese. He calmly ordered 2 shield men to line up next to each other, and each shield man would be supported by a spearman. Each spearman would be accompanied by 2 spearmen, and there would be a trident soldier supporting the spearman in the rear. The spearman would support the shield man. The spearman would help the spearman, and the trident soldier would support the spearman. This was an invincible bird-like formation. They split into 3 groups in different directions. The Martial Arts Alliance sent out 3 groups consisting only of speed-oriented individuals to monitor the enemy's movements. The remainder were divided into 2 groups for each commander, obviously including the 1,000 soldiers of the 8th Division given to me. He wrote on the back of Zhioei Hong. The 8th Division set off for Yindang Mountain. A person clasps his hands happily. No matter how many times I see it, I am still impressed by the way the senior monk rides on the corpse. Everyone else chimed in. I thought so too. No matter what others said, no one was as brave as Senior Tang. He smiled. Everyone's morale was high. The sunset shone down on the Admiralty. It was a good start. Until sunset of that day, Lai Mina's figure appeared on the horizon. His body. He was dirty. His sandals were torn at the bottom. hand gripping the katana. The stern face moved forward. Early that morning, at Nandang Mountain, he stood before a rocky outcrop. The ground was filled with rocks to keep the Puritans from falling. Li Min bowed his head and looked at it, monologuing. I have turned this time into a long journey that you will never forget. 1. A memory flashed. Nay, weakly lying on the mattress, said, I'm sorry, you don't understand. For what? The day I started my journey, you also set off as if you had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was annoyed. I do not deny it. He kept coughing up blood. However, Neg was still pleased, because that is the only chance to have you join in the conquest of Central Plains. Li Ming calmly replied, I have no intention of participating in the war. I was planning to leave as soon as you started the war. Nay said with difficulty. Even so, you are still by my side like this. He smiled. You are always the worst. He also smiled, thanking her for the compliment. The room fell silent. He spoke. If I die, bury me. In the area, this land. He was puzzled. Why don't you want to return to your homeland? He replied, I have already accomplished everything I wished for in my homeland. Even though I failed, I wanted to leave a mark that even though I was born on an island with a weak body, I still decided to come to this Central Plains. You understand, this is my beautiful ideal. Li Min sat seriously listening to every word of his denial. He exclaimed, This is the first time I've heard such words. He was pleased. Of course there was too much. How can I speak of such ideals with so many subordinates? They will consider those words as nonsense. Reason, if you were in this land, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to build a grave here. He said happily. You. Again, there you go. He opened his eyes. Like you said, I've made my decision, so I have to see it for myself. Look, grave. In front, Li Min's face. A cold expression appeared on his face. A soldier hurriedly reported, Sir Li Ming, we're in trouble. He calmly asked, What's going on? He bent down. The enemy had already advanced to Nandang Mountain. Li Min came out. Command, let's go. The soldier gripped his katana and replied, Yes, sir. The forest. The mountain is desolate, surrounded by lush vegetation. The Japanese army followed the truth of destiny. Along the trail, they asked each other in panic, Where are the guards? Why don't we see any? Surely the enemy has. Go this way. Li Min calmed down. They have surrounded us. He thought to himself, glancing over for the first time, their numbers. There were only about 1,000 of them, but judging by their sharp gazes, they were no ordinary force. Looking at the dark forest ahead, the soldiers kept glancing left and right. He gave the order, You guys better retreat. They suddenly looked up. A dense murderous aura covered the entire forest. They are scared of the devil. A group fell to the ground, scared and stammering. This was Li Ming looking at the terrifying pressure and thinking to himself. The amount of murderous aura emitted from them simultaneously made our army suffocate. Those who were easily frightened would immediately collapse. They are not a lack of demons. He asked in a harsh voice, Who are you? From those, the bushes immediately revealed countless figures. Someone spoke up. We are an alliance of countless sects from Zhujiang's Flying Sword sect and Xingxiongming. Hong died while Zhang Fu was on a tour of the mountain and mountain escort group. The 10 managers all looked at them with hatred in their eyes. Last time we couldn't do anything, but this time will be different. One person spoke up. The people you dealt with earlier were the small sects and our disciples. Surely dealing with those little rabbits made that old fox like you think he is a fox. The words came from the representative of the Northern Heavenly Tree sect. Li Min looked at the group of people in front of him and secretly sneered. How funny. Although his understanding of China was limited, he could roughly understand that they did nothing when half of Zhang's body was gone, and now it appeared again. Hey, the group of people dressed in yellow hanging themselves and hiding on the trees shouted down. Up until now, our martial arts alliance in Zhujiang has not interfered in anything other than rescuing innocent people because of the oath it made to the imperial court. But now, when the trio of East Sea pirates has disbanded, it is also the time for you to pay for your sins of destroying the future of martial arts. The words came from the lower door of the east. You will be purged. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed to surround Li Min. He took a stance and drew his sword, but he thought for a moment, then chose another sword. The sword has just left its sheath. A mountainous region. The peaceful place was suddenly slashed into pieces. The sects continuously attacked him despite his injuries. He was very reaction force, resistance, People continuously pointed swords at him. Li Min immediately used all his strength to break through the siege and escape. Those who blocked his way were all killed. Li Ming's body was full of injuries. He was extremely excited. Just a few sword strokes. Nearly 1,000 people fell down, killed, lying on the ground. Whoever still has strength will die immediately. Continue to fight. Tanbin Mountain area, now devastated. The bodies of those in the sect he killed were bloody, flowing into a river. Li Min's emaciated body walked proudly to the governor's office. The soldiers on the citadel arranged their troops. Tian Toai stepped forward and asked loudly, "Has the destiny appeared?" The soldiers quickly replied, "Yes, my lord." He leaned his hand on the wall and looked outside. Was he alone? The soldier replied, "Yes, we checked the surrounding area, but did not find any Japanese soldiers." He was confused, looked into the distance. Where are the 1,000 soldiers of Nandang Mountain? Why did he come alone? What is his plan? Li Min firmly held the red sword. He raised it high, body towering like a demon. The heavens are in panic, don't tell me. He hastily ordered to leave quickly. The soldiers were confused. What? Urging now, Li Ming swung his sword. Just a few. The road broke through the strong citadel of the governor's palace, causing it to collapse, and the soldiers panicked and fled. The city collapsed. A region was devastated. ZZ's footpads rushed forward. The group of people also followed in its footsteps. Namkung looked around and said, "There are no soldiers around here. You doubt? Did he come here alone?" Namkung affirmed yes. He remember Tang Tung, when fighting him, remember, he has 2 divine swords. Duong Tung wondered, divine sword. Namkung continued, "To defeat him, you must understand and aim at those 2 divine swords properly. Based on the situation that Li Ming changed between those 2 swords when we fought him." He recalled, "It wasn't until I crossed swords with him the second time that I realized the sword. The first thing he pulled out was a katana with a black blade and a blue hilt. Except that this sword was sharper than other common weapons, I couldn't tell the difference. Nothing more. But after he deflected Day's arrow, I realized. As you see, Day's power is no longer human. Because he was revived, he now possesses the same Een energy as monsters. But that space-tearing Een aura of his was cut off by that sword as if it was nothing. Fight evil, uphold reason, destroy demons, and honor justice. Perhaps he was able to kill the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon Chu thanks to that sword." Hearing Namkung Sacha's words, Duong Tung was stunned. Touch. He thought to himself, a sword can destroy evil. Now I understand why the Ma Chu persona died. Namkung glanced at him and continued. And the sword he used to deal with people like me? People who focused on internal matters. Force and sword chi. It is a red-handled stick that can contain our internal force. The greater the internal force, the stronger his sword chi. Do you remember the time he used that sword to block my attack that contained all of his enhanced internal energy? At that time, he had to face countless outstanding martial arts that the martial arts world was proud of. They combined to launch consecutive attacks with the demonic sword form. Yet he received all of those attacks without any resistance. There was a scratch. Duong Tung was surprised. That's right, that sword. He recalled the mountain that was destroyed in the latter half of the battle. Nan Gong spoke his analysis. The strength he used to cut the mountain like paper was probably from releasing his internal energy. His eyes looked forward. It was also the power that destroyed the wall. All the students simultaneously jump over the rubble. The sky is dark and eerie. The moonlight shines on the person. Li Men. Each army of Sun Duong advanced before him, their faces. Whose? Also heavy. Sun Duong spoke. Li Men. He silently assessed correctly. As expected, looking at the lonely figure before him, he exclaimed that he was a strong general, someone who could face even tens of thousands of people. Even so, the aura surrounding him was no match for even tens of thousands of soldiers. He possessed the qualities of a true warrior, but unfortunately, he is an invader. Sun Duong sweated, and he still did not understand. If he broke the wall and led 10,000 soldiers gathered at Nandang Mountain to charge in, then we would definitely suffer terrible harm. He frowned thoughtfully. However, we cannot find any other enemies around. And he just came all the way here and stood like that. As a commander, you can lead, but not standing alone like that. This is not leading anymore, but showing oneself. Standing there. It's like asking to die. The fully equipped soldiers were just waiting for the order to attack. Li Ming spoke. Is it necessary to see so many people shed blood? His Mandarin was not good, but the meaning was very clear, a provocation. Shanyang looked. He was full of vigilance, of course without doubting that this was an opportunity, a great opportunity since he was alone. This opportunity was even better than the last time we surrounded him with 2,000 troops. He glanced over, and the southern army was still under his command. Duong Tung, standing proudly at the forefront, silently observing Lai Men. Zhang Heng and Ta Suang did not let down their guard, Nam Kung also. No exception. Lu. On the top of the high mountain, archers were lined up tightly, waiting for the order to fire. Duong Tung smiled and asked everyone, "Are you all ready?" The soldiers replied heroically. "General," he said, confused. "General? Even though that title isn't that important, I still feel. It seems rather strange." He reminded. "Then tell the admiral that it is best to let everyone get into position immediately." The soldiers clasped their hands. "Yes." Tutu nodded and signaled to Duong Tung. He noticed it. Looking at Tutu's huge body, he thought to himself, even though you're a spirit beast, you can still get hurt. After arriving in Zhejiang, ZZ was sure, must be very tired. He gently stroked its head, smiling comfortingly. "Your boss makes you work too much. Try a little harder. If we win, we'll drink together until the end." Chu Hien, call out. "Senior." She frowned and thought, what was his name? She quickly reported, "Anyway, according to that strangely behaving senior brother, we have set up formations in all directions." She smiled. Did it go fast? Duong Tung was helpless. In this situation she's still. "Are you kidding?" "I'm confused." "Stop laughing." She was confused. "What? I thought you knew her. With this already." He didn't say anything, just looked at her thoughtfully. She was really friendly. "I wasn't sure if she liked me or not, but I feel sorry. She is definitely not okay right now." Duong Tung looked at her increasingly serious face. If she wanted to, she could go back to her head right now and erase that negative emotion. Even so, she still kept it in her heart and followed him to this place, to a place where she could die at any moment. "I also have some charm." Ta Suang glanced. Eyes looked at him. He was surprised. The stench poured out like rain. His heart was filled with a bad premonition. Why is she looking at me like that? Worried? Tutu took him somewhere else. Duong Tung avoided her eyes. Thinking about that later, he looked at the troops in front and thought to himself. Although the admiral was in charge of the other side, more than 1,000 troops were waiting for his orders on this side. He was surprised that he had never commanded such a large army before, yet he was strangely calm. He told himself, perhaps it was because he knew what he needed to do now. After 10 years of experience, he had heard enough. He grasped, "Chop off the weapon," weapon in hand, shouted with power. "Standing before me is a powerful enemy. Even if I win, many will lose their lives. However, if I win, from tomorrow, everyone will be able to plant rice again as usual. And if they die, the surviving comrades will be responsible for the plowed fields, for the houses, and for the families of everyone." After hearing this, everyone was speechless, didn't know what else to say. He continued, "But if we lose, the 10,000 soldiers behind that man will regain their fighting spirit and attack us again." His voice, full of enthusiasm, "Our Zhejiang home, family, everything, will all be lost. We all must. To do is to win." He raised his weapon high, shout out loud, "Victory!" Everyone also raised high. Weapons responded. Duong Tung drew a bow. 10 great demon soldiers, 5 soldiers formed. The second, the four-pronged. The archer also raised his bow and aimed accurately below. Everyone simultaneously raised their bows. The first arrow shot. Following that, thousands of arrows flew towards Lai Men. He thought to himself, it's finally begun. He looked at Tang Tung's 3 arrows with emotion, especially the move of that brat. I couldn't avoid it until I got hit. If so, seeing the arrow heading straight at him, he took the initiative to rush forward. He must have been hit. Just like before, he gently dodged. Just let the arrow graze, and then cut them into pieces. The arrow fragment fell down from the left. Lai Men was pleased. Strictly speaking, even lightly touching someone was considered a hit. At that time, their ability to penetrate will disappear. He looked at the arrow that was flying strongly towards him, followed by that arrow. Each arrow contains terrifying power and amazing attack range. But unfortunately in this place, if you can see me then I can too. Can see you. Ong swung his sword and aimed straight at the arrow, De Yi was stunned. The arrow was just deflected back by him. A guard quickly put up his shield in a protective stance. Each name is immediately shifted to the right, another direction. He suddenly remembered Zhang Heng's shield. Was it made of the same material as that shield? Goods. Thousands of arrows flew towards Lai Min. He immediately drew 2 swords and swung them at the same time to blow away the storm of arrows. The falling arrows were described everywhere. Place, he excitedly said. It seems you guys have prepared quite a lot. Huh? Son. Duong was surprised by his swordsmanship. We only fired 1 arrow, but even though it was just 1 shot, all the soldiers' past memories returned. The feeling of defeat that could not be erased, along with an indescribable energy spreading everywhere. That feeling was that no matter how many arrows were shot or how many spears were thrown at the same time, they would not be able to kill that guy. The soldiers gradually retreated back in worry. Lai Min landed on the ground, so the mainland sank into a depression. A peace. The fragments also followed. Fell like rain. Sun Duong gritted his teeth. He urged his horse to give the order, and the entire army obeyed and advanced 10 steps, blocking the retreat. Of him, the soldiers advanced forward. One by one, the shields were placed down, stacked close together to form a wall. Solid. The South Palace book stepped on the shield. He drew his sword and charged straight ahead. Lai Min aside. The enemy above also did not hesitate to shoot another arrow. Lai Min vigilantly deflected the arrow. Nam Kung displays Oi Lam's white sky. The 5th sword technique. The oath of heaven and earth. He pointed his sword downwards. The ground rose up and split open. The pressure on Li Ming's body made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Tang Tung sighed, his diameter increasing. It's already 9 meters. He grew 6 arms, each arm a weapon, thinking to himself, last year, he fought me at only 3 meters. What a rapid improvement. Duong Tung rushed towards the battlefield before his eyes, silently remembering the words Nam Kung had said before. I will only use the oath of heaven and earth. Perhaps because my internal energy is spread out. That is the only attack that his sword does not react to. Instead of attacking with internal energy, it would be better if you and Zhang Heng use martial arts. He was puzzled. My martial arts and Jiang Xiong's? What? You still haven't realized how much internal energy it takes to use my 10 great demon soldiers. Huh? Nam Kung calmly explained. Anyone who had crossed swords with him knew that the power emanating from his technique. Boy, dragon, tiger, fox, wolf is just adding some fighting spirit to the movement and shape of your weapon. Just use it, right? He continued. I don't mean to look down on you. I just want to say that just relying on that alone makes you strong enough. If you look at your martial arts, then you are the strongest. Duong Tung was silent. It's just that I have difficulty using more of my own internal energy. Could that be the reason why I was able to fight to the end with Li Ming in my previous life, while everyone else was killed? He frowned as he recalled. At that time, Nen Gongse, who was fighting and analyzing him, had also died, and the other students of the first class, including Duong Nok Ni, who relied heavily on internal energy, must have had a hard time fighting him. However, this time was different. This time, Duong Tung quickly rushed towards the 2 of them. Zhang Heng also appeared beside him. He silently reminded Zhang Heng. He seemed to hear it. Immediately replied, okay. Then Zhang Heng jumped up. He quickly raised his shield in front of Lai Min to block his attack. Ta Song rushed from behind. She launched a chakra attack towards him. He quickly blocked. Chu Hien also rushed up. She used the Eagle Spear Ascension technique, the Eagle Spear sword, and stabbed towards Lai Min. He lightly blocked the attack. Moronbai shouted, watch out. You quickly rushed forward, kicked his sword with one knee, and pulled her out of the rafters. Seeing the 2 of them working together, he chuckled to himself. These kids were working together better now. There is no gap at all. Probably, it's because I gave them too much. Preparation time. Li Ming was surrounded in the middle. The other 4 people rushed over. Attack. He lightly dodged, and then finished them off with ease. A spear was shot towards Lai Min, causing him to suddenly dodge. The soldiers continuously pressed forward to push him back. Li Ming was pushed back in confusion. The shield bearer said, when did they get here? So, Duong Tung jumped up from behind, using his 6 arms to attack continuously. Combined infantry and cavalry. Lai Min had difficulty resisting Duong Tung's attack. He was excited. Little Azura, it's nice to see you again. He looked at him with discomfort. Not everyone's feelings were the same. He used the hilt of his sword to hit Duong Tung's chest so hard that his bones shattered. Scream. Pain. Ta Suong and everyone outside were worried. Duong Tung was staggering, stumbled in pain, holding his waist. Lai Min exclaimed, "What a snake robe! I didn't expect my sword couldn't cut through it." He stared at the sword incomprehensibly. Something was keeping Mon from unleashing his full power. Looking at Duong Tung fall before his eyes, he did not hesitate to point his sword at him. "Is that so? You've discovered the secret of Mamet," he calmly said. "I don't use it because it takes away the energy of you Central Plains people." He smiled. "That's strange. Aside from the others, I definitely received your attack with this demon sword, but I didn't feel anything. I've also heard some rumors before. A young demon from the cave cut off Yosiki's head and defeated the strange general, the former of the East Sea." Li Ming's eyes were cold. Since Masamin couldn't absorb his energy, this was our chance to show off our skills. Lai Min looked down at him complacently. "I want to feel for myself whether those rumors are true or not." Duong Tung grabbed. He cut off the weapon and secretly calculated that if he didn't take away that sword, ice or fire magic would only make him stronger. "The 10 great demon soldiers are the only ones. I am the only one who is proficient." He gritted his teeth and stood up. The 10 great demon soldiers had no reason to, but have to avoid it. Lai Min curled the corner of his lips. Understood, it was fighting spirit. His fighting spirit created an optical illusion of 6 weapons that he held in his 6 arms, just like Azura, who wanted to overturn this world. "Interesting, really interesting." He squeezed. "Cut the sword. I didn't expect there to be a strange person like you in Central Plains." Each arm on his body grew out. "Is this how you do it?" 6 sword-wielding arms just appeared. Duong Tung was surprised. He stood tall, his 6 arms holding 6 majestic swords. "Everyone, the man, home." Lai Min gritted his teeth. "That means I am now a 6 sword, not a dual sword anymore." The Azura 6 sword sect's leader, now standing before Duong Tung, is no longer Lai Min, but a mighty 6-armed demon. The rolling mountains are covered with trees, green mountain geese. Duong Nakni wondered. Behind was Sin Bok. This mountain reeked of blood. "Has a war broken out here?" Sin Bok replied. "We've gone quite deep into enemy territory. Spying that far is too much." "Enough, let's go back." Duong Nakni retorted. "Everyone has decided to come here tonight. It's best to stay and monitor the enemy's actions." He said sternly. "Face, above all. The most important is to find the position of Lai Min." Suddenly the teammate reported, "The team leader has a corpse here." He was surprised. The corpses of the dead were lying everywhere. Oh God, most of the corpses were stabbed to death. They all came from various factions of Zhejiang province. Volamin. Sin Bok suddenly discovered that there were a few people here who were still breathing. He wiped the blood off with his hand and commented, "The blood is not completely dry yet. I think there was a big attack today." A small fire was lit. Duong Nakni was deep in thought. Li Ming appeared in Hangzhou. All scouts immediately. Return. Duong Nakni knelt on the ground. The group leader stood up, the companion. The team wondered, "What's wrong? What happened?" He continued, "Li Ming is currently in Hangzhou. All the warriors are facing him right now." The teammate replied, "Then we should too." Duong Nakni immediately interrupted, but strangely enough, where was his other army? That army with a number of 10,000 people. He had come to Hangzhou alone. His teammate wondered to himself. His eyes looked down, and the bodies are here. The two of them looked, but the bodies were lying around. With a battle of this magnitude, we should have seen the corpses of Japanese soldiers as well. But there were not a single body. The comrade said, "Looking back, you're right." Duong Nakni turned around and said, "We'll find those Japanese soldiers, no matter how many there are. They're just defeated remnants trapped in a lost country." He must have had some reason to leave his soldiers behind and head to hang himself. Chow. He looked serious. "We must find out why they are acting so separately, especially when Lai Min is not here. Please interject, but what will we do if Duong Tung wins the golden ticket and kills Lai Min? If Fate had killed all the people with the martial arts alliance here, so he must be exhausted. And if Duong Tung was lucky, he might be able to kill the monster. That thing is easy." He looked at the white. Duong Nakni rushed forward and growled, "Who killed who? There's no way that could happen. Prince of Trungnam." He had a serious face. "No one can kill him except me. Do you understand?" Having said that, he left, and if he was killed so easily, he wouldn't have come to Hangzhou himself. So stop talking nonsense and follow me. Xian Bok is sweating. Are you serious? Then just say it. Why do you need to scare people, right? He frowned. But he was right. The battle between Lai Min and Duong Tung is still raging fiercely. There's no way that guy will die so easily. Duong Tung gritted his teeth, his eyes facing backwards. Right now, soldiers used spears to attack Lai Min. The 8th Division used Mandarin ducks and spears to attack. Swords and spears clash. Li Ming fights. Li. Fate looked at him and smiled evenly. That's reasonable. Unlike someone who can use many weapons like you, my fighting spirit is also limited, because I can use 2 weapons. The soldiers continuously attacked Lai Min. However, Lai Min tried his best to resist the multi-religious question. What are these weapon covers? 1. The number of places on Lai Min's body that were injured by the spear. Don't tell me you're planning to deal with Mon with something like this. Lai Min used his sword to cut down all the spears. Lai. Fate laughed crazily. Brat, these bamboos aren't even enough for me to practice. Lai Min suddenly felt pain. Lai Min was surprised. The wound suddenly changed. Lai Min realized the poison. Duong Tung smiled slightly. Good. Even if it's just a scratch, he's still injured. Soldiers, enter battle position. Our new weapon is a multi-pointed spear. The tip of the spear is coated with poison. Perhaps he is also familiar with this kind of poison. Tang Tung thought of the poisonous multi-pointed spear of the human-faced poisonous spider, because I got it from the human-faced ghost. The Chu family has been around for thousands of years. Even a small scratch can be fatal. Li Min suddenly rushed towards him. Before he could figure it out, Lai Min rushed forward and slashed the soldiers. One way. Duong Tung gritted his teeth. He had to stop him before the battle got worse. Li Ming glanced. Tang Tung was surprised. Lai Min slashed through Duong Tung's body. Duong Tung gritted his teeth. Ta Suong appeared, holding a ring in his hand. At the same time, Nam Kung Sach also came. Ta Suong flew up to avoid the attack. Nam Kung Sach held his sword and rushed forward. Lai Min and Nam Kung Sach fight. Ta Suong kicked him from above his head. The sword and her leg were within reach. Ta Suong and Nam Kung were shocked. Duong Tung used force to push her up. Duong Tung shouted, "Be careful, your leg almost got cut. Cut it off." She replied, "Do you care what happens to strangers?" If Duong Tung shouted, "Are you a stranger? Where the hell?" Ta Suong's mind was in turmoil. Soldiers, panic. Duong Tung held a multi-pointed spear and rushed forward, dodging. The 10 great demon soldiers and 10 soldiers combined in the 7th form. Multi-pronged spear, combined infantry, and hero attack. Cumulative. The sky was stormy. The 10. The crazy pine tree. Lai Min and his brother. Fierce fight. Li Ming smiled. Let's end the love war first. Okay then. He gritted his teeth, a smile appearing on his lips. Unlike me, who was only haunted by 2 swords. Zhang Heng appeared behind Lai Min right away. Now, Duong Tung rushed forward. He opened his mouth. Mouth scream. Up. He and his brother were thrown away. Zhang Heng hugged him tightly. Lai Min assessed. You're heavier than you look, kid. Ta Suong Tung circled around. Slip in. Sword. The ring wrapped around. Sword. Nam Kung Sach rushed forward. In this situation, he has 2 choices. Lai Min was still being held tightly by Zhang Heng from behind, or his hand was cut by his own sword. Nam Kung Sach slashed a path, causing the sword in his hand to fly out, or threw his divine sword to avoid the field. The first case happened. Nam Kung Sach rushed towards him. However, the moment he let go of that sword, he would immediately use the increased internal energy to attack. What will he do now? Gripping the bar tightly, sword in hand gradually loosened. The sword left the archer's hand and slashed, sending the sword flying. Nam Kung Sach held the sword across his head. At this moment, Li Min said, "It looks like I would be helpless without the Ma Sa Mon in my hands." Huh. Ta Suong's face was serious. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and thought, I must dodge. Lai Min grabbed Zhang Heng's collar and forced him to stay. Dirty God. Zhang Heng flew into the air. The old man's arm fell, and Li Min's hand grabbed Jiang Xiong's collar. In a battle where lives are at stake, things always turn out differently than expected, no matter how carefully planned and coordinated. How perfect. Nam Kung Sach was stunned, because his opponent also fought with the mindset of his life being put on the scale, so sometimes he can react in a way that no one expects. Zhang Heng smiled provocatively. Thanks for holding. Use your hand. Zhang Heng punched Lai Min in the face. Very good at finishing things like this. Lie, the man replied. Before you punch me, you better take that shield off first. The sword pierced through Zhang Heng's arm. Jiang Xiong laughed and said, Hey, don't tell me you think you can kill me in a split second. This way. Both hands gripped the sword hilt. Didn't I tell you? Zhang Heng frowned. His arm was slashed. Between the hardest places it was definitely still there. Has a weak point. The shield flies off the person. Zhang Heng, the path lies in the dust. Blind. He gritted his teeth. Zhang Heng. He witnessed the fight scene before his eyes. Jiang Xiong frowned. Face pain. Pain. Duong Tung held his stomach. Gritted teeth. Damn it. One person screamed. His sword fell out. Everyone uses the martial arts of Nam Kung Sach Bang Hong. Ta Song holds 2 rings of fire. 1. Final battle. Big storm. Lai Min rushes towards the soldiers. Ta Song attacked Lai Min from afar. He was weaving through the soldiers to avoid the attacks. Large scale. Tang Tung shouted. 8th Division. Fish encircling formation. Spearmen will protect the spearmen. The trident-wielding soldiers blocked the enemy's approach. Li Ming's eyes wavered. The soldiers pointed their multi-pronged spears at Lai Min. Lai Min charged forward. 1. The trident was about to hit him in the face. Lai Min used his sword to fight back. Lai Min used his feet and sword to attack the soldiers. Lai Min turned around. The 3 soldiers in front fell down, leaving the other soldiers bewildered. The sword slashed many times, breaking the multi-pointed spear into pieces. Duong Tung, speechless. He is indeed very strong. His weapon is not the problem. Zhang Heng hugged his arms and frowned. If this continued, he might lose all his comrades just like he did in his previous life. The battle was being prolonged just because of him. If at this time his forces, if he appears, it would probably be better to die in this life, and then revive and train again to be stronger than now because I have the watch. He remembered his father's words. Are you waiting for luck? Road, thinking. Words. Your father turned his back. Work hard because work will never betray you. Don't think about luck. His father continued. If you want luck then, must try until the end. His father's eyes narrowed because such luck only comes to those who don't give up. Got it, kid? Tang Tung thought. Damn it, those memories are coming back again. I wonder how I would have lived if Dad hadn't said those words. How many times have you been beaten up to think about using tricks? Tang Tung. Do you think your next life will be different with that kind of thinking? Brother, charge with a multi-pronged spear. You can't rely on luck every time a strong opponent appears. The 10 Great Demons. Attack stance. I will fight with all I have. Zhang Heng sacrificed his arm, and it was with great difficulty that he let go of the sword. Everyone is trying their best. Duong Tung sat on the back of Tu Duong Kim. I must take responsibility for what I said. That word to the 8th Division. Brother Duong Zhao multi-pronged forward determined as well as the fate of the entire Iron River. It all depends on this moment. Fire King's 4th ice technique. The green snakes rushed towards Lai Min and cut the snake child in half. Lai Min and he confront each other. Duong Tung trembled and struggled. Lai Min used his sword to block the many points. He gently laughed and said, It's amazing. Even though your bones are broken and it's difficult to stand, your eyes are amazing. Eyes, said, determined to destroy the enemy and still contain something else. More than that. Tang Tung lost his patience. In this situation, you still have time to look into my eyes. For someone who is about to die, you are quite relaxed. Li Min calmly said, In my country, one always looks into the eyes of one's opponent while fighting. The eyes tell one what the opponent is thinking. If the opponent feels satisfied, they will die. He replied, Die? What the hell have you been talking about all this time? So, he looked serious. Do you feel remorse for the people you killed in this land? He denied it. I'm only interested in your eyes, not only because of your talent at that age, but also because your eyes are quite rare. See more. Duong Tung tried to resist. I thought only your appearance was like Azura, but your personality is also similar to Azura. He chuckled. The eyes that threatened to turn the world upside down. Looking into those eyes reminds me of the old days. Among my friends there was also a guy who had those eyes. Even though he wasn't the strongest, but with his desire to save the world from monsters. And together with me, he eliminated all of them from the East Sea. In the end, we became heroes. However, as peace approached, the glorious scars from the monsters were all covered by a mask, and he cast his eyes into the distance. More than the sea. Tang Tung thought, mask. He was talking about Ganeshina. Li Ming continued, but the area beyond that sea is more peaceful than I thought. At least that's what I saw. When I speak my mind, my friend just listens silently. Time. At that point, we can't read his emotions because he's wearing a mask, but we can read his mind through his eyes, just like the moment he witnessed the world full of monsters. Those eyes said that he wanted to turn this world upside down. Even though those eyes are closed now, I see it in you. The eyes of a hero, and also the eyes of one who will lead to war. The eyes of Azura. Tang Tung. Seriously, don't mistake me for that bastard, because these eyes belong to someone who is in utter despair. Tang Tung sternly stopped the battle that you bastards started. Now I understand, you're not trying to take responsibility, but rather running away from it. You've lost yourself in this battle, right? You know that already. How long and how many people have sacrificed since you came to die and to defeat you at the beginning of the cave, all because of the battle that your friend. It's already begun. What you just said is like admitting that you couldn't save your friend. You're the one who let your friend get caught by a pair of Azura's eyes, even though he possessed the same terrifying power as Azura. But in the end, you were the one who turned the entire Central Plains into a mess. A mess. Rather, even though you are strong, you still take a step back and look at your friend's back. The worst name in battle. This is you. Li Min thought about the past. Yoshiki gritted his teeth and daydreamed. That's why I hate you. Yashiki shouted. Even if you possess the power to devour this world, for the sake of that dreamy ideal, you will only stand behind and live like that forever. Fate thought. Yoshiki, when you were alive you never touched me, but before you died you taught me a lesson. Maybe it was fate because the one who killed him was this kid. Li Min laughed heartily. How interesting. Yes, you are right. That is why we can't just fall down like that. Li Min smiled, holding his sword in an attacking position. I'm starting to like you. His right hand gripped the sword, his left hand as well, preparing to attack. Duong Tung waved his move, the 10 Great Demons. Dual weaponry, combined army and horse, chaotic jade storm. Spear path, attack. Li Min jumps to dodge. Weapon changed? How interesting. Li Min smiled and thought. Every time he changed his weapon, a change would occur, and the more he attacked, the stronger his strength would be. The bigger I get. Li Min swung his sword from below. However, every time he faced a weapon like that, there were too many openings. He swung. With one sword strike, Duong Tung lost his momentum and retreated, left behind. And the most important thing in a battle, Li Min must react faster than his opponent. Tang Tung and Li Ming continuously attacked. The number of times I attacked and directly hit him now was only 6. If this continued, not to mention becoming a demon cultivator, my internal energy and vitality would be exhausted before reaching the 10% stat increase threshold. Li Ming commented that heavier and longer weapons will cut enemies better, however the speed. It's slower. In my homeland, the answer is found in the use of a long hilt. Holding it for a long time with both 2 hands, tightly gripped the sword with the left hand. Li Ming attacked while speaking, holding it loosely with the right hand and paying attention to accuracy, increasing strength and speed. So a sword that is held in one hand like you is just a piece of iron. It only becomes a perfect weapon when held with 2 hands. Li Ming said. That's why I'm faster now than when I held 2 swords. He was attacked in droves, became a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Duong Tung swung a sword at Li Min. Can't you fight quietly? Li Min smiled and replied. That's right, it's like that. There. Brother Yin thought. Damn it, why did I listen to this bastard? It still takes some time for the cultivation technique to be perfect. The skill trained by absorbing the yin-yang technique can be achieved. Reach the required level. The panel appeared, passive skill, righteous cultivation technique. He thought the only viable option right now was the evil sex apostle. Another panel appears, passive skill, potential burst. Duong Tung frowned and thought. He thought that unleashing potential was easy to do, but this move was like Mount Tai pressing down on the summit. It couldn't be activated at will. It had to be at a life and death moment like in. Description? Nam Kung Sach flew towards Li Min. He was surprised. Nam Kung Sach. Looking at him, Li Min swung his sword towards him. Nam Kung Sach. He was pleased. There was no need to talk about the swords in my homeland anymore, because here there was already a swordsman like this. Duong Tung frowned. Even if he were in my place, this boy would still be an unbeatable swordsman. Can't be ignored. The young man asked him, What did he say to you, young hero of the world? Duong Tung gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know. He frowned. I think he, teaching life. Dui Duong Bao, arrow flies. Li. The order to use the sword to resist, the tip. The arrows were stabbed, and Ta Suong flew into the air. The man gritted his teeth and held the hilt of his sword. Sun Duong thought, even if we take away one of his divine swords, we still have no chance of winning. We must start the next step. Sun Duong ordered, deploying troops to battle, soldiers, in private. So, the soldiers raised their shields. They shielded themselves in front. The situation was, the battle changes. Li Ming thought, fog. How does the dust from the soldiers' movements create fog so dense? An arrow with a talisman stuck in the ground, a similar arrow pinned under the soldiers' feet. One stuck in a tree trunk and another stuck in the ground, surrounded by soldiers and dust. Li Min fell into deep thought in the morning. The smoke was hazy. He turned his head and thought, is this a barrier? Using a technique that can only be found in temples like. At this moment, Duong Tung and Nam Kung Sach flew towards him from afar. A gust of wind rushed in like lightning. Li Min looked at the figure in the distance and said, you are there. Hey kid. Li Min turned around to look. Li Min looked into the distance. A spear was aimed straight at Li Min's face. He quickly dodged the spear that was approaching his face. Li Min leaned to avoid the spear. He swung a sword path. Xie Shuang's face was solemn. The white-haired girl was surprised. Li Ming's pupils contracted. The ring of fire rushed forward. Li Min, wielding his sword in resistance. Li Min gritted his teeth. I don't know if that is virtual, whether conscious or not. Every time I attack, slashing into nothingness. He used his sword to counter Nam Kung Sach's attack, but when he received the attack, it was real. Everyone rushed towards Li Min. Sun Duong looked at the chaotic scene before his eyes. This was the barrier technique of Central Plains. Sun Duong thought with a serious face. The spell carved on the stone tablet was something used in military strategy. It was a maze with no exit. It confuses and disorients the enemy, allowing us to attack. Even if the enemy wants to break through the formation, if we still surround him, we can keep him from escaping the barrier. In the end, the enemy will be nothing more than a monkey, a mouse in a trap. I never thought that the art of stealth would be used in this way on the battlefield. He was indeed the boy that Tang Song praised so much. Shanyang thought. However, because the enemy is too strong, there will be sacrifices on our side, especially the children who are the main attackers. I can't help it all. I can't believe that an adult like me can helplessly stand by and watch like that. It's really a bastard. Failure. Li Min's hand held the hilt of the sword. Li Ming laughed and thought, well, this is what will happen if I just follow them. Bai. He swung a long sword. The path of the tongue has not yet come to a complete stop. Li Min, laughing all the time, murderous intent is not hidden. Okay. Li Min swung his sword. He slashed his sword with great force. Duong Tung grimaced in pain. He dropped his weapon, painfully trembling, thinking, damn, he cut us. Blood can't be controlled. Was poured out. He was in extreme pain. He was gradually losing consciousness. If he died now, then everything would be ruined. River flows into the sea. A board appears, passive skill, unleashing potential for those who may be in danger at any time. They have the ability to sacrifice everything, as long as he survives. Duong Tung painfully opened his mouth. Li Min was surprised. Tang Tung's arms and legs felt like they were being sucked up. The elder brother released a great force. Nam Kung. The book was surprised. Zhang Heng hugged his arms. Duong Tung opened his eyes wide in surprise. After receiving a powerful sword strike from Li Ming, Tang Tung was severely injured. Blood was pouring from his head, even from his nose and mouth. He was terrified, thinking to himself that he was slowly losing consciousness. No, if he died now, everything would be for nothing. He was not willing to accept such an outcome and shouted loudly in his heart. No. A childish voice echoed in his ears. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Duong Tung opened his eyes. He was lying on a soft bed. Next to him was a little girl. His heart was confused. What? The little girl standing next to the bed called out. Dad, wake up. Duong Tung glanced over. He wondered, who are you? The cute girl with pigtails repeated unhappily. Who are you? Who are you? Then the little girl hurriedly ran away screaming. Mom, Mom, Dad is doing this again. Duong Tung still didn't understand what was going on. What the hell? Where's this place? Aren't we in the middle of a battle? Huh. Outside the window, the bright sunlight shone in, forcing him to raise his hand to cover his face. He wondered why he was seeing a scene he had never experienced before. Suddenly, a conversation entered Tang Tung's ears. A little girl's voice said, "Mommy, Daddy doesn't know who I am anymore." Then a mature woman's voice replied, "What?" He said he picked me up again. From the beach? These things made Tang Tung even more confused. Why did he also hear a voice he had never heard before? The woman continued, "It seems like your father is sleepwalking again. Why don't we wake him up together?" The girl replied cheerfully, "Yes, I wonder. Am I having this ridiculous dream because I died while unconscious? How dazzling." So I can't see her face. But this confusing feeling is real. Familiar. Duong Tung sat on the bed in surprise, looking at the woman approaching. Although he didn't understand what was happening, his expression unconsciously relaxed. He secretly thought that he wanted to hug her, and the most unexpected thing was that the woman suddenly raised her fist to interact with his face. She raised her voice and quickly stood up. "You, this idiot." This sound pulled Duong Tung back to reality, where he was fiercely fighting with swordsman Lai Min. Duong, the person was stunned. The fatal wound that Lai Min fed him seemed to have healed, decreased a lot. He looked down at his hands, silently recalling what had just happened. It seemed like a short dream. However, it was as vivid as his previous life. He could still feel it. It was so warm. It was a pity that I couldn't spend more time with that unidentified woman and the child. He felt a little sad, but then he considered his body's condition. It seemed like he had fainted but regained consciousness thanks to the explosion of his potential. The pain and fatigue had all disappeared, and he felt lighter. It was different from when his body had leveled up. Suddenly, Lai Min continued to rush forward to remind. In the middle of the match, distracted, his sword quickly approached. Tang Tung still had not had time. Stabilized state. Luckily, Zhang Heng promptly held the shield to help him. A slash. Then he turned and shouted, "Hey, Duong Tung, wake up. This guy I am your personal shield." Huh. Duong Tung suddenly calmed down. He called Zhang Heng in surprise. Tang Tung looked at Jiang Xiong, who was holding a shield in front of him to protect him. His left arm was gone. He stammered, "Brother, is your arm okay?" Jiang Xiong's expression didn't show any pain. He quickly replied, "Hey, is this the time to worry about others? At least I'm still okay. Just now I saw Long's eyes were rolling. Don't die, or I can laugh at it for the rest of my life." Hearing him say that, he regained his confidence. "Fine, stand there and continue to support me." As he said this, Duong Tung used lightning speed to rush forward. Lai Min, somewhat surprised, thinking, "This kid can still move like that after. Did I cut you?" Duong Tung kicked Lai Min's leg, making him lose his balance. He suddenly thought both its power and speed had increased. But with the strength of the #1 swordsman, Lai Min regained his composure and jumped up to swing his sword. Tang Tung magically dodged the sword energy. Suddenly, he stood still. Duong Tung hugged, took the left chest, thinking to himself, "Damn, my heart, my body feels lighter, but because this skill burns true chi, the pressure on the body is also great." System, display system, passive skills, potential burst for those who may be in danger at any time. They are capable of sacrificing everything, as long as they survive. While he was being pulled back by his body, Jiang Xiong continued to hold on to his fate. He continued to think, but compared to time, the increase in stats was quite generous. After all, he had met the requirements to change his profession. If he changed his profession to an evil sex apostle, like this, a figure approached Lai, Fate from behind. He glanced sharply. Past, it was Nam Kung's Sach. Not giving him time to do anything, Lai Min quickly swung his sword to block, surprising him. Then he used force to push Nam Kung's Sach. Li Ming excitedly shouted, "You guys gave me a better match than those adults." Suddenly at this moment, Duong Nok Ni's breath was close to him. Lai Min lightly jumped up to avoid. Duong Tung was also somewhat surprised and called out loudly, "Duong Nok Ni." He calmly glanced, and not only Duong Nok Ni suddenly appeared, but also Min Chi. Taking the opportunity when Lai Min jumped up, he executed his move. Shaolin 72 Arts, Heavenly Step Divine Fist. This was a simple move. Min Chi only clenched his two hands together, raised them high, and lowered his voice, but the power was not small. Duong Tung seized the opportunity. He sent out 6 arms, each holding a weapon, and charged forward, thinking to himself that he never thought he would be this happy to see them. The elder brother. Voice, it's too late. Brother Law loudly commanded. Right now, everyone attack. Immediately, Zhang Heng, Ta Suang, Chu, Hien, Sin, Bak, Mo Dung Bak, and Duong Nok Ni rushed over. The whole group joined hands, attacked with a series of moves, but were easily blocked by Lai Min. He was proud, extremely excited. If everyone attacks me at once like that, it will only make me easier. It's easier to react. And the person who closed the book is rushing over. He experienced the moves, the 12 qi, the 8 extraordinary meridians, the circulation of meridians and true qi, the flying fish scale sword, the stormy reverse scale style, his true form. Dragon scales covered the sky after the chant, the meridians, muscles, and even the tip of the sword. He was opened. The move took the image of a green dragon as its symbol. That dragon, also known as Day's sword, pierced through with a strange speed and angle. Lai Men. At the same time, his sword also cut one side of Da'i's neck. He didn't see it as anything but smiled and said, "Caught you." He remembered that he was different from others since he was young. Instead of telling me I was wrong, my dad gave me the power to do what only I could do. And I reached this ultimate state that was not easy to achieve faster than anyone else. Someone else. Already afraid, but still strong. The green dragon appeared, deepening the wound of the sword that was stabbing into Lai Men's body from the inside. He let out a painful cry. I secretly determined that after today, Trung Nguyen will look at Hai Nam's sword sect with different eyes. The whole world will be jealous of fine Gulan Kim, and then an incident. Explosion. The incident happened. Talking a little about Dai's past, he is left-handed, which is the main reason why Dai's life is not smooth. There was a time when a fellow disciple, after being defeated by him, taunted him. This fellow's swordsmanship was so strange that he just stood still even when being pointed at. And even though he defeated his opponent fairly in his Hainan sect, he was still not recognized. Two of his fellow students once scoffed at him, saying that being left-handed was dirty. It was cheating, not skill. And every time he picked up a sword, he was considered a fool. As he was holding a bow, he also surprised a fellow disciple. "Oh, you use a reverse bow?" So he started using a bow, because it was the only weapon he could freely practice with without being criticized. However, as a martial artist, he regretted not being able to use a sword, so he wanted to be recognized for his swordsmanship rather than his bow and arrow skills. At that time, his father gave him the answer because Tu Da'i could not use a sword, so he filtered ancient books from the Hainan sect during that time and let him know the fine Galan Kim Engian Lan Tuk, the strongest sword technique of the Hainan school. The flying fish unicorn sword, a sword technique that no one would learn because of its unusual movements and difficulty, is extremely easy for a left-handed person like Dai. Moreover, the reverse scale technique has a similar principle to the archery that he is good at. That sword technique is completely suitable for him. Most importantly, he possesses the power to kill someone with just one blow, something that is difficult to achieve. Who can do it? At some point, they had a conversation with Tang Tung and Nan Gongsa. He said, "The reason I was able to survive was because my father forced me to awaken. He reversed my true qi and forced this body to stand up." Tang Tung replied, "Ah, I understand. Okay, I was afraid to continue, but once I open it, this dead body won't be able to endure for too long. I had a hard time maintaining this body by bringing it down to a lower realm. When I fight him again, I will be completely defeated. Open it again. If that guy named Luke Min is telling the truth, then once the human versus human formation is used, I can get close to him. I will aim for that moment, the moment I use my finishing blow." Back in the present, Day had indeed followed his words. He unlocked his power and gave Li Min a stab wound pierced through his body. Duong Tung saw him tensely and called out, "Oh, there's an explosion." Zhang Hung was the first to speak up. "Did he kill him?" Ta. The bones immediately twisted. "Don't say that. You talk as if he's still alive." In the dust and smoke, a figure still appears, standing tall. And unfortunately for the Duong Tung group, that was Lai Min. His body was in tatters, but he was still alive, although there was a hole in his stomach that could be seen through. Lai Min's face was full of pain, as if he was nearing the limit of his endurance. Everyone present was surprised. Ta Song turned to shout at Zhang Hong. It was because of him that he was still alive. Everyone Zhang Hong and the unreasonable people were criticized, but they were calm. How could that be his fault? I can. Lai Min was silent. He glanced at the half-broken sword. I thought to myself that if it weren't for this sword, I would have died. How impressive, especially the ultimate attack. This boy has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship that any swordsman would want to reach. He glanced at Da's body, which had only the lower half of his body remaining. Because of him, his body, which was like this sword, was almost reaching its limit. While he was thinking, Duong Nok Ni took the opportunity to execute the second Manhwa Thap 2 sword style, Tien Man. Grinding photo. A whirlwind carrying fragrance and flower petals swirled into Lai Mina's body, but he still calmly used the broken sword to block his attack. He spoke. Wind God, you were so scared that you had to attack me from behind when I was almost. Are you about to die? Duong Nok Ni laughed provocatively. Continue struggling. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. Li Ming replied. Of course. He waved his hand, creating sword energy that swept towards Duong Nok Ni. I cannot die at the hands of a young boy. Is that okay? He was pushed away a bit, but was able to block some of the sword energy and still stand. Duong Nok Ni spoke. All right, if that's what you want, because things will not go as you say, and you will die under my hands, like the subordinates that you try to save it. This one sentence did. Li Ming paid attention. He continued. I found them outside the mountain shore of the wild geese. They not only search all nearby ships, but also create new ones. You bastards will not be able to set foot on this land again. I will find every single one of you hiding here and kill you all. His arrogant words surprised everyone present, especially Lai Min. He understood the meaning and his expression changed. The sound was heavy. Duong Tung turned to ask Min Chi, what is he talking about? The ships near Nandang Mountain. Min, Ji replied. We found the remnants of the defeated soldiers near Yandang Mountain. Although the three of us alone could not kill nearly 10,000 enemies, we eliminated all the soldiers on the shore and burned all their ships to prevent them from escaping. There are still many soldiers left. Hearing that, Duong Tung angrily shouted, would these idiots who escaped die in peace? Do you know how stupid this action is? He quickly pulled out. A red talisman burned it. The head quickly thought of a plan. I must inform the general. We must send soldiers and deal with the remaining enemies. If he didn't die, Zhang would be devastated by the wrath of those bastards. The scene of the ships at the dock sinking further. In the sea of fire, Lai Min lost his composure and strangled Duong Nok Ni. Duong Tung and Min Chi looked over cautiously. He growled. The voice spoke. I was gentle with you, but the insect has crossed the line. I think I forgot this is a battlefield and expected too much from you kids. I will kill everyone. Li Ming was now truly serious. On the cliff, Japanese army surrounded the Imperial army. Below, Duong Tung and everyone were surprised. Admiral Sun Duong was nervous. The enemy was coming. Where did they come from? The unexpected situation happened. The Imperial army and Tang Tung's comrades were like fish in a net. He was always anxiously analyzing. However, there was a more urgent situation than the destruction of Zhujiang. Those who no longer had the will to fight in the war were those with difficult situation, no strength to resist, or soldiers willing to live as prisoners. However, soldiers who knew they would be killed if caught with the enemy would fight with all their lives until they died. Isn't there a strategy that describes this? Cutting off the way back, the soldiers will fight with all they have because they know that death awaits them if they retreat. And that, it really happened. The Japanese army rushed forward. The Imperial army was stunned. What the hell? The Japanese army was here, the enemy was here. In other words, you have to fight against the strongest army in the battlefield. A Japanese soldier ran at the front and shouted, Sir Li Ming, we are coming to help you. Immediately the others joined in, shouting, We are here, sir, protect Mr. Li Ming. Duong Nok Ni was strangled by Lai Min because of his angry words and actions. Neck lifted. He fought back with his sword, but was easily blocked by him. He spoke, This is exactly what war is. Those who think they will live no matter what will die, and those who think they will die will survive. Duong Nok Ni refused to accept it and shouted, Shut up. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Mouth. At the same time, the Imperial army was at a disadvantage against the Japanese army. Ta Suong also. Fight. Li Min continued. In war, anger over losing friends is no different from that of children. Duong Nok Ni strained his body to use his escape move. He unwillingly cursed. Be quiet for me. Damn land robber. A vortex appeared at once, centering on two people, carrying with it the weapons. Li Ming said. Let me show you the consequences. He let go of Duong Nok Ni's neck and reached out to grab a sword. Was swept away. Tang Tung Ta Suong and everyone were extremely tense. He continued talking about not letting us return home and your childish behavior. Lai Min raised his sword high and declared, Father destroyed. Today Zhejiang will disappeared from the map. The war took place. Japanese army. Although the number is not equal, it is not inferior. Admiral Sun Duong loudly mobilized. All troops, don't panic. Our numbers surpass theirs. Quickly reorganize. Return to battle formation. The Imperial soldiers quickly formed up. The archer team attacked from afar. The spear team was the main force, and the shield team defended the two sides of the army. The force rushed into battle. On this side, after Li Ming caught the sword from the tornado, Duong Tung gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the condition to change to the evil sect's apostle profession has been met. Is an evil sect's apostle. His ice and fire magic will be enhanced, but they won't work on that bastard's divine sword. This will only result in a dying man becoming. Just get stronger. The system keeps showing notifications about your proficiency and stats gradually increasing as you continuously use active skills with continuous slash conditions. He slashed while analyzing the battle. According to the situation, the only way to counter him was to slash all the enemies gathered together and turn into a demon cultivator. But the truth is that Lai Min came here himself to do it. I am sorry. He came here himself so that the defeated soldiers could return home. Seriously, to us he is like the god of destruction, but to them he is like the master Kim Hak. The connection between them and Lai Min is similar to that between me and the remnants of my previous life. I am. Furthermore, the main factors that started this battle are now either dead or have disappeared, and the survivors are caught in this vortex and are throwing away their lives. The dead were not only invaders, robbers, and evildoers, but also those who were brought to the battlefield against their will and to serve as servants. The remaining troops that attacked his demonic sect in his previous life, that is war, a brawl, where good and evil are mixed and entangled together. Duong Tung gritted his teeth as he looked at his comrades, each one of them still charging forward to confront Lai Min despite being covered in injuries. Then the image of Duong Tung from his previous life appeared, and he realized that he, the one who had just been shouting, was also someone who could do nothing but watch the war unfold in his previous life. In fact, I was probably worse than him, because at that time, I was just helpless and listened to the words of the evil people who caused the war while criticizing it as my fault. This person or that person. Damn it. Is that why God threw me back into this life? I'm the only one here who's experienced it. I'm the only one who knows that there shouldn't have been a life in the first place. Let's fight. The road was silent, standing amidst the sounds of killing and the smoke and dust of war. And for me, the one who had become stronger, was also the one who had all the memories of my past life and my present life. At the crossroads of that irreversible choice, this responsibility led me to only one path. After a while, fighting, Nam Kung Sach was panting. Zhang Hung looked out and gritted his teeth, secretly complaining. Damn it. Nam Kung Sach will have a hard time winning. Fight some more. Damn it, if only my hand. Still intact. Duong Nok Ni single-handedly held Lai Min back. He loudly sarcastically said, You bastard will never be able to set foot in this Central Plains again. And then he was grabbed by the head again. Lai, fate angrily warned, Shut your mouth, brat. Then he used a great force to slam his head into the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. He declared, I will wipe out Zhang's death, cut off your head and your friends, and bury it in my hometown. Suddenly in the distance, a sword energy rushed towards him. Lai Min lightly recognized it and jumped up to avoid it. The person who came was Duong Tung. He grew 6 arms, holding a weapon and performing a move, combining 6 weapons with a chain attack. Duong Nok Ni also had time thanks to this scene. Space to breathe. Lai Min looked at him in surprise. He thought, the only martial artist who can resist his sword there. I'm sorry, but I have to take care of you. First, then move the target to the launch path, and rushed forward. He did not stop there, but continued to chant the next move. The 10 great demonic soldiers, the 4 soldiers combined in the first form, the tiger and snake were released. The images of the snake and the tiger appeared to block Lai Min's path. This move created a sword path as if it was spinning down. Li Ming used his qigong to dodge from a distance. He secretly realized that the other person's aura had changed. What's going on? Green streams of air are coming out from the person. This is the Zhuzhong breathing technique combined with murderous aura. He got into a stance to execute another move. The 10 great demon soldiers, warrior. Azura the hero. The afterimage of a 6-armed evil god. Each hand is a weapon, appeared behind him. System notification, first job change mission. Completed. You have changed your job to chivalrous warrior. You have received your first martial art. Profession. Li Ming was stunned. He spoke. To think you possessed this kind of fighting spirit at that age. It would be a waste to kill you. Or how about this? I will spare your life if you promise to come to the East Sea to find me in 3 years. You ask again, why should we do that? Li Ming replied, of course it's for fighting, a battle even better than now. So it's, please stand aside. Duong Tung curled his lips and exhaled. If I stand aside, what about one side? Won't you kill everyone else too? He stared at him seriously. Li Ming did not hesitate to admit. That's right, those people all deserve to die. Except you. That's why you shouldn't get in my way, or I'll kill you all. Duong Tung replied ridiculously. Just now you said Duong Nok Ni was a child. Aren't you the same? On the contrary, everyone in this land is precious to me, so don't tell me to avoid them. Aside 2 things. Li Ming did not know what to say other than exclaim. In the battle of words, he did not lose. He changed the subject. Thinking back, I still don't know your name. What's your name? He clearly introduced himself. It's Tang Tung. He repeated. Tang Tung, I will remember it. The strongest man in Central Plains. When he said this, his expression seemed to silently acknowledge that he was different, worthy of being an opponent. Then Li Ming rushed in. Duong Tung used a strange teleportation technique to dodge, pull out a distance, then he takes, launch momentum, arrived. The two faced off. Li Ming felt excited as if it was fate. The swords of the strongest always clashed with each other, as if they wanted to decide who was the stronger person. He deployed his move. The 10 great demon soldiers were complete, the 10 soldiers combined. That is, the 7th, the 10-turn crazy pine mouse. A vortex made of sword energy appeared, pulling him and Li Ming inside. To the end of the action, to choose the strongest person called battle. With a loud shout, 2 powerful moves collided, creating dust and a huge explosion. Then the smoke and dust dispersed, and the road. Tung stood up straight. Li Ming did the same, but there seemed to be something different. He silently called out to the young man, Little Azura. Li Ming smiled with satisfaction. In this battle, he had won. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a series of slashes appeared on his body. Blood splattered everywhere. The Japanese swordsman had dropped his sword. Before he and Li Ming clashed their ultimate move, Tang Song had already had some thoughts. After using the yin-yang absorption technique to push the righteous sect's internal energy cultivation technique to its limit, the form of yin-yang had been empowered by the murderous aura he received after changing his profession to a chivalrous warrior. However, the opponent before him was the god of disaster, Li Ming. After a short conversation, I didn't have any confidence in defeat him. But before that thought took over, my body reacted first. As for why that happened, I really can't explain it. Reasonable way. I wonder if it's because I suddenly remembered the moment I had an epiphany about absorbing on my ojutsu when I killed Atak Kagawa. It could also be because the only thought in my mind at that time was how to catch up with his speed. Because the arrows will be faster than me. That is the weapon of self-creation based on one's own sixth sense and intuition. And finally, unleash a 10-turn, crazy sweep attack towards the enemy. Was it all just a coincidence? Or did I just take another step forward? All in just a moment. The moment I figured out how to take him down. And you did it. After both of them shouted loudly and charged at each other, he successfully made the #1 swordsman in Japan drop his sword. His body was covered with cuts. Duong Tung stood still. Everything is possible until proven impossible. And that impossibility is only true at that particular moment. If you try hard enough, everything will be able to come to an end. One day, Li Ming suddenly spoke. You said your name is Tang Tung, right? His face was somewhat satisfied. It's been a long time since I've been this happy. As an invader, it's quite embarrassing for me to ask you this, but can you accept it? Is that okay? He pulled out the sword from his waist and held it out, continuing. The sword. This sword is Murim, a demon sword forged from the blood and flesh of the first monster I captured when I was young. When I die, take this sword and show me the world you will overturn. I have always been looking forward to a death like this, Everyone will have to face death eventually. But this is my last wish. To die after meeting another strong person and sharing what I have learned, my feelings, received from that person. While saying these words, the true fate stone sword, he dropped it. A familiar figure was quickly captured under the light. The sunset. Duong Nok Ni jumped up and threw herself without hesitation. A slash. Li Ming's head fell down. He closed his eyes and smiled. Satisfied. The system announces the appearance of the mysterious boss. Defeat Li Ming. The reward for the successful mission will be decided after the success. The mission failed. War broke out. Duong Nok Ni disdainfully spoke up, shut up, and died. Go. The system displays, you have successfully defeated the mysterious boss. The reward is being given. Suddenly, Tang Tung's body shook. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. I used too much of my internal energy, which was already reduced due to the potential explosion. In this urgent situation, I'm about to lose it. He was no longer conscious. His eyes were white, showing signs of fainting. Before losing consciousness, he was still unwilling. There were still too many enemies. The Japanese army seemed to be overwhelmed by Li Ming's death and kept shouting, Mr. Li Ming, Mr. Li Ming. He finally passed out. Ta Song rushed to hug him in time. She smiled and praised. Good job, Duong Tung. We can't believe you did it again. Duong Tung. Suddenly 2 arrows flew through the air. Zhang Heng quickly grabbed his shield to cover the 2 people. He turned around, asked, Hey, he's completely unconscious already. Ta Swang looked at him and replied, Yes, I guess so. Jiang Xiong was angry. Damn it. I have to become his mobile shield again? Take care of him. He was sweating and gritting his teeth. Our situation right now is not very good. The remnants of the Japanese soldiers rushed towards Tang Tung and Li Ming. Jiang Xiong raised his voice, and those bastards charged straight into the center. Even though they knew they would be surrounded, they still ran. Go to Lai Mena's place. If we continue, our allies will not be able to protect us. Sun Duong shouted orders. The children are being surrounded. Hurry up and save them. Take them. He concluded that before they all died, they were planning to wipe them out. Me first. Xie Chong put the road down and spoke. We are completely isolated. I think I can handle it. Are you okay here? Zhang Heng replied. I told you to sit still and take care of Duong Tong. She mumbled. Even though he said that, she stood up. I've made my decision. Let's survive together. Suddenly a voice rang out. It seemed, I'm late. This sentence was accompanied by a familiar move, 100,000 caddies, a net of heaven and earth. Immediately, an invisible but heavy pressure fell on the Japanese soldiers, forcing them to collapse. Except for the Japanese army, no one was left affected. Duong Nok Ni secretly guessed this power. On a nearby cliff, Zhuge Mi looked at Zhuge Chong with a guilty conscience who was saying, because the daughter of the martial arts leader was caught up in the war while traveling in the region, so the emperor sympathized with him and allowed Min Chu and Vo Lam Min to intervene in the war, even though he had sworn not to interfere. With that small reason, not only the court received benefits from Vo Lam Min, the royal power is consolidated, and we also protect the future seeds of martial arts. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is a symbiotic relationship. Everything is going according to Luke Min's wishes. Kim, Trung Nam replied. Yes. In the sky, an eagle was spreading its wings. It flew over and landed on old Kim, Trung Nam's arm, and spoke. The royal family's power was consolidated. Anyway, now that the daughter was safe, the situation here would be resolved quickly. It had been a long time since he had used his strength. Strong, exhausted to death. Duong Nok Ni stood below looking up, remembering the blue eagle she saw before. As expected, it belonged to that old man. All this time he has supported us without letting us. No, Zhuge Liang said. Let me say, then he. Wave your hand and speak Japanese loudly. Listen up, invaders. Xie Chong was secretly surprised. He used sound power to speak to so many people? Zhuge Chong used Japanese to negotiate with the army. Li Ming personally came here and chose death to save your lives. We will respect his wishes and let you go. Jiang Xiong wondered, somewhat surprised. Since when did this old man learn Japanese? He continued. However, if you do not give in and still hold your weapons like that, right now, the important people appeared one after another. The celestial monk Putual, Tong Trake, Mun In, Bang Kai, and many others. Zhuge Liang declared that you will be buried in this land to comfort the souls of those who were killed. You guys kill. Jiang Xiong looked at this image with resentment. Damn it. They're all here. If they're here, then why didn't they come earlier? Xie Shuang sighed and said, Hey, at least they're here now. Right. A Japanese soldier who was not afraid of death spoke loudly. Even if I die, I will accept dying here with you. Mr. Lai Men. As soon as he finished speaking, he was engulfed in flames and burned. Kim Hak appeared. He spoke without mercy. I don't want to prolong this. Your previous actions makes me disgusted. Under the pressure of Kim Trung Nam, a Japanese general secretly admitted, out. So different from the murderous aura we felt in the forest. Then he threw away his weapon and said loudly, We surrender, please spare our lives. The other soldiers called out in surprise, Sir, sir, sir. The Japanese general bowed his head and explained, The lords who led this battle are all dead. Lord Li Min wants us to remain. He returned home alive. Even though he knew he would die, he still came here for our sake. Respect his wishes, and let's go back. Hearing this, the Japanese soldiers bowed their heads and shed tears. Zhuge Liang spoke up in praise. Hosoda, Yu Yai, you are as wise as the rumors say. To show, as a courtesy, I promise to let you bring Lai Min's body back to the East Sea. Now the rest of you, make a quick decision. Somewhere, the giant body of a spider-like monster with many legs covered. A mountain. Lamdat thought in panic. What should I do? He softly called out. Lu Ming then wondered what I should do. Should I tell Tang Tung about the situation? Right now? How reckless. Too reckless. A giant long-haired monster with holes on its body, emitting purple air currents, and a long-haired male figure that Lamdat called Luke Min was squatting down, sucking in those air currents. On the high mountain peak suddenly appeared the silhouettes of two men standing there. Zhuge Liang looked down at the desolate wasteland below and said softly, The fact that the brats were able to defeat someone that even the veterans of the Zhejiang martial arts world were powerless against is truly a great step forward. Kim Trung Nam said in a cold voice, Wonderful? For those who fell on the battlefield, there is nothing more empty than these. That's all. He heard that and nodded in agreement. That's right. Once dead, all the praises and gifts from the emperor are just superficial. Gee, Kat Sung lamented. It seems I have been too complacent during this period of peace. I have focused too much on restructuring the martial arts alliance and have downplayed the power of the enemy. Enemy from Japan. Kim Trung Nam turned to comfort him in a low voice. It's hard for you to do anything. Even after knowing everything, that old liar still left. Is one step ahead of us. Old Wen Cun continued. This is a mission where anyone can be the one to be sacrificed except for his disciple, the immortal monk of the bright mind. His plan is to weaken the hundreds of promising talents on our side. Zhuge Chong was extremely indignant when he heard this. It was truly shameful. We have lost the talents of the righteous sect. The children have not even developed their full potential. Even though I am the leader, I cannot do anything. He suddenly remembered some memories. I remember what you once told me in the past. The principal said that the position of martial arts leader was just a formality. He was there simply to enjoy his time before retirement. Kim Trung Nam heard that and chuckled and asked, Why do you remember those words in this situation? And now I am the principal of the academy where those children belong, so don't say those words in front of me anymore. Zhuge Chong glanced at the old man and calmly spoke. I guess I said something inappropriate. Even so, thanks to that memory, I was able to use Japanese, a language I had learned for fun a long time ago. Go back first. Kim Trung Nam saw that and raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Really? I thought you just came here holding a book to study. He sighed and said, It sounded a bit absurd, but the book I was reading while coming here had some Japanese words mixed in, so it killed two birds with one stone. Kim Trung Nam reminded in a low voice, By the way, remember that the target of that old swindler is you. I will definitely find an excuse to blame you because of this accident. Zhuge Chong replied softly. Of course, he was clearly the one behind the scenes, but on the surface, he would say that the person responsible for this mistake was the headmaster of the martial arts academy. He failed to assess the strength of the Japanese army and led the students to their deaths. Along with that, there was the mistake of the martial arts leader. Jia, Katsung nodded, the one who appointed him to that position. Hearing that, he sprayed glue and asked, So that's how he framed me? That shows how terrifying the power of the Council of Elders is? A group that possesses all the power but has never been held accountable, he said firmly. Unlike them, I have no intention of running away. As a leader, it is only natural to take responsibility, and next time I will protect them better. Zhuge Liang thought of his Wulin sect and said softly, protecting the future, ours. Scene changes to inside another small room. Duong Tung and a long-haired man were lying on two opposite beds, sleeping soundly. Forget everything. A sudden voice rang out. Leader Tang Tung thought to himself, a title I will never hear again. Perhaps I am dreaming about my previous life. Bon asked doubtfully. Did you hear that? Tang Tung then regained his composure and softly replied. What? He shouted angrily. General Tian Kong is giving out another message. Pig Song asked curiously, what did that old man say this time? Gonian appeared from somewhere and spoke calmly. He said things would get very bad. Bon was extremely surprised to hear that. How do you know? He smiled and said, saying things will go wrong is the easiest way to become a prophet. Zhang asked, everyone, look around. Everywhere in this central plains, the situation keeps getting worse, right? So laughed loudly. You're right. He asked in confusion, why not? She buried her face in Tang Tung's arm and replied sadly, I have to go home with the leader, but if the battle continues, the alliance won't even let me retire. Damn it. Gon raised his voice. Sarcasm. Hey, the leader is not crazy enough to go home with a man wearing a shirt like you. What are you swearing about? What? Do you want to die? Who says only men can swear? Women can do it too, sometimes just for a few hours to feel better. And then the two people's argument continued for a while. Watching those moments made me laugh. This damn barracks and the veteran soldiers of the remnants of the 7th Army of the Lin Min Vo Lam are really difficult. Even though he was living a new life, he still saw them. Seeing them didn't bring any benefits. But considering that they kept appearing in his dreams, he guessed I really miss them. When I wake up this time, should I ask Yuran to investigate their whereabouts and how they live? Hyo Song suddenly asked in a serious voice. But I'm not joking. If the situation continues to worsen, will there be a time when Central Plains will be completely submerged? Leader Duong Tung shouted angrily. These bastards should just focus on living first. Bone spoke helplessly. Even so, they always torture our hopes. Every time we think the situation is getting a little better, they extinguish it. That fragile hope. He replied softly. I know the most terrible torture is the torture of hope, but that is the reason we live. He smiled happily, because we will never know when that fragile illusion will come true. Duong Tung scolded himself. Dear, you bastard, who would have thought that I would say such nonsense? After all, I am still part of the remnants. You are one of those idiots. Tang Tung raised his sword high and shouted. Let's go. Let's wait until that illusion becomes reality, completely different from the situation outside. The sky is endless, clear and bright. Everyone immediately followed the path forward. Although this world is a mess, I still like it. A sudden light crept through the crack of the door. Tutu suddenly stuck his big face in. I guess I'm probably the most persistent one. It continues to step on people. He then gently licked Tang Tung's nose. Tutu kept licking without any intention of stopping. Duong Tung helplessly said, Tutu, thank you for waking me up, but that's enough. He slowly sat up. Ouch, oh my god. Duong Tung wondered. Winning is still winning, right? He softly sighed. If I hadn't used my potential explosion at that time, my body wouldn't have been in so much pain. This right. Duong Tung stretched and walked out. Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you okay? He replied immediately. I think so. Tian Toyan asked kindly. Why don't you rest a little longer? It's not quite right yet. Duong Tung smiled and said, it's a bit okay so I don't rest. Rest well. He heard that and said softly, I have used special methods to keep this area quiet, but it seems it is not enough. He hurriedly explained, it's not like that. It's just that my dream was quite noisy. Tian Toai asked again, puzzled, a noisy dream? Tang Tung quickly changed the subject. Well, are you feeling okay anyway? When the wall collapsed, I really thought you were dead. He playfully lifted up his bandaged arm and cheerfully replied, as you can see, I have recovered enough to move a little. A month ago, I was just lying there waiting to die because all the doctors felt that I was incurable. But it was the martial arts master who took care of me. And fortunately, thanks to his actions, this battle was able to be the end. Duong Tung pursed his lips in thought. The battle was over. The Japanese invasion was over. He didn't expect the Min Chu to come here. He sighed. Long story short, this accident must be very difficult for others, including me. It's really too tiring, Tang Tung thought to himself. But in order to truly feel the sense of victory, he first had to confirm a few things. He asked doubtfully, "What happened to that Japanese man?" Tian Toei tried to remember. "The Japanese man you mean is Lai Min?" He thought for a moment and replied, "The official report said that after you lost consciousness, young Master Yong took the enemy general's sword and beheaded him." Tung was puzzled. "Little Master Yong, your sword, enemy leader." He suddenly remembered the image of Duong Nok Ni decisively using one slash to behead the enemy. "Ah, I remember." Duong Tung bowed his head and thought deeply. He lost consciousness right after that. Damn it, it was a good thing. But why was the one who picked up the holy sword and beheaded Lai Man? Nok Ni? A voice suddenly rang out in his head. "When I die, take this sword and show me. See the world you will shake." He was stunned and asked, "So your other sword?" "Him." Tian Toei heard that and laughed. "Min Chu knew you would ask about it, so he took the sword and put it over there." He pointed to the sword standing in the corner of the room and said, "Even though it's broken, you can use it again if you forge it with the broken pieces inside the scabbard." Tian Toei spoke in a gentle voice. "That's all I know. I've been lying here for a whole month and haven't had time to investigate the situation, so I just read through the reports." Duong Tung heard that and wondered. 1 month. Mr. Bang Hong shouted loudly. "Has it been a month already?" Tian Toei heard that and laughed. "You've been lying on the bed for the whole month. I told you that the leader would help me for the whole month before, but I was curious why you didn't react." Duong Tung was stunned, thinking to himself, "Oh my God, I know my body and mind are both exhausted, but who would have thought that I would be unconscious for a whole month? No wonder I didn't see anyone injured." "Who is here?" Tian Toei comforted. "Don't be too sad. There is still a friend of yours, still not awake." He immediately raised his eyebrows in confusion. He lifted the curtain and said softly, "We knew that you would wake up when you showed signs of recovery, but even the master couldn't do anything to that child. So he told me to wait for him to wake up." Duong Tung Suc remembered you lying across from him. Tian Toei on Tun spoke up. "Where should we take care of him in case his internal injuries become worse if we send him to Trinchao?" "What's his name?" he asked doubtfully. "He's your friend after all, right? Is it Luke Min?" He was bewildered and thought to himself, "Is it Luke Min?" Duong Tung wondered to himself, "Is it?" Then he walked slowly step by step, spread towards the bed. He was a little surprised. Why was his hair? Duong Tung. He opened his eyes wide in shock. He fell to the ground, stunned. Tian Toei ran over and spoke worriedly. "Hey, are you okay?" "See, what did I tell you? I told you to rest a little more." He asked anxiously. "Look how pale your face is. Can you stand up?" He thought to himself in panic. What the hell? Tang Tung thought to himself. What? How? Luke Min was sweating profusely, thinking how? Tian Toei asked worriedly. Duong Tung, answer me. Look at this cold sweat pouring out. Duong Tung looked at Luke Min lying on the bed in shock. Why does he look like Tian Ma? So, a few days before the decisive battle with Li Ming, a sudden voice. This rang out. Then a book was brought out. Tang Tung asked doubtfully, "Why do you have this?" The person immediately replied, "It's in your bedroom drawer. You motherfucker." He suddenly remembered. I left it there before leaving the academy to do the mission. Duong Tung thought to himself, although the storage is quite safe, I didn't put it in there because I haven't arranged anything inside lately, so it's quite messy. Messy? He wondered. But why do you? Take it with you again? Luke Min looked away silently without answering. The great Lu Ming spoke up. That great Lu Ming told me about the enemy he faced. People wonder how to become stronger. I want to become strong like you. Duong Tung nodded. That's why you brought the 10 great demon soldiers. But just reading about them won't make you stronger. I've practiced until each of my fingers can master the weapons. Luke Min calmly spoke. I know. The difference between knowing and not knowing was naturally like that between heaven and earth. Even though one could not read it to the end. He heard that and immediately stopped. Duong Tung damn Chiu thought to Luke Min. Books are the only way to help him become stronger. He must be very disappointed. Knowledge belongs to Trung. He doesn't want to keep it for himself like the 9 great sects or the 5 great clans. Even though I was the one who found the book and only I can read it, this book definitely belongs in the pantheon of books, my martial arts world. Duong Tung gave the book back to him and said, "No, you keep it. You respect books more than I do. You can return it when you're done reading it. Since you can read any difficult book, this one probably isn't for you. Isn't that small?" Luke Min happily accepted it. "Thanks. Then I'll pay you after I finish reading it." He just came up with a solution, you know. I asked, "Do you want to hear?" "No." Tang Tung was very surprised when he heard that. "What? You just thought of a method to read this book?" Lu Ming nodded and replied, "Yes." He asked curiously, "How?" He slowly spoke. "The face of the 10,000-year-old demon spider." Tang Tung asked in confusion, "The 10,000-year-old demon spider, isn't it dead?" Luke Min explained, "The 10,000-year demon will never die. As its name suggests, it is 10,000 years old. It has lived since the time." Hong Huang. Tang Tung affirmed, "It's just a name. I'm sure it's dead. Its body is also starting to rot." He argued that it was just its body. Even if the body died, the internal energy would continue to accumulate. He asked in confusion, "Internal force?" Luke Min emphasized. To be more precise, people were talking about its poison. Because the poison itself of the 10,000-year demon spider's face was its power. He explained, "Aren't we making weapons based on its poison right now? That poison won't disappear and will be absorbed as nutrients by the child in its body. And that little demon-faced Chu will continue to grow and become as strong as its predecessor. Because of the amount of toxins it inherited, that is how it became the 10,000-year demon-faced Chu." Duong Tung raised his voice in doubt. "What do you mean?" He shouted in panic. "There is another one growing inside Ma Chuha's body. No matter how small it is still very dangerous. There is no guarantee that we can kill it with our own strength." Luke Min commented, "Quietly speaking, it hasn't been long since the big one died, so it's fine. But here is still a chance." Duong Tung was puzzled. "A chance?" He immediately explained, "Nothing absorbs the toxins accumulated in the body of a Chu Wanyan faster than a little demon Chu, except for one person." He raised his eyebrows and speculated, "Don't tell me that." Luke Min emphasized, "People own 10,000 poisons." He said in a low voice, "The last time I was poisoned, I really became stronger. Before the little devil Chu sheds his shell and escapes, people will absorb the poison, and then they will be able to read this book." Tang Tung, rubbing his chin, he thought, "Luke Min with the 10,000 years of internal energy of the demonic beast and the 10 great demon soldiers? He will definitely become a reliable ally, and I'm also curious what he will come up with." However, he spoke up worriedly. With that amount of poison, he had been sick for many days already. Wouldn't this time be a bit risky just to read a book? Luke Min heard that and thought deeply. He calmly replied, "My comrades are risking their lives to fight a powerful enemy. One cannot just go all the way to the Central Plains and stand there helplessly as one did at the 100 Books Hall, right?" That afternoon, Dai Island. Looking around, he asked Tang Tung doubtfully, "What do you want to say?" He replied frankly, "Yes. Isn't this the first time we've talked like this? There are some things I've wanted to ask you for a long time." "What is the curious Dai?" wrote, getting straight to the point. He said someone told him about the chief's jade in the war for the chief position. "Who is that?" He replied in surprise. "Oh, I didn't tell you. It's the guy we used to that time," Dai slowly said. Luke Min's memories of that meeting suddenly flooded back into Duong Tung's mind. Jing continued, "Lu Ming came from the south, so we had an entrance interview together in Hainan, so tell me the secret. He said that one day the Jade Mountain will collapse and a precious treasure will appear in this world." Duong Tung was stunned and thought to himself, how could Luke Min? Knowing that, he was already angry and spoke up. "Because my body was dead, I no longer regretted that treasure. But at that time, I was very angry when I saw his face because he told others. That was the reason I had someone beat him." Duong Tung immediately corrected, "You must have made a mistake. I didn't go to Hainan because Luke Min told me about it. I found out on my own and went looking for it." "You?" he asked in surprise. "What?" Dai bowed his head and said softly, "Anyway, I really feel sorry for acting like that at that time." Tang Tung advised, "Then you should go. Tell him." He silently blamed himself. If he thought about it more carefully, he might have doubted it, but in the end he was still convinced. Because he was always that kind of person. Someone who knew things that others didn't know. Someone who always appeared in places no one expected. But his appearance now was unmistakable. Although his hair color and age were different, anyone could tell at a glance. There's no doubt about it. He's a demon. The feeling of being killed by a demon is still fresh in my mind. Luke Min at that time still had his eyes closed and was not moving. His hands slowly clenched. He thought to himself indignantly. Who would have thought that someone would kill his friends and push Trung Nguyen into the fire? Smoke of war. Duong Tung looked at the sleeping face, and his facial muscles contracted with anger. The Demon King was in front of him again. What is this? The system suddenly sounded a notification about the mission to kill the demon. The time limit is 30 years. The remaining time is 27 years. The reward for the successful mission. It will be decided after the success, failure of the mission, the cancellation, the destruction of Central Plains. Seeing this, Duong Tung pursed his lips and said nothing. Suddenly his eyes flashed a sharp light. Duong Tung quickly grabbed the banana sword. He resolutely pulled it out of its sheath and held it up high. Ton. The sword was now close at hand. Luke Min's throat. Duong Tung gritted his teeth, the sword still lingering. In front of the air, sweat continuously pouring out. He silently said to himself, I just need to kill him. Duong Tung reminded himself, everything will end. Luke Min still. I closed my eyes, and he had to stand between the two boundaries of hatred and friendship. If I kill Tien Ma right here, right now? He remembered the memories of the past when war would not break out. And the successes, member of, my team, my friends, and Trung Nguyen too. Tang Tung's hands began to bulge. He told himself, everything would be safe. Duong Tung clenched his teeth. Sweat kept pouring down, continuously, poured out. His mouth suddenly opened into a smile. Strange smile. Duong Tung's face gradually became so strange. He used force to stab the sword down. The whole space suddenly became cold. Suddenly there was a sound of breathing in the room. Panting, Duong Tung breathed out tiredly. The sword now stabbed into the mattress next to Luke Min. He was indignant. Yut cursed under his breath. Damn it. If I kill the heavenly demon right here, the war won't happen now. My friends and Trung Nguyen will all be saved. Safe. But he gritted his teeth in hesitation. Was this really true? Would all the wars that happened in my previous life will disappear? He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly in his hand. Duong Tung bowed his head and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He pulled out his tongue. He took out the sword and threw it hard on the ground. Duong Tung sat down on his bed. He covered his face in frustration. Duong Tung, I thought to myself, from the moment I decided to choose chivalrous warrior and change profession, I was determined to prevent future wars. It was a way to protect my friends and make sure no one died. He narrowed his eyes and thought, if I had just been reborn in this life, I would have definitely killed him. Right now, he affirmed, even after a year of being friends, if he was a heavenly demon, he would still kill him without hesitation. Duong Tung regained his composure and thought to himself, but right now he knew that Tien Ma and Guvong Bin did not exist in this life. He was still very worried about his choice. There is no certainty about the circumstances that led them. Enter that path. The system quickly displayed information, but right now, Lu Ming was not a heavenly demon. If I killed him now, there was no guarantee that I would complete the mission. Calendar. History has been distorted. It is possible that he will not become a heavenly demon. Based on the 5 kings Bing Shun, we can. I know that. The quest related to them has not appeared since I arrived. Hainan Island. Even when De searched the Jade Sword of Long Light, or when Lam Dat found the Yin-Yang absorption technique. Even when he found out about the Fire King Supreme technique and Soul Transformation Divine technique, they were related to missions outside the academy. And they were never introduced as Murong Bai and Zhou Xian's fate or classified as missions. He had always been searching for them based on his memories of his previous life. This was also unusual, because up until now, the missions had all appeared based on his thoughts or situations. Because in this world where he had reawakened, there was no such thing as the 5 kings Bing Shun. No matter how strong this friend became with his level, he was still Luke Min, not the Demon King. And the members of the 5 kings of Bing Shun were also known to be the Demon King's subordinates. Now it was only Nam Kung Sach, Lam Dat, Chu Hien, and Mo Dung Bok. And you died a hero. Of course there is a chance that Luke Min will not actually become a demon in future. He sat still looking at Luke Min and thought to himself, that's why he was worried about his decision. Moreover, in the previous mission, Lai Min left this sword behind. If he is still alive, he will ask himself. Duong Tung imagined Lai Min's appearance. Even though he saw his friend walking down the wrong path, he still couldn't stop him. He continued to question, and yet you tried to kill your best friend. Someone who hasn't even started a war that no one knows about? Killing an unconscious person with no intention of. Are you going to fight? Duong Tung thought helplessly. Fate is always something strange. Strange. What a bitch. Thanks to the mission involving the East Sea Pirate Trio this spring, I was able to confirm many things. This life is different from the previous one. Before his time, just like how Li Ming became a disaster god due to the Japanese invasion, the main reason for the presence of the heavenly demon and the king of Wu Bingshun was war. However, there was still some time before the battle with the North Sea Ice Palace and the Great Battle of the East Sea took place. If this life's heavenly demon is different from the previous life, then the candidate with the highest possibility of becoming the heavenly demon is not Luke Min. This guy is just a friend who lost consciousness trying to become stronger to help us. With that in mind, if I have to kill someone in this life, he was the evil enemy behind everything, both this life and the previous life. Or perhaps he would become like that. A heartless monk's face suddenly appeared in Tang Tung's mind. The system suddenly announced, the linked mission is to reform the Martial Arts Alliance. Complete the reform of the Martial Arts Alliance together with the Alliance leader. The time limit is 20 years. The reward for successful missions will be decided after success. If the mission fails, the mission will be cancelled. The extermination of Vo Lam Min. He pondered. At that time, this mission would be connected directly or indirectly, and at the same time, he could know whether Luke Min would become a demon or not. If these opportunities are illuminating the path that one should choose, then is this right? Duong Tung sighed softly, wondering, is that right, damn it? He lay down on the bed, wearily groaning. Oh my God. Duong Tung lay on his pillow and looked up at the ceiling. He slightly narrowed his eyes. His eyebrows seemed to be about to kiss. Duong Tung suddenly sat up. He thought to himself, the worst-case scenario is when Luke Min actually becoming a demon. If you want to stop him, there is only one way. He frowned and looked at Luke Min. Duong Tung called softly in his heart. Luke Min, listen carefully. I am talking to you, and can only talk to you. What I am about to tell you is something I experienced a long time ago. He just sat silently in the room looking at Luke Min like that. Scene changes to clear blue sky outside. Duong Tung slowly walked back. Ahead, Sun Duong saw him and happily spoke. I heard you were about to leave, so I've been waiting for you. Duong Tung immediately replied. Ah yes, because we have completed our extracurricular mission in Thiat He glanced to the side, surprised, and asked, by the way, why are you here? Master Kim Hak. Kim Hak put away. A hearty voice said, hey kid, a disciple of the first class is lying around, as if he's dead, so it's normal for the master to be there. It's normal? Duong Tung asked directly. You've been drinking again? He quickly exposed. You know the wine in this area is famous. And they both nodded. By the way, I'm also looking for you, Master Kim Hak. He spoke clearly. Please train me. Duong Tung thought to himself. The truth was that he had developed significantly since he was only level 45 when he first entered the scaffold. However, after passing level 60, his growth rate slowed down. He could no longer continue training like he had before and could no longer train alone. Everyone would become stronger in time. Even they, on the old man's side, Min Chi and Duong Nok Ni will also be stronger when he stronger. Furthermore, Luke Min even surpassed him just by absorbing the poison of the demon spider's face. Will he have enough strength to stop him if one day he chooses the wrong path? Way or no way? Desperate times come with solutions, and the first person that came to his mind was Master Kim Hak. He would ask the first person to personally take him to the secondary training class. Kim Hak heard that and smiled. Then he laughed out loud in a very refreshing manner. Kim Hak said excitedly, Kid, I've been waiting for these words for a long time. It seems like the time I spent in Hangzhou. It's not a waste. Duong Tung hesitantly spoke. But master, even if I wanted to say those words earlier, it would be difficult to see your face, even though you were the one who brought me to the first class. Kim, Crane happily replied. Ah, let me explain that part later. Okay, let's go. He asked blankly. What? But where to? He said gently. Where else? Of course to the place where you will receive your lesson. First then. At the same time, in the room, the light filtered in, and outside came the sound of loud talking. Luke Min was still lying on the bed. He suddenly sat up, his eyes careless, sluggish. Luke Min looked down at the wound. There was a tear on the mat, He gently touched it. Luke Min muttered, Tien Ma, the demon that destroyed the world. He wondered, one can become a devil. Huh. The candlelight in the room suddenly went out. Just in a moment the shadow of Lu Ming had disappeared. More than a month later, Hangzhou was quickly recovering after the war ended. Welcome. Buy some fruit, Mom. Yes, we sell meat by the slice. Yanbin City was bustling as if nothing had happened. It happened. Kim Hak walked softly, said, As you can see, Hangzhou's return to normal has brought many merchants from all over the country to gather here. The amount of wealth that people have lost is as much as what they need now. Duong Tung clicked his tongue. Those who barely survived the Japanese invaders had no way to trade with those who had lost everything. This was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Kim Hak turned his face back and was silent for a moment. Then he slowly replied, Vo Lam Min has provided all the help he can, but he cannot save everyone. The living must still live. He laughed. Even so, thanks to this extracurricular activity, kids like him were able to experience things that were difficult to see otherwise. Today we will. I'll give you a mission. Duong Tung frowned. Listening, he squinted and looked around. Our first mission is held in a tavern. Kim, the crane walked up the stairs and sighed. This guy said that the living still need to live. I am not the only person who likes wine. People in this world cannot live without it. The wine is good. Kim Hak curled his lips and looked at Duong Tung. The first lesson of the first class. If you want to get secret information, go to the place where many drunkards gather. Duong Tung curled his lips in thought. It reminded him of those days. The first month after I became the leader, he also took me to gather information like this. The setting is different from before, but the wonderful feeling I had with Master Kim Hak is still the same. I guess I missed it a lot. About that time, and about the Master Kim Hak. Kim Hak was sweating profusely inside. This guy must have received a lot of shock from the Japanese invaders. Even though Track was strong, he was still only 18 years old. Kim Hak, arms crossed seriously, the most important thing in martial arts is information. The more you know, the more you can do. With that, he slumped into his chair, now to begin his first task. The road to Tungbang Hong. Start now like this? Kim Hak rolled his eyes slyly. You expect to learn theory from the first class? We'll practice right away. Find out the situation after the Japanese invasion and report back to me before sundown. I'll be waiting here, so feel free to return at any time. However, I'll give you points based on the accuracy and variety of the information you gather. System. The system appears. The mission is suddenly performed. The mission was given by Taoist Kim Hak. The time limit is 6 hours. The mission reward is received successfully. Duong Tung looked at the system quest board in surprise. He hesitantly looked at Kim Hak. So you just sit here and drink? Kim Hak smiled. Oh, stop complaining and go find it. You know that even though you are a member of the first team, you can still be expelled if you fail. Duong Tung now could only force a smile and didn't know what else to say. He narrowed his eyes, thought to himself, was this old man this shameless in his previous life? Kim Hak leaned. Reminder, you've been in bed for a whole month with very low nutrition intake, so don't overdo it. Don't get into any more trouble. Just gather information. He clicked his tongue. Well then let's meet at sunset. Duong Tung Kentrong worriedly swallowed saliva. A gulp down my throat. I did a lot of missions like this while following Kim Hak in my previous life. The difference is that we went together. Well, after spending 3 months under the guidance of an elder, even a novice can become a poet. There's nothing I can't do. You need to really observe the scene. Around, the first thing I need is information about martial arts. I will find the wine shop with the most martial artists. Suddenly Duong Tung discovered a place. He nodded. Hunchback in the heart. Not easy. The meeting place of secret brokers and the majority of underground forces that finance martial arts is the house in the deepest corner of the street. However, it's still a hard place to go. Entering the Chao Tien Kak, Duong Tung walked in calmly. The winehouse guard stopped Duong Tung. Although life was difficult due to the Japanese invasion, this was not a place. Whoever wants to come, come. He seriously suggested. Why don't you try to find a place different? Duong Tung curled his lips and smiled wryly in his heart. Do I look like a beggar, or do I look too young? Why do I keep getting stopped in places like this? Den, the guard beside him nodded and asked Han. Are you the student from the cave? Do you look familiar? Yes, I've been lingering. Come here for a few days. Hearing Duong Tung's answer, he turned to whisper to the guy next to him. Now this person is he immediately opened his mouth in fear. The two of them opened the door and bowed respectfully. Young hero apologized for not recognizing him. Thank you for saving Hangzhou. It is the honor of the immortal clan to have you as a guest. Please come in quickly. He was a bit confused and secretly thought, this kind of treatment. I feel quite confused, but it seems that the efforts in Zhujiang have paid off. Fine. It's been out for a long time. Now just listen. The two maids bowed politely. Welcome. The maid will take you to the next floor. Monday. Duong Tung listened and slowly walked past each table. Have you heard? Rumors are news, although there is a difference between what is heard and its accuracy. But there was no doubt that this was the information I needed right now. In the first place, hadn't I been bedridden for more than a month? In this turbulent Central Plains? How could I know about the rumors? Where does this come from? Furthermore, due to the presence of many variables, the present is very different from my previous life. Many events that I did not know about or that did not exist before are still happening. If I listen to each one, there will be moments when I feel confused. The information is so great, I can't even put a price on it. The resignation vote of the martial arts leader and the academy principal, they said that day was decision. Duong Tung was surprised when he overheard that conversation. Vote. What? Resignation. Lord Jego and the old man, old Jumbongnam. And to get accurate information at this point, never overlook two things. The two of them were eating and talking in the room. I've never heard of that before. Since when? Money and fame. Suddenly Tang Tung barged into the room. Please excuse me for a moment. The two of them were immediately panicked. What do you want? Then Duong Tung slammed the stack of checks on the table. How much is this check? I want to hear the details of the rumors about Vo Lam Min. No. He himself. Lip-curling news. Tell me everything. What the two of them knew. He looked at Duong Tung in surprise, speechless. Compared to the previous life, many things have happened. Changes. Are these changes due to my rebirth? Li Ming wondered. Even though he is strong, I have never heard of him in my previous life. In other words, it is clear that he did not appear in the Central Plains, or if he did not. Active. And when he joined the uprising of the East Sea pirate trio, Nam Kung Sach died, and the war. The painting exploded. His presence was like the devil of this life. He changed history himself, and himself included. Many of my friends died earlier than before, not because the deformed objects became stronger, but as we get stronger, the speed and direction of events become more unpredictable. My maturity has had an impact, great to martial arts world. That is what changed the wheel of history. Even though I have should be strong by taking advantage of the benefits of being a kneeler. But other promising talents, including Duong Nok Ni, have also matured faster than expected. If this principle is followed, things will only get worse from now on. To read this flow properly, information is of utmost importance. As a result, to make this period of time so precious, I will try to get as much information as possible through the mission of the Kim Hak Master. At this moment, Kim Hak was sitting absent-mindedly in the tavern. He looked around as if searching for something, to see what he should do, what to do at this time. Suddenly the eyes Kim Hak collided with a quad. A huge jar of wine was placed on the ground. Jinho glanced at the wine bottle timidly without realizing it. Should I have a drink before the kid come back? He said he would immediately raise his hand and shouted, Miss, give me a drink at the gate of the city gate. Have you heard anything about these two soldiers chatting? Heard what? Then they haven't heard the news. It is rumored that the date for the impeachment vote for the martial arts leader has been set. What? What will become of the Zhang Ho if I really die? I don't know. The martial arts alliance is in utter chaos. No one knows how it started or where it started. But the rumors that the day of the final vote to impeach the martial arts alliance leader is approaching spread like wildfire, and it has been the hot topic in Zhengzhou these past few days. However, I still think this is for a higher purpose. We need to replace someone from the 9 sects of Natba. The current leader is also not in good harmony with the 5 great families anymore, so he fails every time. However, it is thanks to him that we, the middle and lower class sects, can live with our heads held high. That's right, but this outcome was something that was predicted since someone from the Zhuge clan was chosen as the leader. So sects like us now have to. Who does it depend on? Because of this rumor, all the people's attention is focused on one place, where the decision is made. Belongs to the martial arts sect. The place holds power, absolute power so great that if you can control that place, you can control the whole martial arts world. At the Council of Elders, in the noisy conference room, as everyone knows, The memorial service for the victims of the invasion of the East Sea Pirate Trio will be held next month. On that day, we will hold the final vote to impeach the incumbent martial arts council. The elder of the Amaze sect, Master Jin Xing, spoke up. Well, doing this really. Are you okay? Min Tian Tu Tun replied. Amit Ba Buddha. After this battle, many poor children have returned to Buddha. What else can we do? The nun frowned. You should know clearly that this is not what this nun is worried about. Min Tian narrowed one eye in confusion. Old Nap did not. I understand what you are saying. The elders of the Zhongnanshan sect proposed that if they were to make a decision, we would agree, but this matter is too one-sided. Aren't we doing this without the participation of the elders from the 5 great poisonous families? Min Tian smiled faintly. Ho ho, what are you worried about? The decision was made by the Council of Elders. The lack of elders of the 5 great clans does not mean we cannot represent our martial arts world. No, Sun was worried. At this moment it seemed right. What Kim Tin Su Tai meant was whether this matter could continue in the future. Come or not. Min Tian calmly replied. For decades the 9 sects of Not Bang and the 5 great families have always been in conflict with each other. However, the current Min Chu supports small and medium sects. There are rumors that there is dissatisfaction among the 5 great clans, so they are trying to take away the influence from the hands of the Min Chu Vo Lam. Min, that's why. Lao Nap thinks that right now is the perfect time. The elder of Wudong, boundless Taoist master, wondered. The perfect timing for this visit. The final vote. Min Tian nodded. Originally, the Martial Arts Alliance leader only had 3 rights. First, the right to receive advice from the Council of Elders. Second, the right to support the Elders Association. And third, the right to obey the opinion of the elders, unconditionally. With everyone knowing that our leader has suffered a most serious illness, everyone in the room glanced at Min's every move. Tian, the disease. Min Tian curved his lips gently, the disease of only thinking about himself. It is the most cruel disease in the world. This world. The nun raised her eyebrows and asked, what would you do if there were many opposing opinions that day? Min Tian from. The nun stood up and left her chair. It seemed like the nun still didn't understand. It didn't matter what the result was. What will be the result? The old man plans to use this opportunity to inform the Prime Minister. It is our doctrine that there is no middle ground between the throne and the execution ground. The golden sunset on the roof of the martial arts house. In the dead of night, the sound of people chatting in the room continuously rang out. Do you know young hero Duong Nakni? Oh, of course. Is because he is one of the most elite people in the martial arts world. He is the guiding light of the martial arts world and a treasure of the entire martial arts world. How could you not know? Haha. Anyway, after young Master Yong returned to Lotus Peak, it was rumored that he requested a non-stop match with his uncle, the master of the Huashan sect. Duong Tung was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, if he was a teacher, he must be as strong as teacher Kim Hak. It seems like after taking the head, he also took the divine sword. I still don't like the fact that he has such a precious weapon. Oh, about that endless battle. I know what it is, so tell me what it is. Happened after that. Kuan Peng praised. Ah, you know about it too? You really know a lot. What happened was Kuan Peng painfully rubbed his chin. Wait, let me relax my chin first. Duong Tung smiled awkwardly and thought to himself, he min bet his brother must be in pain from talking non-stop. Kuan Peng happily prepared to continue telling the story and then returned to the main topic. Young Hero Yong should never be called Great Hero Yong, right? Well, he won the Endless War 3 times in a row anyway, so there are only 2 masters left. Isn't it very great? Duong Tung sat across from him, listening intently, not missing a single word. He narrowed his eyes and said, great or not, to me he's just a guy, stealing a sword. Kuan Peng narrowed his eyes in confusion. Excuse me, what do you mean? Did Tang Tung brush his hands off? It's nothing. Kuan Peng thought carefully in his heart. Again, how much has he been like this just now? Last time, huh? His reaction has been like this since the beginning. Ever since I told him the news about the 5 heroes' central guardian immobility, Shaolin who was in a disadvantageous state, his reaction of Duong Tung is too much. Is it too early? So it turns out that it is not a wise idea to talk about the training of Hero Nam Kung Sach, who is considered the strongest among hundreds of celestial beings. The boy sitting before me was no longer a human, but a ghost. The fact that he nodded at the information I gave him and muttered the name I mentioned was also very strange. This means that whether he knows them or not, He has at least heard of them or seen them. Everything he knows. Is that possible? First-time contact. Close to me. I didn't think we would talk this much, but what I didn't expect the most was the expression. His nonsense. Duong Tung waved his hand and shouted, "Auntie, give me 20 jars of Shaoxing wine. We should also consider the matter." His wealth. AI Min was curious about. This kid is too much. I'm not someone who can stand curiosity and silence. Duong Tung generously looked at Kuan Bang. What is your kid like? Let's call him. Kuan Peng politely asked, raising his hand. If you don't mind, can you tell me your name? Duong Tung shyly raised his hand to introduce. Ah, thinking back, we've been talking for hours without introducing each other yet. Myself. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly 2 men rushed in from outside. Oh my God, I'm curious who ordered all those jars of 10-year-old Shaoxing wine. He curled his lips in disdain. It turned out to be the talent of the 5 young families of Kuan Peng. Kuan Bang Hot Hai recognized him as the small owner of a commercial organization. Fake Chow back. Duong Tung looked around and thought to himself, 5 young families, a sect half righteous and half evil, created by people of the lower class, such as thieves, beggars, gamblers, and the 5 young masters. Clan. On the other hand, the Hangzhou Commercial Organization is one of the 3 sects that have influence in Hangzhou because they are deeply involved in the Zhongho, Zhujiang, and the Circle, commercial vortex. As a result, no matter how talented a person is, the differences and distinctions in origin cannot be changed. That is the nature of the river, lake. Kuan Peng was confused. Why are you here? Go Yu's voice was full of mockery. Why are you here? Why am I here? What's the matter? Kuan Peng smiled wryly. Haha, what's the matter? Little master, what's the matter? Go Yu smiled coldly. Why are you laughing? You must have eaten and drank a lot, right? With that, he immediately swung his hand hard at Kuan Peng's cheek. The force was so strong that it distorted his entire face. Duong Tung still sat there, calmly observing the situation. Ju curled his lips. In a vicious manner. Member of the 5. The Kuan Peng clan was hit hard and fell backwards. Jiyu is laughing happily and dares to be happy? He. Then he turned his head back and wondered. Huh. Go Yu jokingly invited Mun Piu. What are you doing? Sit down and drink. Brother Kuan has already prepared the table for us. Just pick up the spoon and eat. And this person still hasn't greeted us, right? Looks like he's Kuan's best friend. Go asked with a drooping mouth. What's the matter? You're acting like a dog. I'm about to poop. Suddenly a voice interrupted. But you don't. Jiyu frowned and glanced at Duong Tung. You just said that to me, huh? Duong Tung sighed. Yeah, I said that. You impudent brat. Gao was so angry that veins stood out on his forehead. Do you know who I am? Who the hell are you? Huh? Duong Tung put his hand down on the chopsticks on the table. You don't know who I am, huh? He immediately clenched the chopsticks in his hand. Oh. That's why I often hear people here say that Ngo-Along Valley is unnecessarily wide. As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tung threw the chopsticks in his hand straight through the plan. Go side. The chopsticks quickly flew forward and stabbed straight into Byung's chest. Byung was horrified to see the chopsticks shaking beside him. Within the sturdy wall, Duong Tung unconsciously opened his mouth wide uncontrollably. Do you think so, Mun Pyung? Then, there are still many kids who don't know who I am. Who is that? Byung was so scared that his body rolled down the stairs. He fell down on the floor with a thud. Cold. Byung stood up dizzy and tried to suppress the pain, then quickly disappeared from the shop. Go was confused. What the hell is wrong with him? Duong Tung nodded in understanding. Looking at the way he went out on his own, he must have been beaten enough in the battle for the position of department head. Kuan Bang was stunned. The stupid people woke up, thinking to themselves, the battle for the position of department head. Moreover, who would have thought that Mon Pyung, a man famous for his talent, would be so hasty? Why did you run away like that? Ju revealed a humble expression. You must also be a member of the Martial Arts Academy, right? Could it be that you were a member of the first group that did an extracurricular mission in Zhujiang a month ago? Or is it someone like me who came here to restore Zhujiang? Jiang. Duong Tung thought with a frown. Just by looking at him, I can guess that this fox is trying to become a tiger. He extended his hand so I could introduce myself. My name is the fake young master of Hangzhou, Commerce Sect. Duong Tung coldly said sternly. I don't want to introduce myself to someone who likes to cause trouble at other people's tables. Apologize and get out of here. I have more to hear from this man than your nonsense. Go EU rolled up his sleeves in delight. Ha, he called us bastards while acknowledging that guy as a man. How absurd. Zhejiang 10 Masters, a small group formed by the descendants of 10 sects in Zhejiang, including Hangzhou, the Huanghu Alliance Merchant Sect and Hotan Cuc. Although the title was cool, the 10 of them were nothing but family backing. That was why as time passed, their title changed to 10 Teeth. There was not a single piece of rich cake without their teeth marks. Besides me, there were countless other people in Hangzhou who had to endure them. However, we could not resist because of fear that they will return. Furthermore, the 10 sects they belonged to even set up hideouts in other areas during the landing of the East Sea Pirate Trio. Thanks to that, unlike the Jiang Dead Alliance, the sects suffered heavy losses when fighting together against the Japanese. They kept their strength intact. Kuan Peng gritted his teeth in pain, but suffered no damage at all. Go. Provocative smile. I knew you would do that. First team member? Me. I don't know which muddy waters you came from. But if you are friends with that lowly Kuan Peng, how dare you act so arrogantly in Hangzhou? Kuan, with fear, he begged. Wait, young Master Park, I am not begging you. Please forgive me. Tang Tung's fingers gently picked up the glass of wine on the table. He gracefully moved behind Jiuyu, making the air stir slightly. Zhu's forehead was covered in sweat because of the chill down his spine. Kan Bang was surprised and did not understand what was going on. Happened. Duong Tung raised the wine glass to his mouth. Do you know why human arms are usually not bent? No, it is for convenience in holding. That's a glass of water. Go muttered uncomfortably. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his hand. My hand. Jiu screamed in horror. My hand. Kuan Bang suddenly remembered in his mind. How could he forget a young man with short blue hair? Duong Tung sadly looked at the cup of water in his hand. Hung Lam had poured too much water. The road ahead was still long. Besides, how many people in Zhejiang would carry an unknown Japanese sword like him? Now I'm sure. This man was the one who saved our lives and helped us turn the tide in the battle against the heroic East Sea Pirate Trio of Zhejiang. He is Road. Tung. Duong Tung clicked his tongue and laughed. It's so delicious. Suddenly a group of people from outside rushed in. It was that bastard, that dog, killed him. Surprise mission system. Defeat all members of Zhejiang 10 Heroes 1/10 time limit 2 hours after the battle. Duong Tung stepped forward with a happy smile on his face. That's right, everyone go up. He immediately turned the cup in his hand back, took a decisive step, and threw the cup at the guy in front. The other guys also rushed forward one after another. This damn dog. He had just finished speaking when the sugar was thrown past his body. Then he used his elbow to hit him hard in the stomach. That guy was in so much pain that he held his stomach and groaned. Drooling, not giving anyone time to breathe, he slapped him in the face again. The remaining guy saw that and gritted his teeth in anger. He closed his eyes and pulled out the sword from its sheath, making Duong Tung smile wryly. If you continue to use tricks like that, then you will die? Duong Tung rushed forward and mocked. But you are so slow. He threw a series of punches at him, made him fly far away and hit the wall. Even using a weapon was useless. Nothing can be changed. The scene is now chaotic. People are fainted and terrified. The people outside have begun to be more cautious. Now everyone has withdrawn their weapons. The air left. Duong Tung squinted and glanced. One by one. Duong Tung did not hesitate and immediately turned to ask Kuan Bang. Excuse me, can you lend me a few forks? Chopsticks okay. Kuan Peng hurriedly searched, rummaged through his pocket. Yes. Duong Tung carefully counted each chopstick in Kuan Bang's hand. 126, he held the chopsticks between his fingers. 8 like this is fine. Then Tung Oi Fong stepped out and stood, blocking the door of the room. Kuan Peng watched with eyes full of respect. A strange martial art of unknown origin. The calluses on those fingers had. Prove it. He really is the trailblazer I've only heard about. The sky began to turn orange on each roof. The loud sound of bowls being smashed echoed in the quiet sunset scene. Kim Hak happily shouted, Ka wine is here. It's unusually delicious. How can I give up this delicious drink and become the sect master? It's best to just be the master and crush that brat's stubbornness. Kim Hak drank regardless, much to the amazement of the people around him. Wow, how many bottles has he drunk? The sound of many people running footsteps echoed. It made Kim Hak turn his head, looked again. What's going on? Not sure. I just heard there was a fight between fighters somewhere. Goods. Chao Tien is a place where the Thap Na gang often goes. It's them again. Kim Hak, sighing and complaining. I told him not to cause trouble. It's so boring, but he doesn't. Never listen. At this moment, another group of people rushed in. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, you bastards. They were cutting. I'm afraid of speaking too quickly. Didn't you say that uncle is here? Is there a need to mobilize all of us? Even the 100 talents of Wulong Valley would have a hard time facing that guy. Uncle probably would have been defeated. Byung Hui, confident, knows. This time must teach him a lesson. Aren't we in Hangzhou? What? Then they rushed inside together, avoiding each other and beating his father until he couldn't recognize him. Inside the wine house now only remains another pile of ruins. The road kicked and kicked another one to fly out and smash it. The door of the room. Kuan Peng anxiously shouted, Great Hero Tang, are you okay? Duong Tung immediately replied, I'm fine, what about the kid? Kuan Peng just now realized the kid. Wait, where is he? Nam Min chewed his food and exclaimed in admiration. His brother is quite strong. The two people's eyes met, making the atmosphere calm down. Duong Tung was surprised and thought to himself, Bitch Han did not look at the way the kid clung to the wall. The martial art he was using was probably even more advanced. How could a kid do it? Kuan Peng stood below and shouted in panic. Get down, hurry up. Downstairs, Pyong's men have started to pour in over there. Surprise mission system: defeat all members of Mun Pyong Tien gang to reach the first continent 0/28 time limit. Room 2. Duong Tung sighed and thought to himself, look how many people that Mun Pyong brought. It seems like I didn't beat him enough in the battle for the chief position. That room. He turned around decisively and jumped down below. Duong Tung smiled and reminded, don't go down there, stay here with the kid. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Oh, I'll leave the suicide and the sword. Remember this up here. Kuan Peng stared at everything. 1 against 9. Zhujiang 10 heroes, and one of them is also a talent of the valley. Although Bei Jia did not have any fighting ability from the beginning, the other 7 were all names that could not be underestimated. But immediately both fell to the floor. Duong Tung bent down and jumped down as fast as the wind. It was that guy. He went down there to arrest him. Duong Tung got ready and called out. Mun Pyong smiled sarcastically. I was curious how to find you. I appreciate you turning yourself in. Come here. Byung gritted his teeth in anger and looked at Duong Tung without taking his eyes off. Low Great Demon Soldier. 7 soldiers combined. Adaptive moves. Chopstick style. 7 strikes, 7 attacks. Kuan Peng suddenly opened his mouth. Extreme astonishment. Each one had difficulty resisting the fierce attack of Duong Tung. Duong Tung waved his chopsticks and gently landed on the bamboo pole. He curled his lips, warming up. Suddenly, Duong Tung's body stiffened like ice. He lost all his strength and collapsed. The cold ground before the majesty of Pyong. Huh. Duong Tung Tron widened his eyes and screamed in his heart. No, not now. As if. Okay. My vision is so blurry. I can't see anything, and I can't move. Am I anemic? I just woke up from a month of lethargy. I must be a little too much. No matter what, it can't be like this. Duong Tung's sudden fall left Mun Paiyan frozen for a few seconds. Then he burst out laughing and sarcastically said, I knew it. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against so many of us. I got it. Having said that, he placed the blade right in front of his face and said, I'm glad we meet again today. How dare you come up? Is this the place? Tang Tung noticed, but couldn't move. He tensely guessed the smell of iron. Damn it. His body. Mun Paiyon looked smug. Suddenly a person jumped down from the railing. Huge figure. Mun Paiyon looked up suspiciously and saw ZZ's hairy belly. Hey, what the hell? Isn't it a cat? He thought with a grimace. And then a hairy foot stepped directly up his facade. Kuan Peng Nanming was watching on the railing and was also surprised. Mouth open. Tutu used Mun Pyong as a cushion. He sat on him and smiled at Duong Tung. He looked up and called, Tutu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble. He thought to himself that his vision had returned because he had been lying unconscious. I've been on a diet for a month now, and my body isn't listening to me. Didn't I eat a lot during our conversation just now? This shouldn't have happened. I think this is the first time I've seen ZZ's status window in such detail since I've been wandering around the area for a while now. Indeed, its stats are clearly displayed. Seeing this, he silently commented, ZZ's status window is significantly different from mine. The third eye has also leveled up. Now it can even tell me what kind of spirit beast ZZ is. The system displays information. Third eye, passive skill level 10, proficiency 40%, all-seeing state. Duong Tung was able to sit up. He rubbed Tutu's head and said, I didn't know that drinking alcohol would make you fight better. From now on I will give you alcohol more often. The appearance of Tutu caused the two people present to discuss. That white tiger, I have heard of it before. Kuan Bang realized. He silently analyzed. That tiger made him more certain. That person was Duong Tung, one of the two heroes who played a key role in the battle against the Japanese and protected Triad-Zhong. In this Hangzhou, only spies did not know who he was. Even though Hu Qingxiao-ju had fled far away from Hangzhou when the battle broke out, it was impossible for him not to know about what had happened, since he needed to rebuild his reputation and status in Zhujiang. If rumors of the incident spread, they would fall into a situation where they would be in trouble, a dilemma. A person stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed, calling Brother Dai Heap. Duong Tung looked over. People. He introduced himself. This humble one is Manhua, a relative of Man Pyong, the young master of the Qinghu Xiao Bureau. We have made a great mistake in not recognizing you as the hero of Zhujiang. Please allow us to ask for forgiveness. Sorry. Duong Tung also clasped his hands in greeting. Again, Manhua continued. Leave the compensation to us, so please forgive us. Seeing his attitude, Duong Tung had a new understanding, which was the benefit of reputation. Even famous organizations had to give face when standing before famous people. Even the young master of a sect must humble himself before the hero of the region. The system pops up a surprise mission notification. Defeat all members of the Munpyeong gang and advance to Hang Chao Tien Kak. Progress 0/28. You have completed the mission. The reward will be sent. Tang Tung looked at the status board showing that the high life elixir had been sent to the inventory and was secretly happy. This was what he needed right now. Suddenly, Kuan Peng laughed from the railing. He said loudly, What 15 minutes? You haven't even used half of it yet. More time. Duong Tung's mouth corners stiffened as he thought. It was quite embarrassing that he was lying on the floor after saying that he can handle. But I took care. For Munpyeong's gang. He looked over at the people he had beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth, was carried away. Then he turned to the system screen, which displayed, Surprise mission. Defeat all members of Zhujiang 10 heroes. Progress 9 out of 10. The progress information caught Tang Tung's attention. The teacher looked around in secret vigilance. What? There's still one left among the 10? Didn't I defeat them all on the second floor? Then he suddenly raised his head. Don't tell me it's Duong. Screaming loudly, Please give the child. Come down here immediately. Kuan Peng still didn't understand and asked again. Huh? You mean right now, huh? Didn't you notice a figure standing close behind you? Wait until. Kuan Peng turned around and was hit by that guy. He fell straight down. Came down from the railing to the surprise of Duong Tung, Nam Min, and Tutu. Kuan Peng, shout out loud. Duong Tung quickly reacted. Call. Tutu. It understood and ran quickly. Came to support Kuan Peng. The guy who suddenly attacked from above shouted loudly. Do you think you can defeat Beijia just by breaking my arm? This kind of wound will heal quickly. 1. What a cowardly voice. Made him pay attention and look over. He looked down at Nam Min and asked again, What did you just say, brat? You brat. How can uncle attack someone from behind? Is it because he can't win in a fair fight? North. Fake smile at the kid. When you grow up a little bit, you will understand the nature of the Zhang Ho. Not yet. Before he could finish his sentence, the northern immortal had already received dozens of punches from Duong Tung. He even used that extremely fast speed to save Nam Min. Duong Tung smiled and praised. You're quite brave. The boy was so surprised that he didn't understand what was happening. But just a few seconds later, Nam Min proudly said, Yes, my father taught me that. No matter what the situation is, I have to be confident. Duong Tung replied. Again. Yeah, you're cool like your dad. I'm Duong Tung, what's your name? The boy introduced. Nam Min it means. Great change in the south. At this time, Bak Jia was lying paralyzed and unconscious. Unexpected mission notification system. You have completed the mission. The reward will be sent. The general recovery elixir has been added to the inventory. Kuan Peng jumped down from ZZ's back. He quickly ran away. Came to ask worriedly. Namin, are you okay? Why not? Duong Tung quickly reassured. As you can see, he's fine. Kuan Bang nodded. Bowed his head. Thank you very much. I don't know how to repay this favor. I won't ask you to pay for the amount of information I said. Great hero, Tang Tung said, his face turning sour. He replied, no. Just consider it as me giving the boy to you and take him. With this kind of talent, he will even be stronger than me in the future. Siwen Peng said modestly. No, it still lacks a lot. How can it be stronger than you? Great hero morning. The little boy Nam Min's eyes lit up as he spoke. Dad, I want to accept this brother as my master. Father. Kuan Peng's eyes widened. What? This person is still an apprentice. You will only become a burden to him. Tang Tung's expression was somewhat happy. He thought to himself, Master, I have never thought about what I will do next after I finish everything. The whole mission. Because he is bound to the mission of killing Tien Ma. Duong Tung, somewhat sad. He remembered the beautiful images he had dreamed of. What should he do after successfully completing this mission? Would it be like the dream he had when he was unconscious, warm, bright, and hopeful future? He placed his hand on Nam Min's head, then knelt on one knee, looked at the boy and said, Thank you, Nam Min. I'm glad you acknowledge me. This brother promises you one thing. When I become stronger and finish everything, you will be my disciple. Nam Min. He was stunned for a few seconds, then the boy laughed, freshly replied. Well, he continued. In return, you have to eat well and grow up well. Here it is, okay? Kuan Peng happily looked at this beautiful picture. Suddenly, he noticed something and asked Duong Tung. Didn't you say you needed to be somewhere before sunset, Hero Tang? Duong Tung and Nam Min coincidentally met. Looking out the window, of course it was pitch black. His face stiffened, the system displayed. Mark it, unexpected mission. Carry out the mission given by Master Kim Hak, Limited. Time 6 o'clock. Duong Tung hurriedly ran on the road, secretly cursing. Oh no, the quest that I thought I would complete by meeting Kuan Peng. Turns out it was only accepted after I reported it to Master Jin He. Besides, why didn't he look for me even though the sun had already set? Have you ever drank so much alcohol that you suddenly... Are you awake? As he predicted, the venerable Grand Master Kim Hak was sitting cross-legged sleeping on several cups of wine that had been drained, lying horizontally and vertically. In his heart he screamed, That's right, I'm fucking asleep. Duong Tung angrily kicked and shouted, Old man, wake up, go. The moment his foot was about to touch his face, Kim Hak opened one eye. He fell to avoid the kick perfectly. Surprised. What? Kuan Peng and Nan Ming who followed were both surprised. The stone road slid due to inertia and crashed into several wine jars with a loud bang. Kim Hak turned around and calmly asked, Oh, you're back? Below, in the clear sky, walking among the green forest are 4 people, Tang Tung Kim Hak, Kuan Bang, and Nam Min. Kuan Peng exclaimed that the disciple of the martial arts master was his close friend. He was truly amazing. The great hero Tang Tung broke out in sweat and turned to look at him and replied, Having a good friend doesn't mean I'm great. Zhang Heng's image appeared. He thought to himself, we cannot be compared to each other. Even though I'm stronger now, if Jiang Xiong is determined and trains hard, he'll catch up to me in no time. Kuan Bang continued. But there are rumors that he lost an arm during the Japanese invasion, right? Words. This made Tang Tung pay attention. Tang Tung's heart was tense. These past few days, he had only thought about Lu Ming's matter and had completely forgotten about it. He had lost his arm in the previous battle. He was curious as to how he was doing now. He looked at his clenched hand, wondering if he could be reincarnated and face Lai Men again to prevent Zhang Heng from losing a life. No arms. I'm not really confident. Who knows how much I'll forget in the next life. So how can we fight against that monster? Compared to the potential dangers, the price we have paid is very small. If Zhang Heng had not bravely sacrificed his arm, many more people would have died. Network. At this moment, Kim Hak spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Don't worry too much about Jiang Xiong. At this time, the greatest elder of Zhongnan should have arrived in Zhengzhou. Kuanpeng continued. Elder Trungnam. Do you mean Elder Mian? Kim Hak confirmed. Received. That's right. Kuan Peng replied. He is a puppet master. I always wanted to see him work. Tang Tung immediately thought of the hunchbacked old man. John Mahan. He was talking about the elder he had seen during the Dragon Phoenix River examination. Kim Hak spoke. Even if the elder was in the Martial Arts Alliance, he still wouldn't be able to meet him. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter the Martial Arts Alliance. Sorry. Duong Tung heard that and repeated, Outsiders are not allowed to enter? Kim Hak explained. TSK. Just like the Han Gumon gang, they cooperated with Vo Lam Min using the power of information. However, the information they provide is often laced with exaggeration and deception, and that information is sold to both the mainstream and the cult, so they are also considered as part of the cult. With us also, I really don't like you following us, Kim Hak said frankly. Hearing that, Duong Tung had a different thought, exaggerating and deceitful. It is true that we have to filter a lot from this man's story. However, it is clear that he knows more about the news of Vo Lam than anyone else. He looked at Kuan Peng's sad, bowed face. If I didn't know, I might have thought he was a spy from the Xiaowu men. But he wasn't. His information was like a story that includes personal opinions and what he understands. Kuan Peng also understood the meaning. I would like to accept your opinion about Xiaowu Mon. He recalled, especially his last story was still compelling enough to capture his heart, just like the first time we meet. After a moment of silent analysis, Duong Tung spoke, a memorial service for the victims of the invasion of the three pirates. The day of the final decision on the resignation of the martial arts leader, the principal of Vo Lam. Kuan Bang said that this matter would not end simply, stopping at the overthrow of the leader. He raised the question that even though he wasn't part of the martial arts alliance, with his intelligence abilities, shouldn't he be a member of the righteous faction? Kim Hak replied, yes, he did say that the Council of Elders would kill the leader, but that information is it trustworthy? Kuan Peng quickly clasped his hands and confessed, although that is just my personal opinion, I know how rude that understanding is. However, I don't think the current actions of the Council of Elders will simply hand over power. Kim Hak then asked, do you have any evidence? Kuan Bang hurriedly. Interpretation. He used Kat Sung as an example. Among those who held the position of martial arts leader in the past 100 years, the leader was the one who supported the most the sects of the middle and small classes. To be exact, he has a policy of neutrality, without any form of favoritism. But that and the perspective of the Japanese 9 sects and the 5 great clans are not the same, especially those who hold power in the Council of Elders. I think the Japanese 9 sects led by Shaolin and Japan will use this opportunity to completely limit the 5 great clans and those small and medium sections. Kuan Peng's words made Tang Tung think. If others heard this, they would think it was nonsense. But I have memories of my previous life. Whether there is no memorial service or things continue as they have always been, Zhuge Chong will suddenly pass away in a few years. If what I heard about him being poisoned is true, then even this time the evildoers will try to do it again every time, when they have the chance. More importantly, the way things are going right now is suspicious. In his previous life, the Nan Gongsa of the 5 great clans became a hero during the Japanese invasion. So even if the perpetrators wanted to seize the opportunity, they would still have difficulty blaming Zhuge Zhong for the Japanese invasion, because he was also a member of the 5 great clans. On the other hand, in this life, the hero came from the 9 sects of Japan. Although he was a member of the 5 great clans, he was also a nominal member of the Hainan sword sect, so there was no way they would let this opportunity go. Besides, Day's father, the only one who could refute this, is now imprisoned for breaking taboos, so the Hainan sword sect is now being cautious with the 9 Japanese faction. But this man said, there was a high possibility that the leader Zhuge Liang was really in danger. Leaving the Xiao woman aside, Kuanping had predicted the future by arranging information. Trust each other. If Luke Min is a genius of the mind, Zhang Heng is a genius of the body, and Lam Dat is a genius of the dexterity, then there is no doubt that this person is a genius of intelligence ability. From now on, because of the variations and distortions from my previous life's memories, it's hard for me to overcome all of them, so I need someone with this kind of foresight. After a while, after pondering and analyzing, Duong Tung spoke up. If this continues, only the evil sects will benefit. The Xiao women have always been looked down upon since ancient times. Japan is similar, but now it has been recognized and even joined the Council of Elders, controlling both Central Plains. He faced Kim Hak and raised his doubts. But what about Han Gomon? Even though they are still struggling at the bottom of society while enduring a lot of scorn, they are still not recognized for the information they give or treated as part of the mainstream. Tang Tung gave him a difficult problem. Master Kim Hak, do you think that this distinction will push the lower 5 gates closer and closer to the circle, the hand of the evil sect? Then he mentioned Kuan Peng. Furthermore, if Kuan Peng, who predicted the dangerous situation of the sect leader, could not enter the martial arts alliance because he came from the lower 5 gates, then this would only benefit the evil sect. He challenged. He always looked down on the Xiao women because they had no specific origin. However, why not consider them as a sect? I mean, judge them based on their actions. Even though Manhwa has been reunited, aren't there still people like Grandmaster Jin He and those like Union? Kuan Peng listened. Listening to this, he said worriedly, "That's a bit rude." The space suddenly became silent. Kuan Peng was in a dilemma, thinking to himself what he should do with this atmosphere. Chat Kim Hak smirked. Lips. He laughed out loud. He winked. Spoke up. "Okay, so these are the poetics of being your master." Kim Hak put his arm around him and praised. "Your ability to persuade surpasses even the leader. Did you learn it from class 8? He put his arm around him as he walked and said, "You're not upset that I drank alone, are you?" Tang Tung replied, "Oh, by the way, you're not planning on becoming the sect leader?" Seeing everything resolved so easily made Kuan Peng somewhat surprised. He secretly exclaimed. He didn't expect that he could convince someone with the title of guru. How impressive. At this moment, the boy Na Min raised his head and asked innocently, "Father, master, and disciple are. Is it usually like that?" Kuan Peng thought, then looked at the backs of the old and young and said, "Well, from what I see, they look more like two close friends." Kim Hak replied, "Again with your question. Sect master, I won't do it." Duong Tung teased, "If you do it, I still won't receive any apology for what happened at the Lotus Peak. You feel guilty. That was a long time ago." Duong Tung discreetly reminded, "Act like a true sect master." He was angry. Ah, this brat. Elsewhere deep in the forest, a spectacular chase is taking place. The shadow moved gracefully through the branches, but behind him the hand with sharp claws is pouncing. Voan nimbly dodged, but the person missed and immediately jumped out of the way, into the tree branch. Voan secretly exclaimed, who would have thought they could catch up with him? He quickly threw out 3 iron darts and said, for a young man, he was not bad at all. 3 darts pierced the black giant's arm, causing him to utter a cry of pain. 3 darts were attached. With 3 ropes, the invisible man grabbed him and whipped him into a tree. Suddenly a figure appeared, wearing a leopard and riding a big wolf. The wolf with sharp teeth rushed forward and bit off the ropes. That guy was Tam's son. He asked loudly, "Are you okay?" That black big guy, landing the ground. He knocked 3 darts out of his arm and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." The appearance of Tam's son made Voan secretly analyze. A big wolf came out. Is Tom Lang team? He raised his voice, not expecting the one who found Voan, the greatest thief of Trung Nguyen, to be not the king of monsters, but just some brats. "Maybe I'm old." He sighed, out of breath, then on his hand he held another hidden weapon. But before Voan could do anything, the area around him was covered by something like a flame. Purple-pink fire. Voan was somewhat surprised. A figure looming in the pink flames spoke. Also a year and a half. "Oh, right. Voan, I've been looking for you for a long time, old man." "That person is Bok Chi?" he asked while smoking a pipe. "Anyway, let's get to the main topic. Where is the item you stole?"